No, it's not. It's still Red Warrior. So many like clickbaity fucking YouTube videos, man. Like it's clearly not. It's clearly not the best. Oh yeah, the tournament's today. Destiny clashes with Fuentes on Killstream and Ukraine debate. Oh shit, I gotta watch this one. The UGG you know and trust. Good old Fuentes is back.
Keep saying the purpose of the alliance is to contain Russia. Contain Russia from doing what? Invading their neighboring countries? Like if Russia didn't engage in these actions, it shouldn't really matter. That again, we're always framing this in the case of U.S. security interests versus Russian security interests. Is Ukrainian security interest just not at play here? Do we just not care about this? And Ukraine has a genuine security interest in that they want themselves to be a sovereign country with the right to decide which alliances they will or will not join. And the idea that they're...
All right, hold on a second. I gotta cut my fucking... Okay. Oh, I need my drink. I wonder if we turn on the today. Everybody want to see my ugly face? Fuck it. Let's do it. Let's see my ugly face. Oh, sharpness stayed. Hey, my settings stayed. That never happens. Why is it displayed like that, though? Ah, shit. Don't I have my... Hold on a second. Is it image? Oh shit, I don't know where I have this saved. Oh god, what are these? I don't know if I should be streaming because I don't know what these are. Do we gamble? Okay. We don't want that. We don't want that. We don't want that. Demon Hunter. Oh, I know what this is. Oh, there's my, there's that, but that's not the one. That's the one. The image too. Wait, hold on a second. I'm not done yet, brother. We delete this. Delete that one. What is this one? Oh, I have two of the same. Okay. Yeah, boy. Be a pro streamer now. Want to see something really quick. Okay, cool. In case I ever do want to show. Alright, so tell me to go to Revendreth. Alright, I need to fix my keybinds because I'm starting to realize how good Frost Shock is. Macro. I have one Frost Shock macro, don't I? Okay. 2-minute cooldown. Melee attackers have a 100% chance to suffer nature damage and have 50% chance to generate a stack of Maelstrom. Oh, shit. Okay. So we don't want this here. We want this here. We don't want that there. We want this. We want this here. And we want this here. And we probably want... like that, maybe? No, we want that part of the rotation, so maybe we go back to doing this. And we just... and this will be for... If that's the case, though... Oh, you know what we could do? Oh, I have an idea. I have an idea. Each stack of Maelstrom weapon consume increases the damage of your next Frost Shock by 15%, causes your next Frost Shock to hit one additional target per Maelstrom weapon stack consumed. Hold on a second. I want to see something. I want to see what everybody's running. We'll check rating guides, PvP guides, Mythic Plus guides. For Shaman. Shaman, enhancement, easy mode. So for rating, everyone is running Flashing Flames Hot Hand, not Elemental Blast. That makes sense for rating. Okay. PvP guides, Shaman. What's the Lego? You not have the Lego listed? Oh, here it is. The Shadowgast ring. Where's the fucking Lego? Oh, Witch Doctor's Wolf Bones. Increases the chance to gain a stack of Maelstrom weapon by 3%, and whenever you gain a stack of Maelstrom weapon, the cooldown of Feral Spirits is reduced. So why would you not play the Elemental Spirits build? Why play Elemental Blast, though? That's what I don't understand. That has something to do with the 4-piece set, I'm assuming. Okay, so that's PvP. Let's see what Mythic Plus is doing. They're running the same build as the PvEers, or the Raiders. Alright, so that's that website. Let's check out this website. Common, enhancement, 2v2, talents. About even. But they're running Elemental Blast. Another button to press, I guess, is how I can look at it. Elemental Assault still. Nature's Guardian. Sundering, and Elemental Spirit. So oh, I need to make that macro. Talent swap macro. Making one button macro for the same talent here. There you go. Don't get it set to red as an icon for macro. So would it be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 talent 7? Wait, I can just wait a minute. Cancel. Where's my Swifty? Where you at, Swifty? So would it be slash cast? Talent. Is it 7? 7 slash 1 bracket, and then it's Elemental Spirits. Push cast. Bracket talent. 7. 3. See if that works. That did not work. That did not work. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7. Elemental spirits and listen and swap macro.
Behind every successful product, smart UX.
Hey everyone, this is Tickle, and in this video we're going over my keybinds for an Enhancement Shaman. If you are just picking up Enhancement Shaman, or maybe you've played it for years, I'm going to at least show you what keybinds and what macros I use that might help you. Not press it, but it's just a way for me to keep it out of the fray. V is always Hex, or it's Polymorph, or it's Fear, or it's any of those types of buttons. That's where I put that CC. In T, Shift F, these are buttons that I don't really expect to use very minutes, and if that. Now I will replace some of my PvP talent slots like Alt 2 and Shift C with PvE things like consumables, health potions, unused potions, stuff like that. But generally this is my main bar of my rotation. So if you guys have any questions or have any suggestions, let me know down below, or if you want to share some cool stuff you do, happy to look. We'll go over that next in the core PvP than necessarily PvE.
Important enhanced macros. I mean, I guess I could just make 2 different ones, but like it's fucking annoying. Enhance, shaman, talent, 50 macros. Macros and add-ons. Urge. Self-cast macros. All right. How do I Google search what I'm trying to find here? WoW talent row macros. Talent row 1 button macro. 1 button macro for level. Shadowlands. On Talent Row, one button macro Shadowlands. Almost never use the same talent tier in arena, and I really tired of dragging and dropping a new talent on my bars. That's why I made this macro. Oh, maybe it works. Oh. So bracket talents double dot 7-1 bracket elemental spirits. And then we press this button and we do it again. Bracket talent 7-3 bracket Ascendance. I didn't do shit. It looks like I need to so bracket that also didn't do shit. I wonder if I take these out. That still didn't do anything. I'm stupid. I know what I'm doing wrong. Oh. I'm so dumb. Oh, fuck me. I'm so stupid. Now I know why it's not working. Okay. Oh. Okay. So, I would need a cast sequence macro because they share GCD. Okay. Okay, now that makes sense. Do I want to cast sequence macro? I have to poop, man. Always have to poop when I'm trying to fucking do this shit.
pooping.
Tell you what, when I gotta poop, I gotta fucking poop. Crazy. All right. Okay. So what I think I need to do is that where I want it? Jesus, man. How hard does it hit? I almost don't even want lightning bolt on my bar. Elemental blast. Ow, man. Shit hits so hard. Hmm. I'm in combat still? We'll get out of combat. Oh my god. Why? The sentence is on cooldown. Fuck. If your weapon has a 3% chance to trigger a third attack. I'm playing with a warlock? I need to fucking play this. That's crazy. Focus lightning. Critical strike critical strike chance of chain harvest is increased. Using healing stream to increases the healing of your next 3 healing surge, healing wave, or riptide spells by 26%. So we put this down, and we press this button. Can I change my talent now? Thank you. Holy tits. I can make it whenever I'm not playing with it, but I don't see me never not playing with this talent. Unless I'm doing PvE and I do a Lashing Flames hot hand build, which I have no idea if it's even good. No clue. Alright, we're going to Ravendreth. We'll test all this out.
Pain. What do you sense? The Mawwalker must be close.
Having a lot of fun playing this spec so far.
Welcome, my fellow doomed
How
friend.
goes the fight?
How goes the fight? Damn. Jesus.
Darkest greetings.
Oh my god.
You make me miss my mortal body.
Come closer, my new friend.
You make me miss my mortal body.
Darkest greeting.
Oh my god. It did 12k? Okay. I'm digging this fucking build so far.
Approach freely.
A lot more consistent. A lot more consistent. Enter the building. What building? Oh, that building? Yeah, I think I like this over the Ascendance Doomwinds build. A lot more. I like high sustained damage builds. It makes it a lot harder to deal with.
My immortal
pass muster as a Maldraxi foot soldier. I will meet you back at Renathon's location.
Darkest greetings.
We need to get some music going. Oh no, let's
likely
listen to
NATO
this.
bases here in the future that Biden is open to inspection. The idea that down the road, maybe second strike capabilities are lost in Russia, and now they just get nuked by the U.S. because we can do so with impunity. Maybe that'll happen 30 years from now. So now today, we need to take over Ukraine. I don't know. I totally don't buy that as a reason. I feel like you could use that same justification then for Russia to essentially invade anybody they want that's near their borders and isn't claimed up by normativity from that. You're not telling me whether Russia's decision is right or wrong, or whether it's morally or whatever justified. You're just telling me that Russia will seek to basically annex whatever neighbor it can if it perceives there to be a security threat, which again is just a stronger argument for a more aggressive expansion.
Violent revolution.
Why are you
Kiev.
saying democratic when part of the reasons why he was protested so heavily is because he literally tried to pass like 10 anti-protest laws? That's not democratic either. I'd support from the
But I'm a
almost
realist.
the majority of
But I'm
the
a
United
realist.
States. Yeah, but you're realist and
You're a
racist.
realist.
Suck.
The UGG you know and trust is now a desktop app. Get the best builds and runes in Champ Select. Scout data on ally and enemy picks. Track your live performance in-game with champion and role-specific benchmarks. And get post-game metrics, including your LP earned per champion and match. Smarter data means better insight. Take the guesswork out of League and focus on...
We're debating about the justification
Is the
of
time
Russia's
to rise
invasion
up and fear.
of
We
Ukraine.
will reclaim the Animals.
The February invasion of Ukraine cannot be justified by any means that are not overt Russian propaganda or statements that entirely dismiss the sovereignty and right to self-determination of the Ukrainian people. This invasion into Ukraine must be opposed by any means necessary, short of direct military conflict, by anyone in the West who values any of the tenets of liberalism or the rights of any nation to determine their own path forward in the world. Tonight, Nick might try and convince you that NATO promised it would not expand 1 inch further to the east, ignoring that these comments were originally made by Secretary of State James Baker in 1990 with regards to NATO expanding its military presence into eastern Germany, which remains demilitarized to this day. In an interview with Russia Beyond the Headlines, Gorbachev himself, the Soviet leader in 1990, during these negotiations, responded to a question asking why NATO promises hadn't been legally encoded, with Gorbachev responding, and I quote, "The topic of NATO expansion was not discussed at all, and it wasn't brought up in those years. Another issue we brought up was discussed, making sure that NATO's military structures would not advance and that additional armed forces would not be deployed on the territory of the then GDR after German reunification. Baker's statement was made in that context. Everything that could have been and needed to be done to solidify the political obligation was done and fulfilled," end quote. Nick may try to say that some verbal assurances were made between leaders, but why would anyone ever expect the geopolitical landscape of an entire continent be dictated by verbal agreements made in 1990 between only 2 nations, one that no longer even exists? This is even less reliable when you consider that the entire security situation would have radically changed with the rapid dissolution of the Soviet Union and, along with it, the Warsaw Pact. Perhaps Nick will try to tell you that NATO represents a real security threat against Russia. To that, I have to ask, a security threat preventing what exactly? Is it the invasion of Russia, which there is absolutely zero precedent for any NATO country doing? Is it the destruction of Russian forces in Russian territory, which there is also no precedent for any NATO country doing? Is it the annihilation of Russian forces in Russian allied territory by NATO countries, which has only happened when Russia has lied about its deployed paramilitary forces, as they did in 2018 in Syria during the Battle of Qashm? Perhaps, if I may suggest, instead what NATO represents is a threat to Russia's ability to undermine and interfere with the politics of its neighboring countries. Imagine a situation where Russia recognizes two independent, self-proclaimed republics that no one else in the world recognizes. They then send in their military to secure peace, not only in the contested region, but to march far beyond that to the rest of the country, simply out of fear of the election, the democratic leader who favors dealing with the West more than Russia. I'm not even talking about the modern-day conflict in Ukraine, but instead, this is the story of the 2008 Russo-Georgian War, where, instead of the self-proclaimed republics of Luhansk and Donetsk, it was the self-proclaimed republics of South Ossetia and Abkhazia. Instead of securing the important geographical funnel of Ukraine, it was establishing loyalist states in the South Caucasus region. How many of these strategically vital wars are we forced to allow Russia to engage in? I wonder if Nick will bring up broken promises and agreements of the Soviet Union and Russia that were actually put to paper. Could be the 1990 Paris Charter signed by the USSR, which, and I quote, fully recognized the freedom of states to choose their own security arrangements. Will Nick mention the NATO-Russia Founding Act of 1997, prompted 4 months of intense negotiations between the Secretary General of NATO, Javier Solana, and the Russian Foreign Minister Primakov, which established the PJC, or Russian-NATO Permanent Joint Council, that committed both NATO and Russia to, and I quote, build together a lasting and inclusive peace in the Euro-Atlantic area on the principles of democracy and cooperative security. I wonder if he'll mention any of the Budapest memorandums, 3 separate agreements signed in 1994 between the world's nuclear powers to eliminate the existence of nuclear weapons in Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Ukraine. An agreement, I should say, that required these 3 countries to give up the most reliable means they had of securing their sovereignty in exchange for promises of, and again I quote, independence and sovereignty in the existing borders, and a refrain from the threat or the use of force against Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Ukraine, signed by the United States, the UK, and Russia. Maybe Nick will attack the idea of NATO being an offensive alliance and point to times where NATO has indeed acted aggressively in the past. We're supposed to ignore that none of these aggressions happened towards Russia itself, of course. But I'm curious which interventions particularly threaten Putin. Does NATO's intervention in 1995 in the Bosnian War threaten Putin's plans for neighboring countries? An intervention that ended with a precision bombing campaign that brought about an end to the indiscriminate shelling of civilian cities and towns, ethnic cleansing, and systematic mass rapes being committed during said conflict? Is Putin worried that his attacks today on Mariupol, Kharkiv, Kherson, and against countless civilians in Ukraine resemble too closely the absolute destruction he wrought in 2015 at the city of Aleppo during the Syrian civil war, or the 27,000 civilians killed when Grozny was decimated during the First Chechen War in 1994 within his own borders? Does NATO intervention in Kosovo stop the ethnic cleansing of Albanians by Yugoslavia scare Putin? Does he see himself as Milosevic, the first sitting head of state to be charged with war crimes, a man who was complacent with genocide occurring under his own military? Is he worried that he may want a repeat of what he did in Georgia, where the Russian-backed and recognized South Ossetia forces were responsible for an ethnic cleansing of Georgians, with almost 20,000 of them being displaced from their homes?
Hey guys, check out this new game, Galahad 3093. It's a fast-paced 32-player brawl, and it's a blast. It has mechs and heroes, you can collect weapons and other components to customize your mech the way you want to play. And the Knights have a powerful game-changing ability that can really shake things up. Come check out the beta every weekend for free on Steam today.
Where are you going? To the next part of the plan, of course. Do try to slay some of these obstacles before you destroy.
As a gamer, you know how frustrating it can be when you experience a slow or inconsistent game connection. Fluctuations in game speed or lag most frequently occur due to your internet connection.
Does the 2011 NATO intervention in Libya scare Putin? Does he imagine himself to be Gaddafi, a man who imprisoned, tortured, and gassed his own citizens? The man who had the incredulity to accuse Al-Qaeda of using LSD and Nest cafes to poison the minds of his political adversaries? Maybe Nick will repeat the Kremlin's talking points about the fear of Nazis in Ukraine. Where are they? Where are all these Nazis? Every time I hear someone complain about Nazis, the only 2 things they seem to bring up are the Azov Battalion, a small force numbering less than 1,000 soldiers, and Stepan Bandera, a man who died in 1959 that remains incredibly divisive in Ukraine to this day. I'll be tickled if Nick wants to take up the position that we should be canceling people based on problematic histories and their associations with far-right movements, but I suppose we'll see what he does. Far-right Party of Svoboda today has only 15,000 members across the entirety of some 44 million people who live in Ukraine, and they only hold a single seat in that parliament.
Oh man, shut up. Let Nick talk.
In all of Eastern Europe, Between May and August of 2019, Ukraine was the only country in the world, other than
Gonna get loud.
Nick's favorite country, to have both a Jewish head of government. Only time in Ukraine's recent history when the Svoboda Party even had any real political influence at all was when they were being propped up by Yanukovych, the pro-Russian president. If Russia was so concerned about fascists, why would she not turn her eyes to the Russian imperial movement that operates so freely out of St. Petersburg? This is a movement that coordinates with several neo-Nazi movements all throughout Europe, even training 3 Swedish neo-Nazis before sending them back to Sweden, where they bombed a center for asylum seekers, among other attacks in Europe they've been involved in. Nothing operates within Russian borders so freely without Putin's implicit approval, so why does he not remove this organization from existence? Clearly, because Putin explicitly supports and is supported by Nazis. Dmitry Utkin is the founder of Russia's Wagner Group, and he bears Waffen-SS tattoos on his collarbone and chest. Commanding officers have been seen sporting Wehrmacht hats, giving Nazi salutes, spraying swastikas on desecrated houses and places of worship while conducting operations in Syria, the Central African Republic, and Libya on behalf of the Russian state. Lastly, maybe Nick will just appeal to the illegal coup known in Ukraine as the Revolution of Dignity, staged in 2014 by America in order to overthrow Yanukovych. There's not a shred of verifiable evidence for this. The Euromaidan protests erupted across Ukraine from late 2013 to early 2014 for a whole host of reasons. It wasn't solely due to Yanukovych, who, against the will of the parliament, exited a non-exclusive free trade agreement with the EU and entered the exclusive Eurasian Economic Union with Russia. Ukraine was widely considered in the 2010s to be one of the most corrupt countries in the world. The actual ousting of Yanukovych would only happen after he ordered his police to open fire on protesters, killing over 100 in the span of a few days, with Yanukovych ultimately fleeing the country in fear of repercussions. Who knows, maybe the shooters were secret CIA agents as well. Russia's right to security does not supersede Ukraine's right to sovereignty. If Russia has a problem with all of its neighboring members choosing to look west for their future instead of to Russia, perhaps it's an issue for Russia to sort through. Nations should be able to dictate their own security without being threatened by a neighboring power hell-bent on rebuilding a dying empire.
Mr. Fuentes, go ahead, sir.
All right. Wow. Very interesting opening statement, but I think the rebuttal, the counter argument is supposed to come after my argument. I didn't hear a whole lot of justification for the NATO position, only just sort of these preemptive counter arguments against some of the so-called Kremlin arguments, so-called pro-Russian arguments. I didn't pre-write my statement, so I'm just going off the cuff here. I'll say this. You know, a lot of what I just heard is really wholly irrelevant to the core argument in favor of the Russian intervention, or the argument that the Russian special military operation in Ukraine is
Trying to
appropriate
think.
and reasonable and limited in terms of its objectives. My position has little to do with the Azov Battalion or the Galician far right. It has little to do even with the claims that the U.S. had involvement in the Maidan Revolution in 2014. It has nothing to do with the assurances made to Gorbachev that Putin claims were there and others deny. It has nothing to do with any of that. It has to do principally with the expansion of NATO into Eastern Europe and specifically into Ukraine. And if you go through a timeline of events, it's really quite simple. In 1991, of course, you have the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and this is you know, Putin famously describes it as a geopolitical catastrophe, and what he's referring to is the fact that overnight Russia loses half of its population and parts of its territory that it had controlled for hundreds of years, formerly under the Russian Empire and then under the Soviet Union. Ukraine in particular was controlled by Russia for hundreds of years. It was only an accident of how Lenin organized the Soviet Union administratively that Ukraine had any kind of autonomy or any kind of nationhood at all. But what liberals and what the NATO faction likes to do is say that after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, after the former Soviet Union countries
Oh my god.
that there's no takesies, backsies, that's just set in stone. These accidents, administrative accidents of world history are now locked in. Ethnic Russians abroad and former Russian lands, whether they be Russian Empire or Soviet Union, are forever lost now. And the so-called sovereignty of nations that never really existed, states that never existed, must be respected ad infinitum until the end of time, and there's nothing that Russia can do about it. I find that problematic.
Oh, Maelstrom weapon.
Let's take it a step further. NATO was formed explicitly to counter Russian power on the European continent. Of course, NATO was formed in response to Stalin's control over Eastern Europe and it was formed to shore up Western Europe against the threat of the Soviet Union, which emerged from World War II as the second world superpower. Why then did, after the fall of the Soviet Union, the halving of Russia's population, the decimation of the Russian military, decimation of the Russian Empire, did NATO, a defensive alliance formed explicitly as a counterbalance to Russia, not only not disband with the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact, remain in place, but actually then expand further? And in 1997, that's exactly what they did. They announced their intention to expand, and there was, of course, the first tranche of NATO expansion in 1999 to Poland, Czech Republic, and Hungary. The second tranche of expansion in 2004, which included the Baltic states, as well as Slovenia and other nations. And then the third tranche in 2009 with Albania and with Croatia. What's more, in 2008, NATO declared that they would respect the aspirations of Ukraine and Georgia to join NATO. It's at this point that Russia draws a firm red line. And Russia says at the
Why can't I move
outset of
this?
the Bucharest conference in 2008 that Ukraine and Georgia would not be permitted to join NATO. They say that that's unacceptable to their security posture, that's unacceptable to their national interests. And of course, Russia then intervenes in the Georgian civil war in Abkhazia and South Ossetia to that end, destabilize Georgia, prevent them from joining Ukraine. Of course, then in 2014, you've got the Maidan Revolution. A pro-Western leader is installed. Russia intervenes in Crimea and Donbass, again, to secure their port at
switching over
Sevastopol,
to,
secure their
just
Black
my
Sea fleet
YouTube
and their
stream,
power
guys. I love you very
projection
much.
capability in the region, and then has fueled the civil war in Donbass ever since for the past 8 years, again, to prevent Ukraine from joining NATO. It is at this point in 2014 that we saw really the fundamental root causes of the crisis. For the 22 years between the fall of the Soviet Union and the Maidan Revolution, there's no crisis in Ukraine. There is no war, there is no invasion, there are not hundreds of thousands of troops on the border. The status quo, which was to have Ukraine as a neutral buffer state, means that there is peace. It is not until the 2014 coup, when the prospect of Ukraine joining NATO becomes a real and distinct possibility, again, 6 years of NATO ignoring Russia's security concerns, that the crisis begins, and Russia invades Crimea and begins fueling the separatists in Donbass. It is at this point that NATO and the West begin a full-scale demonization campaign of Russia. And they say that Russia is doing this because, and we've heard the usual line, Russia is evil, Putin is evil. He is a revanchist, meaning that his principal goal, as Destiny said, is to rebuild the Soviet Union or the Russian Empire at any cost. And it's sort of an interesting prospect that for 14 years, the most that Russia had ever done was quell separatists in Chechnya, as well as provide material support to separatists in Abkhazia and South Ossetia. You know, that's some empire building project that for 14 years, there's no real expansion of the Russian state, again, outside of arguably 2 small breakaway regions in Georgia. It's in 2014, in response to a pro-Western coup in Kiev, that Russia begins its attack on Ukraine. But where was the provocation? Of course, the provocation was the continued so-called aspirations of Ukraine to join NATO, and then the ouster of democratically elected and most trusted politician in Ukraine, Yanukovych, and the installment of a rabidly anti-Russian leader. So what precipitated the crisis truly? Well, it was the Western forces. Since then, the West engages in this demonization campaign and says all along, even though they, and honestly, when Russia invaded Crimea, this caught the West off guard. The fueling of the separatists in Donbass caught the West off guard. But overnight, you know, whereas Obama said in 2012, you know, the 80s called, they want their foreign policy back, and Hillary Clinton hit the reset button with Sergei Lavrov. Overnight, we determined that Putin was always no good, evil, dictator, and so on, with these revanchist claims after his response to the Maidan Revolution. Does the United States abandon its ambitions for Ukraine to join NATO? Of course not. And these are some of the precipitating factors for the current crisis. In September of 2020, the United States flies B-52 bombers across the edge of the Crimean Peninsula and near Donbass, a very provocative action. These are nuclear-capable bombers. In June 2021, 6 months later, the United Kingdom sails a British destroyer, the HMS Defender, into disputed Black Sea waters, where it's chased out by Russia. November 10th, 2021, Ukraine and the United States sign the Charter on Strategic Partnership. And this is an updated document from 2008. Washington says it supports Ukraine's, quote, aspirations to join NATO. October 26, 2021, Ukraine begins using Turkish Bayraktar drones in Donbass, which decisively, of course, turned the tide of the 2020 Nagorno-Karabakh war. And of course, they purchased these Turkish drones from Turkey, a NATO country. And this is the rearmament of Ukraine. And then finally, the last straw comes in February 19, 2022.
Fast relief of your worst allergy symptoms, including nasal congestion, so you can breathe better. Claritin D. What is she doing?
When Vladimir Zelensky at the Munich Security Conference suggests that Ukraine may rearm itself with nuclear weapons. And so you see in 2014, the installment of the pro-Western government and the prospect that Ukraine will join NATO, something that's unacceptable to Russia, which they have made clear since 2008. And then you see with the precipitating factors throughout 2020, 2021, and finally in 2022, once again, a security situation that is increasingly unacceptable for the Russian state. A nuclear Ukraine, antagonism by the British Navy in the Black Sea, by the American Air Force over Crimea and Donbass. Once again, unfazed NATO expansion into Ukraine. And I would point out, for anybody that says that Russia is some revanchist state or something like this, what does Russia have to fear from a defensive alliance? I'll reiterate, NATO was formed explicitly, this was its express purpose, to counter Russian power on the European continent. The founding purpose of NATO is to contain Russia. After the Soviet Union collapses and Russia is weak and vulnerable and amputated, NATO expands in 3 major tranches, 13 countries over the past 20 years. The combined military spending of NATO exceeds $1 trillion in just 2021 alone, compared to Russia, which has only spent $67 billion on its military. They say that Russia is revanchist because it expanded allegedly into Crimea, Donbass, Abkhazia, and South Ossetia. NATO has expanded to 13 additional countries. They talk about Russian aggression when NATO has done far more military interventions in this century in Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, and elsewhere across Africa and the Middle East, whereas Russia had a minor engagement in the Syrian civil war. And fundamentally, what it comes down to is the ignorance of the Americans and the refusal to acknowledge that America is not a benign hegemon. We are the most powerful country in the world. The purpose of the military alliance is to contain Russia, and Russia, just like Ukraine, has a legitimate security interest that it is seeking to protect. And so therefore the special operation in Ukraine is something that is reasonable and pursuant to those valid strategic goals. The United States should listen to Russia, negotiate with Russia on some items that they can find common ground on, and if they had done that back in January, there would be no conflict. So that concludes my opening statement.
Go ahead, Destiny. We'll do some questions back and forth, and we'll maybe take questions from the audience as well. But as you guys know, the main part will be you guys questioning each other. So I'll let it begin with you, Destiny.
So before we dive in, because we agree on maybe half of this, and then some of this we have pretty big disagreements on, I'm curious if I grant almost everything you've said. Let's say that I grant that Russia has a legitimate security interest in having Ukraine be a vassal state or part of their big union. Let's say that I do grant that. Why would Russia's security interests there supersede Ukraine's sovereignty to make decisions for themselves? Why, like, under what? How would you tell an entire country, like, listen, we know you guys want to look more west. We know you want into these free trade agreements, but we can't do that because Daddy Russia's scared. So you kind of just have to cuck yourselves eternally to that country. Good luck.
Yeah, see, I've heard that argument before, and it's this question of security versus sovereignty. And, you know, unfortunately, I think the consequence of, you know, this NATO expansion and everything is that Zelensky was emboldened. You know, the question is, to me, you know, whether there's sovereignty or security, I think is sort of an abstract question. The question is, you know, why is Russia currently in Ukraine? Well, I guess you would say that, you know, Russia having some kind of control over Ukraine at all, or influence over Ukraine at all, compromises their sovereignty in favor of Russia's security. I would say this is just how great powers behave. This is, unfortunately, you know, fortunately or unfortunately, this is just how the world is. The question is, how do we prevent conflict in Ukraine? You know, why are there currently people dying? Why is there a war going on? And that is because NATO has expanded and emboldened Zelensky, and they have not negotiated with Russia. Now Russia has had to undertake something which, you know, they've had to demonstrate what a sphere of influence is really about, which is there's an underlying threat of the use of force. So, you know, I agree with you in some sense that, you know, Ukraine must be a vassal state for Russia to have its security, but This is how great powers operate. This is how the entire Western Hemisphere is organized. This is how Western
but if
Europe
that's
is
like
organized.
if that's the response, then why can't I just? So I'm looking for some normativity from you, not just descriptions. But if we are just going to go on descriptions, you can't really then attack NATO for continuing to expand, because I would just utter the same back to you. Well, this is just what the United States would do. Of course, we'd want to expand our sphere of influence and include Ukraine into NATO. But at that point, you're not really left with being able to defend Russia's actions any more than I would defend NATO's actions, including Ukraine.
Well, here's what I would say the difference is that for Russia, Ukraine is a vital security interest. For NATO, Ukraine is not a vital security interest, and that really is where the difference lies. Is that you know, once again, when you consider that, and you could say that, well, Ukraine has a right to join the NATO alliance. You know, they may prefer.
Which I would say,
there's a plurality of people in Ukraine who want Ukraine to be a NATO member state. But what exactly does this do for the United Kingdom? What exactly, and really more fundamentally, what does this have anything? How does this benefit the United States of America? You know, because ultimately, the NATO defensive alliance and security guarantee is built on the American military more than anything else, more than, you know, the paltry contributions of Germany, France, and the United Kingdom. It's about the American defense guarantee. And so the question is, you know, as far as Russia intervening, this is a defensive act shoring up a vital security interest. NATO expansion into Slovenia, Croatia, Ukraine. How is this? And I guess I would throw it back to you. Why is this a vital security interest for the NATO countries, and more specifically the United States, which underlies the whole security guarantee?
Well, so firstly, it doesn't have to be a vital security interest. The membership into NATO is contingent upon a country wanting to join, and then contingent upon NATO membership countries wanting countries to join. It doesn't necessarily have to represent a security interest for everybody to allow countries into the fold, right? We would argue, like, did the Baltic states represent like an actual security interest for the rest of Europe? Did any of something like did these countries need to join NATO to shore up the security of Europe? Other people might argue that the broader peace enjoyed by Europe might be because of the expansion of NATO, that it's hard to attack a country that is under this umbrella, this guarantee of safety and peace. Other people might say, if we start seeing massive excursion or massive fleeings of refugees and everything from Ukraine, they might point to that and go, oh, well, look, there's the security interest. You know, similar to when we had the massive fleeing of Syrians from Syria and we had a refugee crisis across all Europe. Well, now we have refugees fleeing from Ukraine because of actions that Russia is taking into Ukraine. I noticed that when you frame this conversation a lot, I'm not blaming you for this, but it's often framed as like an issue between Russia and the United States security interest. What is the Russian security interest? What is the United States security interest? What about Ukraine's security interest, right? If we talk to any of the other Eastern European NATO member states, like, oh, well, you know, like, how are the Baltics feeling right now? You know, how are Poland, how are Romania, how are you guys feeling right now, NATO? They're probably feeling pretty good. They're probably feeling a lot more secure. If you were to ask Ukraine, I imagine they would probably feel pretty secure as well. They probably wouldn't have to worry about their ports being taken over by Russians, breakaway states being recognized as independent. I think it's worth addressing. So to answer your question, like, in one, the security interest isn't necessarily relevant. That's not a requirement to join NATO. But two, if we are going to talk about security interests, I think we should be able to talk about the Ukrainian security interests, which is keeping their country free of Russian meddling.
Well, and I think that's actually, I mean, to ask the question is to answer it. What is Ukraine's security interest? You know, Ukraine's not very secure right now, right? I mean, Russia is invading Ukraine. Russia is currently bombing Ukraine and involved in a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And so, you know, what was Zelensky daring Russia to intervene? You know, when Zelensky goes to the Munich Security Conference and says, and he didn't say, you know, because I know you're very, very technical about the details. He didn't say explicitly, we're going to get nukes, but he says, look, he says, Ukraine disarmed because of the Budapest Memorandum. He said, we've asked the signatories 3 times since 2014 to shore up their promise from the Budapest Memorandum, which is to protect the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. And this, we're going to ask them 1/4 and final time. But if they don't do it, then we're going to rescind all the material promises of the Budapest Memorandum, which is like an implication, which is very startling, and I think you would admit, a very provocative thing.
But it's fair.
It's almost suggesting, and you may say it's fair, but it's suggesting nuclear rearmament on Russia's border. And so, you know, the question about security, it's like, well, this Ukrainian policy of poking the bear and saying, we're not giving up Donbass, we're not giving up Crimea, you know, and we are considering nuclear rearmament. And then they get invaded by Russia. I mean, obviously, this is, and the point I'm trying to make is this. the expansion of NATO, it's not enhancing the security of Ukraine. It's not enhancing the security of the United States or Russia. It's a reckless action, and the proof of the pudding is in the eating, because the outcome has been catastrophic for the whole world. We've now got potentially a shooting war, which could break out between Russia and the United States. This is what Zelensky is inviting. Zelensky is saying, let's have a no-fly zone over Ukraine. You understand what that entails. And the United States won't even send their fighter jets to Poland to compensate Poland, right? Because, and so the point is this: is this expansion? It's not good for Ukraine's security, clearly, or Russia's, or the United States. What should have been done is that Russia and the United States and Ukraine could have had a constructive dialogue about surface-to-surface missiles, about the Russian base in Crimea. You know, and there's just, and I don't want to ramble too much. This is my last point. I'll let you respond to this. You know, you talked about we can't enhance one country's security at the expense of another. Well, let's say for the sake of argument that NATO expansion enhances the security of Ukraine. Because you're right. I mean, would this prevent Russia from intervening if it was a done deal? Probably, yes. But what does this entail? This entails that NATO now has the right to put military bases, surface-to-surface missiles, potentially ABM platforms and other things in Ukraine. It means that there's a NATO naval base in Crimea if that becomes part of Ukraine again. This is a detriment to Russian security. So by bringing NATO forces, and again, and what is the purpose of NATO? The purpose of NATO is to contain Russia. So you've got NATO now, again, its purpose is to contain Russia and Ukraine right on their border. And you know how strategically important the Black Sea is. You brought those bases to Russia's doorstep. Is this a detriment to Russia's security interest? Yes. So if you talk about, you know, enhancing one nation's security at the expense of another, that's what NATO enlargement does. The status quo ensure the security of all the countries involved. You know, and I think the record of history is clear on this.
I don't like that it's equivalently talked about that, like, well, like Ukraine's security interest is to not be fucked with, and Russia's security interest is to continue to fuck with. So I'm going to be a little bit more lenient on the side of Ukraine that doesn't want to be invaded, that doesn't want its territorial integrity constantly threatened, that doesn't want, which I am glad at least you acknowledge, that like all of those Eastern separatist groups are fully funded and backed by Russian militaries, right? Lithuania doesn't have these problems. Estonia doesn't have these problems, right? You don't have these problems in countries that have joined NATO. And when you're Ukrainian and you look to the north and you look to the west and you look and you see these countries are in NATO, don't have to worry about Russia coming over to threaten your territorial integrity. I don't understand how we can say that there isn't a vital security interest there for Ukraine unless you're literally saying, well, there's not because look, Russia made it not, right? I don't know if that's necessarily a fair thing to say, that they don't have a security interest because now Russia is afraid of them dealing with their security interests. We talk about like it's so ironic, and this is another thing that's also ironic too, is we talk about like, well, NATO is an organization without purpose. It was created to only contain the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact, and in '91 it should have been disbanded. You know, people say that. Other people say, well, maybe the expansion of NATO can ensure greater periods of peace and prosperity for Europe, which arguably it has. But now, today, you have countries like Sweden and Finland talking about potentially joining NATO just because of how aggressive Russia's been acting. So while you might say on one hand, like, well, look, it's not in the security interest of Ukraine because now Russia's attacking them, I could say on the other hand, well, look, this isn't in the interest of Russia because now everybody else wants to join NATO. It feels like, and even if you are pro-Russian, you have to acknowledge that today the NATO alliance is probably stronger than it ever has been. There has been like a revitalization across even NATO skeptic countries like France, even Germany that was unwilling to go as far with some of these sanctions and military equipment, even Poland that initially didn't want to contribute as much. These countries have been revitalized in purpose, united against Russia, to where if Russia doesn't succeed in Ukraine, or even if they do succeed in Ukraine, it feels like now all they've done is create a stronger NATO. I feel like something that the United States has done a decent job of, say for Iraq, at least in the past 30 years, feels like exerting soft power instead of this hard power, this idea you need to invade and take over everything, maybe would have been a better route to go for Russia, rather than, I'm going to Sevastopol, I'm going to Crimea, I'm stealing your base, I'm funding these separatists, and I'm going to invade the fuck out of your country if you don't do exactly what I say. I feel like the era for that politics is past, and all Russia has done with their current actions is undermine the security of all of Europe, revitalize NATO, and threaten Ukraine's sovereignty for no real justification of its own other than they want control of that piece of land.
Well, and you even conceded though, it's you know, there is a vital security interest in Ukraine. It's not just because they're greedy and everything. And I would flip it on its head and say, we talk about the security of Ukraine. We're not talking about a bilateral security guarantee. We're talking about NATO, which is an empire, in a sense that, you know, the NATO states are beholden to the United States. I mean, we know this, that Georgia and Ukraine, their aspirations to NATO were recognized over the objections of France and Germany in 2008. We know that the United States run NATO. We know that the United States has always run NATO. So when we talk about Ukraine, it's fine and well to say, oh, well, Ukraine might be concerned or something. But we are talking then, you know, you sort of lose your ability to talk about, oh, well, my right, my self-determination, when you're talking about inviting another empire and becoming an outpost of another empire next to Russia and putting NATO bases and listening to NATO decisions and NATO military and becoming a vassal state of NATO in a certain sense, becoming, and with the European Union too, with the currency and economic union. Are we going to pretend that there's no pressure exerted on Ukraine from Brussels and the EU? There's no pressure exerted on Ukraine in NATO from Washington, D.C. as a result of their being joined up with these supranational unions? Of course there is. And I also want to frame the conversation this way. You know, everybody talks about big bad Russia, and Russia's this revanchist and Russian aggression and so on. But let's flip the script and let's put ourselves in Russia's shoes. The combined military budget of NATO, you've got more than $800 billion in military spending for the United States. $800 billion and $350 billion for the rest of the NATO countries. So you have $1.2 trillion in military spending from NATO, which is now expanding. And again, and you can say NATO doesn't have a purpose. I think that's a little disingenuous. The purpose of NATO is to contain the Soviet Union. The purpose of NATO is to contain Russia. They're not expanding into Africa. They're not expanding into Latin America. They're expanding into Eastern Europe. They're expanding into former Warsaw Pact countries, former buffer states, former Soviet satellites. So you've got $1.2 trillion in spending on NATO. You've got 13 countries are taken over in the span of 20 years. And you're Russia, and Russia spends $67 billion, which is a less than a tenth of what NATO is spending. And the West paints Russia as the aggressor. NATO is coming to their doorstep. They've got NATO is to contain Russia. And contain means we want to stop Russia, we want to prevent the influence of Russia. You know, that's a hostile action, okay? And we're aimed at creating a sort of circle around Russia. We want to contain, that's what NATO is for. And NATO is more than 10 to 1 more powerful than Russia. And so NATO then moving into the Black Sea, moving into Crimea, moving into Ukraine, 100 kilometers from Moscow.
I'm sure you guys are aware that U.GG is a great website to look up in-game stats. The cool thing is now they actually have an actual desktop app. And the cool thing is if you're in Champ Select, you can actually use the app for your Champ Select itself as well, which is cool. It gives you a bunch of information. So it'll give you information about every single person on your team, their rank, their win rate, etc., how many games they've played. So as an example, you can see this guy's hovering Twitch and obviously the Champ Select itself. And it's saying that it's his first time on Twitch, first game on Twitch in the last 30 days. So it'll give you that kind of information, which could be really important to kind of realize and understand. And on top of that, guys, they also have at the top right in game this little stats window that'll kind of give you an idea as to how well you're performing, you know, your gold CS per minute, your kill participation, your vision per minute, your level, and just kind of give you an idea of what you're doing well on, and how they improve on. So guys, the best part, this app is completely free to use. The link is down below. Definitely check it out and download it yourselves. Try it out, see how you like it.
Just by its very existence, this presents a security threat to Russia. You could say all you want, well, I can't imagine a scenario. Well, American leaders talk about this stuff all the time. I mean, ever since the Russian incursion into Crimea and their support for the Donbass, we hear from American leaders, they say, Putin's a killer, Putin's a thug, Putin's a dictator. We know that it is the wet dream of the neocons and of the Council on Foreign Relations and the State Department to depose Putin. This is why Western agencies back Putin's opponents like Navalny and some of the opposition parties. We know that this is what America does. They spy on Russia. We know that we back the anti-Putin resistance. It's the wet dream of the United States to have a color revolution in Russia, just like they had in Ukraine, just like that in Georgia, just like that in Kazakhstan. And so the idea that we can't possibly fathom a scenario where
Oh, is this that stupid quest line where I have to fucking...
more than 10 to 1. And that'd be like if I went outside your house and a nuclear bomb and a light machine gun and I came there and said, I fucking hate Destiny. I was like, but don't worry, I'm just here to protect like your neighbors or something. And you're like, oh, well, he said it's defensive. That's okay. You know, again, you have to look at the history here of the Cold War. The antagonism between the West and the East doesn't evaporate overnight, and certainly, you know, once again, NATO's founding purpose to contain Russia, and then it expands to Russia's borders and to say, like, oh, it's, you know, Russia has nothing to worry about here. It's just a refusal to acknowledge the Russian perspective, and this is where America's got its blinders on. It cannot see its own culpability. It has no ability for introspection and to say, you know, what is our role in the crisis? Are we enhancing again, the question, are we enhancing Ukraine's security at the expense of Russia? I mean, the answer is undoubtedly yes. And again, the thing about the ABMs is just not true. The ABM platforms can be converted into platforms that can launch offensive missiles in a matter of weeks. I mean, this is just, and you can look into this. I'm not a military expert, but this is what the experts say. The ABM shield, we all know, defensive capabilities can become offensive capabilities in a matter of weeks. They do have to be converted, but the hardware is there. And I would even get to some of the treaties, and this is something I didn't get into in my opening statement, and I really want to talk about the missiles. I want to hear your take on this. In 2001, the United States pulls out of the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty, which was signed under Nixon. And for people that don't know, you know, the United States and the Soviet Union agree we're not going to build anti-ballistic missile systems because it undermines mutually assured destruction. If a country is creating a shield where ICBMs may not be effective, this is going to only cause an arms race where countries will want to stockpile massive amounts of missiles and nuclear warheads, because if they got to go through a shield, then they're going to need twice as many missiles. So the Soviet Union and the United States agree, okay, no ballistic missile shield, you know, shooting down missiles is not part of our doctrine because this would incentivize an arms race. Well, 2001, the United States pulls out of the treaty and says, you know what, we're going to build an anti-ballistic missile shield. And they say, well, oh, don't worry, Russia, that's because of Iran. And so they start implementing this ABM shield, again, which undermines mutually assured destruction. Russia can't invest in this. ABM is very expensive and very complex. Russia does not have the capability. So what we're talking about here is the United States pursuing technology that would, and it's very difficult, and it's not, they're nowhere close to this, but it's the threat of it, create a system where they could potentially do a first strike against Russia and Russia could not retaliate. Undermines mutually assured destruction. Again, in 2019 under Trump, the U.S. suspends its treaty obligations to the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. They change American military doctrine and say that now surface-to-surface, short and medium-range ballistics are part of their military doctrine in Eastern Europe. So we're talking about potentially, theoretically, in a military engagement with Russia, launching surface-to-surface missiles from Eastern Europe into Russia. And Russia says, hey, you know, what's going on? You're suspending the ABM shield. Now we need to invest in hypersonic gliders and hypersonic missiles. You're undermining mutually assured destruction. In 2019, Russia says you're hang on, this last point, and then because I'm going a little long, then I'll let you respond. You know, Russia says, hey, you're redeploying missiles to Europe. He says, you know, why don't we just ban? He says, let's put a moratorium on all the missiles, because you know what's going to happen is if you shoot a missile against us, we don't know if it's nuclear or conventional, and until it lands. So I mean, that's something called warhead ambiguity. We would have to respond with a nuclear strike if we see a missile coming our way. The United States refuses to negotiate, and the United States pulled out of the treaty first. So, you say, how could they possibly be threatened? It's like, okay, well, NATO's expanding. Its purpose is to contain. The missiles are coming with it. The bases are coming with it. They're pulling out of the EBM treaty. They're pulling out of the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. It's like, you know, again, does the United States have no ability to look and see, gee, am I the problem here?
So,
but I'll let you.
The ABM treaty is garbage. Why would you want to be part of a treaty where only Russia and the United States are signed onto it? What about China? What about the Democratic People's Republic of North Korea? What about Iran? What about any other rogue state in the world that might obtain nuclear weapons? So this might come down to a disagreement on the matter of facts, and I maybe we just disagree on this, but my understanding is that nuclear weapons, ICBMs, are relatively sophisticated in terms of how they launch and the deployment systems for the nuclear warheads. You can put MIRVs on these things. A single missile can fire off like 100 different warheads, some which might be nuclear, some which might be dummy, that there are thousands of these things on both sides. I don't believe that anybody believes that anybody on the Russian or US side has anywhere near the capability right now to stop a legitimate second strike threat from any country. That if either side launches a nuke, everything's going into the air, and there is no shot that across the entire geography of the United States we have the capability to stop not only whatever weapons are shot from Russia, but whatever pops out of the ocean, whatever pops out of the Pacific and Atlantic, whatever comes by plane. There's no reliable way right now to stop. Like, Russia's second strike capabilities have not been threatened. And my understanding is that the ABM treaty is seen as kind of bullshit for the same reasons why some of the climate accords are seen as kind of bullshit. The United States doesn't want to necessarily play climate games when people like India or China have so many exemptions from these same things. Same thing with the ABM treaties. Like, that's great that the United States and Russia might come to some agreement, but I don't know what North Korea is doing. I don't know what Iran is doing. I don't know if I want to hamper my own abilities to deter a nuclear threat from one of these smaller states. I don't believe that Russia's nuclear capabilities have been compromised. And I'm pretty confident in saying that, because if they were, I feel like Putin would be screaming that from the rooftops every single day. I think that would be the first thing out of his mouth every time he talks. Because for however much I might hate Russia and however much I might hate nuclear weapons, some level of mutually assured destruction is probably good in maintaining some level of peace between countries. You nod your head, but I mean, Ukraine probably felt that way too before they deposed of their nuclear arms, and then Russia invaded them when they no longer had the ability to defend themselves from another nuclear power from invasion. In terms of like being afraid of a color revolution, I mean, now we've gone from, we're worried that the United States might lead a NATO invasion from Ukraine into Russia, into what are usually the liberal arguments of, well, if Russia sees a thriving, happy democracy on its border that's more west-facing, maybe the people in Russia are going to be really upset and they're going to revolt and there's going to be issues there. That doesn't seem to be a good argument for Russia invading Ukraine, because they're so scared that some successful country on their border might, instigate some revolution in their own borders, unless, I guess, we want to take this step further and say it's all like CIA coups, CIA operatives on the ground, fomenting distrust in the government. I don't think that's a good argument for them being able to invade Ukraine. Backing up, I have to ask, because you keep mentioning and you keep repeating these points about NATO is an aggressive alliance, NATO is encircling Russia. When has NATO taken aggressive action against Russia? And if these ABM platforms are so threatening, why is it that, I think just last in February, Biden is literally he's welcoming Putin to come and inspect these platforms. Of course, he wants to be able to inspect platforms in Russia as well. Why would we allow them to do that if the tech is so easy to swap out? You say that it can happen in a matter of weeks. I mean, Russia surveillance will catch that. It's not like you're going to be moving this stuff around and changing up these platforms entirely without anybody seeing that happening. Surveillance is where it is right now in 2022. What is the threat
Jesus.
that NATO represents to Russia? What is the threat? What is the perceived security risk aside from Russia not being able to invade partnering countries?
Yeah, so I've never said that NATO, it's a NATO invasion in Russia that's going to happen, or NATO. I didn't say it's an aggressive alliance. I said that the founding purpose of NATO is to contain Russia. So it's not like this is just an alliance like la-di-da, we all want to have safety and security. It's like, no, we are shoring up these countries against Russia. Russia cannot join NATO. NATO would not permit Russia to join. It's, wouldn't that be great for world security if the United States and Russia were in an alliance? That would probably be the best thing for world peace. But Russia is precluded from joining because NATO is an anti-Russian alliance. And you could just as easily say Russia's never invaded a NATO country. Russia's never invaded a NATO country. Russia's never invaded a Western country. They never invaded the United States or anything like that. And yet there's this fear that they're going to invade. And the point is, Russia's borders are not on the border of Germany, but NATO's borders are now on the border of Russia. And I've said this before, the mere numbers itself speak to the threat. This is a counter-Russian alliance which outspends Russia 10-1, which is now on their border in the Black Sea, in Crimea. And what's the security threat posed? How about an ABM shield? How about surface-to-surface ballistic missiles stationed all over Ukraine? Surface-to-surface missiles which can reach Russia in 5 minutes and are unstoppable and indistinguishable from a nuclear warhead. What's the potential risk? And, again, a lot of this has to do with something called the security dilemma. It's not to say that, because I'll grant you, it may seem outlandish. Oh, is NATO going to invade Russia? Probably not anytime soon. But it's like the job of Moscow and the job of the Russian government is to secure Russia against all threats. If there is this capability that NATO, with this, again, 10-1, massive military, far more sophisticated and more stuff and far outspends and bigger population, if it's on their border, that in itself is a threat. That existence of all that concentrated power and that tripwire right on the border, it's a huge threat. And even, going back to the ABM shield, I'll grant you, is there a legitimate reason for the United States to pull out of the ABM shield? Yeah, absolutely. You're right. China's not a part of it, and there are rogue states that are nuclearizing, so I understand what you're saying. But this does nothing for Russia. Because, now, and you're right, the ABM shield is far from working, right? It's we don't know how to shoot down ICBMs reliably yet. But the United States pulls out of the ABM treaty with no regard for how this affects Russian doctrine. Russia cannot spend on ABM. ABM is very expensive, it's very complex, they just don't have the means for that. And so when the United States says, we're going to create an ABM shield, oh, but don't worry, we're going to put it throughout Europe, we're going to put it in Poland, and we're going to put it over here, which could theoretically, in a theoretical context, prevent Russia from doing a retaliatory strike. This is a very provocative thing towards Russia. You may say, oh, Russia's got nothing to worry about, but that's the American perspective. What about the Russian perspective, where it's like, gee, are they going to build an ABM shield and they will have the ability? Even if the United States just had the perceived ability to strike Russia with impunity, that would be enough to present a security threat to Russia, which is the point. And so there's almost no consideration. It's like, oh, well, come on, they're not going to invade. Oh, come on, that's not a big deal. What about the Russian perspective? What about if you're Russia and you see missiles coming to Ukraine and you see the ABM shield pulled up and they're pulling out of the treaties? And theater support missiles are now back on the table in Europe. And you say, well, why wouldn't Putin talk about this? He did. He did in 2021 in November. Putin, in 2020, when the United States formally pulled out of the intermediate range nuclear treaty, Russia said, listen, I've got a proposal. Let's put a moratorium on all the missiles in Europe. The United States didn't respond. In November 2020, Putin reiterates, he said, I've even got a more detailed proposal, and we're going to inspect the sites, and you can inspect our sites, and it's a robust mechanism. No response. In December 2021, in a press conference, Putin comes and says, I don't know why the West isn't talking about my missile proposal. In January 11th, 12th, and 13th, the Geneva talks, they say, agree with us on missiles. Even the American security experts say that there's room for common ground, but they don't accede to the demands because, we don't negotiate with dictators. We will not be, held hostage by dictators. So it's like, you know, what more can you do when they're deploying missiles that can strike Russia in 5 minutes on their border? And the purpose of the alliance is to contain Russia. Yeah, NATO never invaded Russia. Russia also never invaded NATO. But who's expanding on whose border with their missiles and military base? Who's got the defensive alliance, which is designed to fight Russia? You know, it's not Russia.
Yeah, so I keep hearing this over and over again, and maybe what this is, we've hit rock bottom. We keep saying the purpose of the alliance is to contain Russia. Contain Russia from doing what? Invading their neighboring countries? Like, if Russia didn't engage in these actions, it shouldn't really matter. It's not like this is containing or trying to contain Russia in an economic sense, like we're cutting them off from trade deals, or like we're trying to blockade their cruisers, or we're trying to compromise their ability to move anything throughout the world. Like, this isn't the case. We talk about like containing Russia, and it sounds like we're saying we don't want to contain Russia from invading countries on their border. That's just that explanation just defies logic to me. You know, we talk about this idea that, again, we're always framing this in the case of U.S. security interests versus Russian security interests. Is Ukrainian security interest just not at play here? Do we just not care about this? And like, Ukraine has a genuine security interest in that they want themselves to be a sovereign country with the right to decide which alliances they will or will not join. And the idea that there might be NATO bases here in the future, that Biden is open to inspection, the idea that down the road, maybe second strike capabilities are lost in Russia and now they just get nuked by the US because we can do so with impunity. Maybe that'll happen 30 years from now. So now today we need to take over Ukraine. I don't know. I totally don't buy that as a reason. I feel like you could use that same justification then for Russia to essentially invade anybody they want that's near their borders and isn't claimed up by NATO yet. Which, if is the case, then that's an even stronger argument for NATO expansion. Every NATO country feels like, well, holy shit, literally these 4 letters are the only thing that keep my country from being invaded by Putin. Damn, NATO membership sounds like a pretty good thing right now. I don't feel like you've established a credible threat to Russia. You keep mentioning like surface-to-surface missiles that can reach Moscow in 5 minutes. I mean, like, if we were in like the 50s, maybe this would matter, that we've lost second strike capability because, oh no, the whole government is wiped out. Nobody even saw the missiles coming. But this isn't the case anymore. Continuity of government exists. There are submarines all over the world from every nuclear power that's capable of emerging in the Pacific or in the Atlantic and nuking, shooting God knows how many nuclear missiles at God knows how many targets, if second strike is something that needs to happen. You're not losing second strike unless you have, from Metal Gear Solid, some crazy anti-ballistic shield where you yourself say the technology doesn't exist yet. We're nowhere near that yet. And yeah, the idea that surface-to-surface missiles might exist in some part of these NATO countries that are, again, open to inspection from Russian leaders, that this somehow justifies Russia invading these countries for hypothetical security interests in the future, I just don't think that argument is strong enough.
Well, and here's the thing. Even if you think all my arguments are Russian propaganda, like, the reason why, because I know the NATO side says, oh, the security thing is just a pretext for Russian revanchism, that's all, propaganda. What would even give Russian propaganda credibility, if that's what this was, is the fact that nobody on the NATO side they won't even begin to acknowledge how Russia might have a legitimate security concern. Like, again, you just sort of hand wave away. Oh, so what? Maybe in 30 years, Russia can't retaliate. So what? Maybe they develop an ABM shield. So what? You have surface-to-surface missiles forward deployed in Ukraine. Like, big deal. That is a really big deal. That is a really big threat to Russia. And that NATO was formed to contain Russia. When we say contain, we mean we want to suffocate Russia. That's the goal of the NATO alliance. That's a goal now of NATO expansion, is to prevent Russia from influencing its neighbors, and by the way, that's just what great power politics is countries seek to influence their neighbors. It just so happens that the entire Western Hemisphere and Western Europe is the sphere of influence of the United States of America. And everybody knows full well that if Russia deployed the same capabilities to Cuba, if Cuba was in a defensive alliance, if Cuba joined the Warsaw Pact, if Russia deployed surface-to-surface missiles in Cuba, if they had a base in Cuba, everybody knows the United States would not tolerate it. Everybody knows the United States, and you could say, oh, well, Cuba's right, and so on, but the foreign policy establishment in the United States would not tolerate it. Nobody would even dream of tolerating that. Anywhere in the Western Hemisphere. Not in Cuba, not in Venezuela, not in Bolivia, not in Nicaragua, nowhere. But we're able to shore up in Crimea. Crimea is historically Russian clay, okay? I mean, this is a 70-year fluke that Crimea belongs to the autonomous part of Ukraine. It's just nonsense. The idea that we'd have a NATO base in Crimea, it's just like unfathomable. This Russian security apparatus cannot allow that. I mean, they just can't in good conscience allow that kind of a security threat. And I mean, you won't even interact with that argument. It's like, well, I mean, it probably won't happen. Well, it's probably like not a big deal. Well, for the Russians, it clearly is. And the point is to say this, you know, in this stuff about like, oh, thriving democracy and well, Ukraine chose, this stuff is really semantics. What we're talking about here is two great powers, two empires, and they're duking it out over formerly neutral ground. That's what it is. Ukraine is, you know, neutral, ostensibly somewhat under Russian influence. And I would say it truly is neutral because in 2004, right, you get Yushchenko. And Yanukovych wasn't this pro-Russian stooge that people make him out to be. You know, he tried to balance the West against Russia. He definitely leaned closer to Russia. Ukraine was truly a buffer neutral state, if not leaning slightly towards Russia, right? And the point is, you know, that, and maybe to get more fundamentally to the heart of the issue, why is there a conflict here in Ukraine? What caused this? We cannot acknowledge the fact that we have catalyzed this by trying to wrest control of Ukraine from Moscow. It's about two empires competing over a neutral state. And, you know, to say, oh, well, it's about democracy or this one or that one chose. It's got to do with missile placement. It's got to do with mutually assured destruction. It's got to do with all these things. And people will, again, acknowledge the Ukrainian security interest, the American security interest, but not the Russian. And, you know, I just don't, I'm not getting from you that you really understand what that means from the Russians. Like, I'm fully willing to concede, like, yeah, like I get why Ukraine wants to be part of NATO. I get why NATO wants Ukraine to be part of NATO. It's part of their policy of containment. But there's no willingness on the other side to say, you know, let's give Russia the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it is legitimate security concern to erode mutually assured destruction, which has been in place for 40 years. Maybe this is antagonistic towards Russia to put surface-to-surface missiles, reintroduce where they were not in 19, reintroduce theater support missiles as the backbone of American military doctrine. Like, there's no willingness to say, like, you know, gee, Russia maybe has legitimate opposition to that. It's like, oh, no, that's just all an excuse because Russia's evil and Russia wants to invade everybody. And it's like, that's belied by the fact that Russia has outspent more than 10 to 1 by the anti-Russian alliance.
We can keep bringing up the 10 to 1 spending. I don't think it's doing anything to building your argument. I can acknowledge that Russia, that Putin might perceive there to be a security interest. I can acknowledge that. Yeah, I can acknowledge that perception exists. And I say might because we both agree here that NATO has never made an aggressive move towards Russia. If there are
Russia's
conflicts,
never made an aggressive move towards NATO,
which is a good reason for Ukraine to join NATO, so that they stop being fucked with by Russia. That's an argument for Ukraine joining NATO. But the fact that NATO can expand to include Ukraine, when we both agree that NATO doesn't attack Russia, I mean, like, we have special phone lines installed so when there's conflict in the Middle East, the US will literally call Russia and say, hey, you have any guys there? We don't want to blow your own people up accidentally. Like, we go out of our way right now to ensure that there isn't conflict between NATO and Russia. And even if I can acknowledge that there might be a perception on the Russian side that there might be a security interest here, that perception doesn't supersede Ukraine's right to self-determination. And if you want to take the boring realist analysis of this, that's fine, but you're not getting any normativity from that. You're not telling me whether Russia's, you know, decision is right or wrong, whatever justified. You're just telling me that Russia will seek to basically annex whatever neighbor it can if it perceives there to be a security threat.
Fuck. I'm the least scared motherfucker in this whole thing.
When you use a realist perspective on Russia's dealings with its neighbor, all you're doing is revitalizing the arguments for a NATO alliance. And that's really all that's happened. Returning to the beginning of my argument.
Why do they get a fucking healer and a tank and 10 players, and we have 9 players, we have no healer, but we have a tank? It's weird as fuck. This game is so dumb and unfair. Like, we're obviously gonna lose.
Include these Central Asian and Eastern European countries, because if they don't, then Russia's just going to seek to invade them.
Okay, but again, this belies the fact that NATO expanded first. I mean, so NATO expands to 13 countries over 20 years, to former Warsaw Pact countries, to former Russian states, to former Russian sphere of influence. Russia draws a red line and says you can't take Ukraine. Ukraine is so vitally strategically important, you can't take it. NATO says, well, yeah, we're expanding there anyway. You know, boo-hoo, that's too bad. And then Russia responds, and then you go, see, that justifies why we've been expanding for 20 years.
There's
you
two
see?
huge.
That just proves. Hang on, I'll let you.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Go ahead.
That just proves. It's like But NATO expanded first. The United States pulled out of the ABM Treaty in 01. They pulled out of the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty in 19. They expanded to 13 countries before 2009. And then when Russia finally responds in 2014, a red line was crossed. And then NATO goes, see, that's why we're expanding. See, that just goes to show why you need NATO. It's like, and the point is, on the realist perspective, what is our foreign policy? What are we trying to do? Because, I mean, and to the point, getting back to the conflict which is ongoing in Ukraine, I don't like conflict. I don't like when people die in Ukraine. I don't like when Ukraine's destroyed. This is not in anybody's interest. This is not good for Ukraine, obviously. This is not good for America. This is not good for Russia. But what led us to this point? You know, I fail to see why, because there was no imminent threat of a Russian invasion in Ukraine. The problem was that Zelensky was unwilling, or Poroshenko too, unwilling to give up Donbass, unwilling to give up Crimea, unwilling to give up their aspirations to NATO. And the reason that Ukraine was so emboldened is because NATO said, we got your back. Ukraine would never dare to stand up to Russia and poke them like they do, but they think that they've got NATO, they get to go to Congress and demand a no-fly zone. And it's like, so what is the, in realist terms, in terms of how states actually behave, not normatively, not how they ought to behave, but in terms of how we know states act, and in terms of how we can expect states to act, expanding NATO to Ukraine, or even talking about that, is a provocative action. But we have done that ever since 2008. And that is what has led to the current crisis. And you could argue in a hypothetical timeline, does Russia invade Ukraine without the NATO aspiration? We can't know that. But we also can't, you know, arrive at the situation without analyzing our own behavior and saying, you know, how have our actions provoked Russia? Because, you know, at the end of the day, we have to talk in terms of the tangible and the real. This is the real outcome, and it's really bad. And this is a failure, ultimately, of American policy. And you could point the blame at Russia.
All right, this is actually really boring.
Russia's just evil, and, you know, they're just doing evil things, and you have to blame Russia because they're evil, and so on. And, you know, we have no culpability. But of course, in great power politics, yes, we have culpability. We're a global and a regional hegemon. So we do have to have some interest.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I missed him. Boom, 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 boom. Ooh, I pre-pressed. Damn. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 bam. Bam, ba, da, da, ba, da, bam, ba, bam, bam, ba, da, da. Ba, da, 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 ba, da, 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 bum, bum, bum. Oh shit. I don't have a spot for this motherfucker. Shit. Where can I put you? I can put you here. Pop cock. Pop your cock. All right. Fuck, I need to do Snorgast. Shit. Oh, I gotta do Snorgast, man. I don't have any Do I have the Unchained? Oh my god, I do. My gear's so poop. It's so poopy. It's so poopy. It's so poopy.
Baking cookies.
Hell yeah, they got 2 healers. Are they geared? Fuck yeah, they are. Why wouldn't they be? This one's not. Why do they get 12 and we don't? What the fuck? We have 13 players. We got 3 healers? Shit. That never happens. Oh shit. Someone's got worse gear than me? Holy fuck. That's crazy. Let the noob cap. I got water walking, bitch. Oh, no one's going blacksmith? Oh my god, they're all going lumber mill. Blacksmith. Oh no, I'm the only one here. Running. 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 Running so far away. They have rogues. Heroism. Go away. Go away. You have gear. Noob. I can't whisper him. This is stupid. I wonder what I have right here. I have something right here. That's horde only. Not sure what though. Oh, my racial. You guys got this. No. They're bugging side. We're still fighting over lumber mill? That's crazy, bro. I have to pee. Will I be fine, chat? Aren't these rogues coming here? That's what I would do. Crazy asses. There it is. Rogue here. Rogue here. Oh no, they're gonna... No, this guy got my trinket, so it's over now. It's over now. He's waiting for my rock Ellie to go away. What a fucking loser. How sick would it be if I get him? Did he really leave? There it is. So stupid. They get it for free too. Oh. My teammates are so garbage. Just win. Oh my god, I got a kill with my shitty gear. Dummies. I have to pee again. If we win, this is so pathetic. Alright, I have to pee.
Favor down. Chaos Bolt. Axe toss. Drain life. Drain life. Cookie. Solar beam. Storm bolt. Pony. Convoke. Blade storm. Shadow. Sprint. Spell reflection. Down. Camouflage. Down. Stealth. Dispel. Capacitor. Imprison. Dark passion. Chaos Bolt. Shadow dance. Drink initiation. Shield. Ultimate form. Cookie. Ultimate down. Ultimate form. Favor down. Skin. Cookie.
Oh boy.
Ultimate chaos bolt. Light protection. Divine shield. Explosive shadows. Crimson vial. Chaos bolt. Reflection.
We're back.
Resolve down. Reflection down. Fear. Handed protection. Fear. Eruption. Fear. Battle action. Fear. Protection down. Solution. Chaos bolt.
They're fire! Increase the fire damage dealt from your abilities by 20% and Lava Lash now causes the target. What did it say? So what does this do? It makes it... Oh. Are we seriously gonna win? This is incoming stables. Never mind, he ran away. Getting hungry. Stables. Stables. Whee! Shit. I don't want to fight that. Get him, Ellie. Get him. Pounding into that ass. He fucking chased him off. That shit's so funny. It's so funny. Dude, it's still fucking... It's still out hitting. Get him. Jesus. I can't believe we won. Woo! Oh, is he coming back? Come back. He come back. Oh, he coming. Uh-oh, this guy's got gear. Woo! 580 honor. Whoa, man. So much honor, bro. Do 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 do. The worst battleground. Yes. It's so bad. I wonder if there's a setting where this auto turns off when I'm in battlegrounds. Well, if there is, I can't look for it right now. Bum 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 bum. Oh no! Shit! Oh, it's live! What the hell?
Which means, I think, Red Warrior in Chinese. That's most likely what they're going to be playing.
Here's to the lower bracket, just the level of competition.
Euphoria.
On the AWC, but
Lichborn down.
Cloud9 is now Chun-Li, Wealthy Man, Flop, and Cubsy? And he's playing Warrior? What? That's crazy. That's crazy. Crazy, bro.
Darkness. Head stun.
I got this. Oh, I don't got this. Haha, they're slowed. Got him. Polymore made it? Wow. Of course he's playing Rogue Mage, Golden Guardians, Peekaboo, Steam. Who the fuck are these people? KZ Fox, Ace Clapper. I don't know who these people are. Is this over yet?
True shot down. Counter. Shadow dash. Train Cookie. Sprint. Wind Fury attack. Green. Down. Stealth.
Supplies incoming. Grab them, champions.
Thingy style.
No. Running. Running. Oh no. Running round in circles, exploring the worlds of the Warcraft. We're only down by 100 points. I'm just running around in circles. We need more Azurite. Fuck this battleground. This battleground sucks wiener. Wiener. Hey, I picked you up. Uh-oh. I got this, boys. I got this. Hopefully. Unholy assault. Come on. Spawn. Oh, they're coming. They're coming. Don't let them come. I got this. No, why are you here? No. No. I can't fight this. Running. Healing. No. Damn it. Oh.
Cheap shot.
Honestly, every single one of these rosters is looking solid.
Yeah, 100%. They're also dealing with a bit of a different meta. We kind of saw them adapting yesterday on the side of Europe. We're going to see that once again here in North America. They are, of course, on the tournament realms.
Who the fuck are these people?
Being able to make whatever build they want. We're seeing a lot of
Oh shit, I'm not paying attention.
highlighted and showcased in AWC come out to play. We saw that on Friday, so looking forward to seeing that on Saturday. But yeah, here's a nice little overview of they're known to be playing. We can also look at the bracket.
Running. I'm getting chased. You guys are losers, man. You guys are the biggest losers. This is funny. What is this? How far can I go? Shit.
Is very interesting because they actually have similar compositions with Jawa and Aiden. They've got the Shadow Priest Rogue. They could run Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman Mirrors into the Golden Guardians because I'm not thinking they'd want to run a Rogue Mage setup. The Golden Guardians are kitted right now to Mage. So we might actually have a Mirror, which would be very entertaining right off the bat. Let's see how is Peekaboo measuring up here against Aiden right in the first.
That's so funny.
I'd love to see some arcade.
What just happened?
I would as well. Speaking of Golden Guardians, we know that they played, all of the teams in North America played in those offline brackets on Wednesday. And let's take a look at a clip that we have.
Alright, where are people not at? That's where I want to go. Uh-oh. I think people are over here. Oh.
Kick me. Stage you. Yes, come out of berries.
Opening dispel. Regen. Iron bomb.
Nice. Oh, you done the I-beam. Damn. Where are you against Red Warrior, man?
What's your reaction to that, Zico?
I mean, this is what WizK does. I mean, the clip is from Appster's point of view, but you know, the player to watch is definitely WizK in that clip. Just WizK thinks, I guess, gets the mind control on the trinket life cocoon, and the I-beam actually ends up killing his own teammate. So we gotta expect big things of this man right here, and the Golden Guardians in general. You know, it's such a typical.
Wait, what? Are we about to win? No, we're not gonna win. I'm on the team. I got this.
A real fan favorite. Actually, a quick funny story is Thank you. And one of the things that my barber always talks about when I'm there getting my haircut is how good Peekaboo is.
Nice, dude.
He plays WoW, and he plays WoW, and it's kind of funny. I ran into him one time, you know, at the supermarket, and he was like, "Oh, because we used to go to school together." And
You know what I keep doing? Forgetting to put Earth Shield on me.
He had a barbershop, so I went by there one time, and yeah, we just talked about WoW the whole time. And he's a huge Peekaboo fan. I think he's actually going to be watching closely here. Yeah.
Cool. What a cool story. Yeah, I mean, they're definitely a team that is, like you said, a fan favorite. Their fan base is very large. You know.
Where can I go?
Out there. It's really cool to see. On the side of Unitas as well, they've got
Shit, we lost. Damn it.
the LATAM region. So I think just it's unfortunate when you see
Golden Guardians versus Unitas. Hey, bud.
Is also going to be an elimination round. So at the end of today in North America, we're only going to have 4 teams left.
Yeah, only 4 can make it out alive, and the fact that we've got Team Liquid in the lower side already, Golden Guardians in the lower side already, like they face elimination in this first and second series game of the day. Like, is this how they want to start their season? It's the first cup. They still got a couple of other cups to look forward to, but like getting that good start, just getting the momentum.
Damn it.
Accumulating a safe amount of points to qualify for the circuit, like you want to be in that comfortable position. You want to start off strong. So to me, it's Golden Guardians and Team Liquid that I am really hoping are going to step up here in the lower bracket and give us a run. But this is traditional Golden Guardians fashion, like you were alluding to, where they start off in the lower bracket. Everybody's just cheering for them. They want them to go all the way. Please do it. And it's like they just come so close, but they always break your heart just at the last second. So is 2022 going to be the year Golden Guardians can deliver all of the way?
I certainly hope so. Unitas also looking for that win. Of course, both of these teams don't want to be going home early on in the tournament, like on the first game. Would definitely be unfortunate for either side here. It's game number 1 on the Grand Arena, Golden Guardians versus Unitas.
this is going to be interesting. So you actually have Golden Guardians locking in the traditional Rogue, Shadow Priest Shaman, Unitas bringing in the Rogue Mage Priest, and Aiden actually bringing in the Assassination Rogue. So I think this is a good choice. I'm not sure who exactly they're going to be going after. I would say, just looking at this kind of matchup going head-to-head, I actually feel like RPS might not be that bad of a matchup into RMP, but we'll have to see how much pressure they can get out and how exactly Unitas decides to go in the early stages.
Well, both teams going to be leading with their strongest compositions, and I mean, if we go by historically, Golden Guardians is that team that dismantles Rogue Mage Priest. This is one of their matchups that they like to play, but I don't know, with the new changes to Assassination Rogue, maybe not. We're going to see immediate pressure onto Peekaboo here. He's going to use that trinket, trading it out for Aiden's Vendetta and Abrua's combustion right there, but now the counter kidney shot here onto Abrua. Both teams leading with big momentum. Life Grip coming out from Corlick, full blind onto Corlick by Peekaboo. Corlick's going to trinket out of that one, so they do get the priest trinket. With the Vendetta rolling onto Abrua, that's going to be the Guardian Angel as well coming out there. And now maybe a swap here, blind onto Absturge, kidney shot onto Peekaboo. Pre-earthen wall, holy fires are coming out. Do they have a sap or anything onto Absturge? You get a fear into a full polymorph. Nasty spell coming out from Whiskey though. And now Aiden in a lot of trouble here. Smoke bomb coming out. Aiden has his trinket and he will be forced to use it. That Panda Rachel coming out onto Corlick into a cheap shot, into potential for more crackle. There's the silence as well. Aiden with no Cloak of Shadow is going to have to fight things twice here. But it looks like he will survive for now. Both teams basically one setup away from winning the game. And Aiden has his Vendetta coming up right now.
Yeah, let's see who can pull the trigger first, and it looks like Unitas will. With 2 seconds left on the kidney shot, can Whiskey make the save? Void shift over. Peekaboo stays alive for another kidney shot, but after he's still crowd controlled. Gonna grip Aiden now away from the kidney shot. Peekaboo Shadow steps in to try and go for the win right on top of Corlick here with Absturge. Dogpiling on the healer, trying to land those interrupts and secure a kill, but not finding it. Now it's Peekaboo though, who has Vendetta available. It's going to be a big striker in the next couple of seconds. The next kidney shot should decide it all here. Who's going to get their kidney shot first? Dragon's Breath onto Whiskey, but no follow-up just yet. We see Absturge pre-earthen wall totem. Is Aiden going to go into it? No, it's Peekaboo who's going to pull the trigger. Kidney shot, Vendetta. Massive damage over onto Aiden. Dismantle out of it. Corlick gets a big heal out in time with that Ray of Hope. But now he's into a fear, potentially not going to be too big of a heal. Nice fear by Whiskey. No, that Ray of Hope is going to get Aiden back into the fight. Aiden's now building up for his kidney shot, his Vendetta available, combustion available. 9 more seconds for Peekaboo. 3 evasions. Can Aiden Shadow step behind the evasion here? Go for the kidney. No, he's going to get kidney shot himself. But Whiskey's in a polymorph. This is nice stall by Peekaboo. He's going to blink behind the pillar away from Aiden. He knows he's dead in this kidney. He needs to survive a couple more seconds. Now with that trinket Cloak of Shadows and those evasive maneuvers, Peekaboo will have an answer for the massive cooldowns. But they're swapping. They don't care about Peekaboo anymore. Swap over to Absturge. Stunlock onto Absturge. That's it. KO. Unitas game 1.
Wow, I mean, that was a huge combustion there by Abrua. I don't think Aiden actually had any cooldown, so it's just a kidney shot into Corlick's Chastity stun with a full combustion. Whiskey tried to grip him, and I mean, what a close game this really was here in game number 1. Unitas definitely showing signs of life. RMP looking very strong with that first damage there at the end. Playing absolutely insane, but ultimately it's going to be Unitas claiming game number 1. Maybe still potentially trying to go for it, but at this point, I don't think Golden Guardian is going to be able to take him down. Whiskey, he's a miracle worker a lot of the time, but I think it's probably going to be too much for him.
Yeah, you know, Abrua did such a great job as well in this match. You know, not only securing the kill there with his combustion, but actually he's the one who forced out Absturge's trinket. That's kind of why I was yelling a little bit earlier, because he sheathed Absturge and then he trinketed to save Peekaboo, and then he actually got sheathed on his trinket. So Abrua kind of setting up that win condition and finding that swap as well here towards the end of it. And we're going to see exactly Aiden does not have his combustion, and I mean at this point it's just Peekaboo. He has his combustion, he has his Vendetta rather. Aiden has no trinket, so they're looking set up here onto Aiden. This is their kill setup. Unfortunately, they don't have follow-up. That's the big problem there. That Ray of Hope coming through with the Guardian Angel, and Whiskey goes for the fear, but unfortunately, Corlick already getting that Serenity out, getting those big heals out. Aiden is going to be fine, and then here, evasion, trying to stall out, trying to make sure that he doesn't get kidney shot here, and then he's actually kidney shotting Aiden here just to try to buy himself some more time to get that trinket back. He gets the trinket back, he gets the Cloak of Shadows, and here the setup is going to happen onto Absturge instead. So Absturge Actually has a Fleshcraft shield as well. They
Yeah.
don't even poke off the Fleshcraft. It's just Abrua with a big fireball right there into the combustion, and then double stun. Of course, with the three shot into the stun from the priest with the Shastai. So just a great synergy there between Abrua and Korlik to set that up. And honestly, Absterge, he got gripped there, maybe a little bit too late there, but still, there was some defense there with the Necro shield as well. So a little bit surprising, honestly. Seeing him go down there.
Full flying on Aiden also. I kind of wonder, we're actually seeing a Blu-ray use the echoing results of it. So he's having to, like, they have no hex dispel, so every time Absterge runs a hex on him, he's not immune to really, really long extended hex. We have to saw him straight on the ice block. So I wonder if Peekaboo is blind to the mage instead in that situation. I mean, it's such a split second decision that was happening instantly, but I think a blind on the mage might have been able to keep him alive. But yeah, definitely. That was a crazy amount of burst damage, especially since Aiden was controlled for so long. But you get the feeling, or at least I get the feeling after watching this game, that it could definitely go either way. The Golden Guardian's showing a lot of signs of life. I personally feel like this is one of those series that's going to go back and forth. I really don't think we're going to see any kind of blowout here.
I feel like at that moment in time where he went for the blind, Peekaboo was probably thinking, if I stop the stun lock, then Absterge will lose Link or something. So it's like CC the Rogue, that'll stop a Reader Road or a cheap shot or something, and then it was the Holy Priest that stunned instead. Like if there was no follow-up on the kidney shot, then Absterge would have been able to get a cooldown off. So I'm imagining that was the thought process of CCing the Rogue rather than the Mage. Or potentially he had that resolve active. Maybe it was immune and they had no way to get rid of it.
Could be, yeah.
Like they had to just go for the blind. But yeah, still proving that Fire Mage is quite powerful in 9.2. Basically soloing Absterge with the kidney shot in that swap along with Korlik. Although you still got to recognize Holy Priest. I feel like the one thing we're not talking about that is the main strength of Holy Priest is how much damage they put out from their new set bonuses. The new build for Holy Priest allows you to get Holy Fires that are like 20 to 30,000 damage initial tick, and the dot actually also continues to tick at a really large margin. So you have to be afraid of all three members. The Holy Priest might kill you, the Fire Mage might kill you, the Rogue might kill you. Like, all three of them are a big threat. They tried to remove the Rogue on that attack, and the Holy Priest and the Mage were able to follow up with enough damage to kill Absterge. So this is going to be tough for the Golden Guardians, already down 1 point in the lower bracket to Unitas.
How often do Holy Priest play Night Fae? Is that standard? Playing triple Night Fae in this matchup, so yeah, that's interesting. He's playing the Loa Legendary as well, so kind of interesting build from Korlik. I don't know if that's standard in RMP. I don't think it is, but yeah, let's see how this one opens up. Cheap shot onto Absterge, immediately into Polymorph. Looks like they're actually going to be going after WizK in this game. And over on to Aiden to slow him down, but a big kidney shot now on Peekaboo. Brew getting really aggressive here with the combustion, and that's silence is going to continue to wreck him and shut down that damage. And now it's Golden Guardians looking to strike back.
Oh, beautiful route there on the grip. Aiden's going to be forced to trinket out right there. You also get the Guardian Angel, so both rogues already trading out their personal defenses. Vendetta's rolling on both rogues, and it's once again kind of a slugfest here between Aiden and Peekaboo. They're looking to find that edge. Next setup should be the blind. Here is kidney shot onto Peekaboo. Aiden might be looking.
Dude, what is going on, man?
Control as well. Now Aiden, kidney shot smoke bomb. That just might be it. I think he's dead here. Ray of Hope comes through. Is it going to be enough? It might be negative here. Does he have any big heals? Nice hex onto Korlik, and that Ray is going to be negative, and that's going to be the pod. Can they kill it though? That is the question. It's getting massive heals. Cheap shot onto Korlik. He trinkets out to save the pod, but I don't think it's going to happen. And Golden Guardians with a quick one take game number 2 right there. They force out the trinket immediately with the smoke bomb punish on the next kidney shot, and there was a bit of a defensive overlap there with the Guardian Angel and that trinket from Aiden.
All right, Golden Guardians coming back strong in game number 2. Gonna shake off, you know, the first game. It happens a lot. I feel like we can all agree when you queue up on the ladder, you lose that first game. The response is just first game. Get that out of the way, get the jitters out of the way, and now we're back to business here. Very early kill. It is not easy to take down an RMP, let alone an RMP so quickly, and an RMP of this caliber from Unitas. So well done to Golden Guardians, getting punishes on the defensive cooldown usage of Unitas and just immediately executing for the win. I was actually thinking that they might not be able to kill the pod towards the end of the game. Like, that game was so short and throwaway the entire game on the replay. play, but we're going to see how they were able to do it. So they get a kidney shot onto Peekaboo. This is when Aiden and Abreu are getting aggressive. Peekaboo almost goes down, cloaks at 10%, then just turns it around right away with this kidney shot here. They stun Corlick. They prevent him from getting gripped. It looks
Up to
like
5 friendly targets are healed by Chain Harvest. Will have Riptide cast on them.
and they overlap the Guardian. They
Harvest will have Riptide cast on them. Up to 5 enemy targets damaged by Chain Harvest will have Flame Shot cast on them. Flame Shot critical strike reduces the cooldown of Chain Harvest by... What?
He was like, okay, I got you. Kidney
That's
shot goes
fucking
on.
dope.
No Guardian. We're going for the win right now. And here we're thinking maybe he survives. He's got Ray of Hope, which stalls all damage and accumulates healing. But Corlick got hexed and didn't get dispelled for like an extra second. And this Ray of Hope ends up being negative, doing damage to Aiden instead. WizKid grips Peekaboo to the pod to get extra damage on the pod. They blind Corlick. Corlick trinkets, and they cheap shot his trinket. And that grip from WizKid, the couple of extra seconds just to get Peekaboo there in time to kill the pod, was perfect. Otherwise, potentially Aiden comes to life. Peekaboo has no trinket. It could be Peekaboo on the ground. So, clutch offense from Golden Guardians in game 2.
Oh shit.
Just absolutely wrecking. What's interesting is we saw a lot of the Shadow Priests in Europe yesterday not opt to run the 2-set and the 4-set, but WizKid is going all out with that new set bonus gear. And I mean, his scoreboard damage is absolutely nuts in this one. That Psy Fiend ultra punishing in that first attempt. Actually that second attempt where Aiden got incredibly low. So great plays coming out from both teams, but it's Golden Guardians who strikes back in a big way going into game number 3. I kind of wonder if we're going to be seeing a change.
Barrel speed duration increased by 50%. Each active totem increased your damage and healing.
If map selection is really going to matter that much.
Damn, both these are good.
Going on Maldraxxus Coliseum, so a large map, and this just makes me feel like Corlick wants to play far away based off his positioning on the Grand and kind of his positioning on Ashland's Fall. Seems like he wants to, have a huge distance, but at the same time, Golden Guardians they picked Ashland's Fall, so I'm not exactly sure who's map's favor.
I don't like that. I feel like so far away.
You get there in the smoke bomb in time. It's like as soon as you run into the smoke bomb, you're just gonna get crowd controlled anyway. Everyone's just waiting there. We saw it in game number 1. WizKid is just in the bomb with his panda quaking palm ready to go. as soon as he gets in, so it's a little surprise for the Holy Priest when he tries to move in and actually heal his poor Rogue who's just stuck there. Yeah, game number 3. Golden Guardians picking up some momentum here in game number 2. And yeah, going into the series, I wasn't exactly sure who was going to win. I feel like this is a relatively even matchup, and it's still anyone's game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the map. I think the map only matters if you're going after the Shadow Priests. Both teams are going after the road. The map matters too much in this matchup because it's essentially 2 setup based bumps trying to win with kidney into burst. So we'll see. I think the nice thing for Corlick at least is that he won't have to worry about the force of WizKid that much on a large map. That could be why they pick it, but then again, Corlick also wants to landing those spears on a large map. Then he gets blinded up, kidney shot onto Aiden. Aiden gets out. Hope there's the Guardian Angel. This time they don't get Aiden's trinket here, so this is a little bit different from that last opener that we saw. Quaking Palm with the WizKid sheep on the WizKid. Abreu with the question here, ready to go. Might be pulling the trigger here. Let's see what they can get down here. Peekaboo. Peekaboo actually sitting through the stun as well, so actually saving the combustion of Abreu this time around and only committing the vendetta on Aiden. Trying to bake out the trinket there, but so far both teams unsuccessful at getting that rogue trinket.
I think if they can pull Absters out in the open, they're going to swap. They got his trinket on the blind here. Aiden gets gripped on the bomb. Nice play by Corlick. Peekaboo is salty about that. I guess they had to get gripped on your bomb. Moment to get the trinket from the rogue and then kill with your vendetta later on. So not getting the trinket there on the bomb is going to put Peekaboo's team really far behind in game number 3. Aiden now setting up another stun on Peekaboo. It looks like he's sitting through it for now. Aiden launches a huge shift. So significantly on Peekaboo. He's struggling, popping the Aegis. He's just getting crushed right now from Abreu's combustion. Has to trade the trinket, has to trade the Golden Shadows. Another cooldown out of the spellbooks of Golden Guardians. Now WizKid is going to be the pocket save. He's got that trinket Void Shift to trade his health with a partner's health if they're in trouble and potentially going to be going down. Aiden dismantled. Peekaboo trying to build pressure on Aiden here, but Aiden gets vendetta. He wants to go for the kill. He pulls back to Abster. Tries to reach the small totem. Lined up here potentially. Let's see if he's able to secure it in time. Aiden getting crushed by WizKid. WizKid's mind play just turning into Aiden. Aiden trying trying to reset. Peekaboo and Abster's line of sighting, getting ready for the next attack, trying to stall it by time for the trinkets. They stun Aiden behind the pillar. Big damage coming up from Peekaboo onto Aiden. These set bonuses for the Assassination Rogue make them so much more deadly in patch 9.2. Peekaboo almost going for a solo kill on Aiden, getting shut down. Now Aiden turning it around. Abster's pretty early in the ball, goes into the crowd control. And he's break out of the team for a moment, but now into the full polymorph. Whiskey goes for Master Spell. Into a GR stun. We see the healer Cloyd moving forward, trying to go for a psychic screen. Not going to be going for it with that Tremor Totem down. Now Aiden into the kidney shot. Golden Guardians trying to go for the kill, but they're not even denting Aiden at this point in time. And I think this is why Cloyd went Night Bay Priest. He's going to have extra mana regen. He's falling behind in that regard. He's just going down mana.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Aiden getting low, a silence on the core like a freaking trinket, but no. Aiden just trades out his Cloak of Shadows, his Fate, he's running away. In the face of the Golden Guardians right now, trying to get something going for his team. And it seems like Peekaboo, I mean, he's still got his Trinket, he's still got Evasion, you know, he's got Blind as a safety net if he needs it. But Peekaboo doesn't have a Trinket. Aiden still has a Trinket, he's looking good. Peekaboo has some cooldowns rotating back up as well, including his Vendetta. He's going to use it right now. Looks like he's not. This isn't the setup, but he got a full fear. Whiskey gets a full fear on Corlix, so the crowd control's looking good. Aiden's still low. Uses his Aegis Trinket, very powerful Trinket. Now going
Fucking RMP.
Beautiful cross CC. Bringer Frost into Polymorph with a stun on WizK, a stun onto Peekaboo. Triple crowd control, full blind. Abster just decided to sit it, realizing Peekaboo's going to be A-OK with Aiden in a stun. Guardians, they managed to basically not trade out anything. A really solid push there by Unitas.
That wasn't even the Vendetta, so really nice stuff, but there's still a follow-up finish right now going to Peekaboo. They get any crowd control here. They have the combustion rolling for a Brua. Abster's going to trade out the Ascendance. It looks like Peekaboo's going to be completely fine here. Preemptively running. He knows the next kidney is going to come on him, and he knows he could be in trouble. Now they're going to be forced to swap over to the Mage. Aiden looks for the restyle, and he won't find it. He's continuing to come back. Corlix sitting down, getting a massive drink through all of this. So that mana advantage that we were talking about earlier, not going to be a factor here, because they are able to equalize that and actually take a lead in terms of mana. But I do believe that the Holy Priest will be spending a lot more mana than Abster, so if it does come down to that, it'll be interesting to see what actually ends up happening. Peekaboo with his Vendetta ready to go, looking for the kidney shot here, but right now he's going to be in a kidney shot. Abster's deflecting here with a grounding totem and the earthen wall totem. Now kidney shot onto Aiden. WizK looking for the dots, looking for some damage. Peekaboo with the Vendetta. They're going to trade out.
Where did I come from? I literally don't know.
Should be enough to keep Aiden nice and healthy here.
That's the entrance. I came in this way. We went that way.
There's a little bit of extra damage here to go with. Aiden going to use the kidney shot. That should be enough to allow Corlix to actually catch him up and reverse the pressure back onto Peekaboo. And both of these rogues are just looking for kidney shots on DR. Full sheet support. 200 plus crowd control. Damage spells WizK there on the Master Spell, but he goes for the Shadow Mend instead. And this game is a lot slower pace compared to the other two. We are just continuing to Anthony right now.
Let's see who takes it in damage here. Even though getting a team out on mana. Once again, Abster's Aiden in trouble down to half health. Pre-Aegis Trinket on the kidney shot. Nice play by Aiden. That's going to absorb 50% of all the magic damage. Now he's setting up a swap on a Peekaboo kidney shot. Big damage coming out. Vendetta is rolling. Abster just locked down in a Polymorph. WizK needs to help. Now he's still alive. Peekaboo's going to pop his Aegis as well. So some of the hits here. 30% health. Frost keeping playing after finally under crowd control. Connecting big kills. Now Aiden on the run. Peekaboo chasing after. Looking to try to take game number 3. Free evasion. Pushing back on the wall. Trying to avoid the kidney shot. But a Psyfiend is on him. Reducing healing significantly. They stun Peekaboo. They're trying to kill off the Psyfiend. It's getting huge value. Now Peekaboo falling behind. Abster just the Dragon's Breath. Who is going to fall first? Abster saving Peekaboo just in the nick of time. That Spirit and Totem. Waiting on the back foot. Interrupted. Training out the Guardian Spirit. It's going down to the wire here. Smoke Bomb comes down for Peekaboo. Aiden's going to trinket and get out of that Smoke Bomb right away. Does not want to throw the game. They've been fighting so hard for 6 minutes of nothing but non-stop intensity. WizK trying to push forward, gets Frost Nova, Dragon's Breath. WizK wants to go for crowd control and Corlix. They want to go for the win, but he's out of line of sight. A real getting there. Aiden gets pulled to safety. Pixie's trying to go for a re-stealth, trying to get a reset on Aiden here. Gets the re-stealth. He's going to get big garrote damage on this opener. He can go for Aiden right now. Corlix into the stun. He's waiting. He's patiently going to take the moment here. Potentially the whole game still in stealth. Waiting for Aiden. When is he going to pull the trigger on it? He's right behind Aiden. Now Peekaboo gets pulled out of stealth by the Fan of Knives. He's trying to go for a re-stealth once again, but Absterge is in a Polymorph. Peekaboo now into a Polymorph. Who are they going to set up on with that? I think they want Absterge, actually. A swap to Absterge. No trinket on Absterge. How is he going to survive massive damage? WizK comes in with the game-saving Void Shift, exchanging his health to Absterge, saving him in the nick of time. Now Peekaboo trying to get pressure onto Aiden. Kidney shot into Dismantle. He's getting smacked down by Whiskey, and Corlick is struggling to heal. 12% dampening. Aiden on the run, trying to get behind the pillar with Corlick. Big heals coming in from Corlick. Aiden is going to top off once again. Peekaboo's just pushing forward, but Polymorph onto his healer. Is he going to be able to survive? Aiden turning around, getting aggressive onto Peekaboo. Whiskey trying to move in. A swap to Absterge. Another kidney shot, but Peekaboo peels him away with a kidney shot himself. Abrua blinks in for a Dragon's Breath on the whole team to stall. You can tell that both teams want this, but I think it's the Golden Guardians that are getting ahead. They've got trinkets, they've got mana, they've got a huge lead.
Yeah, it's looking good for the Golden Guardians. 15% dampening. Unitas really with not too much left to see what they can do. Polymorph on Abster. He's got the trinket, but no Spirit Link. Peekaboo could be in some trouble. Gets DR stunned. Uses the banish. That should be enough for him to live, but now the Golden Guardians have got to make the strike back. Full blind on Corlick. He's not trinketing it. He's got a trinket. My goodness, he's kiting from Aiden. It's beautiful. Just running around the pillar, preventing Peekaboo from doing anything, but he finally gets caught into a kidney shot. Corlick is there, not to crowd control, trading on the fade, trading as much healing as he can. Great plays coming in from both of these teams. Keep in mind that we've got an elimination series in the lower bracket. This will be going home, so they're battling it out for dear life here in this lower bracket in game number 3. And right now, full kidney shot on Peekaboo. Same time, this game gonna pump it up down, but it looks like Peekaboo could fall incredibly low. Gets off his Aegis as well as his Cloak of Shadows. Peekaboo should be fine, but Golden Guardians got to start finding some momentum here.
Yeah, and that was Peekaboo's Vendetta and Aiden's Vendetta, right?
All nature and frost damage dealt is increased by 50%.
Also having his PP trigger ready, Corlick's mana not looking great. Absterge has plenty to work with. Corlick actually trying to sit down for a drink right now, but being kept in combat, Aiden right here, and Corlick actually will be sitting down for a drink. So can they stop it? Is there a void crash or anything here from Whiskey? It doesn't look like it. And Corlick is gonna get he's gonna get half mana off of that drink, so that's gonna put Unitas once again back in the game. And now Peekaboo in a full kidney shot, no personal defenses to really work with, but he still has that trinket and he pre-feints actually that kidney shot. So beautiful a shift here onto Absterge, double disarms coming out here on both rows. Brewer now actually gonna be the target of choice here. He had enough with his rogue race, targeting the mage a lot more, but this ice spot to go with, and so Abrua could still be a quite tanky target here in the matchup. We're trying to get the next things now, trying to get Abrua as well. And he's got a full shot back there, and a full sheet here on his Master right there, and now gets stunned right there by the Holy Beast as well. The Combustion coming out now on Peekaboo. Sheep shot coming out as well. Big damage here from the Combustion and the Vendetta. Peekaboo trying to trade anything that is suddenly from Abster just going to be enough. The symbols of hope is coming out once again. Keeps finding these drinks, but keeps running through his man so much.
The pressure.
Super low on HP. So much pressure now because they dotted up Abrua as well. Abrua taking massive damage, and Aiden has that Guardian Angel, so he's going to be fine. But Abrua finally able to trade off the Ice Block, and now they're starting to rush down the Mage. Things are really spiraling out of control for Unitas. Can they take Abrua down? They have no plan. Big damage coming out the side feed in the backline. Abrua actually blinking out of that smoke from there. Kidney shot onto Aiden and blind onto Abster, but they're still chasing down Abrua. Do they have enough time though to do it? That's the question. Aiden now acting his Aegis, trying to stay alive, and now trying to reverse the pressure onto Peekaboo. Unitas, I don't think it's looking too good for them.
No trinket, no block, but Peekaboo's into the kidney shot. The Golden Guardians just need to make a trade and get aggressive right now. They have everything they need to win this game. They're so close, but dampening is high. They're struggling to recover. They're trying to be greedy on the poly here. Whiskey into the stun. Peekaboo trades the cloak and pre-feints the next stun. Going for the win here. Pressure is going to be building as Whiskey is going to be unleashing a flurry of Shadow Bolt volleys. Blue's going to fall first. Peekaboo's scared to go for the kill. He's trying to run away while Absterge is in a polymorph. Can he go for it at this point? He's so low. Big heal comes in from Absterge with that Riptide. Is he going to be able to get another heal? Gets Dragon's Breath on his Hex. Kidney shot onto Aiden. Whiskey is interrupted. He drops the side feed onto Aiden, reducing healing by even further beyond. Aiden down at 20%. Guardian Spirit's going to proc on him, I think. This could be it for Aiden. Golden Guardians looking to take game number 3. They're cutting through all of the heals of Corlick. His mana is completely tapped at this point. I can't believe that he's still going. Reanimation from Peekaboo on the attempt of Aiden here with the polymorphs onto Absterge. Abrua just standing up the torches, trying to build pressure, but he's not finding enough damage to go for the kill. Peekaboo's behind the pillar, but he might regret it. He's overextended. Massive damage coming in. Absterge almost doesn't get there in time. Spearlink comes down. Now they're getting aggressive. Kidney shot onto Aiden. They need to close the game out. There's no mana left. They have to stay aggressive. Peekaboo trinkets out to go for the kill here. Aiden Shadow steps defensively, trying to escape Peekaboo. Peekaboo can't catch him. Peekaboo's in a crossbow, but Whiskey has to solo Aiden. Can Whiskey solo
for him to stay alive as Cloak of Shadows fades. Abrua blinks in, double
What?
Dragon's Breath, holding Aiden alive at 10%. Corley barely gets a heal in time. There's no trinket on Peekaboo. Vendetta available, blind is coming up, but Aiden gets blinded. No trinket for 5 seconds. Golden Guardians pausing the fight, getting ready to go for the kill here. Peekaboo doesn't get a sap out of the blind here. Doesn't look like he's gonna be able to get it. He's crossed the left. Peekaboo with the kidney shot. Absurge free Earthens. All of this is set up. Peekaboo free, feints the stun. He takes so much extra damage. Now Peekaboo turning it around. Kidney shot onto Aiden, trying to go for the kill. I don't think the Golden Guardians can believe it. They can't believe it that Unitas are still alive. They've been working with nothing. Can they go for the win? Peekaboo is half blinded. Aiden is so desperate just to keep himself alive at this point. We're looking at 50% dampening between these two highly aggressive contenders. Who is
Gain the
gonna
spirit.
take it?
This is literally unbelievable. I mean, Corlix's been out of mana for such a long time. Silence now on Corlix. Aiden just dancing with that, finally landing a big kidney shot here on Peekaboo. He's got no trinket. Come in 3 Aegis from Peekaboo, really paying dividends here for his survival. And I don't know if Peekaboo's gonna be able to survive. They overlap a ton of cooldowns. It's a trinket. It's the Void Shift. I almost wonder if they could go after Whiskey here, but just the basic run away from Peekaboo, kidney shot him on cooldown seems to be the strategy here from Unitas, and it's dropping 50% dampening. Abrua once again has his ice block. He's also playing blink stuns. He gets Kidney. Should be able to hold on. It's like a resolve ticket also, making the fireman incredibly durable, but has to trade out the ice block. I mean, Corlec with just no mana left. There's the kidney shot of Abrua. He cannot blink out it. Finally gets off cooldown, blinks out of the kidney shot. This is why it's so difficult to take down Fire Mage. It's this combination of trinket plus the blink. Peekaboo incredibly low. He's got no Cloak of Shadows. Might just die.
No way.
Raw damage. Aiden trying to turn around. Big combustion from Aiden. Peekaboo. What the hell? Both of these rogues. No way. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Somehow, some way, like triple fear here. As Peekaboo just goes for it, but goes after. The right move. It might be. It might actually be. Corlec with the Ray of Hope trying to keep Abrua alive. He still has his cauterized. Peekaboo getting incredibly low. Aiden into the full blind. Abrua goes for the double Dragon's Breath. This is just such an absolutely insane game. How are these teams holding on for such a long time? Siphoned by WizK. Abrua may have ran out of time, but at the same time, Peekaboo's got nothing left. He gets a shot here in the game. Can he land if these teams are playing out of their minds? The link, the pre-link, the pre-link. Such a nice play there by Absurge. Abrua burning down. He's on fire. No cooldown stun. 5% health. Right now, WizK's going on. He's on lava burst. Managed to pot him. Then they keep the pot on though. No, they cannot. 60. Unitas, but it is Golden Guardians that pull out ahead, but I feel like you have to give a ton of credit to Unitas in this one. I can't believe it. Aiden has some outrageous plays to survive as long as he did.
I mean, this is incredible, right? Because both rogues is doing such a phenomenal job kiting back and forth. Cornic consistently finding these windows to drink because he was out of mana, you know, before we even went to Damping. He was like 10% mana, finds a drink, finds another drink, finds another drink, and he keeps doing it, you know, at the right time where it doesn't cost us to be those defensive, right? And it's just such an incredible job. When you look at it, the matchup, like both teams have the firepower to kill somebody. I mean, we just saw it in the previous game. The rogue literally died on the second kidney shot. For them to live to 60% both of these teams just playing phenomenally defensively, doing such a great job together, not overlapping cooldowns and trading cooldowns when they need to. Even here at the end, you know, both healers completely tapped, still finding a little bit of mana to work with, and my goodness, the pre-link as well from Absurge later on. It's just so many plays to actually secure the kill. And I mean, here you'd think Peekaboo is just completely dead. He's 1%, and he manages to just kite and avoid Abrua and survive here, gets to vanish off cleanly, is in stealth for just a tiny bit of triple fear, and then to have the presence of mind to actually go and get aggressive when you have basically no defenses left and you have basically no HP as well to work with, just triple fear, and to realize, okay, only defense we have right now is just the mage, go after Abrua, and get dropped. Cauterize here very shortly as well. Get the Guardian Angel, and at this point it just doesn't do anything. Look at the Cornix mana, just completely tapped, and they get Abrua to about 50%. Then here, the crucial interrupts as well coming out from Absurge. This is the key link right there from Absurge to save Peekaboo there, and in this case, Peekaboo chase down Abrua here. Peekaboo on one side, Whiskey on the other side, cornering him there, and they finally get the pod. And 5, and finally the Golden Guardians are able to take the win. But
Casting Chain Heal makes your next Chain Lightning instant cast. Casting Chain Lightning makes your next.
Wait a minute. Out damage the fire. That's pretty. All right.
I'd rather have the Earth Elemental.
Guess it happens. I kind of wonder. I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I feel like at that point in dampening, if you ran 60% dampening, there's no way that the Shadow Field is a good target, right? Like, I feel like he's the one that's getting all the master spells and polymorph. If you just put a hit shot on this K, I know early on in the game it's really difficult. You don't really keep it open, but later on in the game, I can't help but feel if you have like a stationary target, like a Shadow Priest, and you have an Assassination Rogue on him, that might have just been a more effective strategy. But I kind of wonder how many times these two teams have went to 60% dampening in this matchup. I can't help but feel like it's not a lot.
This was not the series I thought would go into. Was this our deepest dampening? I think this is our longest game.
Yeah,
I was not expecting these teams as these comps to be the longest game. Here I'm thinking we'd need to get like Swapsy versus Cloud9 Wizard battle to get to this level of dampening, but like Unitas versus Golden Guardians, I wasn't expecting that. Like these compositions are so lethal. To be able to get the game to go that long, like you're always just having to think ahead, like what's the next CC that's gonna hit? I predicted this and you predicted that, and you can free-run right now or you're gonna die. Like there's a lot more going on in the game than you can really take into account just by watching it. I'd love to see like a peekaboo POV of that game and be like, well, how did he survive that? What was he thinking in those moments? Down in the past, survive that long against RMP. Corlick is doing insane damage. It almost makes me think of Bruin needs to be doing damage, though. I feel like in that long game, really, just behind the Holy Priest. I don't know.
Honestly, Bruin didn't really get that much value. Like we saw in the previous two matches, Bruin did some insane velocity with that one kill on Abster, which he literally saw it. But in this game, especially actually at the second to last combustion, he got 0 damage out of it. He was loading up a big combust, and you know what a lot of mages do is you start casting a fireball, and right before the fireball goes off, you press the combust, and that will give you some extra pyros during your big burst moment. And he was doing that. He got kicked as he popped the combust before the fireball went off. So he was kicked with combustion active, and he just got burst off. He did 0 damage with it. And that was really into damage, towards the ending stages of the game. So things like that, especially late in the game, will really reduce your damage. Consistent damage to Fire Mage, it's not really there. What you're doing most of the time is building up that combustion, getting some big cooldowns, and then just building up the next combustion. Eventually, combustion, they don't have cooldowns to trade. That's where you find the win, and you mix that in with that as well for Aiden, and that's how you see a lot of these skills happen. Aiden pushing out a trinket, from Abster, hitting Peekaboo, and then you have a combustion to finish Abster drop, for example. So, things like that, if that happens, it's really rough for your total damage.
It's hard to know. His matchup has kind of changed. I mean, this match, the game over 3 weeks ago.
Enemies within 20 yards have 44%.
King, just kidney shot, do damage. I mean,
Enemies within 20 yards have a 45% reduced movement speed and melee attack speed. Your attacks have a chance to call down a transform bolt at the target location, inflicting cosmic damage to all enemies within 5 yards.
Fire might be useful. The only problem is Absurge might be able to abuse that by running in, but every kidney shot with a Ring of Fire might actually really skyrocket Saburu's consistent damage and his ability to kind of pump during their burst moments. But I don't know if it's really worked out. It could backfire. Empyrean Domain, so it seems like both these teams like the large maps, like the largest maps possible. I think both rogues just want to be able to put out evasive maneuvers when they're in trouble and just run away across the map, because it seems like it's just an all-out rogue race when ultimately it wasn't Blue that fell, and I think Unitas, they need to realize that if the game gets late, you can
What
go
the hell?
Like, I don't think WizK, I mean, once you get through the dispersion, which you should be able to do, also you don't have to worry about things like Mass Dispel anymore. You've got a kidney shot, all that damage is going to really add up, as well as the combustion. Combustion gets dispelled off by WizK. It makes it a lot more difficult to actually put out that consistent damage. So maybe some things to think about, but I would be surprised if we could put a 63% dampening.
I like the value. So you do got, or not serious there, Absurge actually got a huge value out of his set bonuses. I was a bit worried about the Shaman set bonuses and how much value they would be getting, but like right at the end of the game, in that replay where he was right behind the killer, you could see every time he puts a totem down, that totem casts a chain heal, and like if that chain heal wasn't there, Peekaboo would have died. Like, we dropped down on the totems that all healed Peekaboo while he had 0 mana, and the chain heals that I showed from the totems were like counting as live. So, you know, some set bonuses like Holy Priest, you're getting 30k Holy Fires. That's pretty crazy for the Holy Priest to be running them, but Resto Shaman, that can definitely got value. The chain heals from the totem. It's nice to see, you know, some other healers getting flexed here. We have to see how they can do in a Holy Priest world right now. Can Abster stay alive? They're on match point. They win this. They're going to continue on. Unitas will be eliminated, but it's not going to be easy. That was a sweaty grind. That was
Jesus, 28k.
I'm pre-doing this go. You pre-do that go. I got this go. You got this go. No, run away, run away. Like, that was 16 minutes of intensity. Like, that takes stamina to be able to do that. Can they do it again here facing Unitas?
A good shutdown there by WizK. Using that Pandar and Rachel right away into the kidney shot, but Dragon's Rush shuts it down. Both teams playing incredible.
Oh, that's what that is. Okay.
Some big damage on Peekaboo during this kidney shot, but it looks like Abster easily feels that pressure. No trap control really going to be landing, and now it's up to Golden Guardian to kind of reverse the pressure with this dismantle on Peekaboo. But
Jesus.
Kidney shot on Aiden soon.
Oh my God.
From Abrua, Unitas is really focusing on that hit and run strategy. Throw the kidney shot on Peekaboo and then run away for as long as possible. Just try to stall the goes. And look at this. Now Peekaboo's in another kidney shot. Able to find his own, but it doesn't look like it's going to be accomplishing too much. Pre-Earthern by Absurge once again, really well done.
Yeah, nice pre-egg is as well there from Aiden. So both rogues here are going to be completely safe in that situation. But it is going to be Aiden actually taking a little bit more pressure here on Peekaboo. Who's still looking like he needs to wait a long time so we can have that, and 33 more seconds on that big cooldown. Everybody so far having their cooldowns ready to go, and you can tell maybe the players have swapped around a little bit. They're getting a little bit more comfortable, the pacing of the matchup, and I like this a lot from the Golden Guardians. Try to target the mage more often. Try to see here onto Abrua, because ultimately he was the one that's telling. He's a big player for this team. Nice Dragon Class Reaper Sheep onto Absurge. WizK to get it off. It doesn't look like he can go for that massive spell. And it doesn't look like he's getting too much fun with it, actually. It's kind of a defensive sheep almost. It doesn't really amount to anything. Now they have potential of Absurge, but actually out of crowd control. So he actually stunned him up there with the Holy Priest, and here comes the Holy Fire. Here comes the damage onto Peekaboo, but no stun anymore. So
Dealing frost damage has a chance to break off a portion of your foe, reducing their health by 5%.
Break out of that one with the Will of Forsaken. Once again, going to be the target of choice here, and that's going to be some
In store Fury Talent.
I think Abrua should be. Absurge in a polymorph once again though. Pre-Earthen Wall Totem coming out, and a triple fear coming out from Orlick here as well. Kidney shot though onto Aiden. Peekaboo should be completely fine here. He's got his feint as well as his evasion here in that situation. And now once again it's going to be Aiden here on the back foot. The next kidney shot could be lethal. There's the silence on Orlick, and they find it. Aiden realizing the situation is in Abrua as well. Nice polymorph there on the Peekaboo. Kind of killing the situation before it happens. Now Peekaboo in a kidney shot, so good job here by Unitas calling out. It could be a deadly situation, but still Abrua not out of the mix yet. They don't have the Ray of Hope yet. They don't have that Guardian Angel yet.
That's so annoying.
You need to be a little bit careful here for the next 10 seconds or so. This kidney shot could be lethal. WizK is moving in. Can he find a fear onto Orlick? No Will of the Forsaken if he does, but doesn't look like he's going to find it. And they are going to swap over to WizK. Big damage coming out, but that's going to be the expression being traded out toward the combustion of Abrua.
Good calculated trade by WizK here. Only 3 minutes in. Corlick's half mana, but a polymorph lands. They are committed to WizK. Can they kill him through the Aegis? It's absorbing so much damage right now, but he's at 40%. He's going to use Quaking Palm on Aiden. Trying to slow
All nature and frost damage status increased by 50%. Each Stormbringer buff you consume increases the damage of Storm Strike by 3%. After generating 20 stacks, the cooldown of Storm Strike is reduced by 50%.
Surprising amount of damage on Abrua right now. It's match point for the Golden Guardians. Unitas facing elimination. Abrua holding on by a thread. Corlick managing to get massive heals into that Ray of Hope and saving the day. Abrua back to full health, but WizK is still rolling up. Abrua going to blink out of the kidney shot. Try and get aggressive. Gets corroded after the blink. Absurge behind the pillar. Line of sighting crowd control. Getting ready with that earthen wall, but Aiden rolls up with a full blind and wraps around the corner to get back onto WizK. They seem to be pretty committed to WizK here. I don't think they're getting a sap out of this. They're going to use Chastise Stun on Absurge. Abrua trying to get a Ring of Frost around the corner. Not finding it just yet. WizK pre-mass dispelling. Anticipating the polymorph. Abrua is not going to find it. Absurge bunkering coming down, avoiding the CC, but this split damage from the Golden Guardians is so threatening. They're going after Abrua, they're going after Aiden, and Corlick is spending so much mana to heal through this huge amount of damage. Now they're swapping back. Aiden is the target. WizKid is launching Shadow Volley for Shadow Volley. Huge pressure on the Aiden. Corlick gets fully feared by WizKid. Mass Dispel attempt gets interrupted by it. Peekaboo's trying to sap, I think, out of the fear here. He gets the sap out of the fear onto Corlick. This could be a trinket before the blind. Abrua getting devastated. Aiden getting devastated right now by the Golden Guardians.
Definitely working out of the stuns though, but one thing about going after Abrua is it makes it a lot more difficult for him to actually get to the face of Absurge and kind of abuse him with those Dragon's Breaths and Polymorph. So Golden Guardians doing a great job with their strategy adaptation, forcing Abrua to play very defensive, and that is not what you want as the Fire Mage. I like their attempt onto WizK, but this seems to be really taxing the mana. Corlick starting down to 10%, big attempt here onto WizK. This is the Vendetta. Can they get the dispersion? WizK trades out the fade. Should be okay, potentially gets the Road Silence as well as Aegis. Right now, Abrua into a full stun on that combustion. Beautiful kidney shot. Abrua does not have the blink available. Keep that entire stun, but now switching over to a Peekaboo. Both teams seem to just be hitting multiple targets now. I guess just going after one target was a bit too scripted. Both teams dealing really well. That's why we went so deep into dampening, and now both sides are trying to pressure multiple members, keeping the enemies guessing.
Yeah, and
Dude, Elemental Blast is so ridiculous.
And Abrua, can they find a sap here? Peekaboo is in a sheep, he gets disarmed. Doesn't look like he will
What?
find it. So Corlick sitting through that blind very comfortably here. But earlier they were able to actually knock it, and now they get the. I was just about to say they were able to knock the dispersion with the combustion and the vendetta. But guess what? Now WizK had to use it. The combustion and vendetta is coming up, so that could be a very scary situation. But they're swapping over to Corlick, silence onto him, and they find only more crowd control. It has this trinket though because he did sit through that blind. So if he gets the kidney shot, he could trinket out of it. I think he might have to. He's sitting up for kidney shot right here. Nice Dragon's Breath though. Healing situation there by Abrua. Guardian Angel is going to come through.
I don't know what the fuck just happened.
The Golden Guardians that we love to see, where they're just swapping around the whole team and you don't really know who they're going to go after next. But I am terrified for WizK because that combustion is up, the vendetta is up. Earthenwall Totem just got traded out for that vendetta, and that is a massive amount of damage there onto Abrua, blocking the Cauterize and getting the ice block there as well. So, and now Abrua linking out of that kidney shot. And he still has that combustion. He's going to need to make the count here, Sid.
Abrua getting uppercutted there, almost knocked out KO at match point. Cauterize nice block out of the way. Guardian Angel in the way, but surprisingly, Absurge is the one lower on mana. WizK with limited options here. How are they going to deal with this kidney shot? Absurge puts Healing Tide behind the pillar. They disarm Aiden, so he's not able to kill the Healing Tide quickly enough. WizK survives another kidney shot. Sounds on the target, trying to blink away to safety with that Soul Shape. Peekaboo in hot pursuit, gets Dragon's Breath away. Polymorph by Abrua attempt here, trying to get Peekaboo off of his back as much as possible. Polymorph onto the Dispel, getting control of them. It's going to be coordinator 8, trying to set up. They still need to get through another dispersion. Pre-Vampiric Embrace.
What just did so? Oh my god, dude.
Kidney shot onto WizK. Looks like he pre-Aegis this kidney shot, but it doesn't even look like it matters. He's getting cut through and cut down right now. 30% health. No CC on the team. They don't want to choke here. They trade dispersion. Wait and see if that ends up costing them later when they can't get the stun lock. Passing down into a Ring of Frost.
Oh my. What the fuck? Yo.
Combustion is going to meet face to face between WizK and Abrua. Abrua gets stunned on his combust. They purge it off. Abrua gets pulled away from the onslaught. The Shadow Step will go for the kill, and he's not able to find it. The Guardian's here to Corlick saves the day. Corlick, look at his mana. He got so much more mana than Absurge here in game number 4.
Yep, blind on WizK, and now a big swap on Peekaboo. He's got no trinket. He gets gripped away. This is great pressure from both these sides. I like the adaptations. 21% dampening. WizK, no dispersion. They could go after him. Peekaboo incredibly low as well, but this Polymorph, WizK trying to go for massive damage. Picked there by Aiden, shut down. Now Peekaboo.
Jesus, man.
Blink there by Abrua. Polymorph up. Going control on the road and going after this stationary target. This is exactly what I was talking about. After the pass straight up the Spear Totem, Golden Guardians is running out of time, but at the same time, Abrua, there's no ice block. There is no Cauterize. It's going to be all up to Corlick, but he is in a stun. Abrua on the run, trying to survive. Beautiful all the time. Blinking out of the stun once again, just on the run, allowing his rogue to basically go on a solo mission. This is still anyone's game, but I like their strategy a little bit better. Abrua right now with the combustion, throwing out some damage. WizK doesn't really have too much of a response. 1 second here on the version. He's going to trade it out. He's getting really low. He's going to trade it out. He trades up the fade. A big greedy, has to trade out Dispersion as well. He has Life Swap. That's the last line of defense for the Golden Guardians, that Life Swap. And Unitas is looking pretty good. A minute here for Brua's Ice Swap. If he gets that back, I would say probably game over.
Oh my god, these powers are so ridiculous.
You need to be careful. He has that power chip, but no trinket. You can find a CC on the upstairs and just put him in a stun. That's definitely an opportunity for Unitas, but also Corlic has no trinket. There is a Vendetta ready on Peekaboo, but here we go. That's the setup. Whiskey though has the Aegis and gets the massive one there. Should be kind of okay in the situation. No big damage coming out. He's only 10 seconds left on his trinket, so I don't think they're going to be swapping over to him.
Dude, this thing's broken.
I think they're going to just go after Aiden here. No trinket onto Aiden. It could kill him in a stun. There's the smoke bomb. Aiden with the Aegis. Nicely done by Aiden there, reading that situation. And now Whiskey could be in a lot of trouble. He has the voice.
Oh my god, what the fuck? What are these powers I have, man?
On the flip side, nice shots that kick there onto Abster. Angel. And there's the void shift that we're talking about. Abster now in a full blind. Doesn't want to overlap with his trick. Peekaboo using his Aegis as well. And Whiskey.
That's a one shot.
That Maruki was talking about. If they go after the Shadowfish deep into dampening, it could be such a vulnerable target.
Yeah, strategy swap up by Unitas. Up mana is even out. Whiskey's getting alive. 4 more seconds to his disperse. He gets counterspelled on his heel. Peekaboo now on the back foot. They're swapping back to Peekaboo. He's going to trade his evasion right away. Has Cloak of Shadows available. He may have to trade it right here. Cloak of Shadows now pop. Peekaboo is left vulnerable at this point. 11 minutes in, but Aiden stunned up. They're going for the win on match point. Peekaboo gets Frost Nova. He can't catch up to Aiden behind the pillar. Stuck with Whiskey and a Frost Nova. Abrua with sick peels. He gets a polymorph on the Absurd. Now Peekaboo potentially on the back foot. Aiden shadow stepping in, trying to go for the kill. Gets dismantled. He can't stay on target. He's going to go after Whiskey. Whiskey has to disperse. That was the combustion for Abrua at least. He's going to have that out of the way with a fair trade. But in the back line, trying to make sure that he can keep his team stable. This goes to the dampening. Absurge is working with basically nothing. He's trying to sit down for a drink. Absurge, how much mana is he going to get? Abrua moves in. He gets
40% dampening.
Absurge, he's getting a couple of ticks of mana. That's a lot better than 0 right now for Absurge here on match point. 41% dampening. They're still going after Whiskey. Is he going to be able to hold strong? Pre-Earthen Wall Totem on the Chastise. Corlic in position, gets the Psychic Scream. Polymorph on Peekaboo. Aiden going for the kill onto Whiskey. Fade has faded. He's trying to mass the spell around the corner. That's a full Polymorph, no trinket. Whiskey into the Garrote in game number 4. Can they finish? Whiskey and go to game number 5. Another Polymorph. Aegis activates for Whiskey at below 50% health. He's standing right next to Absurge. In case he needs to Spirit Link Totem here, he's going to have to. The enemy is so high at this point. He's trying to be greedy. He's trying to hold on to it for a setup later on, but look at the dots. Aiden, Abrua rotting down. Corlic with no mana left. Master Spell slips through from Whiskey. Now going for Fleshcraft on the interrupt. He's taking all the interrupts. Absurge is going to Fleshcraft while there isn't any left. Try and stabilize Whiskey, but the Spirit Link Totem is already been burned through. He's running out of options. The momentum could potentially be in favor of Unitas here. This could be the game-winning kill right now with Fade available. Maybe not. Whiskey escapes the kidney.
What is healing this guy?
I can't believe how long these teams know. Aiden, he's gonna get potted. He's in the seed. Is he gonna go down in the seed? Abrua is trying to save the seed, spamming polymorph after polymorph to save it, but it is not enough. Golden Guardians take it.
Dealing physical damage has a chance to confuse the target, compelling them to fight alongside you.
See the replay, but that was a fraction of a second to getting Guardian onto Aiden instead of the pod. So a bit unfortunate there. Really crazy amount of damage. I mean, we see it. These rogues when they have their Vendetta available and their Sepsis from that Night Fae as well as their Shiv, the burst damage that a rogue can put out is outrageous. Still, these teams are surviving such a long time, so that really speaks highly of the caliber of both of these teams. So much damage going out, consistent setups, but it's just being blocked over and over. Golden Guardians with a beautiful series here.
Absolutely incredible stuff here from both of these teams. I mean, when you look at the replay, look at Whiskey right now. It looks like he's dead, but he gets that Aegis, and it's just barely enough defense to keep him alive here. And it's constantly just that one little thing that keep him going. And this is the moment where actually Aiden had to use his trinket. So at this point, you know, the Golden Guardians are just thinking that next kidney shot onto Aiden, we can make something big happen here. Aiden realizing it, tries to pre-feint here as well, but they get the master spells out. Whiskey gets kicked, drops the Fleshcraft, Spirit Link Totem comes out. And of course, they get the combustion still 30 seconds away here for Abrua. That last one was a big factor that put them in the situation. And look at Corlic, he's sitting down for a drink, and Whiskey gets kidney shot. Panda racial onto Peekaboo. It's disarmed. trying to stall. They're trying to buy some time. And look at that cap totem from Absters. They're sniping Corlix, swapping the drink into the silence. And that silence. Drink gets out, but just a fraction of a second too late on that drink with the Guardian Spirit. And that's going to be, instead of Aiden getting that Guardian Spirit, it's going to be the Pod receiving the Guardian Spirit. So not only can you not save the Pod, but you also can't save Aiden, of course. And big old smile from Absters, realizing that that's over. And it's very, very stressful in this matchup.
Yeah, Absurd definitely pulling out all the stops there. Did a really good job of keeping his team topped off and alive. It seemed like you guys were surprised at the length of time that the individual matches were going. Am I right, Ben?
I mean, normally when you see RMP versus RPS, it's fast, right? Like you open up, games rarely go into dampening. They go into dampening, it's like 5% dampening, maybe 10% dampening. But this game, it was just, there's so much denial. Especially, I mean, one of the things I'm noticing, I don't know if you guys are noticing, but this new Aegis trinket is insane. Like, it is a very powerful defensive trinket. Basically, every single player has just abandoned the Battle Masters trinket, the emblem, and they're all using the Aegis now. So if you can just pre-Aegis a go, like we saw many times, I mean, there's situations where Aiden, he's got no trinket, he's got no Cloak of Shadows, he's for sure dead, but he realizes, okay, kidney shot's coming up in a few seconds, let's throw in the Aegis. It's a beautiful preemptive play, but it's going to save him, and that trinket just consistently saving people in the goes is what, you know, is difficult for these setup comps, because teams basically and players have so many tools in order to survive. I mean, they're playing out of their minds, but the Aegis trinket right now is insane, and that's why we've been seeing it basically every single game from every single player in the tournament this weekend.
Yeah, and here's our AWC companion as well, showing Aiden's build using that trinket that Ven is mentioning, so you can get a little bit of an overview of what exactly it does. But is that something then, Ven, that you expect to see quite a lot with our melee players?
With everyone. It's not even just melee players. So the trinket, it fully absorbs, like, I think a lot of players expected it to kind of be really, really good into the Resonator trinket. So it fully absorbs like the cosmic damage from the new bomb trinket, the Resonator trinket. But it also mitigates a ton of magic damage, and it's not just casters that have magic damage. Like a Death Knight is going to have magic damage, an Assassination Rogue is going to have magic damage, a Demon Hunter is going to have magic damage, a Retribution Paladin is going to have magic damage. So it just is a really effective trinket into basically all the specs in the game. There's a few where it's not, like you're probably not going to want to use it against a warrior unless he's using Condemn, but yeah, that's why we're seeing it played basically every series by every player, because it works against almost every spec.
Okay, well, that wraps up our game number 1 for today. That's elimination round as well. So unfortunately, that is going to be the end of Unitas for Cup number 1. Golden Guardians are going to be moving on into that lower bracket. So they're going to have a pretty long run to go back up to that grand finals. But it seems like they held it together pretty well. I know it's kind of the question here with Golden Guardians of like what kind of season they're going to have. I feel like it really depends just where they are as a team and also where they are within that meta as well, because they've got some niche compositions that they're, you know, kind of known for. So we'll have to see exactly where they're going to end up here at the end of the Cup on Championship Sunday. But that next up match that we've got going on, Zico, Team Liquid versus Zan Cheng. How are you feeling about this one?
Well, I think it's going to be another nail biter. I think in general, in this lower bracket, I mean, you just saw Unitas, you know, one of the best teams. They really had a nice season last year. Actually, they kind of established themselves as one of the top dogs, and to be honest, their RMP looked very crisp. Unfortunately for them, they're up against the Golden Guardians as well, which of course is another one of those really stacked rosters. And then here, of course, again, we're going to have Team Liquid finding themselves in the lower bracket against Zan Cheng, which means, I think, Red Warrior.
We're gonna watch this while we eat, chat.
Most likely what they're going to be playing. And in the upper bracket, yeah, you know, they have 2 warriors on their rosters from what we've been told. So I think Red Warrior is quite strong, actually. And Team Liquid did struggle a little bit with Red Warrior in that open bracket. So it could be another one of those nail-biter series coming up here for sure. You definitely don't want to miss it.
Absolutely don't want to miss it. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be another elimination round. Team Liquid versus Zan Cheng up next.
perfect timing on.
Hello everybody, welcome back. We are now headed into another elimination round. This time it's going to be Team Liquid versus Zhong Cheng, and I feel like this is just happening to us over and over and over again. We see these real powerhouse teams in the lower bracket facing elimination. It's definitely odd to see some of these names down there this early on, but I mean, this is another series that we're just going to have to get through, and one of them will be going home by the end of this series. It's best of 5, and here's a little bit of an overlook as well of the players that we do have in the tournament in the top 8. We've already sent one home if you're just now tuning in. Unitas got knocked out in that last round. Golden Guardians moved forward, and now it is Team Liquid versus Zhong Cheng, as I did say. And Zico, what is the state of Red Warrior right now if we do see it? What's it looking like in the meta?
I think, you know, some people might give me some hate for it, but I think Red Warrior is up there. I think, you know, we see a lot of Rogue Mage, a lot of Assassination Rogue and Fire Mage, and yes, I would say that's tier 1, but I do think Red Warrior does have a place in the meta, but at the same time, we didn't actually see any team running it in Europe, and also there's only one team running it in North America, so maybe not as strong as it was last season, but I would still consider it, you know, a really strong comp.
Okay, do we think that that's something that could beat Team Liquid then, Tipitius?
I think it's something that almost any team could struggle with. Ret Warrior is a very threatening comp. Does a tremendous amount of burst damage. I'm curious to see what comp Team Liquid come out of the gates here. I saw them practicing yesterday with Windwalker.
Let's see what these fuckers play. We're gonna full screen this.
Smexen on the ladder, and they were having some success with the Windwalker DK, but they have other options that they've been playing in the open bracket. I think Sidu's been putting a lot of time into the Holy Priest, even though he said on his stream that he felt a little bit shaky in the open bracket on the Holy Priest. So they have a few options, whereas Zhang Cheng, you know what's coming out. It's going to be Ret Warrior, there's no doubt. And yeah, Team
Ret Warrior.
The composition they played in the open bracket, Windwalker, Fire Mage, Holy Priest. Let's see what Zhang Cheng can get done here with this Ret Warrior. It's going to be a slugfest. They've got huge amounts of damage available with these burst cooldowns, and Sidu's got to be ready for it.
Yeah, definitely one of the nice things about Windwalker Monks and their new set bonus is Fist of Fury is really strong, and that's really strong into cleave. Big burst damage immediately on the Retribution.
I don't know, man. I feel like the Windwalker's just gonna get fucking wrecked.
Combustion, that was Bone Dust Brew. That was a lot, honestly. Now Trill actually had a bit of trouble trading out his diffused magic, as both Clapper and KZ Fox looking to get aggressive on that Ret Warrior. This is their cooldowns. This is their time to shine. They need to get aggressive, and Team Liquid has to weather this storm, but they already get the Warrior's Trinket. They already get the Red's Trinket. And I feel like Team Liquid, they haven't had to trade too much in these opening stages. Trill could be in some trouble, but he's just kiting around. He realizes, you know, it's not their time just yet, but they are doing a setup here, and they do.
Oh, did they get his bubble?
Shield, so great start here for Team Liquid, I'd say, but Trill just might get one shot. Hammer dusts down on Sidu as he's getting swapped to, forced to trade out his trinket, and this is what's going to happen. Ret Warrior does so much damage. Every one of these is so devastating. Now Sidu's not feeling too safe here.
Yeah, and one more setup on that red could potentially be that Trinket Spiritling Totem to get a sheep onto Clapper. Sidu, though, going to be the target here. Going to use that Door of Shadows across the map with that, and he should be kind of fine with that now. And now they're looking for that next setup. They have that combustion on Sam I Am, and they're going to really big damage coming out. That's going to be the Trinket Spiritling coming out, and that is the last defensive cooldown remaining here. Sea-Doo though, they might just kill him through it. Blessing of Protection coming out here from KZ Fox. Sea-Doo still in a lot of trouble. Ring of Peace coming out here from Trill. Trill doing an excellent job here killing situations.
Dude, Sea-Doo's dead.
Coming out as well onto KZ Fox.
He's dead.
Damage onto Sea-Doo. Massive damage onto KZ Fox. Gets kicked on that Door of Shadow. Sea-Doo with big healing as well. Trill with the Vivifies as well. Sam I am killing with that Ring of Frost. Trying to reset that combustion as soon as possible. Slamming up the shifting power and those fireballs. Sea-Doo though could go down in that next turn, but also so can KZ Fox, and this might just be it. They get a sheep onto Caprice. Do they have the damage to take down KZ Fox? He's in touch of Death Range. Can they execute it?
Oh my God.
Here it comes out, and that is going to be 1-0 here.
Fucking Sam I am.
And you gotta love Caprice here, just with a big smile on his face, just taking it on the chin, and it doesn't seem to be two-phased here. You can tell these guys they're still having fun despite how that first matchup went, and I think that's very important, especially if you're on the losing team. If you have a good mindset like that, you're still able to laugh and still, keep your composure, and not get too, triggered and killed. I think that's very, very nice prospect for that next game. But Liquid with a very, very clean game one so far.
Yep, good setups onto the Ret Paladin, consistent. They didn't choke. There was one point in that game where they really tested Sea-Doo on that Holy Priest. Like, are you ready to bring this into the tournament? When Trill was at like 30% and Sea-Doo was at 30%, like that was a real test moment for Sea-Doo's Holy Priest, and I think that comes up here in just a moment. If Sea-Doo didn't handle this situation as he had, he would have gone down. This is where we see the Trinket Spirit Link. It's Combustion. It's the spinning crane kick with images. It makes a lot of sense to trade those cooldowns. He almost dies even through that with the Ascendants from Caprice. This is a big burst moment for Sam I am. He popped off, but right here, Sea-Doo really gets tested by Clapper and KZ Fox because Trill is getting cleaved, Sea-Doo is getting cleaved. They have to pick who they're going to go after. Sam peels the Warrior. They proc a root here.
Polly saved him.
No interrupts. He casts some heals. He moves out of range. Trill assists him with Vivify. Like that could have easily been the end of the game there for Sea-Doo. He doesn't have any cooldowns to trade. But because he was able to survive in that setup, his teammates peeled for him appropriately. They get to this point where they polymorph the Shaman and can connect to Holy Fire Mind Games. And if you get Holy Fire and Mind Games off while the healer is CC'd, it's pretty much game over at that point. It's just going to be an unrecoverable amount of damage. So I like that Sea-Doo could flip the switch. He went from defense to offense right at that moment and got the kill. Trill popping off on the damage meter as would be expected from a Race to World first Raider. He's coming in clutch for the team as well. And now we have to move into game 2. Are they going to decide to flip the switch? Is Ret Warrior going to focus more on defense, try and stop some crowd control? Or are they just going to keep rushing down the Holy Priest, try and go all in? I'm kind of a fan of just going all in, kind of just hit the dice, see if you can win in 3 goes on the Priest. If you're fighting a team that you think is going to be able to outskill you in a long game. Especially a comp like this, Windwalker Mage can be pretty annoying to kill the Windwalker or the Mage.
The damage.
Staying on either target is difficult.
Trill did the most
On the
damage.
side of the fence of just kind of go,
Damn.
throw down the gauntlet, test Sea-Doo in these games and rush him.
Brett wasn't far behind.
Hey, real quick, since you were talking about
Abra didn't play the game.
rating here with Super Team.
That motherfucker got it.
For those of you that don't know, right now I'm at the Race World First venue with Liquid, so I actually got to see Trill like head to the airport yesterday because he, as you guys know, he was in the raid, and then he had to go home to make it home in time for the AWC. So that's just like, it's just crazy to me how he's been balancing both of that. So basically, his plan is he's going to compete here in the AWC this weekend, and then as soon as he gets done with that, like Sunday night, he's gonna hop back into the raid and get back on Mythic Progression. So dude's just a powerhouse.
Is he gonna fly back?
No, I think he's gonna finish off from home.
Yeah, Trill is just he's a different beast when it comes to World of Warcraft, that's for sure. But yeah, once again, bringing it on this Windwalker Monk, really solid plays. And I think this is a great answer. When you think about compositions that are good into Cleave, the Windwalker Monk and the Fire Mage, both pretty durable. The Monk, very kind of evasive. And if you do get caught in stuns, you have the Fire Mage to kind of back you up. Because that is a scary thing on the Monk, is if you get caught in a stun, you don't have anyone to peel for you, you can get dropped really fast. But if you have Sam I am just shimmering in and throwing in a Dragon's Breath, you're likely going to live, and then you can do these kind of rinse-repeat setups. So I think Super Tease is onto something. Instead of trying to go after the Monk, instead of going after the Mage, these very durable targets into your composition, you just go straight for Sea-Doo, see what he can do, because at this point, I mean, I feel like the Ret Warrior doesn't really have many other options. It's just like when you have one composition, teams know exactly what you're going to be playing, they can prepare for it, and this is, I think, a pretty solid answer. So go to hook point, target Sea-Doo from start to finish, and the chips fall where they may, I guess.
I like this. I really like this team. Zhan Cheng they're just they look like they're having fun. They're just smiling. They're playing that melee cleave. They're going to hook point, and I'm a big fan of their warrior as well. Like, imagine you make a warrior and you name it Clapper, and you just play Red Warrior and you just run at Sea-Doo. I mean, that's this guy, you know, 10 out of 10, straight up, 10 out of 10. And now I just want to see them exactly what you guys are talking about. Just run at Sea-Doo the entirety of the game, because it looked good. They almost had him there at one point, but they did waste a little bit of time onto Trill. But game is live. Caprice looking for the Hex there onto Samayam, buying a little bit of time. KZ Fox going to be caught up in the leg sweep. Trill doing decent damage here, but now they're going to connect on Sea-Doo. Hammer of Justice immediately here. Big damage onto Sea-Doo. He's choosing to sit through it. A little bit greedy there, but the egg is coming through, and that Ring of Peace is actually going to allow him to hold his trinket there. So Sea-Doo with nice preemptive plays here, realizing exactly what Zhang Cheng wants to do here, and now once again Liquid looking for the attack.
Oh, Fear comes out from Clapper, peeling the team for a moment. Sea-Doo's going to fly up into the air. Divine Ascension, Holy Fire from the skies, raining death from above here, trying to get out some pressure, but he's going to touch ground soon, and he's eating a Hammer of Justice as soon as he lands. Not a warm welcome for Sea-Doo after the Sea-Doo Airlines. They're just going to keep going after him. KZ Fox gets set up. Trill getting cleaved out of nowhere. Suddenly a half his health is chunked away. KZ Fox retreating back to the pillar, not going all in. While his Shaman is in a polymorph, he's line of sighting, trying to heal, while Clapper goes for the kill. Fleshcraft on the kick there, nice play by KZ Fox. He soaks all the kicks, he can get a full Hex onto the Mage now. Caprice sees that, Samayam blinks the Hex behind the pillar.
Poor Ret Paladin. I feel you.
With that trinket he's wearing, so
Uh-oh.
Caprice gets this. It could be
Here
dangerous.
go.
He goes for it, he gets Dragon's Breath on it. Samayam avoiding these Hexes expertly, but Sea-Doo now into the Hammer of Justice. Caprice gets stacked up for a triple leg sweep. That's devastating.
Oh my god!
That's it for KZ Fox. Clapper, KZ Fox just getting smacked out there. Big
What the fuck was that?
They're gonna punish.
Wow. I mean, that was a beautiful setup. I love I love that Sam actually gets the full crowd control, and Trill says, yeah, I don't care about that. Spinning crane kick, one taps him, breaks the polymorph, doesn't even matter. So yeah, probably a bit unexpected, that amount of burst there. But it's interesting. I kind of thought, I anticipated with like the 4-set bonus and stuff like that, maybe it'll change with the double legendary. I'm not exactly sure, but I thought more monks would go over and play Kyrian and kind of rely on that Fist of Fury damage. But it still seems like Trill and a lot of other monks too. They're just they're still going with the Necrolord. They're going with the Bone Dust Brew. They're going with the big spin and crane kicks. And I mean, we're going to see the amount of burst damage that it is able to put out in this game near the end.
Yeah, I mean, this was just crazy. This is the Sea-Doo Airlines having a bit of a rocky landing right there, but does recover. They get the sheep, they get the damage. KZ Fox immediately trinkets out, and at the end of this one, they still, if you look at the right side of the screen, you can see Caprice still has his Trinket Spirit Link. KZ Fox still has his bubble. He still has his Blessing of Protection. They still have cooldowns. So right now it's going on a meta game here between Samayam and Caprice. You see Caprice trying to hex him. Samayam blinks around the pillar, and he resets his blink with the shifting power. Caprice looking for the hex. He gets a Night Fae, Blink, Dragon's Breath, and then Caprice once again here getting a Ring of Frost, leg sweep, and this is the moment where Rugi's talking about full ring and spinning crane kick just coming out. Trill's just like, yeah, I don't care about that. Right now, I am parsing, bro. I just did 300 something pulls on Mythic Calandrus. It's time to do damn, and I mean, you can see it there on the scoreboard. Trill topping that one, and not very surprising here, as he is, that Windwalker monk, just absolutely clapping KZ Fox in that one.
They actually have 2 warriors on their team. I wonder if they just bring in Ace now. He gets a little show, a little airtime, They already tried Clapper, now bring in Ace, the second warrior on their roster. Maybe they go for some double warrior plays. Like, I don't know. I wonder how Fury would do too. I kind of wonder. I mean, they're not going after the warrior whatsoever. It seems like a lot of the high-end warriors in Europe are opting to play Fury. I think we even saw Mez play Fury so far in the tournament. So I wonder if Fury Ret Warrior would just be scary if they're willing to try that at all. Nope.
They're not going to, but I was thinking about it too. The main problem with Fury is if you ever get reset, like, you lose all of your momentum. So if you get sheeped one time, you're going to lose all the damage that you built up for like the last 10 seconds. All your haste stacks, all your mortal wounds effects are just going to fall off. It seems like Arms is still kind of good, I think, in Ret Warrior as an option, because it also lets you swap. Fury Warrior has a tough time switching targets because you, again, lose everything you've stacked up if you switch targets. You have to stay on one target to maintain your buffs. Arms Warrior doesn't care. They're just like, I can MS that guy. All right, let's go. Let's hit the monk instead and still maintain all of their damage. I think that's the reason why I think Arms and Fury is still, you can flex between the two. Kind of just depends on what your strategy is. Although here they're not really swapping very much. Like Sea-Doo is getting trucked down the whole game. We're at to wait and see. Again, the end of that game could have gone totally different. If Caprice gets the Hex on Sam, like he doesn't blink behind the pillar, he doesn't bait him to run into the middle of the map and then triple leg sweep them. Like if Caprice doesn't get, he kind of got owned by Sam, to be honest, right there. Like Sam knew exactly how they could lose and stopped Caprice from that happening and then baited him into that situation. But if Caprice gets the Hex, Sea-Doo's probably just dead on the ground instead, or Sam has to block it, and then the next Hex could win the game. So as long as they're aware of the leg sweeps, they don't get baited to stack up together, like they can still crush Sea-Doo. Like this is still a very scary comp with the Ret Warrior.
Yeah, definitely. And again, Dalaran Sewers, you know, they're gonna pick that small map, and potentially we're gonna see them go after Sea-Doo again. And you know, there was a surprising amount of burst damage in that last game. They still had cooldowns to trade, so I don't think we've seen the full matchup here. You know, its potential, but. It does look like Liquid is kind of favored, and it's also nice to see because this is the first showing that we actually see from, you know, Sea-Doo, Trill, and Mez, and Trill, and Sam, of course, from Team Liquid, or under the Liquid banner, rather. These are, you know, they're, of course, they played in the offline games, but this is the first time we actually see them on broadcast, so it's kind of nice to see, you know, they're repping their new sponsor, and they want to, you know, make a good first impression here, and you know, try to grab as many points as they can here in the first cup. They're only one game away from doing it. 2-0. Zan Cheng's map pick. You're potentially going to be the target of choice. Gates are open. Full sheep, and this is not looking good for KZ Fox right now. Immediate punish here. Instant. Actually, doesn't actually have to use too much. Clapper trading out his trinket there to kill that situation, but now he's going to get aggressive here on the Sea-Doo.
Yeah, Avenging Wrath is up. Big cracks of damage up from KZ Fox. Clapper trying to stay on target here, but that Ring of Peace, which is invisible to us, I think, is bouncing KZ Fox away. He's going to duck for cover downstairs, not go all in, and just attack Trill, and potentially play a more conservative game this time around. Not just kind of YOLO at Sea-Doo, and they may try that out, right? Like, this is match point. The all-in has not been working, so KZ Fox playing a little bit more defensively here, trying to stay back with his healer, not overextend with Trill. Trill's just going after Clapper instead. Now rolling to swap back to KZ Fox, getting ready for the next setup. Sea-Doo Dwarf Shadows back behind the pillar. Hammer of Justice swapped over to Sam. It looks like huge crush of damage over onto Sam, punishing that trinket because every stun is going to be so long. And if he's not playing Blink Stun, which it looks like I don't think he is, he could definitely punish that trinket on the mage. But in the meantime, triple fear by Sea-Doo, setting up the team for devastation. Master Spell gets interrupted by KZ Fox. That Divine Shield needs to sit. Clapper has to trade die by the sword in the swap to him. As he is dismantled, Divine Shield is over. They're getting crushed. They swap back to Trill, trying to take him out. Seraphim gonna proc here for KZ Fox. Try and get some damage with the base Fist of Fury. He can't get there. He's trying to retreat with the Blessing of Freedom, but I don't know if he's gonna be able to make it out alive. He's trying to go aggressive here onto Sam, but he gets Ring of Peace away and blasted down. Caprice goes for a big heal. Trinket, Spirit Link Totem onto the whole team, but that's pretty.
Dude, this red is so fucking dead.
From the side of Zan Cheng, they are
He has no bubble.
Team Liquid looking
Yeah, he's dead.
so good, so fluid in this first series of the day.
Oh,
Are they going to be able
Priest
to
fell.
go all of the way? They are just rushing down their opponent's Trill. Needs to be a bit careful. Rolling away from the cleave. KZ Fox freedoming, chasing after him. Fleshcraft Sea-Doo launches himself into the air at the boxes. No crowd control onto him at the moment.
Needs to run.
Ready, hammers down, stun onto Trill. KZ Fox trying to avoid the leg sweep, just dodging away from Trill, but the leg sweep is going to land. Clapper is owning Trill, though, in the meantime, fearing him on that spinning crane kick. Trill is dying at the moment. Is Trill going to go down? KZ Fox at half health, Trill at half health.
No. Oh, yep. Run, 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 run. Oh, you're so dead. You're so dead. Oh my god, I knew it. I gotta see the Reds damage. I gotta see the Reds damage. That was the Ret.
Like, no, I'm going for it. I feel like there had to be some miscommunications there because Sea-Doo had, I think, one.
No, not really. Just wings came up.
Just played it a little safer.
Trill? I don't know. Trill didn't play it bad.
They are going to really punish that.
He just got
aggression,
chunked.
get on Trill. He's going to play over aggressive. Well, guess what? We're going to remind you we're
He ran away as soon as it came up, so it's not like he. I think Sam should have sheep there or something.
This is kind of how a reverse sweep can happen, you know. But let's not kid ourselves. We're probably going to a larger map. The map definitely.
Sam definitely could have sheeped him there.
A lot about it. I mean, look at this moment here. KZ Fox just permanent. You never see this guy on actually high HP. He's just permanently dying, going after Sam. They're just trying to hit whatever they can. Those spinning crane kicks just devastating. KZ Fox, Mr. Fury, doing tons of damage as well, and Clapper as well, getting absolutely destroyed there for a second, but he will survive as well. And then at this point, you know, Zan Cheng actually, they're looking kind of good. They're like, okay, we got our HP back, we got the wings active. Let's go after Trill here. They kick the Fleshcraft, actually very fast kick over there. And then this is, I think, the moment that Enrique's talking about where they hard Sea-Doo, they go after Trill, and Trill is going to start fighting a little bit out of line of sight. And they get aggressive here. Trill popping the touch of Karma, they blessing of protection, remove it. Trill gets topped off here, somewhat, and then here he's lining Sea-Doo, Sea-Doo just trying
like,
to cast
please.
on him. And then he comes back, and here is just
Dude.
massive damage coming in there.
Fucking got one-shotted.
They're going to be humbled a little bit there. Zan Cheng still showing, you know, they're here to play, and I love Caprice. He's so happy, so excited. You know, these are players. I don't think
Trill still did the most damage.
it's nice to see some.
Yeah, the Warrior actually was slapping that game too.
Fun they're actually having.
I think Sam could have sheeped there.
Yeah, it's awesome. And taking a point off Team Liquid, like, at least if you go out of the tournament, you can still say, hey, I killed Trill. Like, what have you done? What have you done? And wow, I took a game off Team Liquid, and so potentially going to reverse sweep. It's not even just a game here. They're really putting the pressure on. We're likely going to, Ashamane's Fall, a really big map. They're not subbing out their Warrior. Maybe I was thinking like maybe Ace is the defense Warrior or something. He didn't pick him on the big maps. Like Clapper's the aggressive warrior. Yeah, he's the dampener. Like some Warriors that have playstyles like that. Some Warriors are just all aggro, others defense. Maybe that's the reason they have two Warriors on the team. I don't know. It seems like Clapper is not going to be substitute.
All right.
Team Liquid though are unfazed. They are not going to be changing their composition, sticking with Sam I Am, Trill, and Sea-Doo, and I think they're just going to be a little bit less overconfident in their ability to just close this out. I can imagine they're thinking like, oh, we're just rolling this team. Like I'm just going to go in. I'm Karma Diffuse. I'm just going to kill him. Spinning crane kick, and then oh wait a minute, gotta respect this a little bit. Gotta turn around. Okay. Oh, okay, it's over. And I think if they give them full respect, that Sam I Am and Trill should be able to close this out. It's going to kind of be up to Caprice and Zan Cheng to be able to get aggressive, find the hexes on the mage, and get the setups. I like that they're going after Trill more and switching between Sea-Doo and Trill, switching targets so it's less predictable, and just lobbing out these massive hits and crits on the whoever they can.
Son of a bitch.
And this is what allowed them victory and what could allow them victory moving forward, but this is a very big map. If Team Liquid just play the most defensive game they've played, it's gonna be really tough.
All right, let's watch this really quick.
What? Sea-Doo's just running in.
Yeah, this is what they do. They get the Chastise, they get the stun on the Warrior into a Mind Control, Dragon's Breath Sheep onto the Shaman, and then an in-cap into a stun. So that's kind of the 3-2-1 setup of Team Liquid.
Oh, they're going to get a Trill for now. Oh, he missed his fucking Wake of Ashes.
Trill once again.
Fist of Fury.
Again, big War Stomp on the
What was that? Oh, he ported. The camera angle was weird on that.
Team Liquid is not messing around on
Like he ported as like the observer was switching cam.
Flying serpent kick across the map.
Like mind fucked me.
He does not want any of this Warrior action. Nice Fleshcraft there by Caprice, but he gets interrupted into a fear. See what they can get done. Caprice not in crowd control right now. Should be able to keep his Retribution Paladin alive as the Ret and Warrior Clapper going to be reconnecting onto Trill, who's still just having to play very defensive here.
Oh, don't stand on top of Sea-Doo. Wait.
But right now, I'm a little bit worried for Trill, and he's going to activate that Aegis. Should be okay, and now here comes the big setup. Shaman, Dragon's Breath into full shape. AZ Fox, how are you going to respond? Immediate Divine Shield coming out from
Immediate.
anywhere near that, but look at Trill. He still has his Bone Dust.
He still has everything.
His images as well ready. That next stun potentially has a Flex Sweep as well, so Trill could do a lot of work here. Fighting right now, though, he could be in trouble. Sam I Am in a full hex right now. Trill, what is he going to do? Sea-Doo Airlines taking.
Oh, he missed the ret. He missed the ret. That go is botched.
And I am very scared right now for KZ Fox. That next stun could potentially be lights out. They're gonna have to trade out the Trinket Link here. Full fear secured. No Tremor Totem available here.
Oh.
Potentially losing the Polymorph as well. Not able to find it. Nice defensive fear here by Clapper, and they are gonna find the fear on the.
Damn, Sea-Doo got feared in a Narn. Do I have to poop again? That's karma. Oh!
Might just go down nicely done there. Trinket Spirit Link comes out. They snipe the link.
Oh.
And they keep up the damage. Nice Ascendance coming out from Caprice as well. And that should be enough to keep KZ Fox alive. And that was most
Oh my!
And now Sea-Doo.
Oh, he's dead. He's got to run. That's wings. No, 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 no. Run. Oh. Oh my God. Ring of Peace.
Getting destroyed, but he's gonna use that guard.
Oh, he's so dead, dude.
Right now, do they have an intro for the Door of Shadows? It doesn't look like.
They need to peel. They need to peel. Get the fucking, get the ret. Get the ret. Get the ret.
Teleports behind the pillar. Nothing left for Sea-Doo here with no trinket.
Sam I am has everything, so. Good job, Sam. I wish it told me how much wings is left on his shit. Doesn't say.
Secure it. Lexi Dragon's Breath Polymorph kills the grounding totem. Full sheep found. KZ Fox trades out the Aegis. Clapper intervenes over. Pops the duel.
Oh, mini wings.
Damage onto his Ret Paladin. Clapper carrying.
Defensive mini wings.
KZ Fox has a wings up. He's trying to get some pressure going over on
No, he's trying to live. He's trying to live. How did he get wings again? Is this real wings? No, it's not. How did he get fucking wings again?
The damage is so high. The damage is overwhelming.
Oh, yeah.
Team Liquid take it 3-1.
That was a great push there by Team Liquid at the end. Clapper did a great
Wow.
job, honestly, defensively in this game. He was always there with his trinket to get the intervenes. Had a really nice duel.
Wow, 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 wow.
Honestly, really
Speaking of
well
wow.
played, but at the end it was just overwhelming damage. Sea-Doo and Sam in a position where they could basically just blast off, free casting.
Are you fucking serious?
Healing cooldowns. They just got
God damn, I hate this stupid fucking... I hate this shit so much.
series. Nice to see Zhang Cheng kind of step up. First time in that top 8. Great to see him play, but it is going to be Team Liquid who does advance 3-1, staying alive in that lower bracket.
Yeah, it's just a really tough opponent, tough matchup, and you can tell, you know, on the larger maps where Trill has a lot of, you know, momentum to move around, it's just really tough for him to actually take him down. But still, Zhang Cheng definitely gained himself some new fans here, and seeing the replay here exactly how they made it happen. You can see already they're in a checkmate position when you just look at the cooldowns here. KZ Fox has nothing, and Caprice no trinket Spirit Link, and Sam I am working towards that combustion. Bone Dust Blue is active. They get the Dragon's Breath to Sheep, pull off the grounding totem there, nicely done by Sam I am. And then here, of course, the Aegis coming out here from KZ Fox. He's gonna have that big shield, and of course, still they continue to chain. They get the DR here, and I'm just surprised at how much damage they have. They get the mind games there, barely. KZ Fox not gonna be making it around that pillar to avoid it, and just a surprising amount of damage. Usually when you're in this situation where there's no more CC on the healer, KZ Fox should be fine, but just an overwhelming amount of damage coming out from Sea-Doo, Sam I am, Trill, and Liquid just looking hydrated right now.
Looking hydrated. Good one. Yeah, good one.
I started thinking about it as soon as he stole it.
What? No, he said fluid. I don't steal them, okay?
Just kidding.
Oh. Well, either way, regardless, they will be going on into the low bracket, and that unfortunately is the end of Sancheng. But I mean, really
The fluids.
to you know, get one game off of Team Liquid with like Super Teams. I think there was saying, hey, I killed Trill, which is an accomplishment nonetheless. So hopefully they do return for the AWC Cup number 2. Do you think that this is a team that has potential, Sid?
Gain the Elemental Spirits talent. I already have that. So, Ascendance?
They don't have to worry about them potentially in the future.
Oh, shit. Shit.
Kind of just zug it out, you know, just work it out.
Fuck you.
Zug it out. Ret Warrior is definitely one of those compositions. Just go back to the ladder, see out some games, and see what you can do, right? Because you've got multiple cups to earn points to qualify. We're not out of it just yet. Had a great run. We're looking at the upper bracket now. We got 3.5 men, and I think we got Novus. We got the RMP Showdown. Two really top dog RMPs when it comes to the ladder. We haven't really gotten a chance to see them show what they got in the tournament setting, which is what I'm interested to see. It's like it's one thing to perform on the ladder.
Are you fucking serious?
You get watched by a lot of people. It's a bit
Good
of a
God, man.
So can they adjust to that and perform as well as they do on the ladder? Because if they do, these are the types of the teams that are looking like, you know, when Peekaboo started out, right? Like they were kind of these are the new seasoned generation of WoW Arena players that this is their chance.
Yeah, well, I mean, speaking of new generation, I did message some players with 3.5 men during this game, and I was curious about what 3.5 men meant. And I got two different answers. I got one from Nuked, and he said that it's because Calvish is 16, and then I got an answer from Calvish, and he said it's because Nuked is short. So I don't really know. The exact answer there. But it does sound like we, to your point, Super Teams, we do have some newcomers with this team, and with both of these teams, really. So I think it's really cool that not only we're getting a new generation of players, like we saw previously with, the Peekaboos of the world, and now we're just getting lots of newcomers, lots of, not so much newcomers to the ladder, like you were saying, Sid, but newcomers to competition. So I am curious, of how they are gonna adjust. Venrique, do you remember your first game on a live tournament?
Yeah.
How'd it go?
I do. I think we lost. Maybe we won. It was in MLG Orlando. This is my first live tournament, 2008. So I think we made like top 5 or something like that, top 6. It wasn't the best showing, but it was a lot of fun, and it definitely felt a lot of pressure. I mean, it's a little bit different than this because I think these guys get to play from the comfort of their own home, as opposed to at a LAN event, no add-ons and stuff. But still, I mean, when everybody's watching you, the pressure is different having kind of rise to the occasion. I think the one benefit a lot of these players have is a lot of them stream, so they're already being watched. So it's kind of like it's just another day in the office for these guys, and I expect some really top-tier gameplay from both these two squads.
Yeah, well, we'll see if we get that top-tier gameplay. We're gonna head to a break. When we come back, it's gonna be the upper bracket coming up next.
Each Stormbringer buff consume. Fucking hate this floor. Fucking upper reaches. What did I miss? Whatever, I don't care. I hate the upper reaches. I hate it. I thought I had this on my bar. Where did I have it? Keep forgetting to put that on too. Maybe I didn't have it on my bar.
from the newcomers. See that's pulling out ahead. I feel like if I had to guess which team is slightly favored here, I would say 3.5 men, but we'll have to see. Both these teams have not dropped a game so far, or not dropped a series so far, and the Calvus moving forward lands the sap onto Whaler. He's going to open on, just trying to slow down the Priest in the upper, potentially going after them. Both sides playing forward. Calvus gets knocked out into a Dragon's Breath, immediate dispel, and a vanish. Does not want to get opened up on by Fallamore. Looks like this is crazy.
I don't even care about watching this series. Rogue Mage is so boring.
So far, 3.5 men. A dropping number to get anything going.
It's so fucking boring.
Right now, and so far, kind of a slow opener. Kiddish are coming out onto Whaler. Can they find any crowd control? The RP here, can they find a sheep as well? Doesn't look like they will find it. And that is going to be actually 2 sub-rogues in this mirror. So we're seeing a lot of assassination, but in the RMP mirror, both will copy to that sub-spec. We're going to be playing that fourth nail as well. Blind here on Kearney. And we're going to see if they can follow that up with anything more. They get a stab onto Palu. And it doesn't look like they're going to get anything going here. Finally, now they're going to connect here onto the rogue. Resonator has been dropped. Bomb has been planted. Can they get any damage though? Doesn't look like they can force out any trade they can get. And both teams so far are predicting each other's moves, and it's resulting in a little bit of a slower opener than you would expect from an RMP mirror. Finally, going to go for the smoke bomb play here onto the move, but it doesn't look like the move is from that. It's just going to walk it off. And once again, Calvish is doing a great job fighting here while this Priest is in that CC channel.
Yeah, Calvish totally shut that down, dismantled the rogue, cheap shot, now swapping onto Palomar, gets the trinket on this setup, trinket Cloak of Shadows. Palomar in a lot of trouble moving forward here. Smoke bomb still available from Calvish. He could just get completely destroyed in the next stun block, but in the meantime, Dopamine's combustion is available. Who's going after Kearney, the Holy Priest, swap to the healer. Palomar intercepting, double fear by Whaler, trying to set up for the kill here, but Calvish now getting swapped to. Huge pressure coming out. Cloak of Shadows on 1%. Is Cheap Death gonna proc? Evasion activates. Kearney is still CC. Calvish trying to assist. Shadow step kick, now trying to go for the kill onto Palomar. Can they end the game here? No trinket onto Palomar. Kearney going for the mind games. Holy Fire, massive damage. Procking the Guardian Spear. Cheap shot onto Whaler. Into a polymorph, and that's it. 3.5 men with the turnaround. Taking game number 1.
Yeah, very back and forth. I mean, we saw such great plays. And this is start and finish in this one. Ultimately, 3.5 men who pull out ahead in this game number 1. But you kind of get the feeling after watching these games that this is a series that could go very back and forth. But yeah, some beautiful plays here.
It's interesting. Calvish is actually playing that sheep heavy. It's not like I'm trying to think. When was the last time we actually saw sheep heavy? It's like his balance. Even here in this matchup, Palomar was opting for that elusiveness with the range, whereas Calvish actually sheep heavy ended up saving him. Whereas I don't think Paint is great, but I don't think it actually ended up saving Palomar. So maybe a little bit more experience in the matchup, or maybe I just got lucky there. Sometimes it's not the most reliable talent, but here they force out the trigger of Palomar right here with that CC chain into Whaler. They're done there, and then they go after the move. And this is where they actually pull the trigger already on that smoke bomb onto the mage, and then they go for that kidney shot onto Kearney. They're looking for that priest swap, but they get shut down, and they get cleared here as well. And they go after Calvish. This is where the sheep death proc. Look at that. He's basically dead here, but Crimson Vial and that shadow is enough to stabilize him. Get Whaler. Into a cheap shot, into a kidney shot onto Palomar, into a sheep onto Whaler, to a Guardian Angel, but the Mind Games connect, Holy Fire connects, sheep from sheep to Trinket, into a DR sheep, and Mute able to take him out there right at the end. So really, really nice CC chain there. Nice sheep shot as well on the Trinket there by Calvish.
Really, but I actually remember this. I remember a tweet Calvish said, Cheap Death and Rogue Mage X Mirror equals insecure. Here he is. Just gotta call that out. But it, yeah. I mean, I have it here right in front of me. This is what it was. It's funny because I do feel like Cheap Death is not get a lot of value if you're dying in stun blocks. Unless you like preemptively fade. If you preemptively fade, then it's going to be great, but sometimes it's hard to do that, especially if you're kind of freed in the go, if you're using Dragon's Breath or something like that, or you're getting feared, then Cheap Death could be the only thing that does save you, and that's what we saw. So yeah, it's interesting to see the talent differences. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you are interested in checking out the talents and the builds of all these players, you can check it out at awc.gcd.tv. Especially with some of the new builds in this patch, it's great to see exactly what some of the best players are running, what they're experimenting with, and how they approach different matchups.
I'm excited to see, like, there's some pretty significant differences in the build that game. The cheat death, but also Calvish pre-fainted that go. I actually kind of wonder, even if he wasn't cheat death, if he would have lived that with pre-faint anyways. I think what he's worried about is getting Shadowy Duel one-shot and not being able to pre-faint it. That will keep him alive during the Shadowy Duel if he trinkets something else. Maybe he's expecting the team to be over-aggressive and trying to just get him all in, so he wants that as a counter or safety net. Maybe that's what he means by it's insecure, because you're basically saying you're not going to predict the all-in. This is going to save you. We'll have to wait and see. The opener looked really, honestly, kind of scuffed from both teams.
Chain Harvest increases the damage of your next 5 Chain Lightning spells by 100% and the healing of your next heal.
Too risky. Like, it's like both teams were hesitating on what they wanted to do right off the bat. After it got started, it became more clear. Like, okay, we can do a road race. But I would like to see. It looks like Palmer is not flexing just yet. Let's see if the updates at all. See if that Calvish still has it. Holy Priest is actually, I think, a great target at points in this game. Big map, both rogues have the Holy Ward, so they're going to be immune to each other's cheap shots right off the bat. Trying to assist with that early crowd control, waiting for the mages in Viz. Here's see where they go here. Both teams playing Horde, wanting that Orc ratio to reduce the blocks. Don't have that, it's going to be pretty devastating. Boy, they're right on top of each other. How did they not see each other right there? Wow. Whaler on his mount in midfield. Waiting now for something to go for something. Calvish is right there.
What?
Right now? There's no stab on Palomar. He gets Holy Word and they get pulled out of stealth. Oh, but Palomar gets the first stun. Dragon's Breath intercepts it. Smoke bomb. It might be enough. That Dragon's Breath is really sick by Nuke. Now they turn it
Dropping a
around.
totem grants your party 15 seconds of Bloodlust. What?
Huge advantage to 3.5 men, despite the fact that Nova's got the first stun.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, absolutely insane. Right now, swapping over to Kearney. Keep in mind, Whaler, he does not have a trinket for another 13 seconds. He used his Will of the Forsaken. So there's kind of a checkmate situation. There it is. Full blind on Whaler. Big damage on Polymore. Lots of resonators. But it looks like Polymore is actually going to be able to survive. There's a gap in the stun. Calvish now.
Oh my god.
Putting a bunch of damage out on him. Can they force more of this Polymorph on Whaler? He does not want to have to trade his trinket to keep Dopamine alive. And it looks like almost will be able to stabilize, but they need to get something going fast, and Calvish is in stealth, so that's going to be very difficult.
And these Holy Wards are actually really nice as well. She's actually using on the ropes here, so it's going to allow them to get that CC chain. Keep shot, no, one more. Doesn't look like it just yet. They're going to finish off Smoke Bomb here. Nuke is there, connecting the damage. Dopamine. Looking for the Dragon's Breath potentially here. Doesn't look like he's going to be finding it. And Calvish now caught up into that sheep shot as well. This time coming out here onto Polymore. Sheep shot onto the Whaler. They will be able to, and unfortunately that blind is super BR'd right there. They have Polymore, so they're not going to have that to kind of set up the fields here. They have to nuke here with the shot, and it looks like Polymore is going to feel a little bit from that road race. Nice grip there by Bernie. Making it nice and safe. Dragon's Breath, Sheep, double Dragon's Breath. Calvish is in position. This is a scary setup here. Onto Polymore, no trinket on him. Cheap shot, and that is going to be it. Clean setup here. He actually needed the charge. Now, I'm not sure if he actually did spell steal the Holy Ward there, but I think that's exactly what happened there. He spell stole it, got the Dragon's Breath from 2 members, and then of course this trinket is able to make its way to that target, and they just get that Dragon's Breath Sheep and connect that.
Crystal Shift duration increased. Chance to heal you.
Looking at the opener, like, wow, they got the first stun on Calvish, like, that's going to be devastating. But then Nuke just blinked in, DB'd everything, stopped the whole setup, and right here, the final moments of the game, you see Palomar and Calvish just, like, both sprinting around the map, trying to figure out who they want to go for. Calvish gets the Shadow Step Kidney, edges his Smoke Bomb, massive damage onto him. Dopamine blinks over to try and assist, but he can't really. Then they try and turn it around. I think this is where the DR blind comes in, which was devastating, because that could have been a trinket to try and peel later on. We're waiting to see, yeah, right here, full DR blind onto the priest. So now they don't even have that to peel. They have no options. That's going to put 3.5 men in a position where they can just play so confidently. Like, there's no blind threat. You can just do whatever you want. If you need to trinket, you can. Try and just play for the win. Palomar goes for stun lock, gets pre-gripped away from the stun. Palomar can't get any pressure. Nuke blinks in, he spell steals, double Dragon's Breath, polymorph. Kearney's in position, Palomar
Sap on
stunned,
Dopamine.
no trinket. Dopamine gets sapped on the way in. Everyone's CC'd, even though Dopamine blocks. Like, they're just looking clean right now in game number 2. And unless something happens here, this is looking like a 3-0.
Yeah, that matchup was really one-sided. It just felt like 3.5 men were in the driver's seat from basically start to finish, despite an unideal opener. It just seems like Calvish knows exactly what he wants to do. His team's backing him up perfectly. On the flip side, I feel like Novos, when the pressure's on, this is a really good team, but when the pressure's on, some mistakes slipping through, you can't afford to triple DR blind. It's just such an important tool. All the setups are kind of getting,
damage taken.
Really go after Calvish, he just gets gripped away. All more really targets that he can go after, and it just seems like 3.5 men right now. They're a well-oiled machine, and they're playing the series out beautifully so far. But we are going to be going to hook point for game number 3, the last chance for Novus, unless they want to go down to that lower bracket.
Yep, this is an upper bracket game, so nobody's getting eliminated just yet. And yeah, like you mentioned, Novus here, they're gonna have at least their own match points. So they're gonna at least have this here to try to bring it back. And it's a mirror anything can happen. And in smaller maps as well, it's kind of interesting that we did go to the larger map first, check out how it felt there, but it just felt like 3.5 men had so much room to kind of fight around and to really just play there. In a smaller map, it's a lot easier with Palomar to actually get those setups, and it's a lot more chaos. In my opinion, the smaller map tends to be a little bit better for whatever team is behind or whatever team is a little bit worse, because you just have more chaos, just more things going on in the map, run somebody over before trading place. So for Novos, this is a good map for them, I believe, but it's all going to be dependent on how these openers go and which rogue gets ahead. They're actually going to go after the priest, and that is a great map to do it. Kearney in a lot of trouble here. They might just take him down the opener. He does actually escape without having to use straight to find him up now as well. And they go after the opener here, and they get pressure. Nice opening time there, actually. Dopamine, back to Polymorph and Calvish. Follow that up with Disarm here, and he's actually helping a lot of cooldowns, but not really netting a lot of defensives.
What I like that they do here is they use the Chastise on the Rogue to stop them from maintaining or creatively using a cooldown, and then go for a Resonator. Right now, it seems like the main strategy for Novus is to just go after the healer every setup, but they're getting put in the back foot. Now swapping to Calvish in midfield. Kearney looks like he's right there next to him, trying to pick him up. And a shadowy duel comes up from Palomar, but Kearney able to come up with a kind of AoE heals to save. And that shadowy threat out of the way, that is pretty scary. There's no more lethality really from Palomar. Maybe the smoke bomb, but right after the priest, I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue. Calvish is going for a re-stealth behind the pillar here. Kearney getting beside him as well. Pre-Holy Ward on the cheap shot here from Kearney. They managed to work through that with another cheap shot. Calvish with a pre-setup. Manages to avoid it. Cheap shotting Palomar away. Trying to stabilize and find their footing before they go for the hill. Now a pause from Palomar going to get back as well. Actually, another fire going to get dispelled by Whaler. Nuke getting caught up. Setting up on the mage. Actually really mixing it up, but that dismantle from Calvish. Does it matter? Dopamine is just soloing Nuke at the moment. And he's going to stay alive through that. If Palomar was not dismantled, that would have been blocked, maybe a kill. Calvish setting up stuns onto the whole team here, dropping the Resonators onto Palomar. Whaler moving into them to soak the Resonator damage, also break the potential CC. Nice positioning by Whaler on that setup. Now Kearney cheap shot. We can see Novus setting up, going after Calvish. Can they get the kill here? Holy Fire incoming, massive damage. Kearney trinkets, makes a big trade on those Resonators with the Guardian Spirit and Trinket, which means that Kearney cannot die. But having no Trinket and no Spirit means that he cannot access any of his defensive cooldowns. If they get a clean setup here, build up for a combustion, that's what I want to see.
Yeah, big setup here on Polymorph. This is the combustion. He gets stunned. Trinkets out and uses his Vanish, so should be okay. Throws a full blind on Calvish as well. Wants to kind of just slow him down. Really defensive blind there. Now going for a setup. Can they take him down? Calvish has his Trinket, but no real answers to follow it up with. getting low. Shadowy duel, so he just goes for the trinket. Shadowy onto Waylor, the priest, who is unlikely going to be able to take him down. And with Calvis gets a re-stealth here, I am worried for Polymore. Waylor does have his trinket, but they can somehow CC his trinket. They're going to be in a really prime position. There's the Katie shot. There's the smoke bomb. Ring of Frost onto Waylor. Where's the damage on Polymore? There's not that much. The gap to stun. It looks like Polymore should be able to survive. They're just pushing through. The polymorph on Waylor. Not out. Why didn't he trinket? He get trinket. He get guardian. I don't know. Nova's making some mistakes there for sure. We're going to have to capitalize on really clean setups consistently in this series. And they're going to be advancing in the upper bracket. Nova's going down the lower bracket.
You know, they got some nice repositions there. You know, Polymore took that defensive line. I really think that's about because he had a full blind no shrink there. I feel like that was a win condition. They could blind him and set up on him out of that, or they could blind him and Calvish, at least get his shrink hit and then find a win condition a little bit later on with the next CC chain. But they kind of just threw it away. I really didn't like Polymore's blind. In the first game, of course, it was triple DR and in this game as well. You're going to see it here, you know. 3.5 men with just a lot of pressure here, getting the kidney shot, getting the cheap shot here onto Polymore, full blind onto Waylor, and Polymore trinketing out here, using that vanish, using that defensive blind right there that we're talking about, and then cheap shotting Kearney, cheap shotting Nuke, and then going after Calvish here with that cheap shot, and not really amounting to much here. They don't force it. Nice shadowy duo coming out from Calvish just to survive there defensively, while Kearney is sitting through, you know, a plethora of CC chain. And he gets that re-stuff at the back end of it. Avoids the mage there from blinking in. Cheap shots off the Holy Ward. Re-cheap shot. Okay, Ring of Frost. Smoke bomb coming out. And then here, there by Polymore. But look at the Kearney waiting for the last second to get the mind games off. And once you connect those mind games, it doesn't really matter. I do agree with Ben there. There was more answers. No blinded play for a little while there. So we could have kept the game going there. Taylor to probably trinket it or whatever, and some defensive a little bit longer, but maybe he thought he would survive there. I'm not sure, but mind games always going to be crucial when you're landing those kills. Mind games is on the target.
That's so annoying, man. That's so fucking annoying.
Really being effective. A lot of these teams, that's how they find the kills. They mind games and they kick somebody out.
Okay, well, very solid series from the newcomers, 3.5 men. You know, as I was saying before we headed into this match, I was able to catch up with Nuke, and I was curious about how he was feeling about his, you know, this newly formed team for the AWC, and he says these guys have been practicing just every day. They put in a ton of work to head into this cup, and he says that this is the best roster that he could have hoped for. So obviously it's working out for them so far, 3-0 just right off the bat, and they're still in the upper bracket, so they have yet to lose a game in this tournament. So I feel like this is for sure Supati is a roster that we want to be looking out for in the future.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Rogue Mage, a solid position, looking like a strong team. They put in the practice, they grounded on the ladder. They have a little bit of flexibility with Fuse on that Feral Dude. They can run some Feral Mage. Curious to see how they utilize him, or if he's just going to be riding the bench moving forward. But this is their chance to really show what they've got. Great performance in the mirror here.
Yeah, love when you show up to a mirror and you dominate like that. It's got to be a really good confident boost as you head into the rest of your games, because they've got a few more to play if they want to make it up to the grand finals on Championship Sunday. Of course, North America will be playing in the afternoon. They are yet to have a competitor for that game, so we'll have to see who they're going to have to face off against on Sunday. But moving on to our next match, this might be one of the bigger ones that we're going to be seeing today, Zico. It's Cloud9 versus Hawaii.
Yeah, I mean, this is what typically is the Titans in North America. Cloud9, though, going through some roster changes, no longer going to be having Snuts and Chan on that roster. Instead, they are bringing on Chun-Li. We've seen on so many rosters that is an absolute beast when it comes to that Windwalker. Also, I've been hearing a lot about the W taking over the North American ladder, so he's going to be playing, the melee expert there. And of course, they also bring in Flop, that Resto Druid, and you might be thinking, well, what about Cubsy? Cubsy is apparently going to be playing DPS, and apparently he's been doing a great job with that DPS, so playing things like Warrior and Warlock. It's going to be interesting to see what Cloud9 has coming up in that kitchen. and of course they still have Wealthy Man on that roster, and then Unquiet, former champions. You know, the former. I don't even know how many times they've won at this point, but these guys are just super solid.
Countless times champion of
I mean, there was a season that they basically went undefeated, right? And then they went on to win the finals too. So it was just like week after week they were winning. Ben, go ahead.
They just don't. It's one of those things that's really funny about Kauai is that like so many people they kind of like forget that they just never lose. They just like I don't know why it is like people just kind of they don't write them off. Like if you're a competitor, you're never gonna write them off because they're an insane team. But people kind of just forget that they're the most dominant team in North America. They don't lose.
Yeah.
They've lost like 1 cup in like 2 years or something like that. Other than that, they've won everything. So I mean, this is still the team to beat in my mind. They're in the upper bracket. Cloud9 definitely has their hands full with this one.
Yeah, no, it's a really interesting point, Ben. Maybe you just don't hear from them much. So, they don't have that large of a social media presence. Yeah. So maybe that's has to do with it. But I mean, one thing is for certain, this is a very dominant team. We can bet that they're going to try and dominate once again as they head into this match. But we have to go to a break. When we come back, it's Cloud9 versus Kauai coming up next.
I need gears so fucking bad. 2,380.
Hey everybody, and welcome back. We are on to another match. This one is going to be a big one. It is Cloud9 versus Kauai. Both of these teams have been absolutely dominating the North American region for quite some time, and they are back yet again for another season. However, the major difference, something that we discussed just a little bit before we went into the break, is Cloud9 and their roster change. It seems like it's just going to be a completely different team than we're used to seeing with Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's very fair to say. I mean, Snuts and Chanimal, I mean, basically all-star players. I mean, Chanimal and Snuts have been around the scene for such a long time. They decided to not participate in the AWC this year. So basically what happened is Chun-Li and Flop have kind of stepped up. Cubsy, interestingly enough, I kind of mentioned this yesterday. In my personal opinion, I feel like Cubsy is one of the best healers in the entire game. And to have him kind of on the sideline, being put on DPS, Flop has a huge kind of role to step up into, but this guy has been a real contender in North America for quite some time. I mean, if you watch his stream, he is a seasoned healer, he can multi-class, and it seems like these four players have built some serious synergy with each other. Chun-Li playing a lot of Hunter, playing a lot of Windwalker Monk, doing exceptionally well. Welty Man, actually, he's the one mage I can always rely on to actually play a little Frost. You know, he's the only one that I can rely on and be happy as a Frost mage to, you know, watch him perform. So I'm hoping that we see this. I'm not sure if we will. But then Cubsy is the really interesting one because he's always played healer, specifically the Resto Druid. I mean, we've seen him on Paladin, we've seen him on basically anything, but now he's actually going to be
Frost.
Oh, I saw the Frost Mage. I saw it.
Yep.
Frost Mage, which you already know is my favorite. But yeah, Cubsy, just to kind of talk about him a little bit. I actually had Flop in my stream, and you know, people were asking, you know, Flop, why are you healing and not Cubsy? And Flop says, well, you know, Cubsy, he thinks that Cubsy is one of the best players in the game. I mean, obviously he is, but he thinks he's one of the best players on any class that he touches. So we'll see if he can actually step up. If he's going to play Warlock, can he rise to the level of Chanimal? I mean, he's definitely going to have to prove himself. I'm never going to say that he can, but until I see it with my own two eyes. But I definitely wouldn't count Cubsy out on basically anything he plays.
I saw Holy Pally.
I did notice actually when Flop was in the stream that he did subscribe, and good news for everybody out there. While this game
Devos,
this would be an
Paragon of Doubt.
Yes, hit that subscribe button on the Warcraft YouTube channel. We got two of the best games, or two of the best teams, sorry, in North America, and there it is. And don't forget to ring the bell as well, of course. Coming up here, Cloud9 and Kawaii. You know, reigning champions for however long. Kawaii, Cloud9 as well, always been one of the top dogs in North America, and we're witnessing something very, very special. Earlier we saw Resto Shamans. Now we are going to see our first Frost Mage of 9.2, and just like Renruki, I am super stoked to see Welty Man. This has been, you know, this has been his forte, and you think we're going to see some Mage Lock from what I'm gathering here with maybe Cubsy Warlock then?
I actually, my guess is Mage Hunter. I swear we're going to see Cropley on the Hunter. They play this comp. Nobody else plays this comp. If they play it, I think it's going to be really exciting. They basically just have two, play Marks Hunter Frost Mage. They have two basically, yeah, really bizarre, I know, but
I said the same thing when Ben asked me to play it with Jelly, dude.
Yeah. And we did well, though. We did well. It's actually a good comp, I swear. So we'll see if what can they do. We've seen a lot of Fire Mage this weekend. I think we've seen a Fire Mage in literally every series this entire weekend, except maybe one, where it was Shadow Priest Hunter versus the Jungle. That might have been the only series this entire weekend when there's no Fire Mage. So finally, see a little bit of Frost from Wealthy Man. I love the build that he plays. When you see him basically turn into a skeleton, that's when you know he's about to get crazy. Things are getting wild. And normally the enemy team has to run and hide behind a pillar because the damage is so overwhelming. But if you don't, you can get caught in the open, especially if Wealthy Man's going to be playing Ice Wall, which I know he does. And there it is. I told you. So here we go. Chun-Li on the Marks Hunter, Wealthy Man on the Frost Mage. This composition I don't think we've ever seen this in the AWC. So let's see what they can get done.
I don't think we've seen a Marksman Hunter in the AWC for like as long as I can remember. When was the last time we saw a Marksman Hunter? It's always survival, or after they buff BM Hunter. I really can't even remember the last time we saw this. So this is very, very new territory, and I wonder how much experience Kawaii has into this composition. But they are actually running something that we haven't seen that much as well. Going to be bringing Rev on that Shadow Priest, and of course Drake on that Rogue. We saw him really rise to the occasion, and it was a real big reason for their success last year. And Drake bringing in that Rogue, being an absolute beast on Rogue, Warrior, and that Windwalker. And here we go, the opener coming in. And we're going to see Brain as well on Holy Paladin, actually. So this is no Holy Priest on either side here. This is just surprises from both teams, I think. Rogue, Shadow Priest, and Paladin. We already saw Rogue Shadow Priest Shaman, so you can assume it's going to be similar. Wow, what a big amount of damage coming out from Chun-Li here right off the get-go on that MM Hunter. And I mean, this is playing in perfectly into Cloud9 style. Just sit back and, you know, dampen people. So you love to see that right away.
All right, half of Prev's. Oh, that ice wall walling Brain off behind the pillar.
Oh my god.
Chun-Li getting
Oh.
This is the downside. That marksmanship hunter is fragile. Basically, class for this rogue and Shadow Priest. Every stun is going to be very scary. Here comes big damage from Wealthy Man, activating that Deathborn Ring of Frost. Oh, he's playing Kyrian marksman. He can shoot through walls. Chun-Li's going to be unleashing a flurry of arrows while Wealthy Man gets aggressive.
What?
Look at the damage across the board here of this team. Prev struggling to survive. Frostbolt's cleaving the team. Chun-Li on the other side. If they can survive these stun locks from the rogue, every time they try and bumper down on the pillar, they're going to get erased eventually. But now they've got to get on defense. They got to get ready. Here's the kidney shot. Are they prepared to keep Chun-Li alive here? Smoke bomb comes down. No pre-Ironbark. Flourish up with Cenarian Ward. Big hots on Chun-Li. He survives the smoke bomb. Brain charging in. Hammers down onto Flop. Chun-Li still the target, but Wealthy Man has a couple more seconds of Deathborn. Curious to see if he can get any big Frostbolts out here. Just lobbing them out at Preb. Drake and Polymorph. Setting them up on the pillar. Sap out of the blinding light, though. The crowd control chain from Kawhi is insane. Chun-Li trying to pre-feign death. Pre-feign death. The kidney shot. Is that going to be enough to survive the sepsis? Massive damage incoming onto Chun-Li. Ironbark not enough, and he will be crushed. Kawhi, reigning champions of North America, countless times, coming in strong and not going to be taking the curveball. This is going to be scary, I think, for Chun-Li and Wealthy Man. I feel like maybe with this comp, maybe they need a Paladin healer, not a Druid. Maybe a little bit more offense, like Bops on the Hunter, and maybe go all in on these pillars, like Bop a Kidney, then pop everything. I'm not sure if the Druid is going to be able to handle this.
I think we need a Holy Priest.
Who doesn't
Yeah,
need
it's always the answer. Holy Priest is always the answer, but this is essentially how Frostmage works. You pop your Veins, you pop your Deathborn, the enemy team runs. They're so scared. Just getting cleaved, Frostbolted down, getting snared. They're very afraid, and you can either take someone down with Surprise Burst, or later on in dampening, just the damage is way too overwhelming, which, like you said, kind of plays into the strengths of Cloud9. Big kidney shot here on Chun-Li. See exactly what happens to Flop, because he is in crowd control for quite some time. Big Feign Death coming in from Chun-Li, and it's the spell, so he dispels the VT into a full Hammer of Justice, into a Blinding Light, and Flop is just so far out of position. It's really difficult for him at this point, especially Drake, just with the sprint. Look at how fast he gets across the map, gets the full sap. He trinkets out of the sap. There is no blind, so maybe a little bit greedy to sit through this crowd control. There's no blind available. He just isn't able to get there. Too little, too late. Gets silenced. Ironbark at 5% health is going to be enough to keep him alive. And I actually agree with you, Sid, because it seems like the only way we're going to see Drake, Prev, and Brain win this is with the big CC chain. They do it really well. I mean, we've seen this strategy from them many, many times. Maybe having a Paladin as like kind of an emergency healer, you have more breaks, and then during those large CC chains, you can actually have those immunities. The ultimate sacrifice, for example, would have saved them where Ironbark would not have. So I don't know how much Paladin Flop plays, but yeah, I feel like these all-ins from Prev, Drake, and Brain can definitely work against the Hunter. But if they can somehow shut that down, maybe they could actually bring the game to the late game, which is where I think they're really going to thrive.
So I just wanted to hop in real quick. I've got some information from Chun-Li behind the scenes here. Before that series, he was telling me that he was going to play as Hunter, and we've always known him as Windwalker. A lot of people cite him as one of the best Windwalkers in the world, and we got to see him play just a little bit of Hunter last year, and it was really, really early success with that. And so I asked him, I was like, how are you feeling on your Hunter right now if you're going to be playing that in competition? He said, I am feeling better on my Hunter than I am on my Windwalker.
Why do I have to take a shit while I'm in queue, man?
On that first game, Tico.
I mean, it looked like more of a defensive misplay from Flop. I feel like he was just pushed up way too far. It feels like their comp, they want to win by just kind of sitting back and letting.
I'm so over the bullshit.
Damage out and then kind of surviving those bursts. So I think it was during the death where maybe Flop wanted to push in to be able to assist Wealthy Man when he was really far up. I feel like Wealthy Man isn't that great of a target for Wiley, so just let Wealthy Man do Wealthy Man things and try to keep a more defensive posture, especially when Charlie doesn't have that trinket, and it's going to look a lot better. I mean, he was able to do a lot of damage during that matchup, but now the question comes, exactly what are they going to run? And another question is, are they tagging in Cubsy at all here for this? Because, like you guys mentioned, if we see a Holy Paladin, would that be Cubsy playing the Holy Paladin, or is that still Bob playing the Holy Paladin, and Cubsy strictly going to be, flexing on those DPS roles? A lot of questions for this new Cloud9 roster, and just need more data points to see exactly what they can do here.
I wouldn't even mind a Mistweaver. Ring of Peace when the enemies start running behind the pillar, just sit max range, portal in stuns, portal away from goes. You're gonna have better mana than the Paladin.
Yeah.
Actually, it's way more healing output. I actually think Mistweaver wouldn't be too bad here. I actually think Druid is probably the most exploitable healer, because you can die through your cooldowns to Siphene. You can just get CC'd out, purged by the Shadow Priest. I actually think Druid might be one of the weaker options. You get Vortex, which is great. Trying to Vortex people out in line. But the healing output, I think, is tough against the Shadow Priest. Specifically, if Druid has a weakness, I would say the Shadow Priest is one of them, and Rogue probably another. So this is going to be tough for Cloud9. This is the new roster for 2022 here, AWC. Flop coming in. They had that really big moment where we saw the Resonating Arrow, we saw the Deathborn from Frost Mage. Thought that maybe they could get some damage out there, but no, Brain was ready for it, Prev was ready for it, just Fleshcraft tanked through all of it. So if they can survive those big cooldown windows, I'm a bit worried. Cloud9 pick a map that have very small pillars, and this is what they need. Big maps, small pillars, so that the enemies can't line of sight them as much. Flop's gonna have to be very careful with his positioning here, because Kawhi are more than ready to punish him, taking that game number 1 off an insanely long crowd control chain. We'll have to wait and see if they can do it again. Looks like Chun-Li is sticking to the Kyrian marksmanship hunter. This is the first time we saw Resonating Arrow, and I feel like this is one of the biggest abilities talked about moving into Shadowlands. Like, what? You get wall hacks? You can shoot through the pillar? Like, this is going to be the most ridiculous thing ever, and we never saw it literally until now. Like, the final patch, we're going to see the marksmanship hunter. Let's see what that Resonating Arrow can get done.
Yeah. I'm curious to see how this one plays out. The Resonating Arrow is going to be really strong. If you have Wealthy Man who's able to kind of push in. Honestly, I have to be a little bit critical of the build Wealthy Man is playing in the last game. I feel like there's ways he could optimize their strategy a lot more. We'll see how this one plays out, and I'll see if he makes any adaptations before I really comment on that one. But Prev right now, going to be the main target. Looks like the Frozen Orb will drop down. The Comet Storm will drop down, as Prev's going to be the initial target. Actually, basically Wealthy Man hitting whoever he can. I think he's already popped his Deathborn and Vayne, so playing really, really aggressive here onto Prev, getting a lot of damage out. Vampiric Embrace, Prev getting low, big rapid fire. Rain gets caught into a polymorph. These Frostbolts build up bigger and bigger and bigger. Every single one of these Frostbolts during Icy Veins empowers the next Frostbolt. And this Ice Wall, beautifully done, just really looking to get aggressive, get that Deathborn on cooldown, and start generating some momentum for his team.
Yeah, and still a lot of damage coming out here onto Drake. Wealthy Man with big flurry combos, and really putting out a lot of pressure. But in terms of defensives, they didn't get any of those major defensives. And there's the Resonating Arrow. Here comes the aim shots from Shadow Step Kidney coming through. What was that damage onto Brain? They're almost taking him down from across the map. And Chun-Li's gonna survive beautifully. And here's the Flop is playing a lot more single target oriented build, playing something similar to what we saw from Luxia. Just going for those set bonuses, going for those big single target healing with that Tree of Life as well. So I like this a lot more, and Flop is just moving further and further back on the map. Just kite them throughout the map, have the Frost Mage slow everybody up, have Chun-Li reposition with Flop, and this is much more in tune of what we see from Cloud9, but it's an opportunity to close a gap. Drake's trying to make his way over there, but look at the damage. It's just absolutely incredible how much damage it is. Flop now going to re-stealth and cross the map. And this is exactly what he needs to be doing. Just build up momentum. Fleshcraft coming out from Wealthy Man. He's going to get top out. He's going to get kicked on it. Sheep's coming out onto Drake. Nice counter shot there onto Brain as well. Brain with those wings active. Should have no problems keeping his team alive and aggressive right now. And once again, now they've lost the map. You never want Flop to be on the same pillar as Brain. And that's basically the story of Paladin versus Druid. Anytime the Druid is on the same side as the Paladin, that means we're going to see those big CC chains. But right now, Chun-Li once again Resonating Arrow. Evasion gets forced out. Ice Wall. And I mean, this is incredible stuff. The Resonating Arrow really getting showcased so far and doing a lot of work, honestly.
That's big value opportunity, but now they're going to push forward. This is their opportunity to counterattack once that cooldown is down. Freezing Trap onto Brain. Potentially an opportunity for Cloud9 to get some damage here out onto Drake. They get Cloak of Shadows at least, but Psyfiend is up. Big pressure on a Wealthy Man. Ice block, Mass Dispel. Prev gets interrupted. Big heal comes in from Flop. Recovering Wealthy Man, but one ice block down, and that's what Kawaii need. They need to just wait for those big siege tank moments where Chun-Li's going to post up, drop a bunch of damage. Once all the damage is unloaded, then go for a big push, get a cooldown, and then get back to the pillar. Because I would think of this comp as like a siege comp between the Mage and Hunter. They're going to post up and then be max range, maxing their damage, and you got to be careful when you pick your moments to push into a siege comp here. Flop trinketing into a Hammer of Justice. This could be devastating, but Resonating Arrow. Chun-Li, look at the damage behind the wall. Brain struggling to heal through it. Trinketing out of the Freezing Trap, goes for a double blinding light, but here comes the Deathborn. Wealthy Man wants to be a scary threat, maybe scare his opponents away so that Flop can get out of crowd control. He's ramping up those Frost Bolts one after the other, proccing roots here. And Chun-Li's in a position to keep shooting them behind the pillar here on the left side, but I don't think Wealthy Man's going to get in line of sight, unfortunately, to get too much damage off with this Deathborn, and there's no Resonating Arrow to kind of try and flank them off of the pillar. Does Blizzard and Cleave run the Paladin out of mana with this position, trying to attrition Kawaii out?
And Wealthy Man kind of desynced his Deathborn and Icy Veins, which I don't think you really want to do. The damage threat is kind of limited. He did end up picking up the Frostbite, which I think is really good, because now you get the random roots with the Blizzard and the Frozen Orb, keeping them in place. And this is the exact positioning you want, this kind of triangle formation where Wealthy Man's on the right side of the pillar, Chun-Li's on the left side of the pillar, and you're kind of just poking everyone down. Wealthy Man still has one ice block, which is a great position. Resonating Arrow going to be putting out a decent amount of damage, and this is basically, it's interesting because when the Mage pops his cooldowns, you got to run behind the pillar, but unfortunately you can't run behind the pillar when Chun-Li has a Resonating Arrow. And I think that's kind of where that synergy comes from. Cloud9 really utilizing this map well so far, and it's been difficult for Kawhi to actually push forward. Beautiful ice wall keeping Drake and Prev in the middle of the map. Drake gonna push forward right now, has a Cloak of Shadows, has his Vendetta as well. Wealthy Man gets freedomed, and that freedom is definitely going to pay dividends. Big kidney shot, though, on the Flop. What are they going to be able to do? He doesn't have his trinket, and Drake's really, really low. A big all-in, though, on the Flop. They punish in a huge way. There was no trinket, and they just all in. And with the kidney shot into the Hammer of Justice, Kawhi just always finds these win conditions. This team is so good at just mixing it up, turning it on a dime, and they will be going up in Series 2-0. Cloud9 on match point.
Yeah, very, very unique strategies coming out from Cloud9, and I think it was on their earlier push they used that blind to force out Flop's trinket, and now they saw, okay, we have a 10-second window here, 15-second window where potentially we can drop Flop, and that's exactly what they do. You can see the cooldown of that trinket is kind of lining up there with Drake's blind, and they have that Vendetta coming up very, very shortly. Wealthy Man just popped his Deathborn here, and they're just trying to avoid it, and as well, Chun-Li on one side, and this is honestly the best map for this type of strategy. I mean, you have these super, super tiny pillars, and you have a lot of distance, you know? It's not like Tulvir where the pillars are really, really chunky. Here, you just, if you take a step to avoid Wealthy Man, well, you're in Chun-Li's line of sight, and they go for the Resonating Arrow, they go for a bit of damage there onto Chun-Li, because when that Resonating Arrow is active, you may as well go and hit the Hunter. It's basically like you're not behind a pillar anyway. Nice ice wall coming out from Wealthy Man, and they get good pressure here onto Drake, but Drake has a plan here. He's got that big smoke bomb, he's got that Vendetta coming up, he has his trinket as well, and this is a nice setup. Scatter into Trap, into Bash, and then they just swap the Flop here, and honestly, Flop actually makes it very easy for them here in that situation, going in for the Bash, getting aggressive, and not really having that defensive mindset, and immediately, as soon as he goes aggressive, they just immediately pounce on that, take him out with 10 seconds left on that trinket. I think in that first game as well, he had a little bit aggressive positioning, and in this situation, you know, I would have loved to see him just kind of stay back, trade out maybe Iron Bark on Chun-Li or whatever, and then just sit back and try to go for the re-stealth. And kind of similarly to what we usually see from Cloud9, it's just more of a defensive approach. They're not really trying to go for those big setups and try to land those kills early on, if there is any risk whatsoever.
Yeah, you need to make yourself invulnerable in the match, and unfortunately, Flop tries to go for an aggressive play, and he gets punished. Maybe he didn't expect, the kidney shot into the Hammer of Justice. It was kind of, I didn't feel random, but you gotta realize those conditions, especially if you're going to play a composition. I mean, that's what made the old Cloud9 so strong when they're playing their Mage Lock. Is Cubsy was unkillable. You could basically never died. I don't think I saw it, quite honestly. Just always playing max range. Basically, only moving in was impossible for him to lose. He's had a really, really good grasp of the game. I'm not saying Flop doesn't, but those moments you have to look out for because, yeah, if Kauai finds themselves in a situation where they have a win condition, they're going to be able to punish and capitalize that really, really quickly, which is what we just saw.
I'm not liking the Druid in this comp. I feel like it.
Fuck me.
For healers, in this specifically, even Holy Priest having a ring.
Now I get to wait fucking 10 years again to.
Stunned. He doesn't have to even get close to him. Just launch out the Chastise like Drake's dead. Anytime he tries to move, he's just gonna get Chastise sniped in midfield. I just feel like there's gotta be better healers than the Druid. Like the Druid is like, we're gonna be just behind the pillar until 50% damage the Pally. And they need to play that, like almost never go for a stun, I think, if they want to do that with the Druid. But Holy Priest can do that and get the stun. It's like, and you get some damage. Like a Holy Fire, imagine a 30k Holy Fire in the middle of that game. Like
It's also way more obnoxious. I mean, if you're a Holy Priest and you're getting to play max range, it's likely you're going to have Holy Ward on yourself. You're going to have greater Fade. So they have to put a lot more work to actually land that effective crowd control on you. Whereas the Druid doesn't really have that same level of protection.
I definitely agree. Like Holy Priest, it just makes more sense because instead of having two wizards, essentially, I'm just gonna start calling hunters wizards at this point. By the way, survival, MM.
I said that
you're a
yesterday.
wizard. Yeah, no, they're 100% a wizard. Like, at this point, I would like to see a Holy Priest, of course. We're not gonna see it, but it does make sense. You know, you have a third wizard standing there, spamming out. You know, essentially, we saw it earlier. You know, in the Golden Guardian series, we saw the Holy Priest doing, you know, same damage as his Fire Mage on the side of Unitas. You know, that is the amount of damage that you're actually giving up. But I will say, stylistically for Cloud9, the Resto Druid is a pillar of their gameplay. This is what they do. They just build a composition, you know, like Mage Lock, like Mage Hunter here, and they just have their Druid in the back line, constantly looking for drinks, and the Hunter and the Mage, they're stopping the enemy from drinking. So anytime the enemy wants to, you know, turtle behind the pillar, Cloud9 is slowly winning it. And I think what we're seeing is actually some of the growing pains from Cloud9, where everybody isn't maybe on the same page like that, because, you know, with Cubsy and Chanimal, and when they were playing that Mage Lock, we saw, like you said, Cubsy would almost never really go down. It was always, as soon as he, you know, was in that situation, he would just re-stealth, cross the map, look for a stun on the healer while he's crossing the map, and just constantly playing it safe. And as a Resto Druid, yes, I agree with Sid. You're giving up a lot by having the Resto Druid, but the one thing that you do gain is that if the game goes long and your team is constantly stopping the drinks by just, you know, existing, then you're slowly winning the game, right? So for Cloud9's style, that is typically how they won a lot of their game and saw a lot of their success, you know, especially during last year. So I think this is just some growing pains, and they just need to all get on the same page. During those setups, you can go for those, you know, we saw it as well with the Mage Lock. They always would go for those Infernal Stun into Coil, into big setups, but it was never at a time where they could lose the game. It was never at a time where, oh, if they just trinket and counter go, I'm dead, you know? And I think that's just something that you have to chalk up to some mistakes there positionally, and just, you know, not everybody being on the same page. So I don't mind that Cloud9 stick with the composition, but they're banking on a lot, you know, playing a long game, especially against, you know, the first of Assassination Rogue. It's not going to be an easy.
Yeah, let's see if they can keep it up here. This map is also going to be great benefit to Cloud9. Small pillars, big space. Chun-Li already getting a lot of damage on the Prep. Drake still in stealth though, looking for his target. Flop is out of stealth, but I don't think they want to start on the Druid. It's just in that situation where they already had his trinket. It was a good opportunity. They're going to go on to Wealthy Man for now. Scatter shot onto the road. He gets stunned by Prep. Siphon and Wealthy Man going after the Mage this time around in game number 3. Maybe trying to mix it up against Cloud9. Close this series out with a surprise, but here comes the Deathborn. Wealthy Man, is he going to regret it though? He just has to go into his Ice Block. Master Spell, this could be it. It's match point for him. Master Spell on the Ice Block. Flop has to trinket. Huge overlaps defensively on the side of Cloud9, and they haven't gotten any pressure just yet. Wealthy Man needs to get damage and some value out of this Deathworm. Here comes the Resonating Arrow. They've got to get big cooldowns from Prep right here. Aim shot. Oh, gets kidney shot on his aim shot. He's not going to connect it. Prep now flesh crafting behind the pillar, and the Resonating Arrow will not be available to shoot through it. They're trying to disengage in. They're trying to get aggressive, trying to get some value out of this trade, because they're basically getting nothing on the side of Kauai for almost everything on their side. This is an abysmal start for Cloud9. Secure a polymorph onto Brain. trying to drag Drake off the pillar. He's obviously reluctant to do so, facing down that Deathborn Frost Mage. But now Frost Nova, Comet Storm procs, big damage onto Drake. Kona Cold snaring him down. Now Prev getting blasted. They got Prev and Drake out in the open for Chun-Li to start going to town, but with no trinket on the Druid, one block down. If Kawaii make some solid pushes here, like 1 or 2, they could close this out.
Yeah, Wealthy Man using his blink. Can Drake land the kidney? He does land the full kidney on Wealthy Man. He's going to be eating a long stun here. And this is the Psy Fiend as well. But it looks
Can I upgrade to 233 now?
to keep him alive. Wealthy Man kind of just tanking through this damage, getting some polymorphs now, getting some counter pressure on Prev. Little swap here onto Drake. This Chun-Li looking to tap him out with the big aim shot. Ice Wall does come down. Wealthy Man going for a big Comet Storm, but Drake going for a kidney shot onto Flop once again. I don't think this is going to be that same level of all in. Double Fear coming in. Hammer of Justice. Can they take him down? There's no way. Flop holds on. That's going to be the Bark Skin now with no trinket. Could be vulnerable to the next stun. They could also just go after Flop, get his trinket, and then throw a full blind on him. So a few different options for Kawhi.
First
Big damage
haze.
out on the Crevice. He gets interrupted. This is the Deathborn. This is the this is just
Ace
the Legendary
Mastery.
Hero. Deathborn still not available for another about 1.5 minutes. That's going to be the next really scary moment for Kawhi.
Yeah, and we're going to see now Wealthy Man once again going to be the target of choice. And nice altered time there by Wealthy Man. And they do have that Iron Bark available as well to work with. Big damage coming out here from Chun potentially. See what he can get done. He gets a nice scatter there onto Prev, trying to slow him down. Full Sheep secured onto Brain. This is Cloud9 actually getting very aggressive. Can he get the Cloak of Shadows? That is the question. Drake Shadow steps over. Nice cheap shot onto Chun-Li. Nice go onto Wealthy Man. Trying to hold on to that Cloak of Shadows, but he will trade out the Cloak and the Evasion right there. So Saved by the Light as well going to proc. So not a bad situation for Cloud9. Finally showing some signs of life, getting some cooldowns. Brain's mana not looking too hot here. And they're going into that Wizard formation. Flop in the back line. Wealthy Man on one side, Chun on the other side. Drake right now in stealth, looking for the opening here. Flop has his trinket. Everybody on Cloud9 still has defense. The only thing they really forced is that Exhilaration, which is coming up. There's the Resonating Arrow now, and that's going to be Drake's. That's what Drake is actually waiting for. He wants to shut down that Resonating Arrow just with a big kidney shot immediately, and he's going to just go back to the pillar. And knowing that now it's kind of safe to turtle here for them a little bit, waiting for some of those cooldowns to come back up. He doesn't want to get too aggressive, maybe without that Cloak of Shadows, or at least a Vanish in his back pocket. He gets a restuff once again. And now he's going to go after Wealthy Man with that Deathborn active. Fleshcraft coming out from Wealthy Man. Can absorb a lot of that damage. Polymorph coming out here onto Crab. Wealthy Man still forced into the Ice Block here. He's taking massive chunks of damage. And Kawaii so far looking pretty solid.
I think they're going to be taking this pretty soon. Like, they could probably kill through Iron Bark with all their cooldowns. They still have a Smoke Bomb. And Wealthy Man doesn't, he has that trinket where you can go immune to a CC. So unless he's running that Blink Stun or he has a good timing here. Chun-Li's got another Resonating Arrow. He's got a True Shot. They need to get value out of these cooldowns here on this push. Decent damage onto Prev. When is Chun-Li going to pull the trigger here on that Resonating Arrow? Here's the double tap. There's the Resonating Arrow. Throws it into the middle of the map onto Drake to try and get some extra damage, blasting him out. But if he retreats to the pillar, he's going to be able to line of sight him for the rest of the match. Rapid fire over onto Prev, just maxing out their damage, trying to move the Holy Paladin. Brain seems to be the name of the game here. Huge damage onto Drake. Finally, pressure coming out from Cloud9. They drop an Ice Wall. Brain repositions, but that Vortex is going to pull Drake back behind the wall. He tries to Soul Shape away in line of sight of Brain and to recover to survive into the future, using the wall to line of sight the Hunter as well a little bit there with the Soul Shape. They're killing this pet. They actually kill the Hunter pet there, so Chun-Li's gonna just go for a revive. There's no stop for it. Flop is drinking, trying to secure the late game, but Drake Shadow steps in for a kidney shot on the Hunter to try and stop the drink, but he's already regenerated full mana. Drake is gonna pull back to the pillar with his team here, wait for their next big assault. Cold Snap's coming up soon though. That kill window is slowly being lost. Brain regenerated a bit of mana, but still significantly behind that of Flop at this point, with Dampening moving in at the 40-second mark.
Yeah, and I don't actually think I'm a fan of Wealthy Man using this trinket and using Blink Stun. Basically what's happening, they're not even kidneying him. They're just attacking him and he can't move. So instead of having like Shimmer to actually maneuver around the map, he's basically just forced to tank out the damage, and there's no ranged interrupts. The only one that can stop him is Drake, so I think it's a big mistake to use this trinket. Both ice blocks have been as a result of just not being able to move whatsoever. But in the middle of the map, Drake Shadow steps over. Wealthy Man finally going to blink away. Can Drake connect the kidney shot? It's going to be big if he can. Nice try with Fleshcraft there. You have to wait for that Fleshcraft immune, then land the kidney shot. But it looks like Wealthy Man trying to just defuse that situation. May have bought himself enough time. It looks like he has. Blink likely going to be off cooldown, but big Vendetta just shredding through the defense. And a
MD.
big Master Spell as well. Wealthy Man is just in so much trouble. There's a full blind right now. Blinding Light out on the flop. Wealthy Man on the run once again. He has to use his blink to try to escape. If he gets caught into a kidney,
the blind,
absolute disaster. Full blind on flop.
Drake,
no trinket. Drake at the same time. He has evasion. He has cloak. He should be able to make this push here on Wealthy Man. He blinks away again. Can they land
Full
the kidney?
kidney.
There it is. Big kidney shot. Wealthy Man uses every man for himself, but I don't think he has enough time. Why 3-0 over Cloud9. These beautiful offensive pushes onto Wealthy Man, really punishing. And unfortunately for Cloud9, they will be going down to that lower bracket.
Beautiful stuff from Quiet, but here I think this is the game where Cloud9 looked the best. Like I do agree, maybe the blink stun wasn't ideal here for Cloud9, but at least we got to see what the comp wants to do. You know, how they're actually winning, because mana wasn't looking super good for Brain compared to flop, and it did look like you know, Cloud9 kind of had them in that famous Cloud9 chokehold. However, Wyatt just too strong on the day, and especially Prev, man, with that Master Spell on the Ice Block. I'm pretty sure we're going to see it on the replay, but he fakes out Chun's kick and then goes for the Master Spell cast, gets the Ice Block with that, and basically from there on out, they push in. Brain gets the Blinding Light finally, that situation that we talked about where if Paladin gets on top of the Druid, it's usually not a good situation for the Druid, because there's just going to be a Blinding Light, Hammer of Justice, all that good stuff. And we're going to take a look here at the replay and see exactly that. So that's the Iron Bark there onto Wealthy Man, and Wealthy Man is doing a great job here. Get the sheep onto Brain, trying to get the counter pressure, DR trap out of the sheep, blink forced out from Wealthy Man. He's trying to slow Drake here with the Frozen Orb, trying to pre-flesh crap on the kidney shot. The Vortex comes out as well defensively. Wealthy Man doing a good job here, just making a distance between him and Drake. Finally, Drake is going to connect, and there's the big Vendetta now coming in. No Iron Bark. There's the Hammer of Justice, and look at Prev here. Master Spell, fake cast a kick right there. Goes for a new cast, gets it. Chun-Li a little bit too slow there with the Scatter Shot, or maybe it was still on cooldown. And then they get the Blinding Light as well out of the Hammer of Justice into the Shadow Priest Disarm, into a Silence. He has to Trinket out of that one, and then Flop finally getting DR blinded into a triple DR Fear. Goes for the Nature Swiftness, goes for the Tree of Life, but Kidney Shot coming through. Wealthy Man tries to Trinket, but the Shift Slow is there, the Scythe is there, and the Smoke Bomb, of course, as well to punish that, and just an overwhelming amount of damage coming out. And that's the thing you love to see from Kauai as well. You know, they just keep on pressing that gas pedal, even though some teams will be like, okay, well, he Trinketed, next go, we can just full blind and win there. No, Drake says, nope, we're going to go for the DR blind. We're going to continue the chain with a triple DR Fear, with a Smoke Bomb, and we're going to push through and get the win anyway.
Wow, really, really quick, a swift 3-0 from Kauai. Unfortunate for Cloud9, of course. It's really weird to see them not even get a single win, but it's you know, it's not the end of the world for them. They are going to be you know, heading down. They're going to be heading down to the lower bracket, and they're going to be facing off against Golden Guardians for the last game of the day. That's another really difficult team that they're going to be having to face. I mean, I'm not surprised that they had a little bit of trouble just with their new roster and everything that's going on with them, but what are your thoughts on that, Sid?
I mean, they're going to have to fight like the same comp. So, I mean, this is maybe a warm-up. But if I was the Golden Guardians and I saw what Kawi just did, I would just copy-paste. Control-C, Control-V in the lower bracket, type GG see you next week or something to Cloud9. I'm very worried for them. Maybe they can make an adjustment, a change. I still feel like the Druid is just not going to be your best healer pick in there. It's just, it can struggle in those last-minute situations. If you're a Monk, you top off instantly in that situation, or a Paladin or a Holy Priest even, like, you'd be able to recover. You'd get so much more from the matchup specifically, but maybe they're worried about a different comp from Kawi. I don't know, that the Druid would be better into. But Kawi knew exactly what they wanted to do. We've never seen Hunter Frostmage in a tournament, and they seemed like they'd been playing against it for years, right? So they made really good pushes, really good commitments, knew exactly when to make it. They were trading on the Resonating Arrows. Like, even though that was the first time we've seen it, they looked like veterans, and now they're looking strong to move to Championship Sundays. So we've got like the reigning champions, you got the current generation of players, top level, going up against the new gen on Sunday in that upper bracket, which is going to be very exciting.
Yeah, it will be very exciting. So we'll have to see if this is a composition that Cloud9 is running that has potential, or if they try and switch things up and we see them next. But we can take a look at the bracket where we stand currently. We are, of course, heading to Novus versus Team Liquid up next. That's going to be another elimination round, and then the one that we just mentioned, Cloud9 versus Golden Guardians. So at the end of the day, we will only have 4 remaining North American teams. So Novus, we know that they're kind of the new kids on the block. Venruki, can they handle Team Liquid?
Well, I'm trying to see. So Novus actually sent Unitas down to the lower bracket. I think Novus, they didn't have the greatest performance against 3.5 Men, but 3.5 Men is really good at this RMP mirror, so I think they can make even really solid teams look like they're making a bunch of mistakes. So I really feel like this could be an even matchup. This is kind of like old versus new. Team Liquid, they know exactly what they're going to be walking into. Do they have something prepared for RMP? I think this might be one of those series where we see Trill and Mez paired up together in some sort of cleave. So that's what I would anticipate from Team Liquid. Novos, they're going to be running that RMP. Let's see if they can kind of rise to the occasion when the pressure is at its highest.
Yeah, we'll definitely see. It's kind of, I love that metaphor, the new versus the old. So we will come to that series up next. We're going to head to a break, and we'll be right back.
I need trinkets, man. My trinkets are fucking poop. I also need a back and rings. Need a neck. Cloak. Uh-oh. They all crit?
Hey everybody, and welcome back. We're about to see a Team Liquid face off against Novus. I was talking with Dopamine of Novus a little bit during that break, and I got to catch up with him just on how his team is doing. It is confirmed these guys are all new to tournament play and tournament competition. He says that the nerves have been pretty intense because everybody is so new to it, but hopefully they can, get over that hump of just sort of feeling new to all of this, and it's got to be a little bit of a stressful position to be in. Supertees, do you have any advice to maybe new players that are in this position?
Advice to new players: don't get mad at each other. I feel like falling into the blame game is usually what happens. Like, maybe it is someone's fault, but like if you just pick someone out and like isolate them, it just always ends up bad. Like it's always a bad place to be. You just want to take from the lessons, like even if you lose, what were the lessons from that for next time? Because this is only the first cup, so just keep the rage under control. I feel like there's some historic rage clips in WoW's history, and usually it results in teams disbanding, which is, you can't keep competing if that happens. So take from the lessons in the defeat, celebrate the victories. Like, this is just the beginning.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to put it. It seems like, at least in my experience, the teams that do that, basically what you just said, Supertees, rather than get upset when they have those really bad losses, are the ones that stick together over a long period of time, get those wins, and obviously have a more fun time competing in these tournaments, because it should be fun. But game number 1 here in the Grand Arena, Novus versus Team Liquid.
This is going to be an exciting one. I mean, Team Liquid, my prediction for them was running some sort of cleave, like a Demon Hunter Death Knight, something like that. We'll see if they lock that in. Novus obviously going to be running that RMP.
Finally,
it is, you saw.
Lord Mez? Well, I'm hoping, like, is it going to finally happen? He hasn't played DK in I don't know how long. It's like, it's literally
I think
Lord
DKs
Mez.
are actually not bad.
Come on, Mez. You got to give us one DK.
Fury
game.
Warrior.
Yeah, that could be, probably.
No way.
You don't think
we
so?
need the Death Knight.
The
We need Mez
Turbo?
on Death
Probably
Knight.
not.
We're going to summon Mez on Death Knight right now. Just by
It's gonna
you
be
speak his name
DH.
3 times, he's going to appear.
Everyone in chat, let's get some Mez DK in chat.
Mez. You guys aren't chanting with me.
Mez.
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 Mez. This is
Mez.
getting
The
You
children.
sound like a
seagulls
goat and a lamb.
in
like,
Finding Nemo. Mez? Mine?
Mez?
Mez?
DK?
DK?
Maybe?
Mez?
I don't think we're gonna see the DK. I think we're gonna see DH. I don't know why, but I have a
But
DH.
DH
I'm
what?
feeling a DH.
DH Shadow Priest? I know Sam's been practicing a lot of Shadow Priest. I actually feel like that comp might not be bad in RMP. So much defense, so much crowd control immunities. Definitely DH Shaman, something is what I
That's
want
what
to see.
DHDK. That's it.
DH DK? Trill DH?
Yeah.
Let's
Okay.
see.
I don't know if they'll actually do it. I haven't seen. Oh, I mean, I've seen a little bit of it, but I feel like Unholy Death Knights, they're pretty strong right now. Mez keeps talking about how he doesn't like Unholy and he only wants to play Frost, so I'm not sure. Maybe that'll work out the same. I'm not convinced that if they play War. Okay, they're playing Windwalker, mate. I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like when I think about this matchup, the Rogue should have a big advantage. But you can never count out Team Liquid. They've already played this composition today. They made it look really good. Let's see if they can continue that success moving on in the series.
Yeah, and they're going to be bringing in Sidu on a Ventir Priest, Tamayam on the Night Fate, Trill on that Necrolord, Windwalker, and we're going to see exactly what they decide to do. Palomar still playing that Subtlety Rogue, and honestly, I feel like Assassination might be better actually in this matchup if you're going after the Windwalker, but I guess the benefit of the Sub Rogue is always going to be that you have that triple stun lock. Gonna see the opener here as well, and Novus, they are newcomers here to the scene. They're fighting off against big time veterans. They get a sap here onto Trill. Now I am gonna look at the Frost Nova, doesn't find it. Sidu actually pre-resolved right there, so I'm gonna sheep Sidu, go after Palomar here, go after Trill right here, and they get his trinket immediately there with the Touch of Karma, with the Diffuse Magic, grapple weapon onto Palomar. Sidu now out of crowd control, and Sidu anticipating himself to be the target in that matchup. And they're just going to trade out Trill's cooldowns. Now, finally, a big push here on the Palomar. And they get his trinket, Fist of Fury coming out. And that's going to be the trinket. Stun on the trinket. Trinket as well. And they almost taken down through it. Novus is in a checkmate. They forced everything. They forced trinket, Guardian Spirit, and trinket, invasion, smoke, everything. Next stun with combustion could just be
Oh,
it. but
smoke
right
bomb!
now- Smoke bomb,
Resonators! They're turning it around!
Resonators! And Trill! Boom goes the dynamite, and Trill is gonna get absolutely destroyed right away. Unbelievable. That was such a quick game.
Fuck Rogue Mage, man. So stupid.
Always gotta watch for that, and that's why I think this matchup's so rough. Is the Windwalker Monk is just. I really feel like the Windwalker Monk is very exploitable here. It was back and forth. It was a close call, but ultimately Novus, all they really need to do, if they can get Trill with no have Shadowy Duel and Resonators, they can easily take him down. So always have to be watching for that, and we can see exactly how this game played out and how this opener went here for the side of Novus.
It was an insane opener. Like, they got everything from Trill. They got Trinket, Diffuse, Karma, I think, right off the rip. So, like, that's already, like, a checkmate position for them. But then in reverse, Trill got everything from Palomar. Like, we're only a couple seconds away from Palomar being dead. But this is the opener. This is where Trill used basically everything. His whole team is CC'd. He sees Combust. He sees Blades. So it's like, oh, that's a Trinket. I'm going to use Trinket, Diffuse, Karma, and I'm going to survive this. But then there's still the Shadowy Duel. There's still the Smoke Bomb. And there's still Resonators. So Novus' strategy
First
was,
haste
let's
mastery
all
crit.
everything with Trill and then Resonator him later. Trill turns it around. They literally almost kill Palomar through everything in the game. Sea-Doo gets a restun. Spinning Crane Kick almost eradicates him. And then big heal comes out from Whaler at 1%. Palomar almost dies. And now Palomar is dead next setup. But their strat was to use everything to bait Trinket and then do this. Stun, Smoke Bomb, Resonator. Did they even end up dueling him on top of the bomb? So Smoke Bomb is down. Resonators.
Increase your chance to trigger Stormbringer and Wind Fury by.
It's not getting there. There's no way. So Bomb, Resonator, plus Combust being a threat for lethal. They know what their win conditions are, and they played that really cleanly. Like, this is a big improvement for Novus coming down from the upper bracket. Like, that was a clear plan that they wanted to follow. They didn't choke at the moment where they almost died against Trill, and then they executed on it. So now that Sea-Doo's team has seen that they're going to know it's an option. I'm not sure how they're going to combat it, though, because, like, if you don't Trinket trade on Bust Blades, like, I don't think you're surviving. But then if you don't have Trinket on Dual Resonator, I don't think you're surviving. So, like, what are you going to do?
Swab.
Yeah, that's what I don't think. I think the Windwalker Monk is too exploitable. I really do. I mean, maybe you could play some sort of like build to survive, but I don't know if it'd be good. Like play Orc with Sephuz and play like Kyrian auto stun or something like that. Like maybe there's like a universe he could live, but the consistent setups coming in from RNG are just so brutal in this matchup. So I think Team Liquid, I would say they need to make a change. Otherwise, you're just gonna see, this setup consistently. Sea-Doo obviously going for the Door of Shadows, gets interrupted on it, but it's just a devastating amount of damage. And when you're in a stun as Trill, you can't really do too much. He had his port, he has wall, but no access to those if you're dying in a kidney shot.
Is it just me, or did we change the environment around us? Go to Maldraxxus.
I think we've been here all day, man.
Yeah.
We've been in Maldraxxus all day.
Just checking.
Just making sure. Think it's
No, but
just you.
Until our next fine. But that last Resonator didn't even go off. So
yeah,
like,
overkill.
He still had more stuns. Like that was an overkill setup. So I don't know if swapping to Orc, Sephuz, and all that. It might make a difference, but Team Liquid definitely they need to consider everything now, because they know what they're up against. Like Nova's playing only one setup, so I think we're gonna see the same thing from Team Liquid, but I don't know what they're gonna do about that opener. That's the thing that scares me, because obviously Sea-Doo knows, okay, they might go me, so I'm gonna pre-Aegis. That's exactly what he did, but then they just go after Trill. They get his trinket, and then they get checkmate. And if Sea-Doo trinkets to save him, there's always going to be the blind threat, and there's also going to be the swap onto Sea-Doo that they have to worry about. So I think a large map for sure is going to be one step in the right direction, because it's going to be a lot harder for Palomar to do what he did there in the end, where he literally just set up the whole team, just stun, and smoke bomb. But still, I feel like it's going to be a tough one for Liquid to crack here.
I will say, I think if they play Windwalker Mage Priest throughout the series, they're gonna lose the series. Like I don't know if they've been practicing like DA. I feel like DHDK would be good. Play Big Zone on the DK. That's an answer to survive. You have Darkness as an answer to survive. It just makes it so Novus has to go through a lot more trinkets and do a lot more setups in order to win. And I think it just buy Team Liquid a little bit more time to actually get something rolling. But I don't know how these Cleave comps do into RMP. We'll see. I guess if they're the most confident with Windwalker Mage, that's likely what we're going to be seeing. But I just feel like it's a losing matchup into a good RMP.
Yeah, I don't like Holy Priest from Sea-Doo in this matchup. I actually think a Shaman would still be better at least. Getting some extra cooldowns that can go through Shadowy Duel as well is important. Like you can link that bomb resonator go. You can earthen wall, but that's probably not going to save you. But link the resonator.
Flame tongue weapon active have 5% chance to reduce the cooldown of level dash.
Heals is going to be important because nobody can really help during that dual resonator. Trill is vulnerable on the Windwalker. I'd rather not see him on Windwalker. Samayam Mage is fine. Yeah, so getting a little bit more AoE heals, getting the revival from the Mistweaver. Surprising to see the Mistweaver actually come from Sea-Doo. But
first Mistweaver.
Having the revival is going to be really important. Having the life cocoon for a trade. Fury Warrior, I'm a bit worried. They're going to do the same thing to him. They're going to open with Bust, Blades, bait him to Trinket, Rage Regen, maybe get a life cocoon, and then do the bomb resonator. That's what I think their game plan is going to be off that first round. We'll have to wait and see if that's how they play it out here again. Maybe they mix it up. Maybe they open with a bomb, try and bait something, and don't send anything. Bait a trinket, and then combust later. Like Novus can be flexible here. So Team Liquid, they can't get comfortable. This is still a very strange comp. The Mistweaver, Fury Warrior, Fire Mage. I almost feel like this would be like a Maro Blizzo comp. Like Looney's team might lock this in or something. But to see Team Liquid locking this in, like we know them traditionally as the melee cleave. Sam flexes over to Boomkin every once in a while when it's in the meta. So this is kind of like treading new waters from my point of view for them as a team. Trying these like Warrior Mage and Windwalker Mage comps, which could be a good investment down the road. But
Each time Flame Shock deals periodic damage, increases the damage to the next level dash by 12%.
The one thing I do like about it is instead of like we see that.
Oh, I see.
Obviously, it's different compositions. We see that same situation play out where Mez has no trinket, and he's going to be met with a Shadowy Duel Resonator or a Smoke Bomb Resonator, and he's got no trinket. At least Sea-Doo from range can use Revival with Peaceweaver, and that's basically you're not going to die. There's no way you're going to die. Resonators are going to get totally immune. Combustion's going to get totally immune. It just gives them more answers from range. Also, could be a little bit more difficult to get cross CC on Sea-Doo if he can actually port during the stuns. So we're going to have to see Dopamine in good positions to make sure he can actually land that CC. The Sea-Doo's going to port. So little things like this, I think make it a little bit less scripted for Novus. They have to, deal with a few more tools that Team Liquid has available. But I still feel like this is a matchup they should win.
Yeah, I think so too. I feel like the Fury Warrior is just very exploitable because he doesn't have, like when you think about, Demon Hunters and DKs, like they have, AoE magic or AMZ, they have AMS as well. They just have like those big personal cooldowns that can soak up a lot of that burst potential. And also, things like Icebound Fortitude and just a lot of ways to kind of prolong the game to a point where they can actually win, because that's one of the weaknesses of the Sub-Rogue is that you're not going to have that same consistent damage. Every time we see a Sub-Rogue play, they're always going for restuffs, they're always going for setups and bursts. So that's going to be the downside, But with that Fury Warrior, you really only have that trinket and then, using Rage Regen to reduce the damage and survive one time. But it's kind of the same thing as what we saw with the Windwalker and as well with the Mistweaver. It's going to also be kind of a target that you could potentially take down in a stun as well. So a little bit worried about that. So he's going to be playing Ventir Mistweaver as well. Going to see exactly how they decide to open up here. Game number 2 between Team Liquid and Novus. Asherman's Fault. Great map for Team Liquid. Currently down 1 map here. And this is the debut of Nez for Liquid. So we're going to see exactly what he can do. He's been a key player in the past.
All right, this opener could be explosive. Where are they going to start? Ring of Frost on Sea-Doo, Paralyze on Waylor. Mez going to leap over to Dopamine. Spear Bastion down onto Dopamine, targeting down the mage. And now Palomar setting up on Sea-Doo. Smoke Bomb gets dropped. Massive damage onto Sea-Doo. He's counterspelled. That's it. Easy KO. Novos going to match point.
Oh, no.
That was exactly what I was just talking about. Mistweaver can definitely be a target as well. And disaster in game number 3. This is an elimination match as well.
Certainly is. Not wrong about that. So that is not the situation you want to see. I mean, I want to see all the cooldowns that was committed by Novos there, because I feel like CU may have greeted it. He had to use his trinket, but a revival, a cocoon, something, it may have actually kept him alive. He went for the cheat torpedo and just got deleted through it.
What counterspelled him? Like, how did I swear he was in a ring and he got CS. Like, he was CS'd while he was stunned. I want to see when the counterspell landed, or at least that's what I saw in the UI was a counterspell. Which surprised me.
So, all right, let's see exactly how this one plays out. All right, so Polymer moves forward, gets the sap.
What the fuck are guardian druids?
As turning into a Beyblade, trying to get the rogue out of stealth right now. Sea-Doo into a full Ring of Frost. Does he just get interrupted? Is that what happens? He goes to like... Yeah, Soothing Mist, he gets kicked. Kick kitty, so he can't do anything. That... What he could have done is Fortifying Glue. If he actually used Fortifying Glue there, he probably would have. That was his only answer, because I do believe... I'm 99.9% sure you can use Fortifying Glue like you are. It gives you a little bit of a shield. So likely would have actually survived there. So a bit of a misplay from Sea-Doo. Maybe he kind of forgot that he was interrupted and he trinketed and tried to use revival. And that was like the only button he could press, but he didn't realize that he was still interrupted. But I mean, if you're Novos, you're so happy with what just happened. Look at Polymore, he's so excited. By the way, it's really, really nice. I don't know if anybody watching noticed, but in the replays now, which has been a great addition.
Love to see that. And another thing that you love to see is exactly what you mentioned there, Ben. Especially from a lot of these newer players. We saw it earlier as well with Zen Chang. They're just so excited. Like, we saw it yesterday as well with Luxia and some of the European players. They just get so fired up. They get so excited. And I mean, why not? It's a big, big moment for them. It's the first AWC here on Novos, and potentially taking out Team Liquid. I mean, they got them on match point right now after a quick 2-0, and they had 2 quick back-to-back wins here. And I don't know what is Team Liquid gonna do here to bring it back. They need to find a comp. The good news for them is that Novos only plays that RMP, right? So they just need to find something that can beat RMP 3-0 on every map, and if it's at the respect assassination, just it's easy.
Find something that beats RMP. That's gonna be tough.
That should be easy.
Maybe what gear were they wearing? I want to look. Like, were they
We've
wearing
actually
their
seen what?
Sunglasses, or were they wearing full verse? Because we saw Zeepai wear full verse when he thought he was going to be the target. So I'm
Dude,
curious.
we've seen one comp beat RMP.
Ellie Mage.
RMP.
Oh, well, Ellie Mage beat it too.
Did Ellie Mage beat it?
Yeah, Zeepai.
What
First
RMP
series
did
of the
they
day
beat?
yesterday. They beat Dave's RMP.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But didn't they?
They didn't lose a game.
I feel like
don't think.
Didn't they lose right away to Raikou?
No, they didn't. They didn't fight Raikou yet. Raiku's still in the upper bracket. They lost.
Oh yeah, you're right.
They lost the Wizard there against Wapsi's Wizards. I think maybe if Caesar plays Holy Priest, he should play Res Legendary. That at least removes a little bit of vulnerability for the Holy Priest. Like, you can use his trinket to save Trill, and then still have the Res Legendary later on to save himself. Because that's one of the things is the Holy Priest, they just run out so fast. But all the Holy Priests we've seen that beat the RMPs were running Res Legendary. So it wasn't an option to all the Holy Priests. Is it? Did we see that? The same comp?
I really want DHDK. I'm gonna keep saying it over and over and over. I don't know if maybe Fire Mage Warrior can work. From what we've seen in the tournament so far, Rogue Mage just beats Warrior Mage. But they're gonna lock it in. Try once again. I mean, that's one of the things is when you try a new composition. This is what feels especially bad if you're Team Liquid. You try a new composition and you get no data from that last game. Like it was, I don't want to say it was a fluke kill, but I mean, Sea-Doo basically didn't have the best time in that one. He didn't get to press a single button, quite honestly. He just pressed Soothing Mist, got interrupted, and died. So that was his game, and you basically get no data. Like, is it going to be good? Is that just fluke? I mean, that could maybe happen again. I think it's unlikely to get interrupted and put this done, but it is possible. I do like Novos playing so aggressive. It seems like they have a clear game plan. They're able to execute. This has been a really good series from them so far.
Absolutely. But another thing that's interesting is the map. why did they pick Hook Point? Because in the previous game, they picked, you know, Asher mains. It's like, okay, yeah, they're going to have a lot of distance, you know, make it tough for the sub rope to get those big CC chains set up. But on Hook Point, you're all stacked up. You're within Shadow Step range, basically. So it's going to be an easy time for Talonmore to get those setups. So I'm not sure, unless they're going for like maybe a freeze all in, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me at least to go for that Hook Point map pick. But maybe they're just thinking, well, we're going to probably have to play on Hook Point anyway, but they pick it, so we may as well. I'm not really sure what the mental state is like here. Dude trying to take out some shooting misses here. He would fire a little bit there. He gets zapped. We're able to onto Mez, and Mez is going to be the target here. How is he going to respond? Free enraged region here by Mez. Nicely done. Samayam going to be the target. Trinket there to swap back onto Mez. So this is Mez. I was about to say.
See you next week.
Yeah, I mean that's literally their tournament lives. That I mean, Team Liquid has to be disappointed with that one. They basically had 2 throw games back to back. Really unfortunate. Talonmore's happy. He's having a great time. He's going to be advancing. We're going to see him tomorrow, but unfortunately for Team Liquid, not the best series we've seen from them.
Mez free enraged region there, so he's like, all right, I'm fine. And I was just about to say, yeah, Mez looks like he. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, Mez. It looks like
I didn't know that for the record.
Yeah, I mean, how often do we see Fury Warriors? Right? So, he uses his defensive cooldown on 100% HP. Let's just put it like that. And they even swap over. The crazy thing here is they just do like a mid-go swap to Samayan quickly with a smoke bomb and then go back to Mez. I mean, look at that. He's training like, all right, let's go back to Mez here for a second. Cheap shot Sea-Doo, and the combustion just takes him out. And Sea-Doo, what can he actually do there? If he trinkets, well, there's line waiting for you. You have to trinket to it. And even then, they might just go through that. So we're going to see it a couple more times probably. But I really don't know what they could have done here.
It's got to be finding a better comp. I feel like it's just they're also vulnerable. I started Fury where he just dies through his own. I mean, Nez did die through his cooldown. So he could have rallied here, spell reflect, spell reflect that pyro. Like he could have used his own remaining buttons. I think it would have kept him alive for Sea-Doo to get out of the chain. But then you lose the rally for somebody else. They should have gone for rally. Rally should have been used, and that probably kept him alive right there. It's just you don't expect to die, right? Like the RMP just went to wall. You're like, oh, I'm safe now, right? Like you get comfortable. Like you survive the first stun, you're thinking like, okay, it's my turn to get aggressive now, and then they just come back to you and kill you without even having a stun. So it can be really rough when that happens.
Yeah, it's so crazy how much Guardian Druid does in damage.
That sent Liquid down to the lower bracket. I kind of think that it was. If my memory is serving me properly. So this is like 2 times they've lost to it. And there's a bunch of other rogue mages in the competition, so I think the lesson from this is to get a good comp and get a good strat for rogue mage priest. Like you're gonna need it. You're gonna need it.
I think
if you don't got it, you ain't going nowhere. Like you gotta have something for RMP.
Yeah, that's great advice for all the competitors. Figure out something to beat RMP fast.
Profit. Yeah. Well, certainly. An unfortunate way for things to end for Team Liquid. That was a super quick series, but absolutely, I mean, well done to Novus. Newcomers to the AWC competition. Their name Novus means Latin, or means new in Latin. So, and they showed up. They showed up to win, and I'm really excited. I'm going to be keeping an eye on this team for sure. They're going to be heading off to Championship Sunday, so we will get to see them again. But unfortunately, that is the end of Team Liquid for this weekend, and that wraps up that match. Now we're going to be moving on to another elimination round, another elimination match for our very last one of the day. It's going to be Cloud9 versus Golden Guardians. And the last time that we saw this team, I think Nico, it was just you who was saying you were a little worried about Cloud9 versus Golden Guardians.
Absolutely. I mean, you just saw Cloud9 get absolutely dismantled by Fury, and guess what they said? Rogue, Shadow Priest, Holy Paladin. Well, guess what the Golden Guardians plays, and you could maybe argue that they're a little bit better at it because it's their main competition. Rogue Shadow Priest, sure, they don't have the Paladin, but still they have Abster on that Shaman, and I mean, he has flexed the Paladin as well in the past, so it's not like it's impossible that we see him bring it in. That would be a kind of a rough matchup. I really hope that either Cloud9 swaps their composition, or that Cloud9 has maybe prepared something, swapping talent, swapping gear, trinkets, whatever it might be, to actually deal with the Shadow. So far, it's been a main very good. If you have something to say about?
I don't know. You know what I think they might actually run? So I think there's a bit of a mind game going on because Brain plays Paladin. Chun-Li is a bit afraid to play Windwalker because you can negate a lot of those defensives with the Blessing of Protection and kind of all in. The fact that Absent is playing Shaman, I actually think what we're going to run is Frost Mage Windwalker Druid, which is something we saw them play in the open bracket. Maybe Chun-Li would be able to play his Windwalker in the match.
Oh, okay. A little bit of spin to win. I like it. Yeah, I'm excited to see what these guys bring into this first game up next, but we have to go to a break first, and when we come back, it's going to be one last series of the day. Someone is going home, and it's Cloud9 versus the Golden Guardians up next. Hear that.
As I peered into
I'm so glad I bought this gear off the auction house. I was getting really discouraged. I was getting super discouraged. I need to get trinkets though. My trinkets are ass. I need to get some PvP trinkets. Ugh. Damn. Fucking shade lightning. Fucking cranking.
spread. Find shelter. Phase change. Phase change. Spread. Phase change.
Take up my spear!
Phase change.
Can't count Cloud9 out. Quite frankly, they lost to the best team in North America. I mean, so yeah, it doesn't. It's not necessarily representative of how they'll do against the rest of the teams. I still think they're really, really strong, and likely, I think they'll switch it up. For this game,
Doom wins.
Would be Golden Guardians locking the RPS, and Cloud9 locking the Windwalker Frost Mage Resto Druid. Something that is interesting, a composition that we saw yesterday in Europe, which is the Shadow Priest Hunter, Survival Hunter, I think is actually pretty good in the Mage Lock. Like, you basically just play it as 2 casters, put up dots, bring the game into dampening, and just kind of out attrition the Mage Lock, because you don't really have to cast that many spells, and they kind of do if they want to get off effective damage. So I think if Cloud9 does play the Hunter Frost Mage, that Golden Guardians can actually throw them a curveball with the survival Shadow Priest, and I think it's a good matchup. So we'll see lots of different options. I think this is one of those series with how many comps they have that could go down to a game 5 based off of who wins the blind.
Cloud9 versus Golden Guardians.
Yeah, I mean, as we know, when teams are, at the level that they are, that blind pick can be absolutely crucial. I mean, we've seen just devastating mistakes made, and you're not making the right choice for a counter pick, and then you just end up getting offset for the entire series. If it goes to game 5, it can be very, very intense. But what do you think, Subtease? What would you like to see coming out from Cloud9 as we head into this game?
3 words.
3 words. Sure.
First one starts with B. Second one starts with O. Third one starts with B.
Bob.
The last
Bring
word.
on the beans.
Bring out the beans. Bring on the beans. Whatever it is. Bring out the beans. It's time for jelly beans. Like, come on, man. Hunter Shadow Priest. This is the team that you've got to be bringing out jelly beans, I think. Even though you just saw Shadow Priest, Rogue, Paladin, we don't see Absurge on Paladin too often. Although I know like he could break it out. I think the Shaman Hunter Shadow Priest would be a nightmare for a Frost Mage.
Head,
Running him down. Even as
waist, back.
BM Hunter Shadow Priest even would be really tough for the Frost Mage.
Wrist,
Straight
chest.
Marksman, Hunter's cooldowns.
So obviously back for this, and then ring for the
Like, I think
Witch Doctor, shoulder, finger.
So
Yeah.
I would like to see jelly beans. Definitely a game 1 jelly beans.
So back, finger.
We want to try and chant to bring them out.
That didn't work last time.
I know.
I don't want to do it.
And honestly, we honestly
no
we're kind of
faith in it?
terrible at it, so I don't think
It's
it's not gonna work. We gotta level up our chanting if we're gonna use the chanting.
You're right. We'll have to practice them maybe for Cup 2. We can come back and maybe we can get a little bit better at it. But in the meantime, we can't talk about the match record between these 2 teams. Golden Guardians, they have a 2-3 match record this expansion versus Cloud9. That was, of course, with their old roster. I know that this is just a little bit maybe growing pains that we're seeing with Cloud9. Obviously, these are very experienced players, all 4 of them. But I think just if you head into a cup, with a brand new roster such as this, it's going to take a couple of games to find that synergy. But on the other hand, Zico, this is Cloud9. Like, these are very, very veteran players. So maybe I'm wrong in that statement.
I
Or
think
Ben, if
one
you
thing
have a
that's
comment.
one thing that's important to say is just they won all their games. They lost to Kawhi. I mean, they lost to the best team.
To expand on that,
Yeah, expand
the
on
old
that,
Cloud9 also consistently lost to Kawhi.
Everybody, everybody.
It's the same result so far.
Let me take that back. There's no growing pains with them.
No,
Nothing.
there still might
It's
be.
Could be,
just
but we don't know
Kawhi.
yet. There could be, but I don't think going up against Kawhi and losing is a good representation.
Definitely
It's
not.
not representative of how strong their team is because everyone loses to them.
That's true.
Even if they
Let's
lose
be
to
honest.
Golden Guardians, I don't think it's that representative as well because, I mean, these are technically the 2 hardest teams for Cloud9 historically last season. So you said you have 2 to 3, series record, and that's against the old Cloud9 playing Mage Lock, like really one team that usually could crack them here and there would be Golden Guardians. So and seeing that we had a preview of that last game and the fact that the Golden Guardians are basically playing the same comp, I would say the Golden Guardians should maybe be a little bit favored here, unless Cloud9 shake things up here. They bring in Chun-Li on the Windwalker, they bring in Cubsy on DPS, and they maybe have something mixed up there. It really depends on what Cloud9 are bringing, but based off of what we've seen, I would say the Golden Guardians have a bit of an advantage here. And another thing that's kind of crazy is that we just sent home Team Liquid, and now we're going to send home either Cloud9 or Golden Guardians. Like, these are, some of the top orgs in NA, and they're all in the lower bracket fighting for their lives. Like, how crazy is the competition right now when
Necrolord is the best.
newcomers soaking up all these spots?
Newcomers, of course. Cowboys not new at all. They're kind of expected. I feel like they're asserting dominance. Like, if the new generation can't take them out on Sunday, I'm thinking we're living in a Kawi world here, at least for the first cup. But like you said, I feel like what Golden Guardians have struggled with actually has been the cleaves. I feel like Kawi and Cloud9 in previous seasons usually locked turbo into them, and the Golden Guardians would play Ret Hunter, and they'd be like really struggling to figure out what comp they could do to deal with the cleave. So Cloud9 actually might pick a cleave, even though like they've played tons of games as the Frost Mage Hunter. If Cubsy does play Warrior, like they could pick up Turbo between Cubsy and Wealthy Man. They could even do Windwalker Enhance if they wanted to, or Windwalker Warrior. That comp kind of disappeared, but used to be a really good Shadow Priest Slayer. And those cleaves have been what's rough for Golden Guardians. Like they got knocked down here by Zan Chang on the Ret Warrior. Like Ret Warrior just ran them over. So if you've got a melee cleave, it seems like that is the best thing to lock into the Golden Guardians. So I don't really even want to see this Frost Mage Hunter comp from Cloud9 if they have one of those cleave options.
No, and back to your earlier point, Sid, it is so weird. It was the same story over in Europe too. It's just like these really big names, these really strong teams are getting knocked out early. And I think with North America, it's a little bit different in that these really new rosters are the ones that are also really rising to the top and surprising us quite a bit. I feel like especially since it's only Cup 1, I'm so excited to see where both of these regions go. But since we're in North America right now, obviously that's a little bit more relevant. But I mean, brand new teams knocking down really legendary teams that we've seen in the AWC for so long, one of them being Wealthy Man here. He is, of course, on Cloud9 that we're going to be seeing in just a couple moments here once that game is ready to go. But I mean, just look at the stats on this guy. I mean, he's an insane player, Ben.
Yep, plays a lot for them. 96% play rate. I mean, interrupt rate and juke rate, looking solid. But yeah, the one thing I've always liked about Wealthy Man is he's is willing to bust out the Frost Mage. He plays fire too, exceptional at fire. But yeah, it really makes it work. I'm curious to see if they can make it work outside of the Mage lock. Hunter fortunately didn't work out against Kawhi, but I still think there's potential with that composition. I'm curious to see what they decide to do for game number 1, and if they are going to implement Wealthy Man, or maybe we see Cubsy locked on something. I don't know if he's going to be bringing in the Warrior, if he's going to be bringing in the
How do they
Warlock,
figure out these stats?
Shadow Priest, but I feel like there is options for Cloud9, and they could have some, tricks up their sleeve. You can see Cubsy. This is the more interesting one. Is he plays Paladin?
That's such
and
a great
Resto
picture.
Druid. Yeah, he has 100% play rate. Well, not anymore. These stats. This must have been last season. Yeah, I mean, he didn't play in that last series.
Across Shadowlands, I think.
This is
all of Shadowlands.
Okay, this is all of
besides-
Shadowlands, not including today. So, outside of today, for Cloud9, 100% pick rate as the healer. I mean, that's pretty standard. But now, kind of having to watch Flop perform on the Restoration Druid. Cubsy's going to be flexing on that DPS. So, we'll see getting into Grand here very shortly.
I
Okay,
really
well,
like his
let's-
gamer pose. Compared to Maro's
Oh,
yesterday, I
Cubsy's
think
gamer
there is-
pose?
Yeah, no, he definitely has Maro beat on that one.
That's true. It's a good one. Real casual too. Got the smile and the sunglasses going. But it's game number 1 here. Loser of this series going home. Cloud9 versus Golden Guardians.
Oh, points for Maruki there with the prediction. Resto Druid and that Windwalker Frost Mage are going to be coming out here. Necrolord once again from Wealthy Man. We also going to be playing that Kyrian, and Flop is also going to be playing that Necrolord. Kidney shot onto Chun-Li. Peekaboo going to be playing Assassination. RPS coming out from the Golden Guardian. So this is basically what Cloud9 was expecting. And now let's see how they can perform here. The opener hasn't really forced out too much here for the Golden Guardians. Big damage coming out immediately from Wealthy Man. Look at him just parsing out those crossbows. Such a fast cast time on those. And Peekaboo does shut it down with a kick. Mind control onto Chun-Li. Resheet there onto Absturge. They're going to swap over to Absturge. Maybe nice. The kidney shot into Smoke Bomb here onto Chun-Li. He needs to be very... Ooh, the ice wall. Beautifully done. Look at that. That Smoke Bomb gets nothing because of that ice wall. Beautifully done there by Web.
Nice plays so far here by Cloud9. See if they can execute for a kill here in the near future. Chun-Li still has another set of images ready to pop. Leg sweep coming up in 8 seconds. Flop staying in the back line, keeping Golden Guardians pinned at the moment, trying to starve their resources, killing their Healing Tide Totem. Nicely done by Chun-Li. That's a powerful healing effect you need to get rid of against a Resto Shaman. They're stacked up for a double leg sweep. They're swapping to the Shadow Priest. WizK immediately trinkets and trades the Greater Fade. Peekaboo swaps back to Chun-Li, peeling him away in the kidney shot while Absturge is Cyclone. Flop jumps in, bashes Peekaboo. They could swap back to Peekaboo on the bash. How much damage do they have though? Ring of Peace knocking everyone away. Spinning crane kick. Breaking the polymorph, which is why he did that knockback. That was a nice preemptive move by Chun-Li. Try and get some damage out without breaking CC, but the pressure is not too high at the moment. Getting the Shadow Priest trinket, not a big value. You can still use Dispersion, and getting the Rogue trinket would be much more high value here. Moonwalker Frost Mage, unless they're looking to drag this out into deep dampening, their early game is looking pretty lackluster.
It's kind of the nature of Frost Mage. You pop all your cooldowns, you're really scary, they run away, and then outside of your cooldowns, you're kind of just waiting till your cooldowns are back up. I think Cloud9 just need to hold on and then try to overwhelm when they do have that Deathborn available. Chun-Li going to be moving over to WizKick, putting out a decent amount of consistent damage. Flop way behind on mana, so at some point Flop's going to have to go for a drink here, recover that mana, because I think it's going to be a big win condition for them. WizKick getting walled off, big Fist of Fury here. Looks like WizKick will just trade out that Dispersion, doesn't want to mess around getting behind the pillar, but now won't have that available for Deathborn, which is up in about.
Whoa!
Okay, good night.
That
Peekaboo
wall
gets
got
swapped
value,
to
bro.
and deleted.
That
Yeah.
wall got so much value. Look at the replay. Like, WizKick ran all the way around the wall, and they're like, okay, we can't hit you. Well, Peekaboo's still out of line of sight from the wall, so we're just going to completely erase him instead. Like, that was definitely a game-winning ice wall, and you'll see it in the replay. They were not ready for that wall onto Peekaboo, it looked like. I want to see what options they had. I feel like they did have options. They could have traded, but they did not expect that amount of damage. I'm really anticipating this replay because that wall was so clutch. It's like the first time to see it. I know probably got a ton of clips on his own content of the ice walls, but like the first time in AWC where the ice wall gets to take the game. So when we do get it, you'll see Wealthy Man place the wall at line of sight, Absterge away from WizKick, and instead of killing the wall, WizKick decides to run the long way around the pillar. The long way around the pillar, they just switched to Peekaboo instead, and that wall was still up. And it can be quite difficult to take down, especially for casters. Melee DPS, not so bad. Even Rogue can be really pretty tough to take down the wall, so it's a really good pick for them. That was just a nice swap. Really good setup by them. Huge value. I was questioning their early game because the damage was looking a little bit low. I think it's this moment right here where we'll see Wealthy Man. That's who you want to be watching right now. He gets an ice wall around the corner on this pillar to the left where Absterge is, and it blocks his line of sight so that he can't heal WizKick and he can't heal Peekaboo. Right here, ice wall, right there, blocks the line of sight. And WizKick is like, okay, I'm going to move around the pillar and get away because I don't want to die and I can't kill the wall. But Peekaboo is sheeped on the other side of the wall, so they're still behind the wall, and they just go for this insane damage. Like,
what was that?
It was just, I mean, Peekaboo didn't use anything. It was a spinning crane kick into a rising sun kick, but I mean, that was, Peekaboo traded his Aegis. I think he forgot that. Pokemon's don't care about that. They just punch you. Like, punch and kick you. So use the Aegis, maybe giving him a false sense of security, and just got deleted. But if we can actually see that replay again, I feel like Peekaboo had a lot of damage using every single cooldown. So very, very spiky. I like Cloud9. I like all my favorite builds right now. I think like period of fun, which makes me smile. Love just like the frosting. Yeah, it's nice to see, but I definitely I feel like Golden Guardians, like that matchup actually wasn't looking too bad for them. So let's look. Peekaboo literally has every button in the game. He's got Trinket, he's got Evasion, he's got Cloak of Shadows, and it's just Chun-Li literally just walks up to him, presses Spinning Crane Kick, he presses his Aegis, which absorbs magic damage, and Chun-Li kicks him with a Rising Sun Kick and deletes him. So look right here. There's another one of those games, unfortunately for Golden Guardians. Alright, there's the pre-fade. Peekaboo's dead. So that was a lot of damage, but I mean, there was cooldowns to trade for it.
Fist of Fury of WizKick not use his Rising Sun Kick. It's the legendary where he gets extra crit. I think that's maybe what happened because he's first during the Fist of Fury, so he's safe.
It only lasts 5 seconds, so I don't know if that is still available. Could just be crits, you know.
Yeah, maybe he just got
crit him.
Maybe he just got a crit. 30%.
More. Alright.
Yeah, Ashman's Fall gonna be the next map. And what is the Golden Guardians gonna do? Are they gonna lock the probably gonna. Is it time for the Shadow Breeze Hunt?
Yeah, that's another one of those games. It's like the last series. It's kind of like the last series we just saw. Like, I feel like Liquid still doesn't know if Warrior Mage is super good into RMP because you know both games were over instantly. I mean, they didn't really get much data. Peekaboo had so many buttons to trade, so One thing that is interesting, I don't know if WizK knows this, and I don't really like to reveal these secrets because it's annoying, but you can actually mass dispel wall. You can literally just cast mass dispel on a wall and instantly delete it. So
You don't like to reveal the mage secrets, huh?
yeah, I don't like off mages everywhere getting mad at me right now, but that is an option for Golden Guardians too. Like WizK could have just mass dispelled the wall, and maybe they could have been in position a little bit easier to actually get those heals on Peekaboo.
Increase your chance of getting a stack of Maelstrom up by 3%, and whenever you get a stack of Maelstrom up in the cooldown first versus reduce.
They're gonna go out. They're going out playing RPS from the Golden Guardians in Cup 1. That was a surprising amount of damage. So now the Golden Guardians know that potential is there moving forward for the rest of the series. Their offense, though, they were running flop out of mana frequently throughout that game. Like he had to run back, drink, run back, drink, run back, drink. So I feel like the Golden Guardians can hold their defense together. Like they can still take this with the RPS. Obviously, they think as well, so they would have changed it at this point, I think. So it's going to be an exciting series. Good to see Cloud9 get some performance here as well after that upper bracket round where they really get fully unlocked. So it is nice to see them come in here and start putting on a show here. And this is exactly when they need it. This is their last line. If they fail, they're out.
Yeah. I mean, this is just kind of a brutal series, similar to what we saw in Europe. Some really top teams facing elimination. So they got to rise to the occasion if they want to make it to tomorrow's games, Championship Sunday. The series ultimately will win the first cup in the region, which you definitely want to do. Picking up those early points and implementing the season, I think is really, really important. But yeah, interesting comps. RPS is kind of standard. Definitely Cloud9 has always nothing down compositions are a little bit unique to them, and we'll see if they can make it work.
That's something that actually gives Cloud9 a nice edge because you don't really like, even when they were dominating a lot with Mage, there wasn't really that many other teams running it, so it wasn't a good way to get practice into it. And that's something I guess Golden Guardians as well have going for them. I mean, right now, Kwai, of course, also playing that Rogue Shadow Priest, but most of the time, people don't play that comp, so you don't really get practice into it unless you fight off, unless you pay with your leader to see what. So it's interesting adaptation for them. That's what compositions bring them, but now the game is live. Icewall first throw ball here from Buffman. Big damage coming out from Chan. By Whiskey gets the sheep up. Might be going for him there. Big damage coming out onto Whiskey here. Will he trade the dispersion for that Lex Repetitive dispersion? Upstairs, looks like he can be able to protect this one. Or the wall for them. Should be enough defense there, but Buffman is snacking it. That F1 for that damage. We're in a cyclone right now. Can they find anything more? Could they maybe swap here? It looks like it has to be there on the sheet. Nicely done there by Whiskey. Control on Chan. Silence as well there. Chan is going to respect putting up Aegis as well as
Alright, let's see if they can keep it up here in terms of offense. Peekaboo trading evasion. Feint, trying to check the hits of Chun-Li here, but Chun-Li still has Swen. He's going to pop that out onto Whiskey, knock Absterge away, trying to isolate Whiskey. Huge damage potential. Big heals though coming from Absterge, stabilizing Whiskey. Peekaboo Shadow steps into the Windwalker, making a swap. We see the Unholy Nova Side-Chain combo on Chun-Li, but Peekaboo is in Polymorph. He cannot get enough damage out. Reposition puts Port down at the pillar, punch away at the Side-Chain, get rid of that threat. Flop spending a lot of mana right now. It looks like he wants to go for a drink with the Cyclone on Peekaboo, which is a great time to do it. Whiskey's counterspell, Absterge as well. Both teams preparing for a potential long match here. We'll have to wait and see. Whiskey gets good purges during a vendetta. Weltman or Chun-Li could be overwhelmed still. Flop lining up that adaptive swarm. Cenarian ward up on Chun-Li. Big hots on Chun-Li. Big setup on Peekaboo. Absterge moving in position. Gets walled off from his team. He is able to reposition and get some big riptides out on Peekaboo. Chun-Li's going to retreat back behind the pillar, but then is left behind. He's going to relay his portal in a better defensive position with his healer so he can escape if he needs to. Here comes Vendetta. Big damage over onto Wealthy Man. This is where Whiskey is going to be mashing Purge, moving as many hots as possible during the blind. Peekaboo still gets the sap despite the Ring of Peace. Flop is still crowd controlled. They're trying to remove those barriers from Wealthy Man. They stun Chun-Li, trying to go for the side feed, but it looks like the side feed is going to get sniped out immediately. Still decent damage onto Wealthy Man. Flop struggling to recover, going for the Swift Men. Adaptive Swarm onto Chun-Li. He thinks Chun-Li is going to get swapped to, so he's preparing for that by committing the Adaptive Swarm to him right now. Peekaboo calling up out in midfield. Chun-Li trading Karma, again a bit prematurely, just maybe add some extra damage to Shadow Priest, stay on target. Peekaboo, they've got great control on him. I love that they're dragging him out into the open, shooting him 3 times, rooting him 3 times, cycloning him 3 times. It's basically Peekaboo is out of the game right now, and WizKid is just tanking a Windwalker Muck. Probably maybe his #1 hated spec on the Shadow Priest. I feel like more often than not when there's a Windwalker, WizKid is in a lot of trouble. Here comes another setup on the Peekaboo, but they grip him into a triple leg sweep. Chun-Li with a nice punish on that. He's going to get WizKid's medallion, but they're repositioning with Ring of Peace, trying to avoid the reconnect. WizKid's going to Greater Fade, try and line of sight on the Icy Veins. Absurge getting left behind. I don't think they want to go after Absurge though. Kidney shot on Chun-Li. WizKid setting up a Siphene behind the pillar. Wealthy Man can't kill it, I think. But Siphene could get some big value on Chun-Li. He's going to try and line it as fast as possible. Peekaboo gets blasted. What on earth, man? They're just looking at Peekaboo for a moment. He loses half his health. Oh, the Ice Wall. Line of sighting Peekaboo from his team. He's trying to Soul Shape back to him. But if they stack up, that leg sweep is going to be a threat. If they run out into the open, the Ice Wall is going to isolate them. This is going to be a dangerous dance that the Golden Guardians need to do.
I don't love that Wealthy Man is splitting up his Icy Veins and his Deathborn, because now he has his Deathborn available, but doesn't really have the Veins to kind of back it up, which is really important. Chun-Li getting swapped to right now. He's playing Kyrian with the auto stun, so he's going to have a little bit more durability if Peekaboo gets him low. He can just automatically stun him. He has the file as well to keep himself alive. A little bit of damage now onto WizKid. If we look at mana, Flop is actually behind, so Flop's going to have to manage his mana. He's going to need to sit down for a drink at some point in this game. He wants to recover. Polymorph onto Absurge. WizKid just blasting Chun-Li, but it's actually Peekaboo on the back foot. He's taking tons of damage, forced to trade out his Vanish, as Cloud9 has a lot of momentum right now. Deathborn active for Wealthy Man. WizKid getting interrupted. Potentially could go after him as well. And it just seems like Cloud9, what they're trying to do is just survive, put on the pressure, and making it really difficult for Golden Guardians to actually get the setups you'd like to see if you're playing RPS.
Yeah, and Peekaboo still struggling here in that disarm. Absurge mana not looking great comparatively to Flop. Been able to sit down for a few drinks, and Absurge, they're gonna have to try to get a drink of his own maybe later on in the game. But Chun-Li getting out the touch of Karma here, and that Vendetta is coming up for Peekaboo. That could be an opportunity here to maybe go after Chun. Maybe get his trinket there at least. Nice leg sweep coming out. There's the kidney. There's the Vendetta. Iron Bar coming out. Chun-Li getting
Oh my god.
and he is gonna go down immediately. Instant punish on that touch of Karma.
Jesus.
I mean, that was an unbelievable amount of damage. I have to see that in the replay. Was Flop in any crowd control there? Was he silenced? He did end up leaking in, but I don't know if he was actually in any crowd control. Perhaps Cloud9 could have played those last few moments a little bit safer. Their strategies seem to be, doing okay. Flop, I think, actually recovered some of his mana drinking, but Golden Guardians really punishing Chun-Li there. A huge hit of damage, likely going to be that big Shiv, big Vendetta, and they're able to drop him really quickly in game number 2.
I want to
He had that Iron Bark active. I think he had Iron Bark active, but I think he got silenced towards the end of that push. But just the Vendetta. I think, wait, Chun had Trinket as well, so I don't think he Trinketed either, unless he did very late. Well, let's just see. Let's just see what happened. Sid, walk us through it.
Yeah. I mean, right here, Chun-Li was using Karma, like, premeditated a lot of the time just to stay on target. And during the purges, if they're stacked up and double purges there between Absurge and WizKid, they can just strip off all the hots on Chun-Li, and they pop a Siphene, pop a Hemo in. He's taking no hots. He's got no incoming healing. That's exactly what they want, and that's exactly what happened at the end here. So we're waiting to see. So he Karmas, again, this is like premeditated. He still is Trinket. He could just Trinket Karma, but he pre-Karmas. And so the Karma's out of the way. He doesn't have Diffuse. Diffuse is like the big one for him to be.
That ass neighbor's just thumping around up there.
Huge magic damage. He thinks he's safe to get aggressive. He gets Kidney Shot. He gets pre-Iron Bark, but Iron Bark, we don't care. They're dropping Resonators, Vendettas, Purges, and Siphene. So Iron Bark not going to be enough to keep him alive during that burst, and Golden Guardians returning the favor for game.
So I need a back and a ring. I need so much gold it's gonna cost.
That was remarkable. I was just a silence on the Iron Bark, but yeah, Vendetta, Assassination Rogues right now, very strong, and Peekaboo obviously knows how to get it done, putting out that burst damage. This gets really, really interesting. I mean, I kind of.
Oh, it's so cheap.
See them continue to play the same composition here. I mentioned at the beginning of the series of Cloud, between these two teams, whatever team ends up winning the blind pick will likely have an edge because they can counter comp and change the map. I wonder if Cloud9 is going to switch it up, and if they are, what would they switch to? I don't know if they actually have a better answer. We just saw their Hunter Frostmage lose to Shadow Priest Rogue. Maybe it's different with Paladin versus Shaman. I'm not sure, but I think that would be a bit of a risky play to go into.
Big map.
Big
They
map.
have the right map for it, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sold on it either. I feel like, yeah, actually, I'm not sold on this matchup either, because I think if that game went on for a longer period of time, I kind of still would favor Golden Guardians. Like, the Resto Druid seems to really struggle. That Ironbark was on like 100% HP. Ironbark went in for the bash on the Peekaboo, and during that time, he just died and flopped Trinketed, but Trinketed into a full fear because he was on top of them. So, no matter what, Lot would have to Trinket there and get like swiftness off as well to keep Chun alive in that situation, or Chun would just have to Trinket like port away or try to build some distance. So no matter what, somebody was Trinketing there. So it just opens you up for later on, you know. So I'm not sold on that, and also on the scoreboard.
Oh, fuck yes, dude.
This kid was right behind him. So yes, had the mana lead, but
I go to the other side and losing.
I'm not sold that matchup goes in their favor in the long run, and I'm not
That's
sold
cool.
that kill in setups. Like I feel like Golden Guardian setups are deadlier. So I actually kind of want to see a swap from Cloud9. Maybe to maybe it's time to bring in Cubsy and go for some kind of melee cleave, or maybe it's time to go for like like a turbo or something. Wealthy man with the enhance. I'm not sure if they have practiced up, but I think it's time for a melee cleave, or maybe.
You know, I want to see. You know, I know flop plays. I know that's reputation right now. I've only seen one series. It didn't work out so well, but I actually you have that range to grapple weapon. So if you go into crowd control, you can just grapple weapon, peekaboo. As soon as you get out of crowd control, you have these really strong emergency cooldowns. It's not just healing through life. It's unlikely you'll kill. I don't want to. It's not out of the range of possibility, you know. But you know, things like revival, life. Flop's just playing at max range anyways. So if that's kind of the game that Golden Guardians wants to play, then they just kind of sit on.
Why are they all here, man?
I feel like it actually would play well with Cloud9 strategy. So literally just play double monk, frost mage, keep Golden Guardians at the pillar, play max range, run away. Just the fact that you have so much mobility, you have double ring of peace to keep people in wealthy man's line of sight, as well as ice wall, and I think it could work out a little better. So we've seen in both series, I think we've seen Cloud9 play the Restoration Druid kind of getting abused by these Shadow Priest Rogue comps.
I feel like at least in the pack, it has been kind of a counter to Shadow Priest. Playing Spears as well, to just explore the damage over time effects in this Weaver. But I feel like also the additional weakness is always very bad. They're really good. All of a sudden, they don't really have that same emergency healing, and it's kind of easy actually to out damage their healing. So I'm not sure in 9.2 if that weakness is improved at all, but that's the one thing I'd be scared of for the Golden Guardians or for Cloud9 if they did go with that. But we're not going to see the Mistweaver anyway, so it's going to be the same matchup here from Cloud9. And honestly, that game number one wasn't a convincing win. I don't know how you guys feel, but it felt like kind of random. People had this whole spell book ready.
It was definitely random.
It was just, like, okay, it happens, and just shake it off and go for the next game. Whereas Golden Guardians win, it was a little bit more convincing, but also a little bit random because there was, answers still on Cloud9. So I can't say 100% who I think is favored in the matchup, but I would lean a little bit towards Golden Guardian.
I think it's the mana that's leading me towards Absterge. Like, I feel like Absterge is not going to need to drink, whereas Flop, if he goes for a drink at the bad time, and then somebody just gets iced out by a Siphene or a Hemotoxin, like, it's going to be rough for him. It's a good map here, so if the Golden Guardians want a turtle, the turtle's going to be smaller. So I do like that pick here from Cloud9, and this Call of Maldraxxus as well, with the small pillars, big map to rely on, but when we get to a game 5, Golden Guardians pick a big pillar map. crane kick, or Peekaboo gets a good vendetta off with spam purge and so team to back him up, they can just completely erase somebody from the game. So the lethal is there, a little bit of dampening. I think Golden Guardians are going to be favored slightly, and we'll have to see if they can get there. But Walker is a threat nonetheless.
You guys remember, I think you called it out, the first ice wall of this series, where Chun-Li got caught to a kidney shot, and instead of using ice wall offensively, he actually used it defensively to kind of cut off Chun-Li from Wiz K and Abster, so they really couldn't resist the damage. I wonder if Wealthy Man should just be using that ability purely as defense to protect Chun-Li from his kidney shots, and then really where would the win condition be for Golden Guardians? It's going to be really difficult. I guess mana potential, but I think there is some options for them. We'll see. This is definitely going to be a good map. Wealthy Man's happy. These small little pillars make it so Blizzard and Frozen Orb cleave quite hard. Whiskey and Abster are looking like they want to play on opposite pillars here. And we shall see what they decide to do. Peekaboo and Stealth right now moving forward, potentially opening here onto Chun-Li. We're going to get this game started really, really quickly. Chun-Li moves in, gets kidney shot though. Is there crowd control on flop? Actually a full blind. He's going to be sitting it. They decide to just burst. They're going through. Karma and Diffuse Magic traded out by Chun-Li, and he's just dying through it. Needs to be very careful. Flop holds onto his trinket into a silence, but Chun-Li trading out his trinket, trading out Karma, trading out Diffuse. Definitely scary.
Yeah, especially if Peekaboo's playing that short vendetta and he's gonna have a smoke bomb coming up. He will have that smoke bomb advantage, so he just absolutely bursted in one of those smoke bombs. Oh, actually pushing in here for some private throw, goes for the bash. Cyclone with escape, taking a lot of damage, is spinning great kick. He's gonna push up. He's gonna pick him up back. Peekaboo doing a lot of damage there as well. Using that 8 as well as he said, Shadow have a weapon coming up. Wizards coming up. Wealthy Man and just kind of go here to go for that big damage. Wealthy Man doesn't have his S1, doesn't have his ice main, so not really packing too much of a punch right now. And it looks like Chun-Li just trying to roll back this pillar. Damage from the Golden Guardians. Look at the push forward here, and they find Chun-Li. It would be their ideal target here, as he has no trinket. They have that smoke for 15 seconds left, and Diffuse 15 seconds left. Karma next week coming up onto Peekaboo. Ice wall coming up. Big damage. This is a nice setup there. They block off Absurge on one side, Whiskey Sheep on the other side. And I use that vanish to put a sap here on the top. It's actually going to kidney shot off here to go after the healer. This is something we've seen a lot from the Golden Guardian in the past. People just kind of soloing the healer, and Whiskey and Abster just kind of playing a 2v2 on the other side of the map. That actually usually gets them a lot of pressure. We'll see if it does this time around.
All right, let's see if they can. Peekaboo just stuck in crowd control right now, and that's what Wealthy Man and Flop have to readjust. Have been doing is just getting so much control onto the melee DPS. Now Polymorph out of the root, just removing Peekaboo from play while they try and get on top of Whiskey and Absurge and stack them up with their legs so you get a little bit of cleave there. So let's see if they can keep that going. Chun-Li gets kidney shot. Here comes a big resonator play on Chun-Li. He pre-aegis that kidney shot, and it was able to allow him to soak that resonator hit and sit that sunlock comfortably, but Flop doesn't feel safe. He actually Ironbarked on top of Karma. He does not want to run the same risk as he just did in that last game, but that means no Ironbark for Wealthy Man. Swapping over to him, he's going to use Fleshcraft, build up a bit of a shield, and try and tank the rest of these hits, but Peekaboo is freely attacking, and finally now Polymorph dispelled instantly. Step kidney on the Chun-Li on his leg sweep. Peekaboo using his kidney shots to kind of like intercept Chun-Li in the middle of his pushes and peel for Whiskey. So defense and offense getting high value out of those kidney shots, but they're still stacked up. Spinning crane kick, getting big value, trying to run laps on this small pillar, very risky. Ice wall blocking them off on one side, but perfectly defensive to do if it was on the other side. They can bring in a piece as well to bounce them off of the pillar. So it's going to be a very deadly map. Side Fiend is down on the kidney shot on Chun-Li. They got Shadow Fiend out as well, big damage. Get there to use a Hemotoxin. It looks like he's just throw dagger, trying to get his poisons up. Whiskey getting just infuriated right now by Chun-Li. So much damage. Ring of Peace bouncing it back to Wealthy Man on the Deathborn, passing him over for the alley-oop, and Wealthy Man's trying to go for the slam dunk. Is he going to be able to connect the damage? Absturge down to half, getting cleaved as well. They're going to polymorph him instead. Go after Peekaboo. He's just running around the corner, trying to find an opportunity, trying to find a window to get some pressure, but you can tell that this map is heavily favored to Cloud9.
I mean, that's certainly why they picked it. Oh, double stun is a stun on Peekaboo and a kidney shot at Chun-Li at the exact same time. That's kind of peculiar. You don't often see that. With both melees stunning each other. As both setups are going to be completely stopped. Wealthy Man right now trying to find some damage with his Frost Bolts, with his Deathborn. Peekaboo just going to be line of sighting. Healing Tide Totem drops down by Absurge. That's going to be immediately killed off by Wealthy Man. Peekaboo goes for a full stun and a smoke ball. Preemptive Iron Bark, but can they just kill him through it? Oh no, the preemptive Iron Bark, and they still get the Trinket and the Karma. It's a bit of a disaster for Cloud9. It really just shows you the power of the Vendetta. I want to see if Peekaboo actually is running the short Vendetta. I think it's most likely that he is. But the power of that legendary is that now his Vendetta will be desynced with the Trinket of Chun-Li, meaning Chun-Li could be in a lot of trouble this next setup with the Vendetta.
Yeah, and so far, Wealthy Man, he's got his Icy Veins coming up here, so he really prefers to not stack that with that one. Oh, Ice Wall coming up here for Absurge. He's going to be forced to run into Peekaboo here on the other side of that wall. Looks like they are going to be able to recover here. Fleshcraft coming out from Absurge. There's some fire control. Silence on the top. Big damage coming out. Nice re-link here by Absurge. Setup from Chun-Li. This was a Serenity setup. Big damage coming out there. And the Icy Veins as well. So that was definitely a fair trade there coming out from Absurge, trading out Peekaboo's Trinket, saving out. Ooh, they're swapping over to Absurge though. He's going to use that Astral Shift as well. Chun-Li now stuck in that initial no Trinket available. Cap Totem connects. Big damage here, and that will be the Diffuse Magic as well from Chun-Li. So Chun now for another 20 seconds has no cooldowns. Might need to touch touch of that next go. Going after Absurge here once again. Fleshcraft coming out from top, and now he's going to feel safe to push in and go for stuns. Shadow Melt into that stun on Absurge. Looks like he's not going to be getting too many cooldowns though to keep on Absurge, and they get some damage going. This could be a scary kidney shot. Full silence onto Flop. He's going to trick it out of it. Get that big Iron Bark. Barely save Chun there. But guess what? Peekaboo is going to have that later. Take some serious damage with that. And look at Flop's mana. It's not looking great right now. Golden Guardians in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Golden Guardians taking control, and if Cloud9 can't win on their map pick, that is going to spell trouble for the rest of the series here for them. Can the Golden Guardians take back the swing match, set themselves up for success? They're going to be one game away from qualifying the championship Sunday. It is still insane that Cloud9 and Golden Guardians meet each other in the lower bracket, eliminating one or the other before we even get to Sunday. It's absolutely crazy level competition. Chun-Li getting stun locked, trying to roll back to his healer. Flop needs to try and drink, but his team is getting devastated, getting ravaged by the Golden Guardians, and Peekaboo knows that they're weak. He senses weakness. Shadow stepping in, trying to go for the kill. Gets paralyzed away by Chun-Li. Chun-Li is trying to support with Vivifies, trying to help Flop heal because Flop has no mana left. He's going to proc his Tree of Life there for a moment, boost his healing, allowing him to recover his team back to full health, but now he needs to drink. He's running across the field. He's in the far back line, getting mana. Chun-Li's going to immediately evacuate. They need to avoid Peekaboo. They need mana right now. They're trying to peel away from Peekaboo. Peekaboo can't get there in time, and Flop is getting a huge drink right now. Great defensive posture by Cloud9. That was getting scary for them, but now they are going to regenerate huge mana as the dampening has been running for about 2.5 minutes, and they could still take it.
Yeah, this is a Serenity. Chun-Li being punished. He has to Trinket trade on the Karma as well. It's a nightmare with that Vendetta doing so much damage. Chun-Li's still scared, but feeling a little bit more confident with his Aegis, with Iron Bark. Hopefully get aggressive with the last little bit. It offers weapons of order. Walker Monk ability with Kyrian. This is Icy Veins as well for Wealthy Man. Huge hit of damage from Cloud9, really just putting Golden Guardians on the back foot. But I am afraid for Chun-Li. He has 0 defensive cooldowns left. It's going to be up to Flop in order to save him. I don't know if Peekaboo's going to be able to reset his Vendetta. If you look at Peekaboo, he's got nothing to work with either. We're at 20% dampening. Both of these games are going to start really struggling to survive with how much damage output they have. Beautiful grapple weapon there by Chun-Li on the kidney shot. That was a kidney shot, managed to find it, but gets the grapple weapon. Somehow, all dies through his way. Showing how much damage this game has to really assist in those moments.
Worth it. Super worth it.
Going down through it. 3 Aegis there coming out from Whiskey. He still has to show out the dispersion. They're still respecting the damage coming out from Cloud9. So Whiskey could be a potential target here. No Trinket as well onto him. He does have that Void Shift in his back pocket, but they go for him in a leg sweep or in a bash stun, they could potentially take him now. But right now it's going to be Chun on the back foot. Vendetta available. He's not going to hold. He's not going to push the trigger on it right now. And there is going to be a window here where Chun has no trinket. Peekaboo has that Vendetta.
Fucking smack that ret.
Ice wall now coming up. There's the bash onto Whiskey that we talked about.
The link through the wall.
And the link through the wall coming up from Absters right there, respecting that Serenity one-shot potential. Very, very nicely played there by Absters, reading that situation closely. And here comes the Vendetta. Big damage from Peekaboo. What are you going to do? Chun-Li trades up the Karma. He still has that Diffuse Magic. Doing tons of damage onto Whiskey. Whiskey still without the dispersion for 30 more seconds. That trinket. Now he's not going to be able to shrink it and use that wood shift. Here coming out onto Waterman. That one. Disarm onto Peekaboo. Looking for Chun here. Free egg is coming out from Chun. Nice totem from Absters. It's going to be enough. And that is going to be trinket from Absters. Overlap there with the void shift from Whiskey. Whiskey gets cycloned up. And all of a sudden, Cloud9 in a big lead.
Yeah, they're in a great position if they can keep going a little bit longer. Trinket Diffuse available. Polymorphs onto Peekaboo. Flops drinking in midfield. Oh no! Whiskey is not able to find him. He's trying to find him himself with Master Spell and AoE. And just to stop him from drinking, but he already got a significant lead. Now they're ahead on mana. If Cloud9 is going to take it, it's got to be now. Flop jumps in, stuns Peekaboo. No trinket. He pre-faints. Is that enough? Doesn't look like it. He barely gets the cloak vanish off in time. Slipping into the shadows. Stalling the game for his team for a moment. Trying to find an opportunity to turn it around, but he's struggling to recover at 35% damage. Vulcan looking away from this pursuit. Crossing over onto Peekaboo. Grapple weapon onto Peekaboo. Trying to slow him down. He pre-faints again. Healing Tide Totem is down. Ice Wall gets dropped, but actually lines Chun-Li from going in, so they're going to cancel that Ice Wall right away. Wealthy Man's rotting down. This is where I want to see Whiskey just triple dot. Just get lots of pressure. Open up some opportunities for Peekaboo. Peekaboo's just sitting in stealth. He's trying to stall. They're just trying to wait. They're praying that they can get to another big cooldown to survive. He has no trinket, no cloak, so if Peekaboo can stay in stealth, but Whiskey's just dying while he's waiting. They stun up Chun-Li. They're forced to open, but Whiskey gets counterspelled. Peekaboo's in a polymorph. We're so deep into dampening. Wealthy Man blinking in. Chun-Li rolling forward, trying to go for the kill. This immersion
Fucking loser.
Whiskey just needs to make sure he doesn't get interrupted. Siping down, distracting them, trying to stall the pursuit. Flop actually oomed himself again, and this is what I'm saying, deep into dampening. The Shaman doesn't need to drink. Flop setting up a bash, looking for a cyclone onto the healer. Peekaboo pre-evasions, he gets it right after the end cap. He evasions the leg sweep when he had no trinket. He was dead there. Whiskey trades dispersion on the swap to him. Insane evasion by Peekaboo. Now he's setting up stuns on the Chun. Chun trades the trinket diffuse. He's trying to stay aggressive. They have pressure right now. They need to ride this pressure. They need to kill the Golden Guardians. They've got to go for it. Can they do it in time? Peekaboo down to half. Line of sight. He blinds Chun-Li, but Flop is drinking. Flop's gonna get full mana here. Wealthy Man, though, if he's not careful, he might get killed by Whiskey. Huge damage onto him right now. They're setting up on Chun-Li with the kidney shot. Spread pressure onto two targets. He's playing out of their minds. 44% damage. 44% healing reduction in this match. 0 mana remains for Abster. Can his team pull off the victory at this point? They interrupt Wealthy Man. He walks. Is there a Master Spell? Master Spell gets shut down by Chun-Li there. Good shutdown. Abster drops healing tide. They smite that healing tide so fast. The tide is up and gone almost immediately. I still can't believe this game is going on. Kidney shot, no Iron Bark, no Karma, no Diffuse, but Peekaboo's actually going after Wealthy Man instead. Gets close now. Oh my god, that's Soul Shape by Peekaboo. He avoids the bash for just an extra second to get to the pillar while Abster is drinking. Abster is getting a couple of ticks of mana. This is an insane game.
This is absolutely insane. Abster's with his trinket spear.
50% dampening. Fucking still stupid.
They can literally just attack him. This is exactly what we saw in the first series. Peekaboo getting cycloned up. Good control there by Flop. Just damage at 50% dampening. Shot. Wealthy Man blinks out of it, but now I'm really afraid for Wealthy Man. He does have one more ice block where 50% dampening. Deathborn is available. Icy Veins almost available. Serenity available. There's a huge hit of damage here for Cloud9.
He pre-evasion the leg sweep again!
But at the same time, I mean, if Peekaboo can connect a Vendetta on somebody, I don't know why he's not going after Chun-Li. He doesn't have a trinket, but he's just going for it on Wealthy Man. It gets interrupted on Frost! The ice block off, 53% dampening. I don't know if Flop's going to be able to top him off. Momentum definitely in favor of Golden Guardians, but once again, a huge hit of damage available for Cloud9. Where are they going to send it? They're trying to go after Whiskey at the same time. Wealthy Man is just not feeling healthy whatsoever. Finally, Flop connects some heals. That is all of of his mana. There is no mana left. Whiskey going for a solo mission on Wealthy Man. Blink on the kidney shot once again. Chun-Li going after Whiskey, gets interrupted, but just gets dropped. Big trouble. Drops out for Absurge. What a crazy game.
Yeah, this is Whiskey's opportunity. He has basically no cooldowns left. He needs to go in, and they need to finish this game right now. Flop cannot get another drink. Wealthy Man, though, buying time. Flop buying time as well with that Cyclone. Peekaboo stuck in that one. Whiskey in a lot of trouble here. Silence on the flop. They have that Earthen Wall totem, but they don't have anything left to work with. No mana, no cooldowns, nothing whatsoever. Shadowman coming out. Whiskey, how are you going to survive? They go after Chun-Li. No trinket onto Chun. This is the last ditch effort here. Lava bursts are being lobbed in. Chun so low, but he does access the Karma with the diffuse magic, with the Aegis trinket happening so high up. Flop is hitting up for a drink right now. And Whiskey, he might have ran out of steam here. Dispersion so far away. 30 seconds left on that cooldown. That boy Chico coming up in 5 seconds. It's going to be Whiskey's final line of
Chun's dead!
Even buy him enough time, but he doesn't even need it. While Flop is drinking, they find the opportunity to take Chun down. And my goodness, what a game. 62% happening here. And the Golden Guardians do it. Unbelievable.
Dude, Peekaboo is dead twice this game, like 4 minutes earlier. He pre-evasion leg sweep when he had no trinket, no anything twice in a row. If he didn't do that, Peekaboo was dead. Like, Chun-Li has Serenity, has every button. He would have killed him twice already. Like, that was, Peekaboo kept his team going all the distance there. Like, it was actually over for them. And they managed to pull it off on the map pick of Cloud9. They take the swing match. I hope we caught the pre-evasions from Peekaboo. It's like a very small play that you might not see. Because like evasion's not the biggest animation in the world, and leg sweep you might not notice if it doesn't land, but I think this is before the game ended, and Peekaboo carried hard with the pre-evasions. Like, as a rogue against a when you have no trinket, like, you're just dead. Every Serenity stun, you're dead. Here I was thinking this double trinket might actually cost Whiskey and Absurge the game later on, but they were able to close it out before it ended up being of too much consequence, and man, they just kept this going even with nothing left. Flop tries to go for a drink at the last second here while Chun-Li has defensives up and tries to regenerate mana, but like there's like a point of no return, man. Like 60% dampening, you're like perma improved sharpened bladed for the rest of the game. Like, you're just not going to be able to bounce back after a certain period of time. And they go for the kill here. They silence Wealthy Man because they know they don't need to really CC the Druid. They're just going to kill him through healing. So they silence Polys, they stop the Mage from peeling, and they just go for the kill deep into dampening. Really good readjustment there by the Golden Guardians, winning on the map pick of Cloud9. Scoreboard's like even pretty much across the table here for both sides. And now Cloud9, this is the pressure cooker. You're on match point. You gotta win on the Golden Guardians map pick. You better believe we're not going to no Ashamanes, we're not going to no Empyrean Domain or no Maldraxxus Arena. Like, we're going to go to a map in Game 5 that's going to be really rough for the rest of the series. I'm almost thinking that they might need to make a change at some point in the series if they want to win it. A comp change, that is.
Yeah, it's looking like that could definitely be an option. Are we going to see Cubsy? I think that is the big question. I don't know if the Hunter. I don't think the Hunter Frost Mage is going to work. Maybe it could. I think it would actually be better. I'm not joking when I say this. I actually think the Hunter Frost Mage is actually better into the Shaman than the Paladin, because the Paladin has that additional crowd control with Hammer of Justice, the Blinding Light, get those extended CC chains. So I feel like if Cloud9 thought that Hunter would be good into, like, if they thought that their composition would be good into Shadow Priest Rogue Paladin, it should be even better into Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman, in my opinion. But I don't know if they're going to make that change, if they're going to bring in Cubsy. Maybe they could try some sort of melee cleave. Like you said, Sid, that's something that Golden Guardians has struggled with in the past, but I think they got to come up with something here.
May I tempt you with my wares?
Go for the neutral map. So I feel like if they were going to play Hunter Mage, they would have picked Maldraxxus, because it hasn't been picked yet, right? Yeah, I think Maldraxxus would have kind of been a little bit of a giveaway there, but
Tolveron,
they could, or Tolveron. I think Tiger's Peak, I mean, they could still do it, but I think it would be significantly worse just because Flop has less distance to work with there in the back line. So yeah, I'm not sure. Probably another Windwalker Mage game, honestly, based off of the map pick, but of course we'll have to wait and see. Golden Guardians, I mean, the thing is, you know, it's 2-1, and the Golden Guardians, that was a nail biter. Like Sid mentioned, you know, that small individual outpace from some of the members on the Golden Guardians for that game to end the way it did. And I mean, Cloud9's looked like they were in a pretty solid spot there. At times it looked like, okay, this is just over. There's no way WizKid is going to survive here. He has no dispersion forever. He has no void shift. They got nothing.
Oh, we're winning.
But still somehow they pull it off, you know, and Peekaboo as well. There's so many times where he just gets that vanish off on just like 1 or 2% HP and manages to, like, there was one point in the game where he literally just vanished, like he was dead. He manages to get his vanish off and he just sits in stealth for like, you know, what felt like an eternity. So I wouldn't be surprised to honestly see the same matchup as well, because that was a really, really close game. Bit of a random one shot, but still, it's not like it's impossible for them. It just comes down to that weakness that we kind of talked about a little bit in the pregame, where the Druid is just more thirsty than the Shaman. Like, if you have Peekaboo and WizKid doing similar levels of damage as Cloud9, and they have a better Moral Strike effect, and they have, you know, better hybrid healing Shadow Priest, and they have a Shaman that, you know, just live with less mana, it's just inevitable. Like, you're just gonna have to drink the Shaman wall too much. So all of that just spells risk for disaster in happening, in my opinion. So I think if Cloud9 locks it in, it's gonna be winnable, but it's gonna be tough.
Stormbolt. Aim shot.
They're taking their time.
Super smash.
What about Fury Warrior?
Death
Fury Warrior Fire Mage? Druid? Maybe just
I don't think that's good. I swear the Warrior.
He wants to see a Fire Mage over a Frost Mage?
I don't want to see it. I'm just thinking of options. I want to see Frost Mage every game.
I feel like Fury Warrior is so flimsy. Like, if you play Fury Warrior Druid into a Shadow Priest team, it's so flimsy that the Warrior will just be dead the whole game.
Yeah, you could be right.
If you do that. I don't
What about
think.
the Mistweaver?
I think that's the thing that needs to change. I feel like flop changing healers would be a better addition here for Cloud9, if anything. But they're taking every second, and I don't know if they practice any cleaves, because like that's what is the kryptonite for Golden Guardians. I feel like is cleaves. You run a Ret Paladin with a melee, or Enhancement Shaman with a melee, like that's what the Golden Guardians have crumbled to in past tournaments. That's what sent them to lower brackets. So I would rather see a cleave from them, something Windwalker Enhanced, Warrior Enhanced, whatever it happens to be. But I would actually like to see a cleave. That's what they ran into Golden Guardians last season with their old roster. So do they have it as this new roster? Run the clock. What's it going to be? Chun-Li Monk, Chun-Li Hunter.
Do you think
coming in?
Do you think Survival Hunter or Warrior could be good? Okay, that's
Fire Mage.
Hands down. Dark transform. Ring of peace.
Oh, I don't know if it's better. I really don't.
More burst.
I don't even agree that you have more burst. I mean, maybe you do, but you're fighting against, like,
What if you get
where's the
purged on it?
protection?
Yeah.
There's no protection for your combustion. Like,
Sure.
I don't know.
Purge.
I don't know if it's gonna be better, but we'll see. Wealthy Man likely gonna be playing that new trinket once again, and I don't even know how much I like it, to be honest with you. Like, Wealthy Man is playing the Blink Stun. I wonder if he's kind of like baiting himself into using that trinket, because I feel like sometimes the good old-fashioned medallion, having Shimmer, lets you push in and be a bit more aggressive on your main team. People are gonna pillar you, and if you don't have certain things, if he's not using Frostbite either, if you don't have Frostbite to have first place, you don't have Shimmer to actually chase, I think it's really easy for Golden Guardians to actually kind of escape that depth of go. But we'll see. Maybe, I mean, we could just change directions. He's going to be playing Fire in this one. I don't know if Fire is going to be better. This could just be like a desperation thing from Cloud9. I'm not sure. But I feel like Golden Guardians probably not too sad about this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think you bring up a pretty good point with the combustion being very purgeable, but at the same time, at least they have a Resto Druid on their roster, so it's going to be a bit of RNG there as well. Resto Druid healing over time effects, but still, Wealthy Man, all it takes is one good sheep, one good combust, and that could be the game. However, Shadow Priest also comes with a lot of answers to that combustion. Of course, you're gonna have things like Greater Fade and obviously Dispersion and stuff like that. So I would expect them to maybe go after Peekaboo, just stance on Peekaboo, get that big combustion, and try to get some CC on the Absolute, try to get CC on the WizKid. And I think actually, maybe they would just be playing that setup in this game. I don't think they're like the Frostmage. We see them just staying back, going for a lot of scoreboard damage essentially. But I don't think that was working for them. They actually kind of got out-dampened at their own game. And I think now you kind of have to play Golden Guardians game with this comp, where we're probably going to see Flop going for a little bit more Cyclones, see him try to coordinate that Mage Druid synergy that we've seen in the past, and try to find some kills that way. But it might be tough.
It's certainly going to be tough. I don't think it's a might in there. I feel like Golden Guardians, this is what they're known for, is dismantling mage teams. So playing a mage in a Golden Guardians is like the ultimate challenge that you're going to have to overcome here. Wealthy Man's going to make a little bit of an adjustment going from Frost to Fire. Perhaps they're going to play more aggressive, play more setup oriented, like you talked about. They do need to make a change, though. I think Golden Guardians, they just came off the first series of going to 60% damping. Like, they're ready if teams want to try and run them through the ringer in terms of these late games. But right now they're in the lead. They just need one more win. It's not their map pick, but if they lose here, they're going to have their map pick. So I am very worried right now for Cloud9, this new roster. Are they going to just be knocked out of the tournament before even making it to Championship Sunday? Chun-Li already stunned up. Wealthy Man blinking in, saving the day with a double Dragon's Breath, soaking that Resonator damage as well. Hero play by Wealthy Man in the opener here. Polymorph for Peekaboo, but Flop jumps in, bash onto the healer, looking for a Cyclone. Whiskey, Greater Fades around the corner, trying to avoid the leg
Oh,
sweep.
fuck yeah.
Leg sweep connects, big damage coming up from Chun-Li here, and he is running a Kyrian Monk that runs the border active.
Fuck yeah. Let's run in and die. Fuck yeah. Running and die. Here comes Daddy. Here comes Daddy.
Right on top of all of them. And Cloud9 are getting aggressive. Triple Ring of Fire, cleaving the team. Triple spinning Crane Kick. Just trying to max the damage board here from Wealthy Man and Chun-Li. You see Wealthy Man blinking once again, intercepting that kidney shot with a defensive Dragon's Breath. On the back foot. Seems like Cloud9 strategy is to do as much damage as possible. Bring down every target you can and just blast them out early on.
Yeah, that seems to be the strategy. I mean, let's see if they can actually do it. Full punt now on Flop. What are they trying to get done? Actually going after Wealthy Man. Once again, is pulling that new trinket and the full stun. So it's going to be really difficult for him to go down. At least in the early game. Chun-Li now getting targeted. Little kidney shot on him, but a defensive Ring of Fire. Wealthy Man playing it. I really like the Ring of Fire, to be honest with you. Puts out a lot of damage. And if someone's playing around a pillar, you can drop that, punish all three members, and it kind of goes into the cleave strategy. We're seeing of Cloud9 that just continue to bring the game late. Overwhelm with Windwalker damage. Whiskey right now under fire, getting a little bit low. Whirling Dragon Punch, getting shut down by a nice spear there by Whiskey, but Dispersion is forced either way, so they do get a small victory there with their Combustion. Man, does he find damage on anybody else? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Gets dispelled. That's going to be up to Chun-Li to kind of carry the damage for the next few moments. But Vendetta's available. So there's a huge hit of damage available somewhere. We're going to go after Wealthy Man. Kitty Shot gets blinked, but Peekaboo just continuing to pursue. Nice grapple weapon there by Chun-Li. Shuts that attempt down, and Wealthy Man should be okay.
Yep, and now it's going to be the Earthenwall Totem from Absurge fading. Big incap here on Absurge. What are they going to do with it? Doesn't look like they can get any follow-up, and that's going to be Flop going for the Cyclone here on Peekaboo. Ring of Fire coming through. In this case, going to be the target of choice, that Earthenwall Totem. Should be fading shortly here. And that should be an opportunity for Cloud9 to get aggressive. 45 seconds left on that dispersion, and no combustion for another 10 seconds. Here's a kidney shot onto Chun-Li. No Vendetta committed just yet. Nicely done there with the damage onto Chun-Li, but it doesn't look like he's going to have to actually use anything. Now, Wealthy Man, here, those kicks are so devastating. Chun-Li, Panda ratio. Gets done here. Combustion is ready and gets popped. Whiskey got to immediately respect and they're going to go with leftovers from Peekaboo. There it is. Third on that Combustion coming out of Amphis and Whiskey. Damage from the weapon is going to be shut down. Now he's going to be forced to reset that stun lock. And Whiskey will have that greater fade, and that will give them time to also get that dispersion back. And Wealthy Man in the backline, meanwhile, taking a lot of damage. Usap onto Flop out of that blind. Peekaboo looking for the reopener here. Whiskey, though, getting absolutely crushed here by Chun-Li. And that is going to be the biggest trinket committed there by Chun-Li. But still Peekaboo all over Wealthy Man here. Can he find a kill? Can he find the cauterize? So close. And that's going to be the cauterize triggered for Wealthy Man. Might be even the ice block, that silence. Feeling like it's lasting forever. But a massive heal coming out there from Flop. And that is going to be at least a big cooldown there with that cauterize trade for that Vendetta.
Alright, those Vendettas are the big windows for Golden Guardians to pull off a victory here. They were kind of greedy there, they get away with it, no ice block, Future Swift just saves Wealthy Man. Now they're setting up aggressively onto Whiskey, trying to go after him as he's used his medallion. Leg sweep is available. Dragon's Breath on Peekaboo, Flop get crowd control and Abster. Nice crowd control, but Peekaboo gets dropped for a moment on that falling bar. Manages to get to his teammate here. Starts to be able to stabilize that greater pain. Side being down, Void Eruption, big damage on Chun-Li potentially from Whiskey, but Flop was more than ready. Scenario Ward reset, refresh onto Chun-Li. He's going to be quite durable during this time. Peekaboo swaps off the Scenario Ward. This is the best way to run a Resto Druid out of mana. Really smart tactic to swap off.
We need to get Fel Reaver.
Here, you can see Flop spending so much mana to heal him up instead. Trying to stay ahead of the dots, spamming Dispel as well. Now they swap back to Chun-Li after Snaring Ward. They drop a smoke bomb. How are they going to respond? It's match point. They can't afford to throw here. And it looks like every man for himself. And Karma going to be the trade here. Chun-Li escapes.
Just kidding.
And survives it. But Vendetta is available. If they go in that timer before the Medallion is available, it could be a game-winning play from Peekaboo. Blind is coming up in 14 seconds as well. They've been silenced. If it was silence, base trinket go for blind. Something like that here on Chun-Li. Are they ready for it? Snarian Ward looks like it's already rolling. They're trying to wait for that Snarian Ward to fade before committing the Vendetta. Blind is up. They intercept the cross. Nova spelled out. Are they going to go for the blind now? Dragon's Breath. They're just stalling. Peekaboo paralyzed onto the healer. They're trying to go for Whiskey. Leg sweep. Coming out onto Whiskey. That's going to be a trinket fade right away. Into a massive spell attempt. Interrupted on the massive spell. Into a cyclone. Peekaboo still locked down and calling 3-on-1. Whiskey trading trinket fade and disperse. Peekaboo having to use cloak and the combustion swap to him. Big defensive blown out here. Looking like a solid game from Cloud9. They've got big advantages on multiple targets.
Chun-Li kind of realizing the go is over and that he is the main target. He actually just runs away, gets a cheap shot on a Fish of Fury. No Vendetta going to be used. I think Peekaboo really wants to use that Vendetta on the Wealthy Man. They kind of bait the Iron Bark on Chun-Li. I think that is the game plan of Golden Guardians. Swen, Ring of Fire, was taking a hit of damage, going for a Master Spell. There's no dispersion, he's getting low.
Well, they overlap.
Throw away the game. They overlap the Void Shift as well as the Spirit Link. So that is a huge waste from Golden Guardians. Bit of a panic moment. And Cloud9, with that, he's going to have some signs of life here.
Now, with that overlap, they could potentially even take down Abster now that the Void Shift is out of the picture. But Whiskey probably going to be the target of choice here still. A long time left there on that dispersion, about 20 seconds. That combustion is ready to go. Who are they going to go after? It looks like Whiskey here is going to be the target, but the totem there from Absterge should keep Whiskey nice and healthy for now. Doing a good job here starting it up, but there's a combustion getting ripped out, and they are going to swap to Absterge. Big damage coming out here onto him, but nice read there with the Astral Shift. Nice defensive blind there from Peekaboo. That blind might have just been what saved Absterge. A beautiful read on that situation, because that was definitely a devastating one. And Peekaboo will keep his team in the fight for that one. Still holding on to that Vendetta. He's been holding on to it for a really, really long time. That Carter is almost coming back off cooldown here for Wealthy Man. Just a few minutes or so left on that one for Wealthy Man, and he's going to be nice and healthy.
So many fucking cooldowns I have, man.
Trying to connect back to his target, but Wealthy Man once again soul shapes away. Flop in the back line, drinking, getting tons of mana here. He might just be coming back with a full mana bar, honestly. He's been drinking for such a long time. Whiskey with his dispersion back. Absterge, his trinket going to be rotating back up as well. So it looks like the Golden Guardians with that defensive line have been able to kind of weather that storm from earlier. And now it is their time to get aggressive here.
Yeah, let's see if they can get in there before the punish comes, because there's no Void Shift, no link from that overlap earlier on. But at the same time, Vendetta is available, Psyfiend, Power Infusion. Like, Peekaboo and Whiskey have a lot of damage in their back pocket. If Cloud9 aren't ready for it, we've seen them close out games rapidly throughout the series, so see if they can pull it off again. Leg sweep, big damage coming out from Chun-Li onto Whiskey. Trading Disperse, more than fair trade here as he runs to Absterge's side to try and break future crowd control with AoE. Now chasing down Flop. Big damage coming out. Here's the Vendetta from Peekaboo, pushing for the win onto Wealthy Man. Can they take him out? Nature Swiftness doesn't do too much. They activate Cenarian Ward. Is that going to be enough? Peekaboo evasions to try and stay aggressive here on Wealthy Man. He does not want to retreat during the Vendetta, but he doesn't connect. And they're going to stabilize now. Here comes Combustion onto Whiskey. Massive damage. That overlap earlier. Is it going to cost the game? Peekaboo intercepts with the kidney shot onto Chun-Li, slowing down the pursuit. But Ring of Peace knocks them back in the line of sight. Triple Fists of Fury, triple Ring of Fire, trying to cleave down the Golden Guardians. But Absterge with a well-timed Descendants is going to be able to AoE heal through all of that cleave and start to recover. Flop is burning his mana so rapidly. Going to go for a Flesh Trap preemptively. This way later on he can maybe get aggressive and not get punished. Stun onto Chun-Li once again, trying to bait some cooldowns with this one on the Psyfiend. It's not a Vendetta go. Seems like the Vendetta is a big pivot point, but if they can bait
bait anything here with the Siphon. It's going to be important. They're trying hard to push for it. They're not getting the Karma. They're not getting the Diffuse. That's what they wanted to get with that Siphon push. Now WizKid on the back foot, double leg sweep, whirling Dragon Punch. Lots of damage available here potentially from Chun-Li, but decides to just roll out. Doesn't want to pop images on that push. Peekaboo now out of the stun lock, trying to reposition with his team. Flop drinks to full mana. They're playing the safe game, playing the long game. And the Golden Guardians steal it away from them.
And that really is the question. Let's see if they can do it. Ring of Fire down once again. Cloud9 with big Fists of Fury. I mean, that damage is quite significant. The problem is a lot of AoE. They're not able to get up the setups, and so far, Golden Guardians hasn't been able to survive. Kidney shot on Chun-Li, gets the Iron Bark. That wasn't the Vendetta, so that's exactly what Golden Guardians wants. Get that Iron Bark out of the way, and now they can look to make a push. I think they could actually go after Wealthy Man, maybe get his Ice Block and Dampening. Could definitely be a target. Maybe they decide to go after Chun-Li. Peekaboo in a lot of trouble. Polka Shadow's in touch of death range. Needs to vanish out as well. Doesn't want to throw away the series. In terms of cooldowns, Abster still has his Trinket. He has Spirit Link. WizK has his Dispersion. 50 seconds on Void Shift. Golden Guardians has a lot of answers here. Big all-in here on Chun-Li. Gets the preemptive Karma. Is that going to be enough? The Aegis as well. And it seems like that's just fine. I mean, that's a great trade for Cloud9. Didn't have to use Chun-Li's Trinket. He gets the Karma. Trades up the Diffuse. It's a lot of his defense, but for the Vendetta, I think it's more than worth it.
I think he might have actually used every member himself right there. That's not like a little short, but we're going to see if he can break out of the next one. Right now, Chun-Li still going to be the target. Peekaboo in a leg sweep gets gripped with a beautiful Vortex from Flop coming in right there. And now they're going to turn the pressure back onto Chun right there. Chun going to be taking a decent amount of damage. Still has that Fortifying Brew in his back pocket. He's going to summon Zwen going after WizK. Absolutely just desperate here for some mana. And he has a little bit to work with, but it's not too much. WizK taking huge amounts of damage. Going for the Fleshcraft, defensive blind there on the cooldowns of Chun-Li right there. Big defensive blind so far in this match from Peekaboo. Maybe looking for the sap as well, not able to find it. You're going to hex Chun-Li there instead. Grapple weapon on the Peekaboo. They're going after Wealthy Man. Vendetta only a couple of seconds away here for Peekaboo. Spinning crane kicks for WizK. That's going to be the procs coming out. And WizK, unfortunately for him, is going to have to use that Dispersion. Running low on cooldowns. They're swapping over to Peekaboo. Peekaboo with the evasion here as well. He just has to run on his own Kidney Shot. Throwing daggers at Chun-Li. Afraid to even just auto-attack him at this point. Absterge having his work cut out for him with that Ascendance, topping off his team once again, but WizK, he's got nothing. He's got absolutely nothing for this leg sweep here. What are they going to do? Absterge has his Trinket and the Spirit Link. We do have that Ring of Fire, plenty of damage all across the board here. On that Fire Mage, just up the east here on the Golden Guardian. Right up the sheep. Doesn't look like they're finding it. WizK's hit super low here in touch with Death Ray.
Where did that guy come from, man?
Spirit Link Totem coming out from Absterge. They have that Astral Shift, or sorry, they have that Void Shift, but that is going to be the final line of defense, and no Trinket to go with it. He's in a stun. Can he activate a Kidney Shot on the Chun-Li? Will buy WizK enough time here to get Void Eruption up and to sit through that stomach right there. Chun trading on his defenses now with that touch of Karma. Peekaboo now gonna be the target of choice, and he's got basically nothing. Nightflay coming out here with the blink, with the soul shape, and Peekaboo looking for the re-step, but that might not even be enough because WizK could be the target here, Sid.
Yeah, he's got Trinket Void Shift. They're holding on by a thread. No mana remains for Abster. Peekaboo got opened on here. He's trying to get back to the pillar in line of sight, the combustion, but Chun-Li's rotting down. Is he going to push forward? Both Chun-Li and Peekaboo at half health at 50% dampening. It's a risky move to get aggressive right now. They stun up Chun-Li. They're trying to get aggressive, trying to push him away. Now retreating with the remainder of that Kidney Shot, controlling during this Swen window, but leg sweep is available. Evasion doesn't come up for 2 more seconds. Chun-Li gets blinded. Does he Trinket the blind and go for the win, or does he try and sit it? Peekaboo gets stunned up by Flop. Flop and Wealthy Man going after Peekaboo. Bring a Frost on WizK here, trying to lock him down. Peekaboo shadow steps over, doesn't want to get leg swept. If Peekaboo gets leg swept here, it's going to be devastating. Abster just to heal with no mana at 50% dampening. They're kiting for their lives. They want to steal this away from Cloud9 and dampening. They want to just close it out, make it a championship Sunday, but no, he is going to flop to Cloud9. They had cooldowns, but they didn't have mana. They got really pressured right there in those final seconds, and we are going to a game 5.
So, a couple things. The nice thing about the Fire Mage is you have Dragon's Breath. So every single time we see a Kidney Shot on Chun-Li, instead of not being able to really help, maybe drop an Ice Wall, we just see an immediate Dragon's Breath on Peekaboo. That shuts that down. Dragon's Breath on WizK, and Chun-Li's able to survive. Another thing I really like the fact that Wealthy Man is playing the Ring of Fire. I think it's super good. I think his overall damage is going to be really high, especially in a game like this. Dampening is just so high. All of that Ring of Fire damage gets reset by shifting power as well, just AoEing and cleaving down the game. I would be surprised if Wealthy Man wasn't top damage in this game, but this is just desperation moments, 50% dampening, you know, anyone could truly fall. Both teams actually allocating most of their CC defensively, so defensive blinds, defensive paralyzes, just trying to basically stop the one-shots from each other, just kind of ignoring the healers. Here's once again another Ring of Fire, Chun-Li in a kidney shot, but unfortunately Peekaboo just burning down to that Ring of Fire dot, taking a lot of damage from the Zwen. Chun-Li moving in with his Fist of Fury. There's the defensive blind once again, so doesn't have that as an offensive option. But I think they've just completely overwhelmed at this point. This is not enough healing. Upsurge did his best.
Why is there a rogue here?
Down trades.
So cringe, dude.
So I'm curious to see if he actually is able to get
So fucking cringe, man.
by the Fist of Fury Rising Sun Kick. That's when battle gear from Chun-Li gives a massive, so it's just a massive, just absolutely a massive Rising Sun Kick there. And that's what's so scary. I mean, if you fight a Kyrian Monk and he's channeling Fist of Fury, you can expect that there's going to be a fat Rising Sun Kick after. So needed those cooldowns traded, you cannot afford to not use them, but that was a surprising amount of burst damage.
Yeah, and you can see the scoreboard here as well. Chun is going to be topping it. Scam Peekaboo looking kind of even, and Wealthy Man slightly under them as well, but for a Fire Mage, that is plenty of damage. And the thing about the Fire Mage as well, look at how much healing he does with those shields. So Wealthy Man definitely having a great game there, a great performance with that Ring of Fire build as well. And yeah, I think a big story in this game is, they have a lot more safety with that Dragon's Breath. Like you mentioned, anytime Chun is in those really scary situations.
So fucking stupid.
Shot is down and they're just going all out. We have actually an immediate answer to just disrupt their damage and allow them to survive. Because we saw so many people all squared, they're just going down in a silence like that, and that was kind of the win condition of the Guardians. And in addition to that,
Cool.
we also have a big punch there with the Fire Mage anytime that combustion is ready. So it gives them a lot of win conditions, a lot of opportunity to just one-shot somebody. Overall, Fire Mage going to be very, very strong here in this matchup, but it's going to be hook point, smaller map, the Golden Guardians. Could be a comp swap, but knowing the Golden Guardians, probably not going to happen. And most importantly, this map is not rigged.
Oh, cool.
It could. If Jellybeans could get tagged in here against the Fire Mage, I think it could
I would love
be
to see
okay.
it.
I would love to see it too.
Bring out the beans.
Yeah. Cloud9, so this is the game 5 I was talking about. So now we get to see the map and compositional advantage of Golden Guardians. Are they going to go with the RPS? I mean, it is so typical of Golden Guardians to always play the RPS. I mean, even when their backs are against the wall, they feel like it's the best option. Likely they feel like it's the best option. Take a look at that. It's only a small map. I wonder how much it's going to matter whether they actually give you a net power control and swap and push them back and really utilize a small map. Kind of curious about that. I would almost expect Golden Guardians to be good colors. Regardless of map size, it seems like Golden Guardians size is the biggest one they're on. The entire game. Kind of use that. I mean, it's true though, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I think
okay,
I think that's probably the main thing that they're going to go for. And that's a huge thing because we saw Flop sit down and how much water he up for it, but he definitely went through a decent amount of it. So I think that's going to be the win condition there.
Let's go. That's another guaranteed trinket right there. I gotta figure out what trinket to get though.
He's just always going to get stopped by the Ring of
Trinkets,
Fire,
Aegis, Cinder.
or any of the other million things that can stop Absterge when he's going for those drinks. So I think that's what they're banking on, unless
Gladiators Insignia. Yeah.
I mean,
knowing
it's
the
also...
Golden Guardians, we've been disappointed by that. So
with my wares?
The thing is like they can't even CC flop. Like that last game, I think they silenced him once, and it's like a 15-minute game.
Yeah.
You got to silence flop once. So picking a small map where you can actually press your CC on him, I'm almost thinking that they just shouldn't. Like just stun silence the mage on your go. But
yes!
wait, I saw it flash. But wait a minute, it's gone. I saw it flash, but it's gone.
I saw it.
I saw it too.
Saw it.
I saw it too, but
That was just a little teaser.
it's not locked in yet. So Jellybean's coming in for game 5, everything on the line, facing elimination, coming in for his team. He made fun of me on Twitter, but it's okay because now he's coming in here to be the hero. Is he going to be able to pull it off? Jellybean, survival hunter as well. Not saying BM. Going to be playing the survival.
64.
I'm very curious to see this play out. I feel like it's going to crush Cloud9. Like,
I feel like that too. I think they're going to be able to play very aggressive in this match, and Multiban's not going to have as much fun as he did in that last game where he's just dropping out Ring of Fire on CD, Immortal. Like, I think they can actually really pressure him here. He's going to get purged
That's
out.
skyrocketed my health.
Create a lot of solo pressure, I would say. But yeah, not necessarily an easy thing to do. I think this is a great pick. I think Golden Guardians set themselves up for success here.
And that's the thing about the Fire Mage specifically. Roar of Sacrifice from the Hunter can be really, really tough to deal with. You always have to get some kind of crowd control on the pet, Frost or whatever it might be, and then go for your combustion. And that can be a really, really tough thing to do. And for Jellybeans, I mean, the only thing he has to worry about is just don't die to Chun-Li. Don't give Chun-Li too much uptime. And we're going to see some of his stats here as well. Being 33% play rate, 71% interrupt rate, 13% juke rate, I guess with the Mending Bandage. I guess actually on his Fire Mage as well. Mostly on his Fire Mage, I would assume. And then overall, 42% win rate. But Jellybeans is that clutch player. He is that guy that they tag in when all hope is lost. This is the guy who gets it done for the Golden Guardians. Very, very key member here on the team. Even though we mostly see them bring that RPS, he just meshes with the team so well. We always see them when they have these like kind of hopeless matchups. Like those stats are from basically only playing into counters, right? Like they would face some kind of cleave like Turbo, and they're losing. Well, what do? They play Red Hunter with Jellybeans, and he has to play with like 2 alts and try to carry the game. So, you can't put too much weight on those stats in terms of like win rates and stuff like that. But Jellybeans always gonna be that player who has it. He has his work cut out for him, and he always has to do some heavy lifting. And this situation definitely no different.
What's all mains? What do you mean? Shadow Priest Shaman.
It's
not.
that.
I mean, in those situations, but now it's not. Now he's just a new main squad in the Cloud9.
Now he gets have fun.
Main team.
Roar Sacrifice, Counter the Bust, instant CC out the wazoo on a small map where the rest of the druids right next to you the whole time. You got 3 purges now. You're up another purge. Like, I feel like it's gonna be really tough for Cloud9. Like, I'm so happy the Golden Guardians didn't do the whole just like lock in RPS the whole time, because this makes way more sense for the final game.
Yeah, this is so good. I mean, Golden Guardians, basically what we've seen in the last 4 games is Golden Guardians just sticking to a pillar and just running around it and like just kidney shotting whatever they can. This game, I think, is going to be a lot different, where they're going to be the aggressors. They're going to be running down Chun-Li as well as Wealthy Man and getting lots of crowd control on Flop. So I sure hope Flop is ready for that, because I feel like, even though there's been some tough games, he's had it pretty comfortable in these games so far. No crowd control on him. Just getting to sit back, kind of chill out. I think this game could play out a lot differently than the last 4.
It's going to be interesting to see, because we saw, Spawn of Damage in Europe. Incredible things. And I'm excited because, Big Mix holding it down over in Europe. But Jellybeans has been that hunter who holds it down in NA for such a long time. It's going to be really exciting. What build does he go for? Is he going to go for Plain Death Legendary Dance Game? Or is he going to go for
the Dance
Bomb Legendary? He's going to get in their face with those Wildfire Bombs and just triple everyone's damage. And just run Cloud9 over. I'm excited to see what he's gonna do, actually, because he's a very innovative player as well. He's always coming up with like weird stuff, and he makes it work.
I'm excited. Can we get into the game? I want to get into the game. Like, we're amping this up. We're getting excited for this. Like, game 5. We got to see what's gonna happen here. Maybe they're talking strat. They want to make sure that they've got this completely unlocked. Like, what are we gonna do? Do we want to go after the Hunter, the Shadow Priest, or the Shaman? I'm actually thinking Shaman might be the best target Get some AoE CC on the pet. Maybe even use your bash on the pet to stop the stop the Roar of Sacrifice. Because if you get the Roar of Sacrifice out, Combust is still pretty scary onto these targets. Maybe running down on top of the Shaman and CCing the pet and trying to get busts off on the Shaman might be a good way for them to play this and kind of turn the aggression in their own favor. Because otherwise, if they're just running away and trying to line a sight, like I think they're going to get CC'd out. They're going to get purged out. Being on the defense, it's not going to work for them on hook point. Like, where are you going to go? You can't just run 80 yards in the opposite direction like Tolvaron or something. They're just going to be all over you the whole time. So I actually think Cloud9 needs to flip a switch and meet offense with offense. Take some risks here because this matchup should be in favor of the Golden Guardians. We got some stats here for Absterge, our resident North American shaman. Still repping it on the shaman, has not abandoned the faith. Is obviously playing all of the games. Has a really high interrupt rate, like 80%. That's a pretty high interrupt rate. Like landing those shears, very important for shutting down casters, being as annoying as possible on the Restoration Shaman. Has flexed over to Holy Paladin and Holy Priest. Maybe it's going to be important in the future to pick up a Holy Priest at some point for him as well, moving in this season with how prevalent they are. Not as prevalent, I think, in North America. It feels like every comp in Europe almost was a Holy Priest, whereas in North America it seems like Rogue Mage only. So maybe we see other healers flex at some point, but the value you get from a Holy Priest right now, it's kind of like it's running as my #1 spec right now.
Oh, no way, dude.
After those most recent changes and seeing its performance. So I do wonder if we see Absterge pick it up at some point, but his Shaman is phenomenal nonetheless. We got WizK, of course, his Shadow Priest, but he's had to flex a bit as well. And he's been playing Ret Paladin in the past, has been the main flex. The main question we've always had for the Golden Guardians is like, are they going to ever play RMP? Like, you got WizK, or you got Peekaboo on Rogue. Like, are you going to pick up a mage? Is anyone going to pick up a mage at some point and try and get Rogue Mage on that roster? Because if they had it, it'd be a really sick team. But every year they kind of poke at it, but they don't commit to it. They don't hard commit to it though. It's like,
I don't want them to commit to it.
You want them to commit to Rogue Mage? Okay.
We have enough Rogue Mages. Like, I'm just gonna come out and say we have enough Rogue Mages. Like, WizK, he's actually played since when different times. Paladin was really good. WizK actually did kind of commit himself to the Fire Mage. Absterge was playing Paladin. They actually did play Rogue Mage Paladin a decent amount. There's been times actually where Jellybeans played Fire Mage too, for them to play the Shadow Priest Fire Mage, but I kind of like it. I mean, Golden Guardians, somehow, some way, as long as they've been a team, their compositions have been decent. Shadow Priest, the Rogue with the Hunter, and the Resto Shaman primarily, they always seem to do pretty well with it. I think this is a really good meta for them right now with how strong Shadow Priest, Rogues, and Hunters are. It gives them a lot of different options. Maybe we even see Peekaboo, on Outlaw at some point. We saw him a little bit in Europe, so that is a possibility. WizK actually plays Warlock, I know. Maybe he hasn't played it in a while, but WizK being that flex player, I feel like at this point we've seen him basically play everything, right? Like, he's played Ret. What has WizK played? He's played Ret, Shadow Priest. He's played Feral. He's played Panther Shaman. He's played Warlock for sure.
And DK for sure.
DK for sure. He's played a lot of different roles.
He's just that guy. He plays whatever his team needs him to play. But in this game, he gets to play his main, which is that Shadow Priest, of course. And finally, we're going to have that game 5 underway. Cloud9 versus Golden Guardians. This is an elimination match. Loser goes home. Winner.
I think I'm gonna do this.
Tomorrow to fight for that top 4 or top 1 spot, I should rather say. We got Jellybeans tagged in here when his team needs him the most. Welcome back. Gonna be playing that Ring of Fire once again. They're gonna have to WizK here immediately with that first leg sweep. This game's gonna start off with that trinket. Jellybeans now charging in, and he's gonna be going after that mage. I do not envy Welcome in this situation. Off here, getting trapped. There's snipes from downtown. And look at Sean Lee taking massive amounts of damage here. Yeah, Welcome trying to stack up. Not able to keep coming up onto WizK, and Jellybeans already doing absolutely incredible amounts of damage. So far, no major defenses being forced out just yet.
Let's see what they can get done here with the combustion onto WizK. I think Roar Sacrifice activates the soft Jellybeans on the remainder of it. Alter Time Force onto Wealthy Man from the burst damage of the Golden Guardians, soaking all that back and forth quite easily. Flop rocking his Tree of Life, so he's going to be able to easily heal unless Jellybeans gets a freezing trap here. He's in a polymorph. Wealthy Man goes for another one. Jellybeans able to avoid it. Windshield. Wealthy Man Grappling hook. Oh, Flop dodges the trap there by shapeshifting. Nice maneuvers by Flop, avoiding that crowd control, but now he's silenced. Multi-man the target. WizKiడ్ interrupted, slowing down his pressure for now. Flop out of the crowd control, trying to stabilize his team. Double leg sweep DB. Beautiful setup by Cloud9 on match point in game number 5. And that is going to net them a dispersion onto WizKid. And they are looking unfazed from the survival pick so far.
Yeah, it's looking good so far. Jellybean taking a little bit of damage. In the face of Chun-Li, WizKid pulling away, trying to drag Flop off the field. Station stun. Potential full trap. Does manage to find it. Welcome in. Position very far away. Chun-Li as well. Not too afraid. Going to be moving in, getting some damage rolling onto WizKid. Jellybean's going to have to carry the damage right now. Chun-Li line of sighting, and it's been good positioning from Cloud9 so far. But once again, another thing you mentioned about this map, Sid, is the small map makes it really difficult for Flop to drink. So the Golden Guardians can bring the game just a little bit later. And Flop might actually just run out of mana, but they have to get to that point first. WizKid almost getting one shot. Fade does come out, going for a Master Spell. Resonator going to be used. Sorry, the Aegis going to be used. WizKid with his Fleshcraft should easily survive it.
And Jellybean is running the defensive thing, that legendary, and of course running that force set as well, so his bombs are going to do massive damage. Double stun coming out here. They're swapping over to Absolute.
What? Look at his reaction. That's my reaction.
What was that? Double leg sweep. And it looked like he just sold it. Down the whole team. Alright, you guys want to play some Hunter? Want to play Hook Point? Well, guess what? I have leg sweep.
There's a rogue over here.
I was not expecting that. Like, maybe they'd be able to pull off a win in this matchup, but they were making it look so easy. Like, not even getting scratched by the Golden Guardians throughout that series. Just getting setup after setup. The whole team keeping Jellybeans on the outside, getting a double leg sweep. Like, I was really not expecting Cloud9 to be able to be so dominant in this game, particularly. Like, we see Flop in a trap, but nobody's even taking damage. And right here, WizKid and Absterge stack up behind the fence line, I think, and Jellybeans gets left out in the middle at some point right about here. So the whole team gets CC'd, and they really can't help out.
No.
They want to try and stop the drink. They get Jellybeans out in midfield a little bit before that point, but the crowd control was just so on point. Oh, this is the bash setup that got the fade from WizKid. Important to out of the way. And then he tries to go for Master Spells. He's fishing. He's going to probably survive. He's got Fleshcraft in the backup. They're thinking they're okay. They've used Roar of Sacrifice on Combustion. They're making good trades. Everything is like, all right, that's the big push. This is over, right? Jellybeans get sheeped on the outside. Can't help. Double leg sweep. Chun-Li. They snipe the Healing Tide, and look at Chun-Li's damage. Chun-Li just KOs, almost accidentally kills both of them. DBs the trinket on Absterge, like he wanted the trinket there, and just gets KO'd. Like, there's no way they're expecting to die. Combustion was just used. They're like thinking like, oh, this is like maybe a trinket go is what I'm imagining. That's what I would have been thinking there. It's like, we just traded, so we're gonna be alright. But Chun-Li just rips them right in the last game, qualifying the championship Sunday.
It's like one of the most satisfying things you can do on a Windwalker Monkey. Just have, and Chun-Li does this a lot. It's something he's really good at. Quite honestly, like calling out always saving huge rise to Sun Kick for like the last 40% of his health. So what he did there, the weapons of order, Fist of Fury, and that Fist of Fury is going to give him 50% additional threat on his rise to Sun Kick. But before he pulls the trigger on that rise to Sun Kick, goes for the spinning crane kick, gets him into that like touch of spinning crane kick, gets him into that execute range, I guess, 40% health. Goes for that rise to Sun Kick, one shot, and it caught WizKid by surprise for sure.
Vanish.
Everyone by surprise. No one saw that coming. That was insane amount of damage.
Cloak of Shadows.
Certainly a way to end it for Cloud9. I mean, just what an incredible way to end the day. Super close, best of fives. I love when that's like the way we get to wrap up the day. Unfortunately, that is it for Golden Guardians. Cloud9 are the victors of that, and were any of you guys? I mean, I know that obviously we weren't expecting that last game. But do you expect Cloud9 to be able to pull out the win? It seemed like it was a difficult game to into that. They ended up pulling it off.
I thought Golden Guardians were going to have full control of the game. I thought the matchup was really good for them, and then just wasn't when it actually played out. At least it didn't look like it in the match play. Every setup was a major cooldown, every single time, and then right there, got punished on the trinket. Like, the fact that Multi-Man was prepared for that, like, he was prepared to DB the trinket. Apsters trinketed up the the trinket and watched out enough damage to be able to kill him in that second. Like, if he gets the link there, he's alive. They didn't survive at least for another few setups into the future and keep the game going, but they were just ready aggressively for that, which is a nice kind of switch from them. Because previously we were dampening, trying to avoid damage, trying to drag fights out, and reach dampening. So to be able to flip that switch
No.
all day in the last game when you need to qualify against a comp that I feel like all of us were thinking is going to be really difficult for them to flip the switch and be able to play aggressive and get your setup.
Jesus, these kids are so horny for me, man.
Certainly impressive. We're going to see them face off against Nova tomorrow on Championship Sunday. We can take a look at the bracket that we currently got for North America. Only 4 teams remaining. Like I said, Cloud9 versus Novus. They're going to be in that elimination bracket. They are still on the cusp of being knocked out. You know how many games Novus had earlier today. They knocked Team Liquid out of the tournament.
Oh my god, I love whoever just saved me there.
Entire match, super swift victory for them. So how do we expect that one to go, Zico? Any thoughts?
I think Cloud9's gonna have their work cut out for them. They need to beat an RMP, not an easy thing to do for sure. And I mean, your guess is as good as mine how that's gonna go.
My healing is so crazy, bro.
In that RMP mirror by
Mistweaver, Holy Paladin, Holy Paladin.
Rush Team Liquid. If they can take out Team
Only this Destro Warlock beat me in healing.
team, that would be absolutely incredible. But on the flip side, if Cloud9 wins that, and then imagine if 3.5 Men wins in that upper final. Well, all of a sudden, you get Cloud9 versus Kawaii again. So no matter how I look at this bracket, Cloud9 is going to have to go through not one, but potentially 2 RMPs just to get a rematch against Kawaii. It's going to be a tough cup for them to win. And Kawaii, on the flip side, if they can win against 3.5 Men, well, 3.5 Men is essentially just a better version of Novos. Well, no matter what happens next, you're going to be in a pretty good spot. Either you get a rematch against Cloud9, or you get a rematch against another RMP, or you get a rematch against a team that you just beat. So no matter what happens, I feel like Kawaii is probably in just the best spot that you could be in if they have a good answer against RMP.
Yeah, most certainly. Of course, since you know, they are in that upper bracket as well, meaning that they have yet to drop a game even in those offline matches. So it's kind of cool how, you know, you look at the bracket and you've got Kawaii versus a newcomer, 3.5 Men, and then you've got Cloud9 versus another newcomer with Novus. But both of these 2 teams that we haven't really seen in the AWC doing really, really strong, and just, you know, having to face those powerhouse teams that have been around for quite some time. So hopefully they're going to stick together as a team and not let that pressure of being on a live tournament get to them. But here's a little overview of the teams that we did see today. Of course, only half of these teams are still remaining, and we're going to eliminate even more tomorrow. That being said, we are also going to see the EU Championships tomorrow as well. Also 4 teams remaining over there. We're starting off the day with TBD versus Spawn of Damage, and then Kungana versus Casual Dads. And Ven, I have a lot of teams that I'm really excited about over in this region. What about you?
I mean, all of them. I feel like at this point, all these teams are looking rock solid. I'm really curious to see if Kungana, I think a lot of people kind of expect Kungana to walk away with this one, with how strong Rogue Mage Priest is, as well as kind of, you know, Mem making his debut in the AWC, Raiku's return to the AWC. I mean, it's just an all-star roster. But Casual Dads, I mean, they kind of, their name is Casual Dads, but this is like, this team is a serious contender. I think they have a lot of kind of tier 1 compositions. Yeah, I feel like if there's any team that could give Kungana a run for their money, it could definitely be Casual Dads. So I think looking forward, that's going to be the most exciting matchup for me.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that one. I mean, obviously that's a team full of people that we've seen, you know, in AWC with quite a lot of victories in AWC and success in AWC, but it's kind of a newly formed roster, and they just blew everyone out of the water, including myself, and I'm excited to see those guys play tomorrow as well. So we can look at the schedule of the games that we are going to be seeing tomorrow. And like I already said, we're starting off the morning in Europe, so that's TBD versus Spawn of Damage up first, and then in the afternoon we're going to be doing the North American Championship Sunday. But like overall, Supatees, for Cup number 1, what do you feel like about the overall level of competition? I feel like just for Cup 1, I think we are in for a really, really good season. I'm super excited.
I think it's higher than ever. I mean, you've got kind of this like cataclysm, the great cataclysm of teams where they've all spread out onto new rosters, reformed, while the new generation of players is coming in. Some players have retired. Like, this is a really big opportunity to make a name for yourself right now, and this is going to be a really big year. I'm very excited to see it. Like, the fact that we just sent two of the best teams from North America home before even Championship Sunday, right? Like, I can't believe it. Golden Guardians and Team Liquid, both of them are gone before we're even into Sunday. Like, that was crazy in North America, and it was very similar in Europe as well with teams like SK Pieces. I think Zipai said it like 6 times yesterday. Like, Maro's not in the grand finals. Like,
In my way.
It's crazy. Reigning champions, My Way. The only team I think that has been performing to where like we I think Vinrigi said like sometimes we don't even talk about them because they just win, but they still win everything. And I don't know why. Like, is Cowie, like Cerulean, Pred, Brain, and Drake. Like, they literally just win everything. They just never lose. And they're still continuing. They're still continuing on the train right now. At the moment, they seem to be the most consistent, having moved forward from last patch to this patch.
Maybe that's why, just because they're that consistent. So we're just like, yeah, they're gonna
You just
win.
get
So
fazed
maybe we
by
just
it.
need to talk about, 2nd through 10th or whatever, like something like that. It's just a gimme at this point. But I mean, you're absolutely right, Super Tees. That is an extremely consistent team. So we'll see if they continue that tomorrow. But of course, we will have to wait and see. That is going to be on Sunday, and then just as a recap, early in the day it's going to be Europe, and then in the afternoon it's going to be North America. So I cannot wait. Thank you guys for hanging out with us as well. Thank you for being here for Cup number 1. It's been a super great day of games, or super great weekend of games so far. So that is going to be it for us. We're going to sign off. YouTube.com/Warcrafts. Zico, do you want to do a plug? You've been doing the YouTube plugs. Give us like your best YouTuber impression.
My best YouTube impression is, hey guys, Warcraft here.
Okay, all right, yeah, but for real, so just hit that subscribe button, hit that notification button, and you will not miss any of the action starting tomorrow. YouTube.com/Warcraft, same time, same place, 10 a.m. Pacific or 6 p.m. CET, or you can follow us on Twitter, WoW Esports, for more updates there as well. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. See you tomorrow.
Kill this shit. Why aren't we killing this?
Break their bones.
Alright, we're done watching that shit. We're getting chance after this. Orange Southern finally snaps after Destiny steps out of the line. Oh. Finally snaps, bro.
Porofessor is an in-game desktop app. Once the game starts, Porofessor scouts your opponents.
Renowned. Renowned 80. It's 770 honor. 25 conquest. Solo shuffle's so bad. Why would I ever play this? I get more for doing random epic battleground spams. Fuck solo shuffle. Garbage. There's no incentive to do it. All right. Can't believe there's no gyms. Oh, there we go. All right, got my gems. Celestial Guidance. I don't like doesn't do anything for me. Right? So stupid. Strength doesn't do anything for me either. Sometimes increase your healing received by 12% for 10 seconds when taking damage. What?
Alrighty. Now. Oh no. Contract ran out. Actually, wait. I don't need to do that. I can just look in the game, right? Oh, defense, please be defense, please be defense, please be defense, please. Fuck. And it's already started. What the fuck? Alright, whatever. Spinning Maelstrom weapon has a 3% chance per stack to summon a feral spirit for 9 seconds. Or set. Your feral spirit's attacks have a 20% chance to trigger Stormbringer, resetting the cooldown of your Storm Strike. So I'm so confused. Why are people playing Elemental Blast? Like, genuinely, why? What is the point of it? I need to ask like an enhanced shaman player. If I can find any. Let's see if I can find an enhanced shaman.
Rough trip, right? 15 guys packed into one hotel room. Rough trip, right? We go to the game. I'm all hyped. I'm excited. You know, winner's going.
Doubt I'll find one. I mean, hopefully. I need to move or I'm gonna get DQ'd. We're not gonna win anyways, so not sure if I actually care. I don't want to get deserter though. I guess I could just grind Snorgast. Pete Capella. Man, this shit is fucking laggy. Actually, what? Let's go! Let's go! Oh my god! I feel like a god. That was fucking awesome. I'm actually not gonna lie. Friend of the Grammels. Farewell, friend of the Grumbles. Farewell, friend of the Grumbles. Okay, that's kind of loud, actually. Okay, that's kind of loud, actually. Now, why is it so loud? I didn't realize it was actually that loud. Yeah, man, I wish I could check out my healing, because I swear my healing was insane. Alright, I need Lego. I need a Lego. I can either do back or I can do ring.
Hell yeah, baby. Ooh. Looking poggers. I'm actually curious about something. Oh, would that look better? Nah, not with this. Not with this set. What the fuck? Oh, I need to be elemental. Defense. Defense. And I want to 1v1 somebody again. Oh, that's what I was doing. Don't go. Oh, we're on offense? Why did I spawn over here? Need to go kill some horde scum. Uh-oh. Need to get kills in order for me to unlock stuff. Think we got a ninja cap, boys. We gotta go up the butt, get up behind them. Oh shit. Shit. Oh, that's a gear boy. You got this. Jump, 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 jump. Damn you. Didn't jump. Motherfucker got gear. Got gear for days. Oh, that's a battle. That's a battle. That's a battle I just don't want to get involved with, really. Hey. Hey, quit shooting that shit. We got action over here. Hey. 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 Oh, you can't hit me. Later, nerd.
Hey, you leave me alone. Bitch. Why? That's so dumb. One, two, Pokemon shoot. Dude, that fucking stupid thing is pissing me off. Fuck off, bro. Like, holy shit, man. Okay, we get it. You can send a goddamn turret. Holy fuck, dude. Guy just masturbates to turrets. Cheat death. Oh my god, dude. Get a life. Boom, 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 ba-da-dum. Nice, dude. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum. Ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. This is just like a motherfucker. You fucker. Look at all these losers. Loser. I wish I could hop up there. Oh man, if I was playing the Feral Lunge, I think I would be able to actually. Now that I think about it. That'd be cool. Oh, get 'em, boys. Get 'em, boys. Oh! Live! Whew. Oh, close one. Oh! Got him. Got him. Got him. Oh my god. Pranking fools. Pranking fools.
Oh no! Fuck. That's a lot of people right there. Getting better though. Oh yeah, that's the spirit. Oh, titty fuck boys. That's a lot of... I ain't fucking with that. That's too much. Aw, that's cute. They're riding together. They're boyfriend and boyfriend. Super cute. I'll lead the way. I'll lead us to the victory. Oh! You fucker. Fuck off. Nerd. That's right. You better run, bitch. I'll protect you, boys. Pound away. Got 3 minutes. Pound town. Oh yeah. Get it. Oh, I forgot I could hex. Get hexed. Oh shit. They're all coming. Hey, you better run, bitch. Whew. Got this. Oh my! I just cranked that guy. Get fucked. What? Who just killed him? What was that? Oh, that was awesome. That's what that was. Oh shit. Get him. Kill him through the pillar. Pet's name is Tabby. Tabby these nuts. Bien Fieri Totem. Who wants some? Come on, boys. Hey, you better run. We got a brave boy. Oh. Why are they all on me? No. Suicide, Andy. Oh my God, what was that? Mind Games hit me for 15K. What the fuck? Actually, it hit me more than that. Hit me for 25K. What was that? That's bullshit. Just chunked me. Do I want to keep doing that, or do I want to farm for my Lego? I can upgrade my weapons a little bit higher. I should get him to, yeah, I should keep going. I have so much fucking Snorgast I gotta do. Snorgast. Bum 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 bum. Up it in. What the hell's going on?
Is always appreciated.
You torn that tree. $237 in PvP. Damn. Big boy. Orthia waits. It's gonna keep waiting. So yeah, we got that to 4. Does it go up to rank 7 again?
Cosmic PvP gear. This is what we need to look up. Honor gears scaling in Shadowlands Season 3. Ow. Ow, fuck. Upgrading your Honor PvP gear in Shadowlands Season 3. Honor gear starts at rank 1 at item level 203, and it can be upgraded to rank 7, which is item level 242 with Honor. 203. That's PvP, right? No, that's actually PvE. Wait, is that right? The upper limit of this kind of upgrade is determined by your renown level, and players can hold a maximum of 15,000 honor. Renown level 44 is required to upgrade PvP equipment to rank 4 and 5. Renown 59 is required to upgrade to rank 6 and 7. Talk to your aggressor, blah, 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 blah. Oh, it's 259 in PvP. So it's 242 in PvE. Nice. Honor PvP gear upgrade costs in Shadowlands. One-handed weapons. Item level 2. Rank 6 upgrades adds plus 7 item levels, 236. Rank 7 plus 6 item levels, 242 in cost, 1550 honor points. Jeez. Wait a minute. That's not true. I just looked at it. Oh. How do we win this, boys?
we going Glaives? I feel like we should, right? It's so laggy. Isn't Glaives the play? Alliance doesn't go Glaives anymore. It's so crazy. I feel like Glaives is definitely the play. That's not fun. I want to do fun shit. Incoming. Why am I dead? I'm just dead. He's pissed. Immune? Oh, he's in the fucking thing? Oh, dude. Oh, they're gonna beat us. Damn, that sucks. The music stopped playing. That fucking hit me.
U.GG, the thing we use all the time, is now a desktop app. U.GG will make your life so much easier by helping you get the best kills, kills, runes, and champ select. You can scout all of the dirty data on who's gonna run it down on your team and who's gonna.
The hell? Guy DC? What the hell? I don't know how I lived right there, but told you we were gonna lose. Yeah, freaks. Where's my WoW token at, man? That's what I want to fucking know. Can be sold. 30 minutes, huh? Bam, 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 bam. Who's streaming? Let's see what's going on.
Fixed a lot, man.
Let's check out the world first shit. He's already back.
They were a little scared of me, but yeah, they kept running away when I got close to them. It's okay. Most people do.
They had a lot to do. They had a lot of things to sniff, a lot of food to beg for. Like, they were very busy. But yeah, shout out to the two lovely ladies that brought those dogs in. We just kind of, you know, needed a morale boost. And as soon as we knew it,
Fucking this one again.
and there was bubble tea. And I think everyone, including myself and you guys, hopefully are in a, you know,
in a
good, happier mood. Yeah,
I am.
for sure. I mean, after that kill, right?
And after the kill, yeah.
We got
I mean,
all covered today.
That was
all
a super
covered.
clean kill. So
Yeah, let's talk about
it was
that.
actually just so clean. So if you push the bosses below a certain threshold, they don't even do their like 100% 100 energy phase. They skip like the Enrage Among Us phase and just, oh, we're so low, we just killed the bosses.
Yeah.
Like it's pretty wild. There's a weird like I guess check in there. It's
Yeah.
cool. Like it was super clean.
Yeah,
super,
it was a
super
good,
clean. Yeah.
good kill.
No, it was for sure. I mean, we can take a look at the bosses that we have killed so far and the ones that we are currently working on. Here, that is right there. See the boss progress for the current tier. Of course, we are all the way over there working on Ragalan right now, and that's kind of a recent development. If you guys missed, we did pull it just a little bit yesterday, and now we're back into progression of that boss. And what would you?
Oh shit! Who's beating them? Echo?
When you first saw this fight
Is Echo winning?
on Mythic.
So the first couple of tries that we saw on Rigalon, very crazy, right? There was so much damage coming in and had so much HP. We were all kind of going like, ooh, okay, that's crazy. What are we gonna do about this one once we get there, right? That was kind of the common, situation for all of us, I feel like. But it got nerfed today.
It did.
Before Echo started pulling it, so I feel like it's in a killable range now. It should
Yeah.
still be tuned tightly like everything else in this raid. But yeah, I'm really excited for that one. I think it's one of the best fights in the raid. I'm not sure how you feel about it.
I think it's pretty good. I like it. It's a fast-paced, 6 to 6.5 minute rage. Like it's patchwork-esque, but there's a lot of things going on too. You have to kill the quasars. You have to manage the unstable orb downstairs.
Am I the only one going this way? Shit.
You pull the boss, and that's literally Ragalan. It's good. I mean,
0 to 100. What do you mean when you say
From
that?
0 to hero.
real quick. It just goes. I mean,
Well,
Why do?
you got these quasars.
Is Hanger that good? Maybe it is.
If you don't kill them fast enough, you don't clear your debuff from the raid.
Maybe Hanger is that good.
Or downstairs, which is a mythic mechanic. You can only hit it when it's downstairs now. And there's like orb hit the soak in multiple waves coming in, which means
I guess it is good because you don't have to worry about like.
the second you pull the boss, right? So
And it's really quick too.
Yeah,
like, the
it's fast.
cadence
Getting
of the
attacked.
ulti on Ragalan is just like boom, boom, boom. There's
Oh
no
shit.
right? I feel like that's very fun. Other than coming back to my most hated boss, Prototype, where there's a lot going on, but it's happening at the same time, and it's not so.
Yeah.
But with Ragalan, it's like you have this ability, which leads you to this ability, which leads you to this ability. So there's like almost like a red line throughout the boss fight. And I really, really like that.
Pantheon's like a conglomeration of abilities. They're just all at once throwing at you. Dodge.
Oh my, that is some crazy.
Stage well. Yeah, exactly. It's a mess, but this boss is paced very well. I like it. It's good.
yeah, it seems like the general. That's like the general opinion from the Raiders and like the comments in chat I've seen about it. So I'm glad that we're all feeling good about this one, especially after some of the stuff we've dealt with.
Starting to live longer now. I'm liking that.
Let's take a look at the replay of the best kill earlier, or the best pull earlier today on that one.
Oh yeah, I got him.
Did those a shooter?
Oh my god. Oh, I got a proc.
That one's for Dosu.
This is.
Yeah, this is weird though. What the fuck is Morgana doing, man? Get the fuck in here, brother.
Oh, what the hell, man?
Nice!
I feel like it always picks the worst person to hurt.
No, he's being
one person
Dobby.
is
What the fuck?
Dude, I thought that too until I saw it pick someone like on one of our lower pulls. Like you range were like all getting broken, and there was one like range that was like off to the left, and it picked him in like the absolute fucking best spot. And if it picked any of you, you would have been fucked.
Okay, let's flame them.
Okay.
Just flame. We flame no lies, damn it. On go.
Dude, boss like, look at that. We're all out there. Just go let her melee.
Guys.
I'm a Dobby.
It is actually like insane how those two baits can like affect the entire fight though. Like now we have to like do some shit.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's all
doing shit.
What? From over here.
Is everybody proccing? What the fuck's going on?
We're saucing him.
No.
Super bugs.
Really?
Yep.
No.
We're popping these.
Love sauce.
Super bugs range. Okay, baiting soon. Baiting in 2 seconds.
Melee suck range, so we need good baits.
That's doing weird shit. Fucking amen, bro. Super bugs.
I want to grab that off that guy. We're getting a fear bomb here. Dude, can someone get that off air?
Man.
No. No, no.
Take it early.
Okay, dodge, dodge, dodge. Dodge these. Melee, melee, melee. Good. And Among Us.
I didn't make my idea, I'm sorry.
Okay, villain pod.
Oh! Time!
Give me.
Bait. We need really good baits.
Baits here, baits here. Takes 3, 2, 1, casting now. And regular bugs after this.
GG.
Regular bugs don't spread.
Melissa dealing the baits now. Piers.
Healac and Coral.
Okay, dodge ranged. And dodge melee. Getting one more natty bug set here. This is just an ad casting, nothing else. Natty bugs, natty bugs.
Melee
I
baiting soon.
panic used parry earlier. Does anyone have anything they can like throw on me during this?
Bait.
And bait range.
No, we don't.
I'll suck you.
Okay.
And one more cast from this ad. And everyone else is in for swarms. Try to dodge swarms in melee. Decently safe. We're very safe. Okay, it's over in 6 seconds. Kevin's being watched. And it's over.
Super bugs, guys.
Yep. This is super bug set.
Pass these pretty fast.
Yep. Yo, you guys are gonna pass these at 4 stacks, then you two are gonna go bait. So everyone bait, pass, and bait. Pass and
Good
bait.
melee bait.
Pass and bait. Bait and
Casting.
pass.
3, 2, 1, now. Now do the fear bomb.
Super bugs
Okay.
and dodge.
Yep, super bugs and dodge. Dodge range. Range, you're getting circles now. 6 more casts on this thing. You guys do need to pass once. 3 more casts. Do it now. Good. And then a couple more casts of this thing. It's done. Yep. And
How's
among
the
us
outside?
here, we are clearing. Guys, do
Watch
not
yourself during this.
do not get hit with green here. Watch green. Watch green. Don't put yourself in a bad spot.
I missed Woodman. Trill. Bill.
Villain trill.
Trillville. Don't get knocked
Oh,
in.
that's it. That's lit. Bait in 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1 out. Oh, maybe you're nuts.
I can take
it. It's okay.
Just came out right as the new ones.
Yeah, you're good. Dude, give us a fear bomb. Holy fuck. Which one of you is in danger? We can have maybe get it.
We need good baits. We need good baits, and that ad is really far. So
Look at all the hunters. What the fuck?
So we're popping these.
Are hunters that broken?
melee,
Good.
really good bait
Dodge.
here. Melee good baits.
Melee, good bait, and range. Dodge. Nice. Bait. There you go. Nice, and then we're getting swarms in 5 seconds with no bugs. You can go in melee range. You're good.
This is the personal set. Maybe.
Watch me around me.
This is all personals, healthstones, and health pots if necessary, but definitely health stone every time. It's over in 8 seconds. Gonna get Nick's pop here. Okay, 3, 2, 1. We got it. Nice. It's just rally. That's fine. And then we have fear bombs coming before these super bugs. Super bugs, melee and range. Range, get rid of these here. Okay.
Melee bait, good bait.
Yep, bait, and then we have clouds soon. We have bait, all range. Nice.
Watch these coming into melee.
These next super bugs, we need to pass them once.
Super bugs now.
Yep. Super bugs range, do not spread. There's no more baits, by the way, ranged. Fine. Don't pass, it's fine. Yeah,
3
just
PS.
watch them. 2 more casts. Watch Hans. Okay, and dodge here, guys, into Among Us. Dodge into Among Us. Melee, watch out. There's 2 coming in front of the boss. Tanks as well.
Got quick with wings. Don't get knocked off.
Don't get knocked off. Yeah, Villain Atlas. Villain Atlas. Do not get knocked off. Okay, reposition. Everyone's baiting here. Everyone's baiting. 3. Here it comes. 3, 2, 1. Now. Range go to the right.
Right in the middle.
Bugs.
Range.
Natty bugs. Natty bugs.
Slow bugs. Slide over a little.
Fine. Maybe just get out. It's fine.
Just
And you guys
dodge,
are gonna
guys.
dodge here. This is normal dodge. We do have a salve for this ad when it's time. Dodge here, guys. Dodge here. Pull the boss a little bit more forward.
Melee, put it
Baiting
on
in
the
8.
wall.
Natty bugs range. Natty bugs ranged and bait in 5 seconds. Range
Melee,
bait.
really good bait. Put it behind us. Put it behind us. Melee, go.
Yeah, melee go behind. Good, and we're getting fear bombs in 10. Getting fear bombs here. We're clearing these into swarms, okay? Clearing these into swarms. Everyone just needs to dodge and then get in melee here. Get this fear bomb the fuck out.
Strat dodge.
Just literally just stop and dodge. And
Super melee.
never to personal here. Do not get hit.
Yeah, we'll do it for this too.
Yep.
Hit Mal'Ganis a little bit. Hit Mal'Ganis. It's fine. Good.
Super
Spread
bugs.
out.
Just watch
Yeah.
super bugs. Hit Mal'Ganis.
Range. You can use the whole middle
Super
here.
bugs now.
You
Yeah,
guys
all
dodge.
ours.
Super bugs.
Your personals
Good.
are back up.
Yep.
You
You guys are
fast one?
you're
CC that,
going.
CC
Yeah.
that,
Bait.
CC
Bait.
that.
3,
Got
2,
it, got it.
1.
Bait and fast, bait and fast.
And yeah, pass definitely for sure. You okay? Just
I
watch
don't
Hans.
need to, I don't need to, you can
Watch
take it.
Hans. Watch Hans.
Not
Also,
break the ad.
also
Super
just
bugs
chill
and
out.
2. Super bugs
Even
and
out the
2.
boss health, by the way.
Let me
Dodge
take
here.
dodge,
Dodge here.
dodge.
Dodge here. Dodge
Keep
here.
her on
Dodge.
the whole time, T. You're not taunting her back. Yeah.
Melee dodge here. Melee dodge.
I'll take it in a sec, maybe. Coming through melee again?
Fear bombs
I'll
coming in
take
10 seconds. We definitely need a pass here.
Yeah, Hans,
Okay.
we go. Berserks in 10.
Yep.
Rennie sack, get ready to get fucked.
We got fierce ranges.
I'm
Okay.
not getting this Lumez. That out, Kevin.
Even their ad health.
Berserk.
Berserking now. Berserking now.
I'm potted.
It's okay.
All right, I'm getting burnt out on doing that. We need to farm Lego.
It's okay. That's fine. We can res him after. We can res him
Free
after.
soul stone right now.
Do it. Let them do it.
Free
I'm
soul
so
stone.
sorry. I am.
They're not doing it.
I can't.
They're not
Don't
doing
get
it,
cleave.
Just
I
don't
have
get
it.
cleave.
I'm resing twisted.
I'm resing Atlas.
Let's go, boys.
Kill them evenly.
5. Don't get cleave. 3, 2.
Let's go.
Let's
Come on.
fucking go.
Oh, shoulders, it's so easy.
Dude, Ben is so looted, dude. Ben is so looted.
Dude, your
Yo,
guys
hold
cracked.
up. Why did the boss not cast Among Us? It didn't really matter.
I got super low.
It's just
I don't know.
That's what
Was it too low?
If the bosses are low enough, they don't use
What
the
the fuck is
Oh.
this thing?
Nice, let's fucking go.
And that was that Lords of Dread kill that we had just a little bit earlier in the day. I don't know about you guys, but I was expecting like a more of a celebration than the one we saw. I was like ready. I was filming them, and I was like, yeah, like I would have, like I was gonna celebrate more, but I didn't want to be like obnoxious because they were so
Yeah.
quiet. But
I was standing behind Ben, and I was more excited than he was. I
Yeah.
put my hand on his shoulder, like, "Good job." He's like,
thanks.
"Yeah, thanks, man."
On
I
to
was
the-
more
on to
excited.
the next one.
Yeah, it was good. It's good though.
It is good.
Well, like, I feel so. Just speaking of like the international perspective, right? Echo killed this one before the guys. They had like world first, except for Guardian, for all of the other bosses. So for them, that's like they're catching up now. I mean,
Yeah.
even though we got a couple of tries on Rigolan, I kind of get where they're not as high as they were for Anduin, for example.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Rigolan kill first. I think there's like a big learning then. So for them right now, it was more like, okay, yeah, we managed to.
Once you unlock it on one, two, it unlocks it on everybody.
Next one.
Yeah,
and then,
exactly. Yeah, and so like we already said, now we're gonna be moving on to the next one. Have we had any solid progress recently? Anybody want to go over that?
We had like 25-ish polls last night. So when they got to like, they were trying to kill one of the two bosses on North Red last night, and there's a dogfight up front, I think, going on here.
Someone must have.
Yeah.
Must have
Were those the
angered
small
top
dogs
guard.
that came in earlier? There's no way. That's a like a big dog.
Oh, so a big one.
Yeah, big one.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see down below on the Honda raid progress tracker here. They had about 27 polls, give or take, last night, and they got, I believe, about 72-73%, and that was before the 6% health nerfs and the random nerfs to the orbs that was there. So one of the big things about this fight, it's rinse and repeat. It's the same thing. over and over, pretty much. You know, barring like moving the boss around a little bit and a bit of area of denial, you just do the same thing over and over. So they sort of seen what they need to see initially, but it's just putting it all together, right, and doing it 3.5 times. And I'm just curious if that's cost. It's like 79 million home with a lot of mechanics going on, a lot of things to implement.
Also party.
Yeah,
Boomkin party.
It's a pretty.
Boomkin fight. Yeah.
It's a big shift from what we saw in Lords of Dread half an hour ago, going from 4 or I believe 5 survival hunters all the way to 4 boomkin. But just mechanically, this fight's much better for boomkin than it is survival hunter.
Yeah.
Because they have that huge AoE lead they can bring on the quasars upstairs, and even downstairs if they end up putting some damage to the orbs. Like the boomkins can bring that, versus survival just not really having as much with stat cleave here. If you're cleaving an orb near the boss, it's not good. It's probably hitting the boss as survival. So a bit odd to see in a sense, with survival being so good on certain fights, but I think it makes sense.
To be fair, like, I'm just looking at the setup for Rigolon right now, and there's some interesting stuff in there. We're going to keep on the Demon Hunter as tank for now, because that worked out really well in their Lords of Dreadkill and allows them to bring like another DPS in. You don't need to keep them out for DPS. You can put them in on dungeons. Dungeons doing decent damage, not like super tanky, but you don't necessarily need. Oh, actually, we do have Scott is back. So Scott is back in, but it was still good for Lords of Dread.
Yeah,
I really
very
like that. And we also have a Shadow Priest in, which
Every 12 seconds, the gaze of death focuses on random enemy within 20 yards. Causes the target to take increased damage randomly between 1% and something.
Stormwall Blockade comes to mind, or fights where it's lots of ads dying in quick succession, twist the fate up time. Be very good. A fight like this, where you have quasars just dying over and over, like rapidly, you can just chain twist the fate up time. And even downstairs, those orbs die fast. You might have like perma twist the fate in this fight, which would be very solid.
Rivens.
Oh, okay.
So like Rivens is like the last Shadow Priest bastion, right? He's the remaining hope of every Shadow Priest in like top 150 rate rosters. And he's wrapping his class. He's like, I feel like Shadow Priest in general are like, I play Shadow Priest or nothing.
Yep.
Like every Shadow Priest I know is pretty much like that. And yeah, I mean I respect it. He's wrapping his class, trying to like arch his forehead, finding ways to get back in. And I mean, this is more or less a pretty much single target.
Below, consider how your healing spells are just more effective.
Together with the kind of off healing that they provide. So we've seen a lot of damage from a lot of the abilities here come in. We're currently on 4 healers. We have all of the druids that could probably hard. We can check back in a lot later. They should be able to hard the wild to get some extra healing in. And then we have Rivens with Vampiric Embrace, which does a lot of healing as well. So through that composition, we're able to like generate more HPS without having to slot in a fifth healer, which I really, really like.
Yeah, I think that's a great adjustment, and I'm always a big fan of seeing specs that we don't generally get to see or we haven't got to see recently get utilized, especially in the way that Shadow Priest is being used in this raid. He was yesterday. Rivens, the Shadow Priest, was back in the analyst room, like helping them out because he wasn't in on the poll. So he was like, "Oh, I guess I'll just make myself useful."
I think he was in on Lords for like was it Lords? I mean, he was in on several bosses for like a short amount of tries just to see like how does Shadow perform. I think probably not Lords of Dread. He was definitely in on Halandras for a short amount of time, just they try and slot players in and see how it works. We had JPC in on Lords of Dread trying to see how Rogue fares, so it's all happening and adjusting and trying to find out what works here. And I really like that. But something that's really interesting to me is we don't have an awful lot of immunity classes for Sophie.
Yeah, so we've seen a mix of them popping a lot of immunities.
Holy fuck.
Up top. Yeah. And then there has been a bit of a shift to more classes just like taking 3 stacks, just DRing it, and then rotating it back out, which is going to be interesting to see because there's an extra, there's multiple orbs of Soak on Mythic, which means more orbs downstairs as well. So I'm curious to see how they're going to handle that. That's a good catch right there.
So what I thought, when I read the Dungeon Journal and after doing Heroic, I thought we would just put one player in with an immunity that Soak's put him in the middle, pop the immunity, be fine, right?
I I mean, I guess theoretically that sort of could work.
Well, I don't know. I'm interested to see how it goes here because I couldn't pay that much attention to the Riglon tries that we had earlier. So I'm really curious to see how they're handling it. If they're like mixing it up and putting like immunity in for half of it and putting players in for half of it that just rotate. I'm trying to see if there's a node that would give us any indicators, and there is. There's a node that says like melee group and range group. That could be the assigned soaks.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, there's a bit of like variance with that because you might be downstairs clearing your Diva at the same time, but that could very well be it. I mean, for the most part, it's like left is range like clears for Divas and right melee, so I don't know what else that really corresponds to. Oh no, you know what that is? That's the downstairs phase. I think. Possibly. So
I have no
That's
idea.
who goes downstairs?
Possibly. So they had two different strats last night, and it might not be because they were messing with both. But so there are 3 orbs up top in phase 1, and when you go down, there are 3 orbs in phase 2. However, the pattern is static every time with those orbs.
Mokgar.
Wait hard, right next to each other, put downstairs. It's like a triangle. You have like essentially left, right, and one in the middle at the back. So they were splitting the raid and having like half go to one, half go to the other, half die at the same time, and they both engage the back one. And then finish off quickly. So it might be that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Or it might also just be maybe an upstairs soak. They ended up changing it to having just like 1, 2, 3 soaks last night. So I'm not sure what strat they're going to employ here, but we'll find out soon enough.
Saw Matt in his stream yesterday say that he wanted a vote for like who goes into the Dark Eclipse.
Right.
I'm curious to see if they figured that out.
Dude.
Because I know the people
Get out of here with that bullshit, man.
they can make anything happen. Oh my god. Especially after the Lords of Dread. Yeah, the arrows.
That's so sick.
Very impressed.
That was very cool.
Because it's funny, because yesterday night I was saying, I wonder if like the way they spread is based on character
Orientation,
position,
yeah.
character orientation, and if you could like direct it so it doesn't hit the melee cam. But surely enough, I come back today and it's like, here's this really good meat power. I was just showing the arrows where it spreads to. So that was really nice to see.
Yeah, I woke up to it. That's like the first thing I saw, and I'm like, oh, that's new. That looks really cool.
That's
And
really cool.
it added more arrows the later the phase went too, because there are
Really?
more like things that spawn when you get more
like
Afghanistan
that's-
missions.
that's
It
a
was
mythic
super
mechanic,
cool.
right?
Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, so I'm curious. One of their main issues last night was also like managing the unstable matter, which is the orb that spawns on the 3, I guess, pillars behind the boss. So on Mythic, the orb is shrouded by the singularity. You can only hit it when you're downstairs. You can't cleave it when you're upstairs. So the people who have the debuff, is it called unstable matter? No.
It's Dark Eclipse.
Oh, I'm about to get the OP buff.
But you go down. Yeah. So when they get the Dark Eclipse buff and clear it by going into the Quasar puddle that they killed, they can cleave the unstable matter on the shelf. But you have to time it so that it dies when he does his massive like big bang in the middle of the room to go downstairs. So there are 3 unstable matters across like the room, basically left, right, and I guess like central or back quadrant. And when
Let's go.
you have one final upstairs phase, and then either you are dead or the boss is dead. So
that's
there's
a
your
good
DPS check.
call. I like that. Either you're dead or the boss is dead. That's always fun mechanics.
Yeah.
But yeah, very, very excited for that. I think we're still doing like some watermelonish talks, trying to figure out how we're dealing with stuff, right?
Yeah. Watermelon. What is this song? Did you guys record that?
No, it wasn't me.
They just like handed me a microphone and like, here, sing this song. It's some kind of rhyme that I've never heard before in my life. But
It's so funny because I haven't heard it for like until yesterday.
Yeah.
Somehow I always avoided all the watermelon songs.
Yeah.
Because I had like a break, so I got something to drink and stuff like
Oh,
that.
you hadn't heard the rendition that
Yeah,
they did.
I haven't heard it yet. So yesterday I heard it, and it's a banger for sure.
It's a banger.
It's a banger.
Speaking of bangers,
It's a banger for sure.
heard of our new charity incentive at 35K.
Yeah.
And we will be releasing the
Door shoutouts increases your chance to dodge. I don't care about that.
35K for our charity. This one right here, yes. So if you go to TL.rwf/donate. I'm just gonna say that again because I stumbled a little bit. TL.gg/rwf-donate, and it is going to not only support an amazing charity that we're partnering up with for this race world first, Girls Who Code. You can also get that full song on Spotify. So with that
blood flowing.
Uh.
Of Lord's Project. We have $17 for Nick's Hydra. Trivia, it's in this month 17 years ago.
In this month, 17 years.
Not every drop ever of the Talisman of the Binding Shard Molten Core. What was the name of his guild? I've heard this story before. Talisman of the Binding Shard was like the one legendary that wasn't supposed to be in, I believe. It was left there by mistake by a dev. I think that's the story. I don't know the name of the guild though. Just chat.
Frost shock reduces all damage. Your critical strike damage and healing is increased with yours, but your frost damage is decreased.
We know everything. That's how.
Okay, that kind of sucks.
Yeah. I always, learn by heart all the people who ever looted like a rare item.
Exactly.
Just in case it comes up.
Yeah, you never know. Yeah, number one casting tip right there.
We did this
what?
earlier. Yeah, we're just reading out the donations one more time in case we.
We're catching up. So Boses with the $20 donation. My grandpa always said, dress for the job you want, not the job you have. Well, this backfired because I'm currently in a discipline meeting for coming to work as Batman.
I knew that one
I
already.
haven't seen the most recent.
I really want to see it. I haven't seen it either. No spoilers in chat, or else you got.
You can't say that because like it's just
now
over
they're gonna do spoilers. Just don't look at it.
Just don't reach out.
Don't look at it for a
I'm
little
not
bit.
gonna look at it. I'll stuff my phone.
It looks good though. I want to see it too.
Yeah.
I just like Robert Pattinson.
I feel like Robert Pattinson is like on his Tentacle pretty
He is.
Like,
Yeah. He's like, I had to play a sparkly vampire. Okay, well, I'm gonna play the manliest, coolest.
Debatable.
Oh no, is there a rope down here?
I'm just gonna go completely 180 on you guys.
Yeah. No, I'm really excited for that one.
Play
I
some
want to
gritty
see it.
characters.
Once I come back home.
Yes.
So like in 6
Yeah.
weeks or something.
Well, we are like next to a theater.
Yeah, but like I want it to.
Okay.
Watch
It's actually
it.
a pretty big spoiler
with
in
someone.
chat.
Oh. Cute.
Max is Batman.
Oh,
Max is
hey.
I
I
just wanna
said
see the
no
resemblance.
spoilers, chat.
Dumbledore dies.
I actually haven't seen any of the movies, so that's true. I'm pissed.
Of like Harry Potter.
Yeah, you just. I don't
Did you
care.
read? Did you read the book?
No, I haven't seen or read anything. No.
Oh, well,
Really?
Fair enough. Did
Never
you
have?
see the cursed Tettles tweet?
No.
Tettles
Which
did it.
one,
Well,
first of all?
All of Tettles.
I feel like I
tweets
did
are
see a cursed one this
so
morning.
That's fair enough. I'm trying to find it. There we go. I grew up with Harry Potter, right? I even have like a Slytherin tattoo. And he tweeted out, and this is a quote, I just need to reinforce that one more time. He tweeted out, Tettles saying, "Do you like Harry Potter? Because I'm going to Slytherin you to your Chamber of Secrets." It doesn't. The two doesn't even make sense here. So Slytherin, your Chamber of Secrets. Why is there a two?
That does not make sense.
Yeah,
You're
I mean,
right.
like all things. That's right. What?
My mouth is open. I'm at a loss for words.
Yeah.
That
By-
sounds like
by his
Tettles' phone got
tweet?
hijacked. I don't
No,
know.
that's like such a
that sounds like a
Tettles thing to
hijack.
say.
Tettles has been a little sussy lately. I'll tell you that.
He's always
He's
sussy.
always sussy. What do you mean?
Wait, so
I
if you're a
guess so.
Slytherin, what? Do you?
Capacitor totem stun duration increased by 100%, and when cap totem fades, another cap totem is automatically dropped in the same place. Fuck yeah.
The quiz right now.
What is it? If it's fast?
Your first bloodlust on the floor does not cause the sated effect, will not incur its cooldown, and will apply even if sated. Cool.
There's like discover your. You missed it. Do you even know how to use Google Calendar?
What do you mean?
Discover your Hogwarts house.
I don't know what a hogwart is. What do you- it's, not, it's this cursed series you're trying to get me to do.
There we go. Continue. You wanna do the test? Come
Wait, which one do you think he is? Makes. Let's say the Harry Potter expert, and then we can see if you're accurate.
Well, to be fair, like I've only cast it with Kalamazoo once.
Jesus.
before, Okay, so I'm not like entirely sure.
What does
I
chat
would
think he
like
is?
kind of go into like the Gryffindor direction, but I don't know what you say. He doesn't even know what we mean by that.
I don't know.
What does chat think?
Production says Hufflepuff.
How do I take the quiz? How do I do this?
Yeah.
This is so easy.
The link.
Where?
Chat thinks
Arrow spirit duration increased by 50%.
Let's go.
I gotta log in. I told you I gotta log in.
You have to like join the game.
Okay, well, no, we need to know. You are going to take that quiz, and Makes and I are going to talk about this poll. But here's the first Raglan poll of the day. You can see there in the bottom right, 69.97% is their current best poll. So we'll see if we can do a little bit of prods, right?
Yeah, I just really want to look at kind of the cadence of what's going on. So Briny is currently soaking the little blue orb that was there. Did a really good job of that. There's another one right in the Mami camp.
Love that.
Twisted has that one. Interesting. So good. He should have enough health. And there is a third one on the left side. Let's see who goes in there. Because it's always on the person that's closest. And regular blue is in there, but I feel like okay. It doesn't do that much damage, but you can easily step in and healers heal. That's good. We're seeing people go into the little puddles. And now the boss is at 100%. Does the massive bang. And everybody that's downstairs has to DPS the unstable matter, but it feels like they didn't kill it in time.
Did you finish your quiz yet?
It's actually stuck at loading, but I'm trying to make it right now.
Okay,
So
okay, good.
That's good. So, I'm not sure. Could you see the unstable matter in the boss frame?
You can. Yeah, you can't see in default frames with Wizard UI, but any kind of like LBUI shadow unit frames you can. Yeah. So.
Because I was just looking at the boss frame, and I saw there was a second one, so I assumed it was unstable matter, but I didn't see exactly.
Yeah, I believe they had it at like 8% there when the massive bang went off the middle of the room. So maybe this is the question that you might know. So we could get any clarification on this last night on the desk. Do you know if the unstable matter, the little orb, does it rot out on its own? I believe it like take like a minor bits of damage for 3 seconds. I think it does. I'm not sure.
It doesn't do it on heroic.
Okay.
So I don't think it does it on mythic. That would be very strange.
Like,
so I feel like
if
you
it just
really
goes
need
away, is that what you're asking? Or
well, I mean, like I was wondering
if it
if
gets
they could
easier
get it.
over time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like if they could get like a certain threshold, and like okay, it's at 10%, but this time it'll just rot out on its own, right? Because if you kill it, and it'll heal back up, if you don't, go down for a certain allotted amount of time. So.
So like, just go by what.
Am I choosing which one I like?
Yeah.
Okay,
Like, there's a question
guys.
at the top, so you're always just like.
But it's not see.
If there's a question on the top, okay, you can read me. I believe in you. You can do this.
I like this one.
So, for anybody that's unfamiliar with the fight, let's just quickly talk about it. While Kalamazi tries to find out in which Hogwarts house he belongs.
Very important.
So, we have this boss room, right? And it's pretty big, but we also kind of need the space a little bit. So, we have some marks down on certain areas just to give a little bit of direction, and we're just going to get pulled to X. Now, in the top of the screen, there's a little blue orb that you can already see, and once players go down with the Eclipse debuff, they are able to DPS that little orb. And it needs to be killed before the boss finishes his massive bang cast, which just kills everybody instantly. Now, we're getting some bigger blue orbs that are coming in right now. You see Driny is soaking one of them, and they just do like a dot that snaps up, which does a lot of damage. So, on Heroic, there's like 1 or 2, I think. And on Mythic, as you can see, there's a bunch more. We're getting the tanks in. They're also soaking it. On top of that, there's these crazy patterns. They're really kind of love because they're always different. You see them right now. They just do like bits of damage. Don't stand in them. That's fairly easy. And now we're seeing Quasars come in. They leave behind a little puddle. And if you have the Dark Eclipse buff, you have to go down into like the Shadow Realm. And once you're there, you can kill the unstable matter that we did now. Massive Bang is getting casted. Now everybody has to get into one of these safe zones. So the players are getting really excited right now, and as you see, there is 3 orbs here, and on Heroic it's only 2, and on Mythic it's 3, so we want to kill both of them at the same time, and the way that we do that is by standing in it, and we're also doing damage to it. So it only gets like a little bit of damage when we're targeting it, but because it does like this little pulsing AoE, every time we take damage by it, it's reflected back onto the core. So that is mainly how they die, which is why Raiders are split into for the first two into range and melee camp, and then they gave over to the third one. And it feels like we're on a good track. I mean, yeah, we lost both tanks, but that's kind of the direction where we're heading. And now that you've seen that, you kind of understand why we said it's such a fun fight, because it's so...
What form, man?
Right?
And it just repeats from there, right?
Yeah,
Like at what percent does it? Have you seen all of the mechanics and then it just kind of
Right there.
loops again?
That was
right
there.
there. So
That
it's
was
good that we're consistently getting there this early.
But you can see how much ray damage is going out. One of the changes I'm putting down below is that those 3 orbs, they apply a stacking debuff that increases damage taken by the orb pulsing. So it'll like sort of deal damage back to the orb, but the raid is running out quickly. So you have to like get out of that as fast as possible.
Yeah.
Which is why you see them splitting the raid between 2 orbs and then all going to the final one there. I have a
Let's hear the
decision
result.
made here.
When is it? Oh, you haven't.
What do we think?
You haven't found out yet?
No, I was waiting.
I have
the
no
sorting
idea.
hat is ready to make its decision.
What
Let's
do you
go.
think?
Continue. Well, I already said Gryffindor, but like...
I don't know.
Some
I'm
people
not like
are
as much of a Harry Potter person.
I don't think we're Ravenclaw. Let's go. Maybe I'll...
Slytherin.
There you go.
Is that good or bad?
Well, that depends on which side you're on.
It could be.
Is that good or bad, chat? They're not going to tell me. Is that good?
Well, I'm like Slytherin, so...
Okay, that
You
works.
can
These
hang
guys
out
look cool.
with
Wait,
me.
this is the bad guy, though, right?
No, Snape is the bad guy.
Who is this guy?
Are you joking?
Okay,
Guys, he's pointing at Malfoy right now.
He's got hair like,
Don't say it.
No, it's cool. It looks cool, but I don't know his name.
I have such a hard crush on
Oh yeah, we all did. Yeah, we all did.
Bad.
Wait, what is chat think I am? I want to know what house they think
I feel like you're a Ravenclaw.
You got to be Slytherin. That's the only one I know.
You shaking your hat.
This is so annoying, man. I hate shit like this.
I'm gonna let chat guess.
I feel like you're a Huffleclaw.
Huffleclaw?
Yeah, a Ravenpuff.
A Ravenpuff?
It makes you
It's a very warlock.
I'm full Hufflepuff. Full Hufflepuff gang. And
See, I don't know what it is. I don't know what this is. Besides the fact that I slither. That's basically it.
that you slither?
Maybe,
That's
I guess
not
so.
what it means, Kalamazoo.
Does it say what it means?
Read it. Just
It
read
says
the
cunning
thing.
and determination.
There you go.
You probably know that some
No,
of
that's not
Slytherin's...
no.
Okay.
So, cunning and determination are like
Mhm.
2 traits that are asserted to Slytherin.
Oh.
Yeah, and that's like the thing from the book. Like how they're perceived. Yeah, he's like, I probably need to watch the films.
These cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends.
Yeah, but they're also really good friends.
Until you have to backstab them to, get ahead of them, right?
Well, like, if you're in the inner circle, then that doesn't happen.
The inner circle of backstabbers.
No, the inner circle of good
Oh
friends.
my god.
This actually does sound sort of like me. All right, we're
There you go.
okay, cool.
Wait, have you taken your Myers break? Probably not, right?
I have, but I don't know what it is.
You don't? That's not one you can just really quick and take. Myers break.
What is that?
It's like a test. It's like a personality
Is
test.
that the 16 personalities one?
Yeah.
It's like the
Oh, I did
INFJ or
that.
whatever that is.
I
Yeah,
did
it's a long
that.
time.
Yeah.
But I always forgot which one I am.
Exactly.
I'm INTP.
Yeah, I don't know the short form. I only know like the picture.
Oh.
I remember the picture.
What's the picture?
It's like an old man in a robe.
Old man in a robe.
It's like
Anybody know
Whatever
old man
that is,
in a
it's
robe?
probably what I am too.
Advocate or something. You're just stealing what I am.
I mean, I've used that.
He's stealing my personality,
What
guys.
do you mean? You made me take this test just the same as you. Don't get mad at me. Like, you made me do this.
Yeah. So, coming back to the fight, somebody in chat was calling me out because I said on Mythic there are 3. Both of them here, which meant out of the 3, we kill 2 first and then go to the 3rd one. That was a compound sentence. I kept speaking. just
We need to kill both of them, comma, and then.
Yeah.
Or whatever. I guess you wouldn't say and then after a comma. You know
Do the comma.
Yeah.
Compound sentence. I was keeping going. So, yeah, I'm not really sure why maybe we can go to a POV where we see the healing meter. So we're running 5 healers, and I feel like you really want to. Well, it doesn't go to. Do we have
maybe
a better healing meter? Maybe
more healing meters. There we go.
A better one.
Can you stop being so demanding? Oh my gosh! I'm just kidding.
Because like I want to see how much healing Ribbons is actually doing. Because I feel like that's the niche why we're bringing Shadow in. I mean,
Yes.
obviously they do like some damage.
Oh, you want to know?
But I want to know how much healing he's doing.
Yeah, I'd be curious as well. Where do you think he is? In the details.
Well, probably below the tanks is what I would assume. I'm not sure if he does more than the druids. And I also don't know if the druids are hearting, which is something Kalamazi will surely look up at some point.
The druids are hearthing?
Hearting?
Heart of the Wild. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Heart.
I don't think we're bubble hearthing yet.
No,
but
not hearting. Sorry.
You got a few hearts at the rate. No, you're okay. It's all right. I was trying to dig through and look at the unseen core damage, but yeah. So, is there a certain druid you prefer to look at here?
Well, all of them. Like this one doesn't even have it skilled in, right? No Heart of the
Nope,
Wild.
Goop is
here.
not playing hard
so
here.
maybe we can just like check at how many druids have it, because maybe none of them have it. And then, okay, we have one. Yeah, we have out of the 4 druids, 1 has heart.
Oh.
So that is very rare, and I feel like Ribbons might be doing really. Can you just quickly check the healing in it, just in general, where Ribbons ended up? I won't do that. Yeah. So he's right under the tanks. He's right under the tanks, and he probably is in there because of that. Because we're already on 5 healers.
Yeah.
And we need to get some healing in there, but the druids also need to be doing damage. And the Shadow can like do damage while he's Vampiric Embracing.
And that heals the rest of the raid?
Yeah.
Along with himself?
Yeah, it's like a minor raid CD. You pop it and basically it heals the raid for some portion of the damage you do.
Oh.
So, I mean, it's a bit better at some points where you have like a permanent council-based fight. You just do like more of the Shadow Breeze. So you have like your Twisted Fate up time and things. The more damage you do, the more healing the raid gets. I believe it's a 2-minute cooldown. I think it's been a
Door shadows weakens all enemies it passes through, increasing their damage taken. Really wants me to do Door Shadows.
You've been a what thing? Did you say priest?
Priest, yeah.
This fat ugly fuck.
So, when I started playing WoW, I was a hunter.
Yeah.
And then that got boring pretty fast because I only wanted to play BM.
Yep.
Because I could have cute pets. But I was really bad as hunter, and I got like flamed in the LFR for having like pet
I heard
tauntaun
the
and all of
story.
that. So I decided I wanted to play something else, and I wanted to start raiding. And every guild was like looking for healers at that time,
Okay.
especially priest healers. So I decided to be a holy priest. That was like I thought, oh, that sounds really cool, holy priest. And that was in Legion, like Hellfire Citadel, not Legion, Wallace of Draenor, Hellfire Citadel, and everybody was looking for disc priests because they were really good back then. And I was like, hi, I'm a priest healer. And everybody just assumed I was disc. And this one guild infed me and trialed me. And it was like not, you know, like a famed Slayer guild or anything like that. But like a guild that did mythic raiding and cleared eventually. And they didn't even like ask me if I played disc or holy, because for them it was clear that I was on disc. And I had my trial raid with them, and they were like, you're on holy. And I was like, yeah, I know. They were like, don't you want to go disc? It's a lot better. And I was like, no, I want to play holy. And they're like, okay, we're going to make it work.
Flex on their disc priest though?
They didn't have one. That's why they wanted me in. So
That's fair.
the good old times, and we did clear Hellfire with
Memory of the Witch Doctor.
Archimon Mythic. It was a really good old time. So I was Holy Priest OTP for a long time, which people memed me for a lot, which I get, but like still.
It's really funny.
And then in Eternal Palace, like BFA, Old Year, Eternal Palace, I switched to disc, so doing both of that. And some other healers, because I felt like I wanted to rate higher and therefore needed some more experience in different fields. And then, like after Eternal Palace, I was like, nah, I'm done with raid healing. I want to do DPS now.
I've tried it. I can't get behind it. I like doing the numbers, like the damage. Tank is really cool for a while, but it gets like sort of old to me after a little bit. What's up playing tanking? What's up playing not having just like massive like Seraphim wings damage? It's just like I don't know. DPS is where it's at. It's a competition within a competition.
Oh my god.
What do you? It's how it is.
I mean, if you're peeling, like you could compete with DPS, I guess, right?
Have you seen Holy Palace? I mean, maybe at certain points, but I mean, even if you're ahead of the Holy Palette, you're not, because they have Ashen, and Ashen's just so good.
Okay, well, the moral of the story, I guess, makes is just
Play whenever you want
lie.
and have fun.
I was gonna say lie your way into a mythic
that's
raid.
rude.
What was rude?
Why?
Don't.
Yeah.
Just, they didn't ask. It's not my fault. And they were really nice about it. That was like my first raiding guild, and they brought me in on like mythic war fiend progression. And the guild
Trial by
had,
fire.
They had like 500 trials left, and we killed it after 8 when I was in. So I feel like I did a good job there.
That's cool. That boss was actually not.
It was a fun boss.
It was really cool. Valor's talked about it, I believe, in one of their After Dark shifts. Like, it was a boss that didn't take a whole lot of pulls for like early prog guilds, but mid-tier guilds, it was like the biggest role in history. Because there was so much coordination you didn't have anyone in those guilds. I can say that because I was there for all 500 waves, okay?
Fair enough. I mean, we had like another 200 at Valhari.
Oh, yeah.
200
Iskar.
at Manarok.
Yep.
Like we went through that raid, and we just had a very long time on every boss. Good old days.
Those bosses are bangers.
I really enjoyed that raid. It was great, except for the first boss. So yeah, that's how I got my first mythic raid. That was really fun. Then I decided I want to be like a DPS player, but I didn't want to go on Shadow, which would have been the first conclusion, right?
Probably.
Somebody that plays Priest for a long time probably wants to play Shadow, and I said no range DPS. I want to Sug melee.
Yeah.
And ever since, I never looked back. The only time when I really missed doing is like in higher keys. Like I love doing keys in BFA as a disc priest.
Really?
That was so fun because it's really challenging.
Yeah.
And I enjoyed it a lot, and I wish I could go back to that. I need to clear the freeze, and I need to have friends.
We have friends here.
Well, but you're low on an A server.
Yeah.
I haven't you Warlock.
All right.
I feel like it's
Now
easier.
we're talking.
I feel like it's easier to make friends for keys if you're a healer, no? Instead of melee DPS.
Well, not if you play the wrong class. So, like, if
The
you're
wrong
a
healing
healer,
class?
yeah, if you're a healer in Mythic Plus and you don't play whatever Spot'em at the moment,
Yeah.
then you're looking for friends. Like when I played Disc wasn't meta.
Yeah.
So people were like, nope. Even though you timed all
That's
of those
so
keys on 20,
annoying.
we're not gonna invite you for this plus 15.
I don't like
I hate that too.
that
That
kind
was
of
really annoying.
attitude.
I mean, look, it's their key. If they want to sit there and wait for 3 hours for for nerf and Nasuna everybody queue in the key, that's great. But they're not going to queue into your plus 8 second depth you're trying to ultimate meta comp here. Like in the end, you can all go in playing off meta specs, playing with your toes, and probably 3-chest it. But
I feel like you're a lot better off than just like looking at the armory or whatever raider area of whoever's trying to get into your group instead of just being like, oh, they're off meta spec.
Yeah.
I'm not inviting them. Instead of like, you can also easily invite like an off meta spec that sucks.
Yeah.
Just because of like
I mean, there's a lot of like flavor of the month rerolls, which do end up being problematic at times. Like in the plus, I guess like flavor of the month. Like how when Windwalkers were crazy OP, everyone rerolled to that.
Yeah.
How Warlock was OP for 1 week, everyone rerolled to that. I'd much rather have a group of like 5 good players on off meta specs than 5 players playing the flavor of the month and knowing half their toolkit, right?
Yeah, me too. Exactly.
So, you don't really encounter like the need for meta comp until you get to like, I don't know,
Really high.
the higher range where most players aren't pugging in the first place.
Exactly.
So it's this weird misconception of, oh, we should meta comp this, and in the end, you're just wasting your time.
I remember one time I was watching Zyronic stream, and he was playing. I don't know what he was trying to queue as, but it wasn't really the favored meta for keys, and he kept getting declined to groups. So what he started doing was he sent like a screenshot of a picture of him on the MDI desk and like circled his face and was like, "That's me," and then would send it to these groups he's trying to get into.
That's good.
No.
It's really no.
Oh no.
It can be annoying. I feel like
Jesus.
And this is not like a. Okay, this is gonna sound terrible. But I'm not.
Go ahead, Kalamazoo. We're ready for
Get ready,
It's
chat.
not a bad
Get ready,
take. It's just
chat.
sort of cringe. No, it's just like every group. When people complain about like.
Dude, Shaman's so busted for fucking Torghast. Actually,
And so.
the totems are so fucking crazy.
Because of my IO or whatever, every time I join one, it's like, are you the real Kalamazoo? And that's why I get an invite. I mean, I'll trounce your way in the room anyways with damage, right? But, every single key while I'm here. If I'm doing off stream, are you the real Kalamazoo on stream?
It been like tugging keys at weird times, get invited. People are like, "Are you the one?"
Really?
Or like I'll come in and they're like, "How's Boston?" And I'm like,
Ooh.
But like it's kind of
That's
nice.
wholesome.
So I'm happy to get invited. But
See,
like,
I don't like that because I'm really just not good, and I don't want people to have this expectation about me because I'm really, especially now, I haven't really been able to keep up with this time, but I don't like the pressure of that. Like, are you Aya? And then they're gonna be like, wow, yeah, like I played with Aya in this one key and she was really bad. She kept wiping us.
I did get recognized one time in Magic the Gathering Arena. So I used to
Oh
get
wow.
rewards for it.
Wait,
So-
like Magic the Gathering?
It's like a game. Okay, it's like the online version of it. There's multiple.
okay.
And I got a DM in Discord saying, was that you? It was. Yeah. The worst part is when you get into a key, and like everyone's chilling, having a good time. That happens, and it's, oh, the group is just not good. It's a disaster. You're like, yeah, I feel really bad about this, but I'll stay until somebody leaves. You know, like.
yeah, I do the same thing. I had like a really so in the first week of the season, right? The tuning's always very hard, and it was really bad affixes this time too. Like we had Tyrannical going, and
Yeah.
I joined this one. I only had like one more key that I needed to do to get like the Vault 8, and I'm in one at the moment, so I needed Plague Ball the most. That's like the one key I'm running stupidly
Ooze?
all the time.
Ooze?
No, like the file and Poxstorm is also
Oh, okay.
really fun. So yeah, I have the file now and Poxstorm. Yeah. I joined this one key and it said like weekly no lever. And I was like, okay, I'm fine with that, right? If they invite me into a weekly no lever, I only need this one key, no matter like whether we deplete it or not. I just need the 8th key. And they invited me, and we had a really good run, and I had like a good time. Ball. It was a plus 15, I think, or 16. I'm not sure. We came to the end boss, and we just it was tragic. Like
Oh, fuck me. Is this the beginning?
to the end boss, like
God damn it.
we didn't even have relics anymore. And I was like doing balls. I was in there like, okay, we're potting the first one, we're lusting the second one, and then CDs on the third one again. Like, I'm gonna darkness the first rain. I was doing all these balls, and I was like, yeah, we can do it. Like, it was really, really, it was like progress in its own sense, but in a plus 15 plague ball in the middle of the night. And we were like, okay, it's getting late. Before I flew here, I was like, my plane is leaving in 2 hours, so that's how long we have.
You didn't finish it?
No, I did.
Okay.
And we were like, okay, we don't have relics anymore, what do we do? And I was like, okay, let's try one more time. We wait. I spread it out, explained it again, and we went. And we killed it, and after that, they were like, so, enjoy Boston. I was like, no!
That's the worst part. That's the worst part. It's like, you don't know if somebody knows you until the very end, and they just rip it, and it's like, oh, so the whole time? Like, the whole time?
It's awkward. That's so
So
funny.
yeah, they were really fun.
Shout out to those.
And they came in here too. Like, they were, thank you for the key. Like I was messing with them while we were it was great we killed it, right? If we couldn't have finished that boss, I would have been pretty sad.
Yeah, that would have been a disaster. I wish they were. Yeah. No, go ahead. It's okay.
Did you get your
It's a
trinkets?
good question.
I didn't get it in this key, but I did get it like 2 days ago.
What do you still need?
The Poxstorm, the weapon.
What is a Pog Storm? Like...
It's POX, Poxstorm. Not Pog, but I like the Poxstorm as well. It's a weapon that does like similar to
Okay.
Cruciform Vein Ripper. It's been really good at Demon Hunter for like the whole tier, and now that Cruciform Vein Ripper isn't like highest item level anymore,
Okay.
we're gonna go back to the Poxstorm.
Okay. I chat like that.
Mazi plays Warlock. He doesn't know melee things. That's okay.
I don't know either. I was just rolling with it, to be honest. It's okay.
Alright, I pulled my ooze.
Yeah.
Second.
Ooh, that's really
Ruby.
good.
Third one.
Oh wow, I should do keys with you.
Solea's first one. Oh, that thing sucks. Trinket
Wow.
Lord over here. I just need my
Trinket
change.
Lord over here.
Can I play DK and
When healing stream totem heals a target, you have 20% chance to also cast a free instant chain heal at the same time. I don't need healing.
I don't know. It always takes me so long until I get it, and then it drops for someone in the group, and surely enough, I'm like, "Hey, do you need that smile?" And they're like, "Yeah."
Oh no. So so close yet so far.
Must be nice.
Yeah, I mean, sad day.
Kalamazoo, do we
Hmm.
to our
That's a
charity?
great question. Let me check here. Oh, okay. We actually have a handful of them coming here.
Let's hear it.
Oh, thank you.
We have two, actually. Okay.
That's like a small handful.
Yeah.
I
well,
take it.
One in each hand.
So we have a $50 donation from Healbot. Love watching Liquid. Keep it up, guys. Guys and gals. I'll throw the gals in there.
Yeah.
But there we go.
Non-binary pals.
There we go. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for the $50 donation, Healbot. Okay, we have a $10 question. Okay, I don't know. I've been calling them Sly, and they're active in chat all the time. I'm sure they're here right
This
now.
chat?
Oh, I gotta pee again.
I say Sleipner.
Slifer. Okay, sure. So Sly works, right?
Sleipner. So if it's like that's how I've been saying it.
Yeah, that makes
Sleipner.
sense.
Sleifner, sure. With the $10 donation, rapid fire questions.
Oh.
Aya,
Yeah.
what's it been like trying to cast a Race the World First in AWC while being behind you there? While right behind you there, it's such an intense race going on.
Oh, it's actually, it's kind of, I mean, it's fun. Like, I'm glad that I get to be a part of both. But it's like we had really good games today in AWC and yesterday, and it's like the first cup of the season. So it's like getting caught up with the meta over there, and then also getting caught up with the fights over here. And I've been trying to follow both during the day. And I'm glad that like they killed Lords of Dread when it was over, when AWC was over for the day. But it's exhausting. I've only got one more day of it. The finals are tomorrow. If you want to check in, youtube.com/warcraft.
Oh.
And
Go say hi,
yeah,
Anna.
unfortunately, Trill's team, Team Liquid, Arena team lost today, so they won't be there. But that's okay. It's been a good time.
Yeah, we all, I think, admire and respect you for
thank you.
putting in that work. It's a lot. Like, in case you don't know, Aya is doing, like, everything here.
Doing
like,
a lot.
You are. You're, like, doing the timetables and doing scripts and organizing the charity treats, I don't know, incentives, however we call them.
Yeah, I've been helping
and,
them
like,
gather
the production
some
stuff. And, like, she does everything.
Oh,
like,
thanks.
whatever you need, Aya is probably the person to ask for at this point, and she also casts both of these events, so big shout out.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank
she's
you.
been a true champion.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, for sure.
Not a warlord like a trinket warlord, but a true champion.
Oh,
That works. Speaking of that, we actually have a pretty good poll coming up here. I don't know where the speaking of that core carryover was, but I mean, hey, we have a good poll coming on the left.
Yeah,
So
new best.
yeah, it is 66.9. I don't. Ooh, they're not going to make this, are they? They're not. I was going to say they're just about to get the massive bang cast here. They didn't kill the unstable matter quickly enough. If they had, that would have been quite possibly a poll to catapult them back to number 1 on the overall leaderboard. But 66.4. So that
Currently
overlap.
we're at 69. Nice.
We were. Well, we were. Nice.
Yeah, sorry, I wanted
Nice,
to
nice.
shout it out before it goes away.
Nice. So basically what you saw there was them not killing the unstable matter downstairs quickly enough to avoid the massive bang the boss was casting. Now that was the massive bang number 2, so, which will pull them downstairs, kill the 3 orbs, and you come back up. So if they went down, they come up again, have one more downstairs phase, and a final upstairs phase. It's check, or get ready for this. Get your pencil out.
Can
It goes
you say that again, but slower? How many upstairs phases?
Well, check this out.
Yeah.
Up, down, up, down, up, down.
Wait, hold on. I'm ready. I'm ready. Wait.
Okay, yeah. Up, down, spin it around.
Up, down, up, down, up, down, up. Got it. Noted.
Apparently there were more questions in there.
There are. I sort of didn't want to cut in the middle of that poll there.
No, it's
So,
okay. We had to
question
cover the
for
poll.
Megan at the fire. What's it been like for you casting this race with this group for the first time? I was casters.
Yeah. Probably the caster for Liquid, right?
Yes.
I worked with like some of the casters before for the Mythic Plus Pro-Am that Liquid did. And also with like some of the casters on the Axe. The Great Push desk. So I know like some people here, but obviously like casting the race for one of the bigger, I would say, teams or guilds in general is an experience. It's really crazy like how many people are here. But traveling to America for work is, I think, very crazy to me still. Like whenever I like talk to my parents, they're like, "Oh yeah, you're in Boston." Like, my mom's very supportive. She watches everything, and my dad tuned in. But we were on Jersey Mike's at that point, and he was like, "I can't see you. I only see this Max.
Mine said the same.
Like,
haven't seen
who
you
is
yet,
this
where are you?
Max person? It was really fun. I was like, yeah, that's kind of like the boss. And he was like, oh, okay. And I'm like, yeah, we'll be on in a couple minutes. And I was like, okay, yeah,
that's
I saw you, but
That's
I didn't
cool.
understand anything. So yeah, it's been really great. Hopefully they ask me back once,
I hope so.
once we kill the jailer.
I was
the
really
next round.
excited
so.
when I saw you were going to be added to the casting desk.
Yee.
Yeah.
Yee.
A lot of new like caster combinations we haven't worked with.
What did I just hit?
I've thoroughly enjoyed working with everybody,
I love
except
that.
Ironic.
I know.
I mean,
know.
Zyro, right?
I really enjoyed working with Ironic. He's a good dude.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say I had this like slight, not fear. I thought Zyra hated me coming
What,
here.
really?
Yeah. We had this weird like love-hate kind of back and forth relationship online.
Oh yeah, you've told me about this.
I'm gonna listen. Everyone's been great. I'm gonna be honest. Like Zyra's been like the most chill, like
He's very
bro
chill.
dude of anybody here.
Yeah,
Like-
he's a good guy.
so fun too, right? Because like
Mm-hmm.
when you don't know Zyro, because I had the same feeling when I casted on the MDI desk the first time. Because like I know Tetals and I know Dratnos and I know Nagura and I'm Jack obviously as well. So I knew like all of the casters except for Zyro, who I never really interacted with, and I always felt like. So either this dude is really fun or he absolutely hates me. And I got on the desk and we didn't have any shifts together, but I did cast with everyone else.
Oh.
So I was like, did he ask for that in specific? Like, is he dodging me on purpose? But yeah. Does this person hate me? But then after I was there, he actually gave me some mentors. So from there on I was like, okay, he doesn't hate me. That's
Nice
good.
guy, Zyro.
So that was really nice.
That's cool. Yeah, Zyra told me basically if I'm mean to you on
What is going on?
So
This is bullshit.
you know, clarification on how
Fuck.
But he talked to you, so that's like solid, right?
Yeah. No, he's really nice once you actually get to know him. He's just a little bit intimidating when he's mean on
Yes.
Twitter. I feel like.
Well, Twitter's a scary place.
Twitter is a scary place. What's
There
the
is-
last one? Do you have one for you?
Well, yeah, there is. Is your body ready for the inevitable hot wings?
Oh, there we go.
Wait, I like how the first two for Mix and myself are nice. Like,
I'm getting really fucking sick of this, man.
how you're doing, and then Kalamazes is your body
My
ready?
lean 320-pound frame
Yeah.
ready for these hot wings.
Yeah. Okay,
I don't
muscle.
know.
Fair.
Potentially, I think we're actually, let's see, what are we at currently? We're at 19,000.
This is becoming insanely annoying.
$10 away from hitting our $20,000 goal, which is indeed the Hot Wings Challenge.
Let's go.
What is happening?
So,
Did you guys know Nagura wants to do it? Like, she was really keen on it.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay, I should get
So
get it.
definitely get Nagura into it.
Wait, really?
Somebody did make it 70.
What is happening on my screen?
Really? Yeah. Well, I'm happy to try because I think Nagura's very scary.
I don't want to do this anymore.
Like seasoned with too much pepper, it's hot. So,
God. I totally believed you. I was like, really? No way.
yeah, no, I keep saying like she needs to do it now, but she's not really convinced. So we'll see how that goes.
Cool.
I mean, a lot of food in I don't
Uh,
know the region, but like
if she's afraid of pepper, it's going to be a problem.
it's gotta be
Doesn't
not
matter
very
what kind of food
spicy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, if you would like to see myself, Cams, maybe Nagura,
Yeah.
and others consume the hot wings, rwf-donate, for a great cause, which is, once again, Girls Who Code.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we could get to 20K. What are we at again? What's the total?
19,100
Oh my gosh.
So many.
We're so close to 20,000.
$810.
I feel like we can do 800.
I
I believe in you.
Set like a mini goal for 20,000.
This is actually going to be a new best here again.
Fuck you.
So here's the thing to look for. So the boss is sitting at, I believe, he's about to push here. Here comes the massive bang. They need to kill the unstable matter downstairs and go down. They did it. So this could very well be, this is their best pull. This could very well be a best pull overall worldwide. So here goes the downstairs phase. 3 orbs, 1, 2, 3, same spawn in triangle pattern. No action coverage here this time. This is going to be nasty. You have a lot of chariots now coming in here. So they are still splitting the rate between both K cores here. Once one dies, they gate the third, and they should beat up basically in unison. The third one down. A lot of rate damage coming in here too. Look at the rally coming out here as well. Should be fading momentarily. First one's dead. Gating the second one here. Oh, that bomb was off. 62.4.
So close.
Almost past Echo.
Yeah, 62.4, but 2 very consistent pulls. 66 and 62.
Proggers.
Yeah,
I like
progress
this.
indeed.
Yeah.
We need and I feel like we're on that kind of exponential curve again, where every try we do, something works better than try before that, and eventually everybody that progresses knows there's like a plateau that you hit, and then you have to figure out some new stuff. But right now we're on the rise, and I really like that.
I do too. So like we haven't really seen that far into that second Big Bang phase or massive bang. We have the bang phase.
Yeah. That maybe not called the bang phase.
Well, I mean,
but, like,
it's not that bad.
I feel like that's weird.
If anyone could be, they need to find
Call it
different. Massive bang. Okay. Why don't you finish your segment? I'll find the name now. What was I going to
It's
say?
not massive bang.
Is
so
it?
like the
I thought it was.
other one was Big Bang.
Okay.
And this boss is Massive Bang. And the Massive Bang goes bing bang bang if we don't kill the unstable matter.
Like up, down, up.
No bang.
But big bang bang, up, down, up. Then one final bang.
Well, yeah, like if the class goes through and we don't kill the unstable matter, then there is no up anymore. There's
okay.
only down.
Massive bang. Got it.
Yeah, I got
Massive
you.
bang.
I got you.
Thank you. I appreciate
Look,
you
you got
saving me
chat.
there.
You got chat chiming in.
Chat? Yeah, what does chat have to say about this?
Chat says
Massive
no
bang.
bang 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 bang.
Noted bang bang.
So who is Rygolon? Any lore nerds?
Not me.
I have no idea.
Google it.
Wasn't it Luna and Preheat on the morning show saying he looks like the Hot Topic guy? Like the dingy Hot Topic guy?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Rygolon, a dominated Consular, is the 10th and penultimate boss in Sepulchre of the First Ones. Drawn to observe the fateful events unfolding within Sepulchre of the First Ones, Rygolon succumbed to the jailer's domination. Now this is Consular, right? I think it's Consular.
I would have said Constellar.
I can't read that
Stellar
part.
is star.
Now this dude turns its cosmic power against any who would oppose the banishment. So he's not controlled by the jailer, but he's actually just a dude who's vibing.
Dude is vibing.
Yeah, there's the lore.
I mean, the picture kind of looks like he's quirky a little bit.
It does a little.
He's being-
Oh my god, wait, it actually does.
He's being a little sussy. Yeah, you know.
Yeah. Let's go, right? So yeah, that's probably like. So I really liked Anduin, and I think Rygolon might be my second favorite boss out of the bosses that I like killed yet.
This one
I
seems
really
fun.
like this one.
I'm with you.
Because it's so fast paced. Like there's always something going on, and you like swoosh around, and lots of orbs. And I like the aesthetic. It reminds me of Star Algor. So that's
Yeah, it
really
does.
cool.
Yeah.
It has like a weird like Starter meets Algalon kind of vibe, right? I was really
I have
excited.
no idea who Algalon is, but I'm just gonna say yeah.
You've never seen Algalon before?
Well, the thing is, everybody keeps saying, oh, it's like Algalon. But I'm aware of it.
Secret versus Arcane, Dr. Hill. That's what you're here.
Is it an arcade or arcade?
It's not. It's good. It's been running for like 3 weeks now. It's just like on its last leg.
It's arcade because it's not an Alienware laptop.
That could be it. There we go.
Yeah.
So yeah, we can go all the way
Shout out
back.
to the friends.
I can just pull it up momentarily, but Algalon was a similar boss, the same like consular kind of look in Oldor many moons ago. We had like this big like cosmic
See, I
kind of
never
theme to him,
rated
where you
Oldor.
fight him
but
in
yeah,
space.
It looks so
Oh,
nice.
Yep,
yeah.
there's Big Bang.
I've done this one, like, just to go.
Best raid ever.
Yeah. And he was a hard mode boss who had to defeat other bosses in hard mode with limited attempts per week. So it was sort of like I didn't play during it was Lei Shen. I believe they had the limited attempts as well. It was sort of like that, just throwback to it. But it's like this big cosmic that you're fighting in space. A similar platform to Star Augur, you said.
Yeah, it looks really pretty too. I like when bosses are like kind of stellar.
Oh yeah, super cool.
Night sky looking.
Yeah.
And the chat is going wild because we keep ignoring their request to see our poll prediction.
Oh.
Okay.
So yeah,
Can we see the poll predictions?
We need to
for-
bring them up.
Yes.
We see you, chat.
We're gonna get them in a second.
To fangirl and fan. I'm sorry.
I feel like I said
Oh,
yeah,
there we go.
That
That's
was
the
actually the
correct
last
one.
boss. So,
Ooh,
85
reviving.
Yeah, look at that. See,
Look at that.
We're the same hatch or whatever. Same house.
Same house.
Same house. Same.
Slytherin, gang, gang.
I like your picture. Mix.
Mine?
What
Yeah.
is that from?
So I was an immigrant in December.
Oh, you look
And
pretty.
we had
Looks nice.
live viewers. It was very
Ooh, that's a good one. Now, Kalamazoo is like,
Yeah.
what is that?
It's just like a nice picture he took while going outside.
Yeah, we
So-
know that picture.
I was waiting for you to get to this picture. This is the one picture that I use everywhere.
Okay.
Here, what you don't see is my
We
little.
have a lot of new pictures available now because we have a photograph.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
It's in the Discord. I tagged everyone.
Okay, I might have just said that.
You have to pick the one you like, and then the photographer is going to retouch them.
Oh, please, yes.
I
So
did send that.
that is a picture from BlizzCon. I believe it was the pre-Battle for Azeroth reveal BlizzCon. My little cousin's like right next to me. They just shopped him out, and they've used that picture for like 3 years. Yeah, he was like 6. He's like 12. I believe 11 now. It's like 5 years ago.
I like the context of that.
I mean, the lighting's good, right? Like you can see
No,
it bouncing
it's
off my
not.
balding forehead.
Oh, okay. I thought you were being serious.
Come on. Oh
Look what production's about to do to you. Wait a minute. I see them
Look at
lining
that.
up for this. Oh, they took it away.
Yeah, do it.
Do it, production.
I-
There we go. There we go.
Yeah.
I look the
Aw.
same as I do now.
You really do.
You kind of do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was
You're-
like 6 years ago. That's the
It
scary
even
part.
looks like you're wearing the same shirt.
I'm actually wearing my dynamic muscle jacket. That's an old OG one.
Oh, you're bad.
I have one jacket that was for free with an order I put in like 6 years ago. It's not even a jacket. It's just like it's scary.
Well, I feel like it's very close up. Like,
It's supposed to be.
Do the same face. Wait, should I shine a light at your forehead and then we can really?
No.
Wait. Oh, it doesn't really do anything to me. It doesn't. The flashlight's on, but
So the actual same shirt fit is a running meme in my stream.
is it?
Because I rotate through like 4 different shirts.
Yeah.
So I wear
how many shirts do you have?
probably like 30,
Don't say
but
4.
I brought like 5. So it's at least. Oh my gosh. Okay, dude.
Do the
Hold on,
smile.
hold on. How do
No,
I?
yeah, there we go.
This is cringe out. So how do I get it out? I don't want it anymore. Get it out. Get it out. Get it out. Please get it out of here.
He's turning like red and all.
I'm holding out for a raise.
actually are.
I'm holding out for a raise. I'm not doing it.
So there's a lot of pictures of you in like every other caster, and I'm sure you'll find one that you really like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I hope so too. Did you actually see them?
I see them. Yeah,
Were there actually any good ones? 'Cause I don't take good pictures.
yeah they're good pictures.
Plus, I feel
and
like I've
they're-
gained 20 pounds.
No, they're
from
like
all the
a
pizza.
lot
What is
of good
this? Why are you
pictures.
so down on yourself?
I'm not. I just
Yeah.
eaten so much pizza for 2 weeks.
Okay.
Like it's just, I can see my face is fatter than it normally is.
You know what, Chad?
He ain't lying.
Nice things to Kalamazoo. I feel like he's a little bit down bad. You just say
You know
some nice
what would
things.
actually make me feel better? Like nice compliments or some girls with code.
Yeah, both is fine. You can also combine your food.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah. If you want to
Yeah.
if you want to, donate to charity and say
your
some nice
comment
things
section.
about those who code, there you go.
Throw your comment in there and say, hey, Callie, you look really good today. You can lie to me. It's fine. People lie to me all
Someone
the
in
time.
chat is saying, Kalamazoo, I'm an attractive young woman. You're hot. There you go.
There we go.
There we go.
At least somebody.
Look at that. Look at all these lovely compliments.
Aw, you're cute.
Somebody in chat. Callie has pizza, bro. Listen.
Keep eating pizza, brother. You look
Honestly,
fine.
when it comes down to it, you got to get your calories in where you
Okay,
can.
there's one I really agree with. It says Kalamazoo is nice for a warlock. I will
True.
sign that one.
Yeah, true.
I'll sign that one.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Yeah, but sorry. Like, you're saying nice things about me. Gosh,
Look at JT. Thanks for letting me borrow your Lambo. Hey, no problem. Hey, just make sure you bring back a full tank of gas, all right? You're good, man.
He really needs that back. He really needs that.
Well, I won't be back for a few weeks. I mean, it's probably fine.
Yeah, we're
This
gonna
race
be
is going
stuck
forever.
here for
Yeah,
like
you're
a
right.
couple more weeks.
Okay,
I
he
might-
doesn't need the Lambo
I
quite
might
yet.
buy a second one after this race, depending on how long it goes. So.
Oh, really?
But yeah, anyways,
There's a
TL.
Kenny Page was joking there. You just didn't catch it. It's okay.
I caught it. TL.gg/RWF-donate if you'd like to donate to Girls Who Code and maybe say something nice about Kalamazoo in the donation message. He does have a laptop up, so is there anything you guys would like us to shout out on stream while we are sitting here watching them get some props with me on Dragonlord? We're happy to oblige. We've gotten some Sopranos, some Sovereigns, that was, I mean, with an app problem that was
before
Tablet.
chat comes
Actually,
up.
no, that's not real.
That's not real.
Not real.
Yeah,
You're
before
also
Ask me again.
you're not intolerant to fructose.
Yeah,
That is not a
that's not
thing.
real
Yeah,
either.
I'm also not 40 though, so, hey, which is fine. There's no problem with being 40, but I'm also not 40, so. Thank you. Hey, look, so I can do some math. Like for example, someone can say like, give me 31.60% of 4,726. I can rip it off.
Wait.
Like exactly.
Wait,
like
wait.
like two random numbers like that. I can give you like almost a pretty
Wait,
accurate like
seriously?
value.
Like
out of
23% out of like 13.
It's like what? Like 335.
Wait, are you really doing it?
No. It actually, it's like, I think it's like,
Wait. Let me do that again.
Ooh.
Okay. What is 22% of 1630?
Wait, what?
1,630.
22%?
Yeah, 22%.
Of 1630?
Yeah.
It's like 400. It's like 392. What is it? 358. I ripped one.
That was pretty close though.
I ripped like something like that on Zeronic 2 days ago, and it was like actually almost on point. Like, damn, all right, you know, Florida math, a little good.
Fantastic. All right.
You're calculating, Jack. Get out of here.
Well, we're gonna let you get back to that. Look. Oh, I thought we were going to a listening. Okay. I was about
to the camera.
Oh, I'm saying goodbye. Oh, okay.
Oh, you're saying goodbye.
I'm hopping off the desk. Goodbye, everyone.
Well,
Dude, this bitch is so ugly.
Listening to say goodbye, and I was like, okay, and then they threw us out. So goodbye.
She's been going at it all day, so I'm gonna give her a break. And I think Dolores comes in for you.
Dolores is
So
gonna
that
come and
should
take
be
my
really
place. Yeah, he's got much prettier hair than me, so I'm just gonna take cue cards.
I don't know about that. Dolores is
Am I just leaving right now, or are we gonna go to a
We're
listening?
gonna go into listening.
Do
I
I
don't
just
think
head
we
home?
have to like sadly watch people.
We could do that. Everybody hurts. Just, black and white. No, but anyways, goodbye, everyone.
Oh my god.
And let's go to a Jersey Mike to listen in.
Jersey Mike sounds good.
It was really obvious for the melee which ones to take. We think we can do something like that, but like just not CC them, just have them walk into melee, and then range is just soaking.
No, I like the melee ones to always be like if the boss is on X, we'll just do triangle and diamond because they can just swap and kill their own real quick.
Oh, well, I'm talking about the last ones where you are CCing them all.
Oh, let two of them come in faster.
Yeah, so we just
I mean,
like,
if there's any way to do that easily, I mean, yes, that would make that
I mean,
easier to
we
see.
can just try and just see like we just do CC.
So it would be, you just have to like single target the dot. Right, that's how you would do that.
When they come in with way too early, so I'm not sure if they
No, you have to CC them, you just want them to leave the CC slightly earlier than the range ones, so it's more easily soaking wet.
like that's probably why I CC'd it all. Just really it seemed fine, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe they were CC'd. There. I mean, those easiest ways. You're grinding for the Go. Check it out.
Dude, I need to like zoom in this fucking picture. Do you see Bubba's face in the back? He's doing some hilarious like looking at
Chain Harvest increases the damage of your next 5 chain lightning spells by 100%.
Full timer.
Wait, are we on break?
I was just waiting for the shit to be good.
You're fine.
How hard do I have to hit the matter when I go down, by the way?
As hard as you can. Slam it. Slam it.
Yeah, slam that guy. Unless it's gonna die and you are on like the if it's getting like turbo fucked, you don't have to do it.
No, you do it.
Everyone who goes down needs a turbo fuck until it is no longer in need of turbo fucking.
Amen.
On God. Meeting list after that comment.
Anyone got hit by these lights? Did I do damage?
They don't 40k.
I mean, I feel like you never get hit. Like, I stood in one and it just did nothing.
Core right in the middle. Range
Alright,
Nick
Fox is
standing in one.
tiny.
Get the fuck away from Nick.
Nick,
Kill those two ranged. Those are the ranged kills.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Okay, blast that thing. Push on for Birch. Birch got a 4 stack. Watch.
Dude,
If you need to external him on these next clears, that's fine.
He's got runes.
why didn't that spawn?
Okay, get off the map and blast these core now. One died early range. Just make sure you're ready here for this scoop. And Kevin rally and that's it.
Fuck him up.
Get it, Kevin.
There was three.
Yeah, they're dying too close to each other.
We live these.
Do we leave these?
Yeah, we do. Use stuff. Every rally's gone. It's like the
We can
freest
res
fucking killer.
res
And we're killing this tonight.
Say it, Jardy.
Ashen down. Ashen.
Dude, Mavis is so good.
Dude,
Maybe-
maybe I'm
oh
glad
my
you're in the raid, man.
Fucking
I'm in the Ashen.
Johnny,
Right up
even
here,
like
not in the
Ashen.
When it does a lot of healing, yeah.
I love Ashen.
Wait, why did I get targeted by circle? I'm making it. Wait, you got a mechanic? Yeah.
I love Bastion. Yeah.
Alright, ripping a symbol.
Love that.
I'll slam that during your symbol.
Slap these first 4. Slap them, slap them, slap them.
Matters gear.
All of our rallies are dead, so or down. They're not dead. I made that up. Soak these cores.
I
So
cannot be
course
killed
here.
in this fight.
Jesus.
Okay, Dark Eclipse, second ones. Blast these 2 and that timer's wrong. It's fine.
It's reserved,
Two ranger there. Oh, one of the melee. You'll have to grab this last one. Good job, Farda.
I hate the healers, man.
Now we're dead. We're hard dead.
What was that Murloc called?
Hit you with it 'cause you claimed it.
Dude, someone took mine.
I might be falling for it, so I'm getting a lot. Okay.
I missed the triple.
I missed the triple. But look at the priest mana. They're like 20% mana. Yeah, but priests are going way faster.
Yeah, but they got symbol, man. They're coming right back
We were
up.
calling for it right there.
Coming right back up.
It's already on cooldown on Dryden.
All right. Well. What? Priest start using in P1.
But you only get 2 in the fight anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Holy priest
I'm gonna
either uses barely any mana
I'm using mine
or a
on full.
fuck ton.
When it started using those Squizzards with the counter, they made it all the way to
Yeah, just use it on full.
Kevin, you say you're astro vibing?
Everything.
Oh yeah.
I might have killed
This is literally the easiest melee
I might
fight
have
I've ever
killed
made
that
in WoW.
Quasar set in the first
That's
phase a bit too
fine.
fast,
It's
my
just
bad.
And also, this is like a star-based fight, you know?
Oh, I see. For the
what did you do to Quasars?
I was going
the
Giga
range,
Chat on
the range are doing the entire fight. The ranged are rotating core
And
soaks.
what else?
The
I think
ranged
it's the
are
healers,
rotating core
honestly.
soaks, killing Quasars, and everything else the melee are doing.
every mechanic again.
I think the healers are doing
Sit, dog.
everything this fight.
The healers are just healing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the hard
I'm
part.
doing way too much.
Yeah.
I have to read like 5 things.
Yeah.
We can
One timer.
we can maybe turbo have you not
Dude,
do that.
Scott,
Also,
you're beating Johnny.
also, dude.
It's a bad Ashen pull. I think Nori's joking.
Yeah, no, he's not joking. He's doing a lot.
I mean, it's not that bad. Dude, I
He's so. He's, I mean,
wish I could
Nori's
play
so
I'm gonna eat
shit
food real quick.
So, I mean, right? So.
I'm starting to put CDs
Yeah, I
in the
guess you can
notes.
put that in there, but what? What's funny?
Monkey?
What?
Before
Might
like
be
hard,
dummy.
putting them in the note, I would just make sure that we're actually
next
doing.
on that.
Eating some din.
Too many CDs in P1, or are you just trying to get one cooldown?
I'm using mine 20 seconds in.
Got the plan.
Using it to get them
Don't worry.
Do not fucking
If
defy
you guys are
me.
confident, it's whatever.
We're overusing now, but we can peel. We'll work it slowly back.
They count up with the lead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you got
fuck
the
that.
plan already.
Dude, that
Nor-
guy got fucked up.
Nori, yeah.
Yeah, if you guys got the
I'm
plan,
not-
I'll leave you alone. Blast
I'm-
these Quasars, blast them,
I'm
blast
not
them,
doing
blast
that, Nick. I'm doing like rallies in AM and shit like that.
Oh, yeah, true.
Unstable matter's already like pretty low. Don't kill it yet. Stop on the matter. Just like get it like below 100k and then stop.
I got it a little low, there we go. Did I fucking pump that matter?
Yeah, or
Yeah, kill these quasars. Kill these quasars. Kill these quasars.
Is this actually my rally? The one that's coming up?
Yes, yes, yes. Right now, do it.
Please
Kill
just
these
fucking
4S,
press
and
it.
then they're like super turbo stacked. Fucking sucks. We got them all. Nice.
Put them out there.
That's the best rally in the fight, by the way, because when it ticks off, no one's ever in danger.
Yes, my rally's the best one. Little bitch.
You won't get it next time, though.
Calling a bitch.
I don't expect you to have the best rally on God.
Yeah, all the other warriors.
But you won't get it next time,
Look at
Kevin.
that.
In fact, the third one.
Does that pull even do damage? I just didn't
You
know.
know what?
Yes, yes.
I'm
It
darking
just hit
this
fired up to
score,
like
by the way.
40%.
It's not better anymore.
the visual's smaller than it indicates.
Yeah, you were out of it, right? Okay, range go. I'd rather not ever use a rally in this phase. We seem like fine.
That's okay. Get in it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh my god, I'm nutting.
Get out, get out, get out.
Range with that matter.
Just focus on these things here. The quasars especially ranged. First eclipses are out. Blast these first quasars and find your spot immediately. Shouldn't need any like actual thing for this. You can help on this if you're scared. And that's it. You're taking big raid hits starting now. 2 more. Okay, we're chilling.
Just looking this.
It's the next healing of Zorpon's resalve, right?
Getting that far back one.
It's in 10 seconds.
Yep.
Okay, and blast these 2 quasars for range. Blast these 2 quasars for range. And this is Lips rally now.
In melee.
Okay, hit the matter, guys. Hit the matter. Hit the matter. The next group needs to actually fucking own the matter. New dark eclipses in 3. Kill these dark eclipses, guys. Kill them. Kill them. Kill the quasars. Kill the quasars. And this is Vill's rally now. Everyone Hellstone 1 time.
It's tickable.
Yeah.
We're good.
Kill the matter. Kill the matter. Kill the stable matter.
Uh-oh.
Almost killed it.
We didn't kill it.
I couldn't kill it. So
I don't see the boss room.
I was about to implosion. The boss room didn't show up after the first one.
That is crazy.
Yo, that P2. Yo, that P2 is fucking great. That was
Make
good.
sure to
Also, that 4th rally is like fucking. Oh, it's everything.
Like you can don't like send it.
What do you think, Helva?
The more we can do damage to them.
We got the 6 healer.
Dude, look at that Pele up there being like shitty Holy Priest.
Are the matters up during the entire down
Jesus
phase?
Christ. No, yeah, the ends.
I was just
Only
thinking
when he does the cast.
Dude, he's smiling so big right now.
I guarantee you, just someone got sent down there and just forgot because it was.
Nick, you're next.
No, guys, the damage taken only increases.
That's good.
That's good.
When does it go?
Beat me up, yeah. I don't know if it's available to hit when we finish soaking that last ball
It
or
is
when he
instantly.
starts his cast. It's
Oh,
one of those
instantly.
2 things.
Yo, actually, should we try 6 healing? I think we're gonna see farther.
I mean,
No.
I don't think you can 6 heal this fight, so learning a 6 heal is probably more time since everything is very scripted.
The
Like, it's
healers
all-
are actually vibing right now.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
hey,
Trunni's
man,
actually pissed by me.
nothing about healing.
That's the second phase right there.
My favorite part is the Ashen. We need to get
No, I know it's clean. I'm just saying, like, the damage only goes up and you're all doing.
It does. I'm
Jailer
kind of
dies on
joking.
four.
It doesn't go up 40%. It doesn't go up by that much. It's
Yeah,
just
I
the
think
ticking. It's a tick. It's a slight tick on the whole raid.
Yeah,
But it's not bad.
It was one of the random things. That
Blast early quasars.
That's actually cursed with 3 of us.
It's great, man. I love it.
2 cores in melee. Near melee. King flies 1.
Not through a
Okay.
over the way.
Yeah, it's fine. Blast the quasar.
Me and melee.
New cores.
Matter's low already.
Chilling.
Fired up needs some piss help.
I'm good.
Get on these. Get on these.
Surge.
Blast these quasars now.
I'm dead. Never mind.
Yo, I want to suggest something for these last couple of quasars.
Nope.
Rez. This is 3 dead. I think we should die. We're not gonna be able to do the next phase at all.
We two spawn on the way back and then one is
There were two orders of heroes. They've been fighting each other for centuries.
Like Vin Diesel and The Rock. I think we lost him. No, he's very not lost.
Sonic the Hedgehog's team, April 8th.
We need Dream State. Insect Storm. I really want mementos on my
Wait, what the fuck? Our guild cover got changed.
That bad, huh?
I mean, look at it.
Oh, wait, the hearts?
I mean, it's not. It used to just be pink. I liked it better when it was pink. That's what it. Plus, you can see my tits better without the camera.
Oh, true. My Chauncey Marcos? Realize is always negative. Negative win rate, negative attitude, negative damage.
The win rate isn't my fault. It's just a coincidence that I play with you on all my teams, right?
Fuck you. What is this?
Oh, wait.
Chauncey fandom.
Is it Rick, bro?
Yeah, it is. Roach.
It's not over here.
I'm so dead.
I got him out actually.
Are we going rogue or what? What's the play?
I don't know. We're going you.
Yeah, I don't
Just
like
getting
that.
shaman for now. I'm probably gonna swap here. I suck.
I resist kidney because I'm just the superior player. Dotting this guy and blasting him into fucking outer space.
I'm ref.
I trinket Hodge. I'm scared.
Help me.
Shot him out. Disarm rat.
Kidney full. Scared. Stone bar.
Oh, Dragon, wait, no. You're kind of CC out here, bro. Hodge, give me that.
Resist.
What the fuck? Yeah, Homo better chill with that shit. Boom. What? What?
We win, it's fine. Just
know we
probably get mana back right now. Or Bay.
I can dim. Sorry.
Hodge. Start moonfiring the Wind Furies and stuff.
Ooh, that's a big bash.
I don't.
One last turn.
SGR works with Maestun. Really just Maestun though.
No, it's intercept. Mace, they're in a Mason.
Maybe at DR's just Storm Herald.
Maybe. It's the only thing I actually don't know. I think it's controlled stun versus like random stun. So I don't think so.
Oh, maybe it's Seth then.
It absolutely shares a descent.
Yeah, I know it does. Alright, well, we're 1500. Okay.
Can we do one more? Let's see. No, we can't.
We would get like, yeah, we'd have to end.
Yeah.
Alright.
Just having too much fun.
GG's, I'm gonna finish my stuff now.
Left them in like 30 minutes, because now I'm gonna be hanging out with my boys.
All right, back to the fucking grind. Back to the motherfucking grind. No, I'm not looking for a guild. Fuck off. What is this? Oh. Whatever it is, it's irrelevant.
It's okay, we would have lost anywhere.
Enemies within 15 yards have their cast speed reduced. Do we have any notable PvPers on right now?
I quit that.
Foxy Llama.
See you tomorrow. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call a click to get a quote today.
Hey, Foxy boy.
Roasted chili.
You.
I don't know what's better, roasted chili corn salsa. That sounds just good. Fajita veggies, yes. Cheese, yes. Romaine lettuce, yes. Black beans, brown rice. I'll do brown rice. I'll do extra pollo asada. What kind of salsa do I do? There is.
You're gonna be
tomato
pissed.
Salsa. Tomatillo green chili salsa. I don't even know what tomatillo is, unless if it's like fucking tomato. Tomatillo red chili salsa. Green sounds better to me, but roasted chili corn salsa sounds good. Roasted corn salsa chipotle. Is that good? Oh, never mind. I see a picture of it. I think I want that. Yeah.
Yeah, now I want Chipotle.
Tomatillo is little tomatoes. Oh, hey, have you had a chance to try Enhance this patch? No, I don't play Enhance, bro. That's some pussy shit, you know. You know, if I wanted to play, you know, I like to take my healing seriously, and so I like to play harder, you know. I know Enhance is a better version of our Shaman, okay, but I'd rather try for my heals instead of laying hands on every 2 seconds. Call me a fat pussy. Buddy, I would never call you a fat pussy. You're perfect. Okay, I can't do that. My MMR was super high last time. And I have no gear, so good luck. XD.
Oh. Come on, brother. Holy fucking balls.
Anything else you want to know? The hype too much? Am I ready? I can't tell you everything. If you want to make history, you gotta call your own shots. We going to the league. We going to the league. We going to the league.
Ooh, my frame's bugged. I'll fix that. Okay, I got another chat ties too, so.
Okay, bro. Relax, nerd.
I didn't fear. But that's kind of, it's not even that big of a deal though.
Jesus, man.
Ron Weasley.
I triggered this. I'm not playing this game. I might game too. Oh my god, that holy fucking bad. I still don't even think I even got it. Get fucked. Okay. I Persia 1. Okay, nice. I don't know what's happening. I got sheared. Oh my god, I threw. Oh my god. I could have just got sumo. How did you die? What? Yo, dude, thanks for the follow. Call me a bad pussy. Congrats on the new place, dude. Thank you. I appreciate it. Maybe I actually don't even know what cooldowns I had. Everything feels so scuffed because like the distance from my monitor to me is different and everything feels different. Is that weird? I also didn't check. Like I feel so just out of the blue. Fixed? Dude, I think it is fixed. I don't know how, dude. So like no troll, like I reset a bunch of shit. So I don't, and it wasn't working this morning. And I don't know if it fixed itself or if I magically accidentally fixed it. So I don't know. I don't know. Don't breathe too hard. What do you mean? Am I breathing too hard? What the fuck? Fake names. Yo, what's up? What the fuck is up, Silver? How you doing, boss? Okay, so, okay. I'm gonna get the roasted chili corn sauce because that sounds good. I got extra pollo asada, thanks to Nick GG. Fuck this guy, pizza? Fuck pizza. Pizza just so trash. I don't think the second one's kind of fucked up, to say. Alright, I actually don't need anything here, bro. So I'm just gonna straight up just play healing. How the fuck? Do I have target death here? Oh my god, I pressed divine him. I'm trash. Let's go shaman, dude. Good. I was gonna say, dude. Just fuck this guy. Okay, I got locked. That's fine. Okay, chat dice. Got the fear off. Okay. Dude, fuck my shit. They ain't kept that. Dude, he's playing half move. What the fuck? I have to dispel myself. I want to dispel him, but too bad. He's playing electrocute. Dude, just go shaman, dude. Go shaman, man up. I'm tricking this. Literally just fuck this guy up.
Spirit Wolf talent.
He's actually taking the most damn. I don't have Guardian for a bit. Okay, am I? I don't know if this is a gear problem. Hopefully dispel. Okay, good. Good, I like this. Okay, there's earthen wall. Okay. We don't have to do anything here. I'm just literally just doing damage. Okay, he has a kitty soon. see what he's doing. He's just dampening. Okay. Dude, I'm just gonna PvE, bro. I just had this chat ties that I'm just not using. I fucking hate this. He has grounding. This guy's insane. This guy's actually insane. Okay. I let him preview my whole go, by the way. Whatever. Dude, I fucking let him do everything. Holy fuck, he pre-terminated pre-ground my go. I'm so crushed. Alright. We're not at, we're actually way too high. Okay. I realized I just spelled that. Okay. I'm just gonna do damage. Full moon. Okay, I got a chat ties. I'm just gonna send it right there. I'm gonna MC this off. Wait, did MC just go through my chat ties? What? Did you guys see that? Or did I just not see the
Your attacks have a chance.
I don't know. Whatever.
Healing stream time heals.
I figured that off for time. Edge ground. Okay. I'm gonna let him kick this. Okay. I don't care if he gets it. Okay. Maybe not. If he dispels, I shackle. Okay, he didn't, so I just sent it because I'm trash. Ledge. PS on me. I dispel him. Lockout.
When healing stream totem heals the target, you have to cast a free instant chain heal at the same time. I don't need healing. It's damage.
I might just play stun versus that. Yeah, like neutral. Okay. Yeah, I don't actually understood what happened in the opener, but he was actually playing it really well. Oh, new care, dude. What the fuck is that? New cam, new place. What's up? Oh shit, he took the pizza planet shirt off. I did, dude. Holy fuck, I got to go.
Cool.
Who do I play with? Large and in charge Arsham, Mystery Ruler, Fuse. Neutral. I wanna do something. More than F. Whisper Red. Do something. Whisper MV.
I say that, and now I'm getting my shit pushed in.
Whisper's looking for push, but I don't know if he bounced. I gotta fucking call.
That's not good. I'm gonna trinket this.
Yeah, I've been so busy, bro. I've just been so busy. We're back. Where did you move to? Your mom's place.
Ah, your mom joke, dude. Good one.
Yeah. And she's
Fine.
She let me stay. If Rev and MVQ say no, worth asking. Maybe. If you want to slam. Hi, Daddy. I'm down. We just need a warrior. We don't know warriors. And I could ask Liros, but I feel like I don't know what he is, you know? I feel like I need to farm out my fucking Q something. I had to farm out my Q something. I need to farm out my double port Lego, low key.
I don't care about that.
Doing raid, Verdento, Skippy, Soul Ruler. Oh, Vega. You something?
Oh.
We'll
Forgot about that.
We'll see. No troll. I'm down to actually gear up my priest now, because it looks fucking insane. Like priest.
Because it is.
Insane. No troll. Let's see. 800.
That's because it is, bud.
Do people have double legendaries yet? One of theirs Q partners quit the game. Who? Which one? Is tier set important, or is it overhyped? Depends on your class. Like, if you play Assassin, it's.
That's fucking so shitty, man.
It actually kind of sucks, so it doesn't really matter. If you play Pacific, it kind of fucking sucks, so it doesn't matter. Next week, oh, JMac. Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, I see that.
I can't stop this.
Fly from the Lares, bro.
What is this?
You definitely already read this. Double legend.
Oh, whatever it is, it's fucking destroying me. Drinking this one.
Good thing all the classes suck.
Apparently, Trimmer Toe doesn't do dick. These things are all gonna come back and fuck me a new ass. Yep, here they are.
League of the Shamans double Lego is so pointless. Okay, I'm just gonna get shit done. Let's just let the boys are just doing some fucking.
Jesus, man. What is this bullshit?
Okay, first off, I need double port Lego.
I'm dead here. Fucking annoying.
How do you guys upgrade your shit to 291? I actually feel so out of the loop, bro. The past 2 weeks I've done nothing. No chores. Oh, and dude, doing Mistweaver fucking Torghast is so bad, man. Ugh. I hate it. Press it on harder than F. Okay. I really want to play this class right now, though. Okay. And I'm also want to turn on, let's see, this.
Doing no damage, man.
This, yeah, really right. Only if he had a Torque carrier. I mean, if you want to, you can. If not, I'm gonna do it myself. I'm just gonna press on harder than F. I'm gonna do the boss one because it's like super quick and easy, you know. I just got into a heroic Andy. Press on, baby, dude.
Oh, I forgot about that. I have the power that busts my shit on that.
Plus, part of me wants to do something spicy tonight, chat. If I can't find games, let me message Maldiva. Play enhance? Fuck that, dude. No, I'm not playing enhance. I personally don't think enhance is appealing. Here's something. I got a H Priest, Mistweaver, Arsham. Should I say H Bow? I don't know. That shit. Jeez, I do CBA that class. I swear to God. Alright. Can I do this? Is Mistweaver good in this? Who would play Arsham? I know. Arsham kind of is just a letdown. I'll just go fuck my ass. Double DH with Pigeon Cashier? Does Cashier play DH? If so, I'm down. I want to play my healers, and 2 reasons. I want to fucking cap, and I kind of want to get comfortable. I'm not comfortable with my setup right now. Things kind of feel a little off, you know. I gotta get comfortable. We're signing up for the AWC again for the next week, and I just gotta get comfortable, you know. I'm not comfortable yet. New place. 100p. Can't QE 2 healers. I could play my own DH, but I feel like MVP is not coming out. No, MVP is not coming out. MVP is a waste of fucking time right now. MVP is not coming out right now. Dude, I don't even know if I could do this fast. I'd rather do this than the regular one. Yes. Is this... Yo, Cashier. Is Mistweaver good for Torghast? And should I do this one or should I do the regular one? No troll. Mistweaver is good. They have special ability that makes their heals kill ads. Oh, the Vivify. Yeah. Oh, I just ripped ass. Whatever.
Gain elemental experience talent.
Let's do... Okay, let's just try level 3. Fuck it. Am I gonna? Fuck it. Oh, I haven't done Torghast in 9 months. Legendary. Holy fuck. Yo, what's up, Silent Stormy? Okay. 1 kill, they deal 5% of the maximum HP. Okay, honestly, this looks broken, so I think I'm gonna pick that. You think damage to Black Hook increase the damage to your next raise and second kick? This also looks broken. How much damage does Black Hook? I'm just gonna click. I'm just gonna click this one again. Okay, I think I trolled. Okay, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I just picked the wrong ones, but whatever. Yeah, we just press on. I flushed that. Wow, so insane. I'm pretty sure the spinning crane kick one fucking sucks. Yeah. Oh, I forgot there's spheres. That's actually fucked up. There's nothing I can do about spheres. Okay. The only good Torghast by power is Vivify damage, right? Invoke Yulon is summoned? I don't. Okay. Fuck the Yulon, dude. Okay. Holy fuck my ass. I don't want to. Alright, I just need the Vivify. Maybe I should have rejued. Want to queue HP's Priest? Okay. Okay, I'm just queuing. I'm just queuing theory. We're gonna cap on Priest, dude. Fuck this shit. Yeah, this is taking too long. Holy fuck, why do I play? I don't know how anyone does the fucking... Listen, I don't know how people do this. On this class. Holy fuck. Can't log out now. Fuck Torghast. Dude, I need a double port Lego. Fuck, I wish I could just buy it, man. Like, I miss the days when you could just buy anything, man. Like... I miss the fucking... You know, the buddy days.
The fuck?
Yeah. Alright, invite me, Theory. Let me fix my lose control too.
Oh my god. So stupid.
Yeah, I think it's right. 82.
I must find my flute. My flute.
82.
Fluticus.
Let's see.
Fluticus Maximus. Flute.
Alright. Add-ons.
Finger. Let's go, flute girl.
Internet problem? I think so. I don't know if I fixed it or if it just automatically fixed. It was... I kind of just reset it. By the way, I've resetted my internet like 500 times by the way, and then it fixed. Log over. Ass fuck. Not gonna lie, I really enjoy Torghast. I actually don't mind it on a decent class. But like, dude, some classes, CBA, dude, I can't do it. Like, neutral, like, no. Yeah. I definitely use Mysteria. Let's see. Okay, so what's my gear like? What's my gearing situation? My gearing situation's bad. Real bad. Okay. Okay, well, I upgraded that. That's dope.
Getting the shittiest fucking powers, man.
My belt's really bad. Dude, maybe I just don't spend on it. I actually am not gonna spend my honor because I'm just gonna buy my cape and upgrade it. Yeah, after choosing. Yeah. I'm down with that. It's been 10 minutes. I've talked about asses being fucked. It's been 10 minutes and you've talked about asses being fucked 3 times. Welcome to the stream. Make sure you follow and subscribe, okay? Legendary.
While in combat, released an uncontrolled howl at random intervals. This howl inflicts shadow damage within 20 yards and interrupt spells. That sounds dope against casters. I'm okay with that.
Tractor, organic lemonade, pineapple, orange, banana juice. Huh.
I don't know what that was, but
Yo, what's up, Clue? Am I lagging? I'm not lagging. I don't think I'm lagging at all.
Yo.
Yo, what's up?
What up, dude?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna order Chipotle, dude. Because I can't.
Chipotle?
oh my.
Chipotle.
Fuck.
Shit, I had it 4 days in a row, bro.
How do you say it?
Chipotle.
Oh, it's chip. Oh, it's Chipotle. Wow. The L is
It's
after the
Chipotle.
T. I thought the L was before the T.
Chill. How would you say that, man?
Hold on, hold on. Am I being stupid? Like, what the fuck? Chip.
It's a chip. Wait. I'm fucked.
Like,
I
no
actually don't know anymore.
So, no troll, the L is after the T. I thought it's chip. Polte.
No, it's chip. Chi. It's Chipotle. Chipotle. Okay? Chipotle.
Wow, I've been saying it wrong my whole life. What the fuck? Oh, I could get a salad. Low-key, I just want to order this and hit P and go. I don't think I want a salad. I gotta burrito.
You know what you need to get? No. Get a burrito, bro. Burrito bowls are not as good.
I want. Dude, I've been eating like shit the past 2 days.
If you're getting... Wait, don't show your shit on your shit.
I'm not. It's hidden, bro. I didn't show anything, bro. Hello?
Yo.
Should I order a pineapple orange banana juice?
I don't know what the fuck.
Yes.
Whenever I go to Chipotle, all I do is get a burrito with a lemonade, bro. That's it. I am hungover today, bro.
Are you?
I'm not doing too good.
Dude, I want to
I drank. I didn't get home until 5 in the morning last night.
Okay. I'll do chips and pizza. 5 in the morning? Dude,
Yeah, I
did you
left
go
my
out?
friends. I left my friends at 3 a.m. and my fucking skateboard battery was dead. So then I skated down to my buddy's house and then I stayed at his house for another hour. And then I took his e-bike home and his fucking e-bike locked on the way home. And it was pouring rain. So it took me 2 hours to get home. And I had like fucking 10 drinks last night too, so I was just fucking hammered.
Damn, you're crazy. Holy shit.
No, I don't think I'm gonna be ever consuming alcohol again because whenever something happens like that,
6 White Claws, 3's thrashed. Yep. 3 gets trashed.
me and Nemo Pigeon had a good night last night. Good night.
Yeah? What? Did you hang out with Emo Pigs?
Yeah, man.
Or just like a Discord or in real life?
In real life, bro.
Did you really?
Of course.
No, he's down in Alabama and you're like... Okay.
Did you see what he did? Did you see what he made for me in your Discord?
No, but I'm gonna order his t-shirt that low key.
Wait, what
I don't know-
t-shirt?
I don't know why, but he has a t-shirt. Let me find the link.
What
Do
the?
you get allergies, Lama?
Yeah. I'm gonna link this. Look at my Discord. Check that out.
Okay.
It's literally a t-shirt of him, dude. It's troll as fuck. I am actually gonna order it. I don't know how. I don't know where he got this and when he set this up. But yeah, and it might not fit good.
Is this his website?
No, but this is literally a picture of him.
What the fuck?
Yeah, this is what he looks like, dude. He's tatted up.
I know. I've seen what he looks like. That's actually so fried.
I know. I told him I would buy it.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's actually hilarious. Hold on, I don't know how to order this. I'm ordering this. I have my order made. Oh wow, there's an express link. $3 more, get it even faster.
Bro, I thought we got 1800 together. Did we not?
Zerdax R has requested to join the group.
Oh, don't let Zodox in the group. He's gonna try to replace me.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, he's a better rogue than I am, but he plays an orc, so he's a meta slave.
Okay, so I'm gonna be confused on where do I pick up this order?
What's up?
Place order. Here we go.
No, I'm waiting on you.
My
You
order
can take your
has
time
been
though.
placed.
I already accepted, dude. I'm fine.
Yep, that's good.
Hey, I can't stand in that anymore, so I guess have fun.
So close. I'm actually so lazy. Holy fuck.
What, Chipotle?
Yeah.
Well, you gotta stream.
I guess
Aren't you you're streaming right now, so.
Yeah. But still, it's just like, wow. I could have just like, I don't know. I just wanted to, yeah.
Okay. It's time to win every game. I heard you can't lose when you play this comp.
I mean, I would totally. I think I heard that too, actually.
Did you watch the AWC today?
No.
You're working?
I was just busy. I was at IKEA and stuff. I have a bunch of boxes I gotta put together. I got like a dresser, a bed frame. I'm gonna order a bed tomorrow morning, I think, or tonight.
Fuck
Get
yeah.
it like shipped here.
I thought the
bought a bunch of kitchen
fucking
stuff.
air mattress
like,
was staying for a while. I was a bit worried.
Mango's kind of nice. Yeah, I might change it up a little bit, but right now this is what
Kill
we're
Red.
going with. Yeah, sure. But I still got a handful to do. But it's not too shabby.
Oh god.
Oh, you let him pre. You're so bad.
I'm actually so fried today, dude.
No fees or minimums and no overdraft fees are another reason banking with Capital One is an even easier decision.
Fucking stupid.
I'll take Barkley.
Yes! Yep, even easier than that. What's in your wallet?
Blushcraft. Okay, you
I
may
think
have
we
to
can get
sap.
his bubble out of his place though.
Yeah.
I will.
Okay, yeah, do it.
Bro, look at that range or the sap fucking thing here.
I'm gonna MC
we're
this
not
thing
gonna
off.
shit.
I can't fear.
Just
Hold
press
on.
Aegis and wall.
I
think- I
fade
don't
fear.
know.
I fade fear. I got this thing
I get a
off.
re.
I fearful. I feel.
Nice.
Come. I'm breaking
I'm gonna go
this
SP right now, okay? I'm gonna go SP.
Okay.
Out of the fear.
No.
What the fuck?
What? He's playing thing, bro. Just go red.
We have red trinket. We didn't have DR right away. Might be my trinket thing here.
I could dispel your one. Okay.
I blind
I'm just
red.
okay. I'm just gonna Serenity through this. Okay.
I'm chilling.
Careful.
I'm okay here. Let's press map. I'm gonna full can this guy, okay?
Yeah, do it.
Into a bomb.
I fear.
He's gonna have a bubble that's where he's dead.
Yep, my game's.
Yeah, there's bubble.
I jigged it. I can. I get it off, but it's pointless.
I just get re, we kill next.
Okay.
I don't have big damn for 30 though.
Yeah, just get a sap off and we're chill. It's gonna take a second till he drops combat though. Spam that shit. He's out of combat.
I got him.
Sap the fucking priest, bro. What the fuck?
I'm gonna switch it, man.
Well, he just
Oh
got
my
in combat,
god, I got
man.
thinged. It's okay. I'm gonna
You're
cheat
sh-
priest.
you
I'm gonna
don't
cheat
need it.
priest.
Okay. I'm Hodge.
He doesn't have his drink right now, so it's fine. I'm gonna cheat priest in a sec. I just want to fucking stab. You okay? You
I
okay?
trigger fade. I trigger fade.
Yeah, I skill fiend for you here.
Yeah. Just
Cheat
go.
priest.
Yep. It's actually
You can do
bad.
this guy right now?
Don't
No,
stop
it's
doing
not.
that. Yeah, it is, because you put up the immune thing on him, bro.
He sits full for it.
He synced it anyways.
Holy fuck, man!
He sapped 1 second of it, bro. Don't get priest unless you're gonna sap. Okay.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's only because I can cover better. Trust.
I don't have a dance for 20, so.
Okay.
I
Now
kinda fucked
don't
up.
sap ret anymore. Good. Okay.
How am I
we'll
out,
try to win.
dude? Can I step to you if I need to? I might just play monk. My fucking brain is not
Let's
working right now
chastise
for this
this.
shit.
Break his thing. I
Okay,
got Hodge.
can you now?
Okay.
You trinkets.
I'm gonna take
Cheap
a
that
lot
off.
of damage.
I full cheap priest. Cheap this guy.
Okay.
I dual red off.
Dude, this trinket's so dumb. Holy fuck.
And it's actually 8s. It's okay, the red dies really soon. He just has a bop.
Okay. I think I'm actually just gonna PvE this fucking kid. Fuck this
I
guy.
have DR for him 10.
Okay. I have fear.
I
just
killed the
to
fiend
live.
for you.
Oh my god. Why did I press apotheosis? Okay.
Okay, I'm pounded. I kidney this guy out, okay? Actually,
Okay.
no, not yet. I don't have a dance. I gotta farm it. I'll have it in a sec. There's free cloak here.
Okay.
Okay, I can go now.
Okay. I'm Hodge.
Okay, I have blind priest here.
Okay.
Free bops. Purging. Can't get. Okay, it's just next. I didn't use CDs there, so it's fine.
Okay.
Literally
Let's
just
go.
fucking getting him in the set.
Okay. He's out of combat.
He
if you wanna
shits,
try to sap.
yeah.
Yeah.
I can get it.
Beautiful, buddy.
Oh my god.
I want to kiss you.
I don't have DR for 10 though, that's actually so troll. I don't know
Okay.
where I went.
Okay, I just run. He wasted his
You
shield.
just gotta cover
anyways.
priest.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna wait for shield to fall and I'm popping, okay?
Okay.
He's nothing, and I bomb every bet. 3, 2.
I need to do my fucking WoW chores.
Damn, Nathan, he gets gripped into the bomb. I'm actually so mad.
I paid or went up.
Can I kill Fiend in one?
No, I'm just doing damage to this guy, dude. I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm gonna take a little heat here. I'll have to just.
I don't really have a lot
I
for
triggered
you.
the spell. Yeah,
I just keep him off you.
I'll be fine in a
Keep
second.
the fucking priest too.
Nice.
He has trinket for 15 though, okay?
Okay. Honestly,
switch
dude,
up
I
this
almost want to
shit.
just PvE this guy and say fuck it.
Yeah, we can.
Because I can't even cover this guy. Good enough.
He doesn't have trinket right now. I can fucking kidney this guy in one and kick his
Yeah.
flash. Going.
Okay, I just
Oh
tried.
my god, how was that DR, bro?
Pressing on my games. Dispel one. Oh my. I can't get you. Maybe now.
It's okay.
Use the global. Just run this kid down. Fuck this guy.
Maybe here he's dead. I'll switch to my other monk.
What? I mean, I don't care if you play rogue, dude.
I just like feel like
Yeah.
kind of turning. We'll play a few.
I mean, no troll. It's literally just because that dumb trinket. Wait, maybe we actually just go priests in that sense. Well,
Well,
actually,
yeah, they'll sit fucking
but-
fat kidneys, but
Yeah, just the fat. Just do one kidney and just say fuck it.
yeah. I can cheap it off instantly too, or literally
Wait,
just kick it off.
No troll. You could actually play deeper strat. Play deeper strat. Full kidney him for like 8 seconds and 9 seconds or whatever.
Against that trinket, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Zach, wait, okay, time out. We just ran into a problem of we don't know when they play trinket.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh
I don't
my
need
God.
deeper because
Yo,
I literally
morning,
can.
Savan.
I can
Yo,
fucking
thank you for the
full
subby,
kidney,
by the way.
and then I can just
Did I
kick
not
it off
hear the
even
sub?
if they're not casting,
Chat,
and
did
then
you guys hear the
recheat.
sub? Yeah. I guess you. It's actually really fucked because we actually don't know when they were playing the trinket.
Yeah.
But we could still go priest, even if we're. You could still just double eviscerate with your mark for death. Because I could actually just control the fuck out of the pally. That actually would have been a better strat.
Yeah, if I just went priest.
Yeah.
Because
I'll
priest
forget
can save fucking pally.
Yo.
Me just purge the bomb.
Is everyone playing Ace Priest now? I'm just capping it, to be honest.
Have
with
you met John Deb yet?
Yeah.
How did that go?
It's actually. He's definitely. He's more Giga Chad than anyone has realized.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, He's literally that. The most extreme Giga Chad you'll ever meet in your life.
Alpha male?
Yeah. Oh, like legit. It's actually he's actually 2 Giga. It's actually disturbing. But no.
Did you guys gym?
Yeah, we actually did gym. We did a full day together.
Fuck yeah.
I think we've seen each other every day so far.
Nice.
Yeah. He helped me move to some stuff from IKEA. We went to the gym the other day. We ate on the first night I got here, so.
Chill.
Did you get banned?
I'm gonna kill the rogue, okay?
Yeah. Nice.
I'm just gonna open this guy with cheap though.
Okay.
And swap rogue instead.
Okay.
I want him out. Oh, Kenny?
Okay, I will do as soon as I can. Got it. Full fear!
I redance for this.
Okay.
I gotta show me trinket, kind of a waste.
That's fine. Just reset it. I can death this. Got it.
I need to track my shit, man. I just tried to step to you.
I'm seeing this for a second.
I'll evade, okay?
Okay.
Just vendetta, so.
And sepsis too.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you
if
think
sepsis
Sin's the
matters.
move, dude? I want to fucking play like. I
Yeah,
want to
it's-
get like
it's
decent
fucking
rogue. I feel like Sin would be good though.
Sin is just good. We can kill Shaman actually. We can kill Shaman after. Watch. If you.
Dude, I'm just gonna go rogue, bro.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm full hex.
Okay. I was
don't
fan
wanna
here.
press,
I was
okay.
fan here. Where's Ellie might get me out? No, I'm chilling.
Okay.
Okay, I blind Sham, full
Okay.
kidney.
Yeah. Okay. Nice.
Well, we banished it. I'm just gonna go Shami with the kidney then, okay?
Dude. Mind games.
Oh, I'm here too.
Yeah.
Trying to get the blind.
Okay, spamming sheep maybe.
I don't work on the gap.
Nice. Just leave a sketchy.
Should die. Alright, he's
Maybe.
not dead. This.
That's
Oh, you
fine.
got rogue
You
trinket
can
too,
still
so
kill
rogue
him.
dies next.
Death.
Oh, he's just dead. Nice.
There in my class, dude. Shaman's so out of a class. Holy fuck. Who even?
Yeah,
who
dude,
even
I
played that?
fucking. I have not been enjoying Monk the past little bit.
No.
No, I just feel
I feel
weak,
like
but I
Monk's
think it'll be
weird.
better when we get tier.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel like
But
every.
your Shami tier sucks, right?
Dude, it actually kind of does. Dude,
That's
so
sad.
Shaman tier sounds really good on paper, but when we actually put it into play, it was actually underwhelming every single game. It was kind of fucking depressing. It's actually weird. It's like really and it's not a smart heal, and it doesn't like work properly. There's times where like Dippy's like 10 yards away from me, and I'll fucking put down a totem, and it legit just only heals me.
Yeah, that's AIDS.
It happened a few times in the game,
You
and I was
fucking
like, dude,
pissing right now, bro?
no, getting water.
No, you're not. Foxy, I think I have to go on
Yo,
an
what up?
alcohol cleanse, dude.
Yeah?
I just don't
Ow.
drink anymore. It
Then do
fucks
it.
me up, man.
Yeah, it's not. Like, I enjoy drinking. I just like, I don't know.
The day
Just
after is just the worst thing in the world.
It really is. And then you
I
spend
went
the
and I
time.
did leg day, and I actually felt like I was gonna throw up.
Ugh.
Dude, I'm just gonna play deeper. Wait, no, you don't like going fucking. You don't like not going warrior against this, do you?
I don't. I mean, I can't cover druid. That's what I don't like.
You mean warrior?
Yeah.
Okay.
Try
Well,
warrior.
let's go fuck
I
warrior
actually
then, yeah.
like. We kind of counter his shit too, Loki.
Keep on right away, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Then
Just cast some mind games here. Okay, chat ties. Interfere.
I'm going druid, going druid.
Okay. Let me fear. Oh, no. I won't. I'll just
I got a full
bomb.
bomb on him.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try
Maybe
and get
swap
through,
here. Yeah, it's full dots. That was sketchy, actually. I don't even know what that was worth.
though. I'll just press evade.
Okay. Good. Dude, I just fucking trolled myself. Okay. Trying to reset my shit.
I'm just gonna step to you in a sec. I get rooted. Step now. I have a go for this warrior if he follows. I'll kidney him behind pillar. He's
okay.
actually so fucked here.
Yeah, I can chat
My
ties
druid's is bad though.
if I get there.
I just blind K. I blind.
Okay.
I gap though. I don't get anything here. Fuck me. I have a big go next though. I press
Okay.
file.
Just trying to heal you.
I'm just running.
A fade. Try to fade
50
him.
yards kind of soon.
Okay, I'm bash.
Mm.
Getting clone.
Okay.
Could trinket.
I just press fan. I press fan. It's okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna wait for Dawson.
Maybe we have to go druid. I actually don't know. He just flashed.
I mean, Warrior's
Yeah,
raging.
you
I
have
can fucking. Yeah, this is AIDS actually. Holy shit. I stepped you. I'm chilling.
Okay.
Okay, we just do go in the Warrior right
I
now.
fat fingered the wrong button. I'm just gonna let it go off. Okay.
Okay, full Kenny the Warrior.
Okay. I'll just go for fear. It's gonna be late though. I can't cross.
Dude, no
properly.
fucking damn.
I mean, he's getting healed through it, bro.
Yeah.
It's nothing too crazy. I just didn't have chat ties. I had it up in like 2 smites.
I don't really have any buttons for a bit.
Yeah, I see. A guardian, serenity.
Okay.
I
dual druid. Okay, I dual druid.
Okay.
I can full Kenny this guy.
Yeah, I don't care.
He's
Good pick.
He's a bear. Warrior's no hots for now.
Okay.
I'll cheap druid. Full Kenny Warrior.
Okay, got the chat ties off. Into full fear.
That's gonna be a bit. Okay, we got his rage now, so we can go druid next. If we want.
Oh.
Okay.
Getting bashed and capped clone. You're dead for Ev. Yeah,
Okay,
just get
I gotta
stuck.
read.
Yeah.
I read.
nice.
Might get pulled out though. We'll see.
GG,
Yeah,
I'm really far.
really bad. I evade.
Spam it great.
I have a fat go for this druid.
Let me top you.
Warrior.
Let me top you.
Okay. Can you cover warrior right now?
How?
Can he?
Fear and
He has no rage, so.
He leaps. Yeah.
Yeah, we got Trank.
I didn't have chat ties, so.
Okay, we got warrior trinket.
I fade that.
Yeah, my bad. I have blind.
I've fat fingered will. Legendary. I flew, so he can't clone.
Okay, just trying to stay in your line then. I can kidney warrior right now if you have cover for druid.
Sure, yeah. I don't,
Okay, it's fucking blind. I blind. Oh my god,
Okay.
I don't even get this. He just peeks it. Just go next. I think I'm dead.
We're dead.
I banned in one. Ban? Is he dead?
I actually.
It's okay, I'm living.
I guess I need to be already running up before you do all your shit. I can't top you.
I should have waited for you there.
Get a kick.
I can blind druid on pop here. I just don't think I have a damn to kill warrior. Let's go druid, bro, right now.
Okay. Chat ties and warrior. Never mind, I can't.
Holy shit!
I fear this guy. My games.
Actually, big damn here.
Careful, you might have to go.
Yeah, I'm dead.
I have grip, but peek out to me and I grip you.
Trying. There's a
Okay.
fucking vortex on me.
Yeah.
That was a shitty go in this corner there. That's my fault.
It's okay. I actually couldn't ever CC Druid right away on any of your goes. I'm not sure. I don't know.
I
That's
get
just
fucking
hard.
Sinage right. I'm literally full mast. I think it'd be really bad.
That's fine. Assassination's just straight up broken. Sub is like. Oh no. Sub is sub.
That was
you know?
just like RMP. and
Warrior's
then
always good into sub rogues too.
fuck warrior.
Mhm.
I'm trying to become more aware and not complain about every class except mine, you know?
I mean, your class is also broken. You just you can't accept it for some reason.
Windwalker?
Yeah. Your class
You think
is
Windwalker's
always
broken?
back throughout all history. Windwalker's actually always been insanely insane. It's just based on the player that's like put behind it.
I think that it has like it has a lot of potential, but it gets fucked really easily.
Ooh. I mean, if you're okay, so if you want to play a class that's good, stop playing sub. Like it's a waste of time. Play Sass, no, like neutral.
Yeah.
It's like me playing Arsham and it's like I'm wasting my time because I know it's not the best healer, but it's like, you know, it's like I'm wasting what I could be doing. You know.
Do you think
sometimes.
it's the worst healer right now? Actually,
I think
like
it's really good on ladder, but I think especially in tournament setting, like I think it's better than disc probably, but like H-Priest is kind of insane. H-Pal is about to be so insane because of double Lego.
Yeah.
And I think Mistweaver is really good too. I think it is.
Fucking
I don't know how to rate druids. Shamans might be better than druids, but I'm not sure. Druids
Also
are
didn't play
weird.
this our last game.
Okay, yeah, that matters. We can go warrior.
I want to go fucking okay.
Yeah, I don't want to go Mistweaver because of port, Loki.
That's fine.
Let me just.
He's
slowly
literally on
pick
top of
this
the
off.
court right now. Though.
I don't care. Pick. You have to pick now.
I'm going warrior. I just killed the banner. Yeah.
Fuck my ass. I actually fucked up. I got it. Still.
What are the requirements to wear double wed?
Okay, Incap. He's about to go. Just evade.
Press evade here.
Really
Yeah.
good.
He bolts me.
Trinket
I'll
it
disarm
so you
out.
can evade. You're gonna die, bro.
Oh my god, man. That's
Bro,
my bad.
you're storm bolted with every cooldown up.
Like, I'm fucking 100% health, bro.
Dude.
Gets a 21k execute on top of a fucking 10k
Don't you
bleed storm.
flame people when they don't trinket bone dust Kiefer's images?
Yeah, but that's different.
That's the exact same thing. He has war banner.
New legendary belt and rune carver power of unity power with your current covenant recovery.
What's the difference, bro?
You got a really big head.
I gotta go grind on my fucking pally, man. Fuck.
Well, fucking, you should name change your fucking rogue name to.
To what? To what, Foxy? To what, Foxy?
Short knees or something.
Short knees.
Yep. Yeah. Trinket last glove.
I don't even think I trinketed, to be honest. Did I?
No, you didn't.
I
You
did.
evade, got storm bolted, and then you sat there storm bolting, and then
It's
evasion
a
didn't
fucking
work.
3-second stun, man. I
22
should've died.
minutes.
Oh my god, yeah, that's what I say to every windwalker. I shouldn't die here. It's only 3 seconds.
Yeah, but no, fucking leg sweep is 5 seconds.
I'm also orc, you know. And then they have to throw out a fucking GCD for Kiefers, so it's like, okay, well, stun's halfway over. I shouldn't die here. I don't need a trinket. Press
Someone-
wall.
A guy named Sloppy Brojob just messaged me what the trinket use is.
Yeah, well.
How the fuck did he get my name, bro? I have a weird thing in it.
Yeah, saving trigger for next expansion. He is actually crazy.
Okay, let's kill the monk, dude.
Playing with the next Naj here.
We don't lose to Windwalker
Actually,
monk.
Naj would have pre-trinketed the go before the Stormbolt. He would have trinketed the fear.
I think this could be useful.
No, Naj would have trinketed the fucking
fear.
hamstring.
Yeah, that too, actually. Okay, so the dasher is waiting for my order. Legit, just let me just break the shield a little bit before you go in, okay? Let me just break the shield.
Alright, that's fine.
Let me just break the shield a little bit. Yeah.
You keyfered you already, dude. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
I don't think it wants me. He didn't sweep. Okay.
You can cover Druid on top.
Yeah, I'm ready. Go.
And I'm gonna kidney bomb this turn, okay?
Yeah.
Everything here.
I got incap.
I'll trinket for this, bro. Oh, I'm so
Oh my
bad.
God.
I pulled a Naj.
I gripped you for a sec.
You gotta reach you, okay? I have 8 here.
Okay.
I'm chilling.
I think it's a fear, but we got trinket, so.
That's
we'll
all we
take it.
wanted. I just fucking pressed too much there.
Yeah, I don't.
I'll step to you.
Okay.
He said double images, bro.
I fear the images for a second.
Yeah.
I don't fucking with shit images.
I honestly, okay, no, some see. I gotta read probably.
Reset,
Let's see.
yeah.
I get it.
Okay.
Might be able to stop Druid, we'll see.
Okay.
See if I can find him.
I am ready to go though, so you just whenever you're ready, okay?
Okay, you can cover Druid?
Yeah.
Okay, just give me 5, okay? I'm curing 5.
Okay.
Oh, is he DC'd, man? Do we take these points?
He's probably typing that die here.
Okay, going.
Like, okay, spamming chat ties, getting away from me. Chat ties that.
Road, can't re.
I don't have.
Re
to.
now?
Now I do actually. Well,
Okay, we got 3
games.
trinkets, just go next.
Nice.
Still hitting though.
You can't switch, man.
He's sweeping 3, okay? I step to you.
All MC.
I just press fan, He sweeps me out. On the stealth
I'll
wall.
MC him. Just
Great.
reset.
I'm already in. It didn't pull me out for some reason.
I'm gonna farm my shit. Planning it. I haven't.
I have blind for Druid too, so.
Okay. Well, he's gonna incap you, so I'll just chat ties, then you blind, okay?
Okay. I mean, Monk's gonna get, he's gonna get gapped on the thing.
I'm
I
ready,
honestly might fucking, I may just grab eye, bro, like no troll. I'm gonna do it. Where's this fucking Druid at? I'm gonna blind Druid then Kidney Monk for now. I'm not. He's dead, I swear to God.
I'm gonna DR Fear, mind games.
I work at the gap.
Nice.
He's dead.
What the fuck was that? Dude, you did not need to do that.
It worked, man. Druid can get us out.
Yes, it did work.
Okay, wasn't expecting to get fucking one shot by that. Jesus fucking Christ.
And I can
Yeah, I
just
guess so.
chastise the druid.
You were getting
Holy-
Ram Ranch though, bro.
I mean, dude, you're.
It was kind of big brain.
Okay, so he's coming to me. He arrives to me in 4 minutes. Alright, I'm gonna put on some socks and go put my shoes on. You know what I've realized? There's no
What?
easy way to get in the front of my apartment complex. I have to go through the parking garage.
What?
Yeah, it's,
You don't have a fucking elevator to the front?
it's like a separate building. It's kind of weird. I don't
Do you
think
like your new place though?
Yeah.
Obviously you do. It's a big upgrade.
Yeah, it's actually an insane upgrade compared to before.
Mhm.
Are you streaming?
Yeah. Why? You putting me up?
Okay, well now...
Don't put me up. I'm not doing anything.
I didn't put you up.
I don't know. I thought you were gonna put my shit on when you're AFK.
No.
Good, thank you.
Oh, dude.
I'm just gonna sit here
Okay,
being
let's
awkward
queue,
until
let's
you're
queue.
back.
It says he arrives in 9 to 14 minutes, which I don't know. So. Your order was picked up 2 minutes ago. Okay. I'm gonna go get my food after this game.
Okay.
And then I'll just be back in like
Hmm.
3-4 minutes.
Yeah, I'm getting carried by the beast vendor.
Yep. True. Okay, we actually can't kill Locke, I don't think. Can we?
No.
No, let's go.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
The druid will die. I'll play deeper. Yeah, really big damn.
How good are you? Yeah, it costs $2.
I have my
Dude, if I had
weapons,
Resonator, it would actually be insane.
You could do it in like literally 10 minutes.
Yeah, I know. Let's try.
Do you enjoy your priest?
Yeah, I do, actually. I think it's fun, low-key.
Do you know any mages?
No. I literally I know no mages, bro. Dude, they're actually gonna be here way sooner, so we gotta go fast, bro.
Okay, just kill druid 2 ghosts.
Okay. Locke's not even here. Good. Locke's
Perfect.
not even here. Locke's not
points.
even here. 3 points.
Druid's not here either, dude.
Okay. I'm gonna go downstairs and I'll just be right back. Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Be
Dopamine's
careful.
here. Yo, Dopamine, you want to queue some sketchy rogue mage or anything with me and Dewey? I'll be right back. 2 minutes.
Wonderful. You have managed to salvage something from the disastrous efforts of my colleagues.
What's up, bro?
What's up?
What did he say to you? Are you playing? What are we fucking playing, man?
Yeah, he
just like saw me in chat. He's like, "Yo, you want to play some sketchy?" And I was like, "Okay."
How many mages do you have?
On Horde, I only have one, and it's my main, and I would
Okay,
play
then-
it because
yeah,
I
we
don't care
can't
about
play that
Sierra, but
then.
I need it for seeding. Unfortunately, I need
Yeah,
it for
we
seeding.
can't play that then.
Yeah, it's piss.
What do you have on Horde?
I have an SP and I have a DH. Oh, both of them are like fully geared, big Lego and everything. They're all like fully up to date.
Okay, we'll figure something out. He's just grabbing his food really quick.
We can play Windwalker DH. We can play Rogue SP. I'm down for whatever. Truly down for whatever you're feeling.
Yeah, I don't really care. It's up to Big Daddy.
True. It is up to Big Daddy. You're right about that.
You guys had a big day, eh?
Yeah, it was an up and down day, you know. It was like a bit of a roller coaster. You know, start on the down and then just go all the way up.
I saw you guys fucking beat Liquid in the opener like 2 times. I didn't watch the third game though.
It was aggressive. I feel bad. I kind of feel bad, to be honest.
when you do that to Sea-Doo, you're gonna get your classes nerfed.
Yeah, quite literally, bro. RIP Rogue Mage. We had a good run. Done now. Rogue Mage will be systematically wiped from the universe after that.
We'll make it on the Twitter.
Yeah, for real. Honestly, though, I don't think that. I mean, you could even ask them that. Like, yes, Rogue Mage is OP, but that was not why we won those games. I mean, I won't go into detail, but like, you could ask them. I'm sure they would agree with that.
Oh yeah, I saw. I'm surprised Mez was playing Fury.
Honestly?
That game too.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect it. I did not expect it, but I think Fury's really good. So.
Yeah, it does a lot of damn.
It's really sick for sure. Pumps and it also is super strong. I don't know, man. It's a good class. I'm glad like Fury is actually viable because like last season the things that were so pissed were like Outlaw and Fury and like Arcane. That's all I can think of. That was like really awful. And, like this
And
season, all those are good.
Yeah, Outlaw is actually pumping.
I think the only like non-viable 3v3 spec in Arena is Arcane right now. That's the only one I can think of. Now that Fury is good and Outlaw is good.
I actually hate that Warlocks are good again.
Yeah, Warlocks are disgusting. Mage Lock is so strong. People play so much of it on EU. I don't know why no one plays it on NA though. Weird.
I've seen like a few teams getting it, but it's like around 2-2 right now.
Yeah, they're out
Always
there.
a couple though.
But none of the top players play. I think Tang and Thugonomics would destroy on that comp. But they're just mostly playing other things.
Maybe we queue Windwalker.
Is this game dumb?
Arshan. I don't know. We'll see when he gets back. What he wants to do. I don't know what CR shit's at right now. I have like a tune at like 2200 and then a tune at 0, so.
I feel like Windwalker DH Miz Super could be fun.
Steven, did you know a TurboTax Live expert can do your simple tax return for you? For free. It's true. For limited time, TurboTax is free for simple returns.
Come on, man.
Files for you.
Being so fucking aggravated with this bullshit.
To take hold of the world spotlight over New York. Create your own uniform. Be a cover model, a powerful athlete, or compete as a trans woman. Impossible? No. I'm possible.
Can't stream, can you? Because the main things, right?
It's got all gonna be live on
Why did they have fucking Palamore's name as iPalamore on the thing?
That's his Twitter name.
Oh, okay, so they do it for Twitters.
Yeah.
Where's this fucking guy? Oh, Emo Pigeon, my man! I wonder if they can his chat hear us.
I have no idea. Anyone in Foxy's chat, can you hear us? This is
Yeah, they can.
Reaching. Okay, they can. Okay,
Emo Pigeon, that tribute was beautiful the other day, man.
It really was. It brought me to tears.
That song
Some
went right
fucking
into my
homo
playlist
shit.
because of you, Emo Pigeon. It makes me think of you now. Old Radiohead.
Yo.
What's up, man?
Okay, I'm back. Yo, is someone in here?
Dope is here.
Are we playing some games?
He only has one mate, so I think I was thinking Windwalker SP fucking something.
I have SP and DH, so and they're fully geared and everything. So
You used to do. No, I'm not.
but SP active DH.
The Ash guy, dude, no, bro. He legit just went to the wrong.
What do you think,
building.
Chipotle?
I don't know, but it was nice. I'm gonna go. Yeah, I moved in back with my mom.
Oh, word.
Yeah, she takes good care of me. She doesn't want to cook for me though. Kind of fucked up.
What food you get,
Got some Chipotle. I haven't had Chipotle in like 5 years, dude.
That's a big damn.
Yeah, I'm so
Not
excited.
Chipotle. It's Chipotle.
So good.
Chipotle.
It's Dopamine playing with us?
Yeah.
What are we playing? Are we doing some
Did you
sketchy
just
alt
hear
shit?
what we said?
No.
He
So
was
we
thinking
can-
Windwalker SP Arshawn. I'm down for RPP as well. I was also
I'm down for
Windwalker
anything.
DH,
You
but
just
he's not
pick the
feeling it.
comp. You just pick the comp.
I'm kind of chilling right now. My brain is fucked today, so you guys pick.
How am I supposed to examine this guy?
Windwalker SP Arshawn. Let's try some. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I gotta get a
I'm not
big
gonna lie,
spoon
though,
because I like big
I
spoons.
swear that comp is a little piss, no cap. Because I feel like you need an extra sun. Like you have to play that with a priest or like paladin. So let's try
Yeah.
Arshawn. Maybe we play with priest.
I mean, I can. I mean, we're just playing alts, so it's not like anything crazy. I don't know if you care. My alts
no,
are
I don't
under
care.
geared. Dude, I can't
No
fucking
worries.
open my thing, man. There we go.
I'm just here for cap.
I'm giving you guys my alt monk, but it's at 22.
Oh.
I just haven't played my main yet.
All right, yo, look at my stream theory. I'm gonna show you what I got today. Okay, IKEA. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why are you wearing your fucking Christmas sweater, bro?
Nice. I like it. It's reflecting my screen.
Oh my god.
Why is it
That's amazing, dude.
That
It's
looks
because
so
it has a fucking plastic wrap on the front.
Apparently, I know, yeah. I'm supposed to put it up upside down, so it'd be like, I might change my camera angle, but it'd be like right here, you know?
Hey, move your camera up a bit. That's
Maybe.
sweet.
I'm gonna, yeah. I'll fucking, yeah.
I can't believe you found that.
No. Okay, I'm going on Shaman.
Okay.
All cap trash boy. Little trash boy X. Oh my god. Okay, done. Cool.
You're interrupting my research.
Do we invite you to Griff?
You have lead now.
Should I go? Okay, I'll go next too. Fuck it. Okay, I'll just play Night Fae. Fuck it. What is this sauce? Oh, this is my miniature queso they gave me. Wow, so little. I didn't know.
Bro, what is that fucking log?
Mine?
Yeah, man.
I don't even want to look at yours, bro. Like, fuck off.
Dude, mine is juice.
But yours is so much better than your old one, Dewey. Your old one with like the Mike Wazowski head did not look good at all.
Well, that was a full set.
That was some piss.
Mm-mm.
What do I play here? What do I play here?
I actually hate this new fucking CC immune trinket.
Yeah, I don't want it in the game anymore. I want it gone. I'm playing full damn
It's-
for the first few games, okay?
Okay.
So, I don't know why, but I wanted to buy it. But I bought a pineapple orange banana drink.
Sounds good. Like a smoothie?
I don't know, it's okay. It's Nantucket Nectars. Nice.
Oh, this lock.
We can go lock. I can fucking para kick him and do a sweep if you want to cover. So.
Sure.
Okay.
I can stun for the healer if
Okay.
I'm gonna para kicking, sweep.
Okay.
Fatty.
Okay. Oh, We'll give him a little sucky suck in 1 sec. Right now. Okay, I'll dispel 3 insta. Got.
I'm chilling.
Play Earthen
I'll
or
port it out.
Earthen. Yeah, I ground this. I ground this. I ground this.
Okay, I poured it out.
Yeah. That's fine. I accidentally rolled in.
I'm shooting the monk off you
Yeah,
here.
Keeper's on me.
Holy shit. I ring us.
Okay, nice. Hodge, I want to sit this. Watch yourself.
I'm chilling.
Maybe. I can't. I give you a heal though.
I shoot that.
Okay?
Ah, being greedy. Yep, got it. Okay.
Yep. I can free healer in 1, okay? I double.
Good. Keep.
I'm just gonna send some damage on the
I can
fucking
hex
monk
off.
right now, bro.
Hex it off.
I have a stun.
Nice.
Hex.
Nice. I have a sound.
Trimmer.
Maybe. I sound some.
Me bowling? More than Ev.
Okay, it's definitely monk.
Fear.
We can be both.
Yeah, we can do a go on the fucking lock really soon with my sweep.
Yeah.
Spell
The
one.
same shit.
I have no CC for the healer. Okay, here's my stun on the monk.
I just gotta get a replace it
I'm gonna get
really
double
quick.
kill, I'm gonna get double kill. Okay,
Yeah. I'm super far though. I'm okay. I just flush you, okay?
That was a sketchy fade. Cause he has to go, you know.
Yeah,
You need
I'm
trinket
in
fade
trouble.
here. You know, link.
Super
I'm gonna
fast,
set.
I'm alone right now.
Right, Earthen late too. Casting on me. I should top.
Okay, lock feels awful, man. I'm gonna come over the monk in a second. I mean, Pally was just out there. I could have parried, but
I'm full feared. Watch yourself. You have to press. Good.
I get locked.
I poured out to the middle too. Good. I'm in your line now.
Spell 1. I shoot that one.
I can stun.
I pair a lock. I pair a
On the
lock.
ground.
Yes,
I'm pairing this, okay? I'm fine.
Good.
I fear off that.
I'm just scared of this, okay? I'm
We
going
need
monk right now,
someone's
big.
trinket.
Going knock
Yeah,
out huge.
it's big. I have a stun for the healer off of this. Okay, we kill here.
I don't
It's over.
have much.
It's over.
Spell 1. I have no stops.
I pressed
Careful.
defuse too.
Good. Or
Can.
on top. We ball.
Come on.
Watch. Okay. I shoot that
I used
fear.
a proc.
Walking back. I need more.
I have to
What
walk
the
around.
fuck, man?
You see where I'm at? I moved.
I just sweeped an 8, okay?
Oh my god, I just
Sorry.
market myself.
Okay. Flushing here. I get a CS out of the way. Lock CS.
I'm just pairing his proc
I'm
right
ready
now.
to get.
We've got another
Yep.
CS.
Good.
I got both CS out of the way.
I sweep up, boys. I don't have fucking images for. Oh my god. I'm just gonna sweep here. I double sweep. Oh shit.
Okay, good.
Just hit lock, okay? I haven't locked right now.
I get swept. I have
Yeah,
dispersion. Let me know.
fine.
Dude, we
I
need
can
to get
ring you
someone's
too.
trinket more than Ev, dude. I ground.
And we've done every sweep
Okay.
though. I'm dead.
I don't have any go.
Dead.
I don't have any
Dead.
cooldowns.
This thing
Shield.
should be fine.
Throw you a
On top
med.
of you.
I'm gonna get Hodge off. I trinket this.
Okay, I'm pairing.
Trinket, healing tide, XD.
Oh.
Sure.
I'm
Yep.
locked.
I pair the monk. Heal myself.
Everything I could. Okay, I have nothing else for you.
Yeah.
Soul's over though. Okay, I'm gonna fear the paladin. I can
Okay.
stun the, you wanna go the lock? I'm gonna stun the lock. Out of my fear.
I'm gonna go keepers on the monk right now, bro.
You want monk? Okay.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah, I'm locking out him. I can't connect him. I can't stun him. He's just pre-running. Way too far for me.
It's
Actually,
okay.
he's low.
I was shooting 15. I'm peered out.
Oh.
Okay, we get triggered there. I'm kind of in a bad spot.
You're fine.
I'm gonna get coiled.
I pressed
Yeah, I see
karma, okay?
this.
I get
Is
coiled
this spell?
under rep. Nice.
Oh, you're done here. He has,
We can
he
fuck
has
this guy
sweeping
off the
too.
yard. It's so sick for us.
Nah, I'm just fucking lining for a
Yeah,
second.
you have disperse. I'm okay if they go with him.
Yeah, I'm fine.
I have sweep, no images though. We can do a fatty go though.
Yeah,
Monk trinket, okay?
Now I
I'll
am
just send it
losing
on
the
the fucking
mana
lock.
game, so careful.
Yeah.
Careful the double sweep. Okay.
Okay, I wanna fucking pair this lock and then sweep monk, okay?
Sure. I don't have an ACC for 6, okay?
I just sweep now, fuck it, go.
Okay.
I don't have cover for pally, that's fine, we get bot. I gotta refresh on keepers here.
We got a trinket. Alright. I got an idea. We only threw all the CC into Pally. Let's go monk. I'm tired of this shit.
Yeah, we're going monk now.
Yeah. I'm gonna full
He's
hex.
dying,
Full
guys.
hex.
Nice.
I don't care if you're dying.
I ring
You have
this.
disperse if they go you. You have diffuse too and wall.
I press wall in a sec.
Press it. Just trinket it. I don't.
I'm fine, I'm fine.
I'm linking still because it was too late.
Okay.
That was sketchy.
It's just a fucking coil.
I know. You have trinket.
Push, I can try and double fear. I can fear the pally and the monk. I'm whiff on the pally.
Alright. That's fine. Just let's go. We only incap Pally Pally now. Yep.
I'm gonna sound some CC.
Full hexing. Full hex. Got it. Time to win. Raw shocking. Kill the Aegis. Yeah. I dispel 1.
I have karma at
Stop
5,
the
okay?
read.
Fine.
How long on next sweep?
I have it now.
Yeah, okay. Wait for CC. Wait
I
for CC.
can pair a healer. I can
Yeah,
sweep
do
monk
it.
out, okay?
Bridge.
I just gotta get over to him really
Slow.
quick. Pair a healer.
I ground that fear.
Sweep monk.
stun on
I give him a little suck.
You're the most.
I MC.
Nice. I got.
Out of the spoil, I can do big damn here.
I'm
Karma,
kicked right
okay?
now. Okay.
He has a bubble and a bop. That's it. Okay, we just win after this.
Oh, I share that one.
I'm on top of you.
He's out.
Oh, I'm dead.
Trinket, healing tide. Further.
I'm actually dead.
He has disperse, just healing you.
Okay.
I'm getting your line, Llama.
Okay. Alright, let's go. Only monk. CC pal.
Yes.
Turning off my brain. Share that.
I have a lot of damage for this monk. Okay. I'm gonna
Okay, yeah.
Dude.
I like it.
Hexing. Okay. Nice. Meatball.
He has bubble. That's it.
Am I able to hex?
Okay, read
Wait,
this guy on
got
this
it.
thing.
Full
This
hex.
is for Brew here.
Tremor one. Sauce. Meatballing. Oh my god, dude, you're out of range. I'm so sorry, bro.
He bubbles.
I can.
Okay.
You
Now
have
just break
super
it.
action, right?
Dispel that.
Yeah, 10.
Okay, we win on that.
I'm full hodge. I die here.
I'm so far away.
Oh my god.
I got
It's okay.
away. So pissed. We actually played the second half of that much better than the first half.
We just got no fucking damn out. We were actually getting cranked.
Someone had to establish the dominance, you know. Someone had to pull out the
We should have
fucking
just gone
win.
Windwalker. A to Z.
Yeah, the lock was a bait.
I just wasted 3 sweeps on the lock and got nothing into it.
Sorry, I was joking. What did we learn?
Fuck the lock.
Man with the biggest hand wins. That Windwalker won. That guy's damage is so broken. Oh, is it more
I
damage than
actually
you
just
guys?
wasted everything on the fucking lock, dude. You almost 2 times their damn, yeah.
That's so good. Oh, wow.
Did you get guac?
No.
The fuck, bro?
The only guac I'm gonna get is I'm gonna guac your ass. Now, avocados make my certain fruits and veggies. It's more just fruits. Make my throat swell up and itch. So.
My god, you can't eat guac?
So I can, but I have to heat it up, and I just don't want to heat it up right now.
Holy shit.
Yo, Marks or Dewey and I.
Oh yeah, shit. I can't. I'm just gonna go SP, bro.
You guys are so needy.
Ah.
You guys are so low T. Going in.
Parry this
Earth
guy.
Alley. The fuck?
Can you-
Parry the druid.
Bro, he's gonna pre-fade my shit, man.
Then
Druid's not even out.
I'll get through this.
Yeah, pumping
me
through
too.
this shit. Fuck this shit. I dispel late.
Let's time DH go feed one
I
guy.
Earthen, stand still, buddy. It's super important. Hey, Aura Mastery? Dispel. The 1. Okay.
Okay, but there for the Druid in 6.
Let's,
We can get
yeah,
someone
let's
off
start
of that.
walking. Let's start walking to the Druid. Stop. Let's use that fear, buddy. Put him in a bad spot.
Parry Druid right now. Oh, stunned.
Yeah,
Okay, we.
you're off, okay?
Parry the Druid now.
Good. Good.
On priest.
I get
Pumping it.
I stun.
It's fine. We just keep walking. Keep walking. Good. We like that.
Okay, fades. Out of this fade, I actually have so much damage. I'm gonna
Good.
karma him here, man.
Good.
Going.
Good.
Dead as fuck.
Touch him. Took you long enough. The fuck is this shit?
The fuck is what, man?
Dude, let me just play the Windwalker. Let me play the Shadow Priest, you know? Just teasing you guys. We just full send it. That what we did was
I was hoping for a little bit of low MMR games, though, troll. I'm fucking cooked as shit today.
No, we're just full sending it. We're not even thinking, bro. Your incap is actually just a troll, because if he has thoughts up, you just dispel him off, you know? So he should, like, in theory, he should literally just throw up his instant dots. You go whenever you want.
I can just, yeah, I literally can just pair off. Yeah, sweet kill, that's fine.
If he does fade it, it's just unfortunate, bro. I think. I would just be a little careful.
Yeah.
Realistically, if you fight a good player, you just can't like Kiefer's first. You know, if you Kiefer's then leg sweep, he could just fade when you Kiefer's because he knows that you're gonna leg sweep next.
Yeah,
you know?
I'll fucking I sweep into Kiefer's first. If I throw Bone Dust first, I mean, if I have to do Kiefer's and Bone Dust inside of the sweep window, I literally get an RSK off before he's out. So I guess it doesn't really matter against that.
I guess I see your point. Yeah, that's actually a pain in the dick to press both in one global. I guess I can't really. I don't know what you should do, but
I can Kiefer's and then sweep into Bone Dust, but like people react off of the Bone Dust usually.
That's fair. I'm gonna be honest with you. We're just full sending this shit. Though.
Yeah, I'm just gonna run at the fucking mage, man.
Okay.
We put this pretty careful. He's Blink Sun. He's Blink Sun. We probably Druid and Lock.
I just Druid have so
Yeah.
much HP. What the?
Mage is not it.
I mean, you can technically just don't kick him.
Yeah.
I just don't shoot, man.
Okay.
I got a double.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh, wait, he's playing Blink Stun. Holy fuck.
my
Yeah,
lock,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. I share that one.
Lock portal looks bad there. Yeah.
Okay.
We can just, here's the thing about if he's playing Blink Stun, we can just train him and he can't get away.
Yeah.
Just don't put stuns in.
Yeah, I like this. I like this.
Okay.
Let's go.
He just blinked. He just blinked.
He's just blinked.
I can
No,
stun him
I
on
can
the
get
yard.
attack support here.
no, stun Druid. Stun Druid. We're playing a win. I ground.
I had diffuse there, okay? I lock mage on this. Helping here.
Alright.
Nice. He can't set this flush trap to an S.
Okay, so
Mage just used
so we wasted a lot
I
of
pour
stuff.
that, okay? So
Yeah,
Double clear,
insane
double
pull,
the Druid.
actually.
He trinkets. That's so good. We get
Okay.
literally the Druid.
I'm
has
just
to-
chilling,
he
bro.
has
I'm
to
chilling
go
this.
over to Iron Block
Get
no
the
edge.
fuck in there,
Pump damage
pussy!
into the mage.
Holy
Man,
fuck!
like-
Pump damage into the mage.
The fuck happened to your T levels,
I got it.
bro?
I got it. I got it for you.
I'm playing electrocute, bro. And the
I
fuck
stun heal,
up.
stun heal.
Next,
Look
I
how
hex.
low
I
he is,
can.
look how
I can
low
X. I can X.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
It's no, it's
We
fine.
get blocked.
He
We get blocked.
has
We get
hex
blocked. I
to
can't
stop.
Just
purge
kill
it.
him.
Yeah, just shoot in. Okay, we get blocked. I cannot purge it. Don't have it.
Just hit your here. He's on top of
Yeah,
us.
full fear.
Get the fuck in there, you pussy!
Bro,
10.
Dude, I'm in there.
I am
Where the
fucked, okay?
I can get you in like 2 seconds. Okay.
It hurts.
I get you now. Get you now. Get you now.
He doesn't have
Okay,
ulti
Raze.
yet. I kicked.
Yeah,
I
I'm
kicked
just
it.
gonna send the double on
You're
the
gonna.
bro.
You're
He's
probably
gonna
gonna
block
wall
it.
here. Okay.
Yeah, press full karma, okay?
Good.
This is big pop from
Out of the root.
Yep.
I'm running
I'm
llama.
gonna ground in one. You're fine.
Yeah, it's
Fine.
rooted.
Get 10 fucking
Alright,
reps.
let's go.
Yeah. Just purging this mage.
After he blinks, that's when we'll do our shit.
Yeah.
I hear the new.
Okay, bro, I'm fucking going. Fuck that
Yeah,
shit, I'm going.
Fine.
Sure. I
He's
saw
Tremor
fine.
one. Tremor.
I
You
double
ball.
trip?
He blinks. He blinks.
Okay, we got double block.
Yeah. Super sick.
You're gonna have to save me next, Lom. I just have
Yes.
diffused in 5,
I
okay?
got you.
I'm back on the
Now-
mage now. I have a keeper's reset for him.
Yeah.
So much. I lock him. Can't get there.
Good. Buddy.
Best way to get the enlightened rep.
Does it hurt, Dewey?
Dude, I am actually just, like, I'm not even trying to make excuses, bro.
Does it
I
hurt,
am
Dewey?
fucked today.
Dewey, does it hurt?
It's gonna hurt when I
Does it
come to
hurt?
fucking
Does your
flex
little
it.
pussy hurt? Shut up. Yeah, you see,
You're
that's how you play
you're
like a
so
real
sketchy,
man,
dude.
okay?
You're
just
so
like,
sketchy.
listen, buddy, this is how you play like a fucking melee, you know? If I played Windwalker...
To reach revered and exalted with the enlightened, if you do all 3 daily quests per day, complete both patterns within patterns quests each week, complete the campaign and kill the world boss each week, it'll take you 32 days to become revered and 73 days to become exalted.
The only thing that was... No, there's only one bad thing
That's
we did.
What?
I pressed grounding, and you pressed diffuse.